Song Zimo pursued Dai Jingjing for an entire 7 years without ever winning her heart. Later, a sudden car accident claimed his life as he heroically attempted to save her. Yet, he harbored no regrets. To him, it was a release, a justification for relinquishing his affections. After all, his love for Dai Jingjing had long since faded. It was in the moment when Song Zimo lay bloodied in Dai Jingjing's embrace that she abruptly realized her inability to live without him. However, what took him by surprise was awakening to find himself back on the night of his confession. In this new life, Song Zimo resolved to abandon his role as a lovesick fool and refrain from confessing. Meanwhile, Dai Jingjing, also reborn, resolved to give him a chance, recalling that he had sacrificed himself for her in their past life. Yet, just as she anticipated Song Zimo's confession, he stood up and departed without a backward glance. In an instant, panic surged within Dai Jingjing, prompting her to chase after him recklessly. Chapter 1. Why has he ceased to confess? Guess who this is? People can be truly peculiar. Despite knowing they are unwanted and having faced countless rejections, they still muster the courage to confess. In the previous life, at the graduation party, he declared, "Jingjing, I like you." She retorted, "But I don't like you, Song Zimo. You're truly bothersome." Before the hotel sink, Song Zimo gazed at his reflection, memories from his past life flooding back like a tidal wave. On this very night, at this graduation celebration, he once again confessed to his heart's purest love, only to be met with rejection and merciless ridicule. An accident ensued, and Song Zimo believed his life had reached its conclusion. However, fate had other plans, granting him rebirth on the night of the graduation party after his senior year. "Mo, what are you thinking about so intently?" Chin-yu asked as he exited the restroom, patting the dazed Song Zimo on the shoulder. "Nothing," Song Zimo replied, turning to glance at his best friend, Chin-yu, his eyes reflecting a depth of weariness from witnessing the world's splendor. Perhaps it was due to having experienced death. At that moment, he reminisced about his days as a lovesick fool, feeling an overwhelming sense of naivety. Love is truly something that cannot be forced, is it not? "Mo, why do I feel like you are somehow different since I returned from the restroom?" Chin-yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he observed Song Zimo. Before him stood Song Zimo, still possessing the same face and body, yet his aura was utterly transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. "Is that so? You must be mistaken. Let's head back," Song Zimo smiled, offering no further explanation. His smile lacked the flamboyance of the past, imbued instead with an ineffable, subtle melancholy. How peculiar. Could it be that Goddess Dai's constant rejections have left him mentally shaken as the farewell approaches? Chin-yu mused, watching as Song Zimo turned toward the party hall. Truly, he felt that Song Zimo had changed from the person he once knew. This notion became increasingly evident when, upon returning to the banquet hall, Song Zimo sat alone in a corner, disengaged from conversation and silent. Across the hall, the school beauty, Dai Jingjing, adorned in a stunning blue dress, her features exquisitely refined, resembled a fairy princess beneath the starlit sky. Her gaze fixated on Song Zimo, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She had been reborn. Just moments ago, she had been struck by an out-of-control truck. In that critical moment, Song Zimo had risked his life to push her aside, while he himself lay bloodied in a pool of crimson. Witnessing this, Dai Jingjing felt as though she had been struck by lightning. In that instant, her heartstrings had been violently tugged. Subsequently, she embraced Song Zimo, weeping inconsolably, as if she had suddenly lost something precious. Yet, she realized too late. To her astonishment, mere minutes later, she found herself back on the night of the graduation party after her senior year. Was this a divine opportunity for her to make a different choice? At this moment, she vaguely recalled that during the graduation party, Song Zimo had confessed to her, and at that time, she had ruthlessly rejected him, even humiliating him in front of their entire class. Yet, Song Zimo had stood there, shame-faced, his fist clenched. Just when everyone expected him to walk away in indignation, he had once again assumed the role of a humble admirer. A chorus of laughter and ridicule erupted from the crowd. Yet, he appeared oblivious, continuing to seek her approval. Even Dai Jingjing felt a deep-seated annoyance and contempt towards him. Time had passed, and the past was but a fleeting breeze. This evening, she no longer wished to refuse him. Perhaps she should grant him a chance to attempt to understand each other. Was that not worth considering? As the gathering progressed, the atmosphere was filled with joy, as everyone shared heartfelt farewells and recounted their high school experiences, dreaming of the future. Yet, the emotions of the two of them remained tumultuous and unresolved. They felt utterly out of sync with the lively gathering. Time ticked by, and as Dai Jingjing contemplated how to feign reluctant agreement to Song Zimo's impending confession, he stood up. Was he about to confess? Such a lack of sincerity, confessing to the goddess of his dreams without even a bouquet of roses. Nevertheless, considering he had saved her life in their past existence, she decided to grant him a chance. However, this opportunity would depend on his future actions. There were many suitors vying for her affection, and countless were more outstanding than he. Should he fail to perform adequately, he would not be worthy of being Dai Jingjing's boyfriend. Yet, despite her wandering thoughts, an inexplicable nervousness gripped her. Just as she prepared herself mentally, Song Zimo. Chinyu, please inform teacher Yu that I am feeling a bit unwell and must take my leave, Song Zimo said, turning to his close friend Chinyu before rising to depart. Throughout the entire exchange, he did not once glance at Dai Jingjing. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to confess his feelings to her? Why did he not approach? Could it be that he was so nervous that he forgot? The shy smile on Dai Jingjing's face froze, and her anxious heart came to an abrupt halt. She lifted her gaze, astonished and incredulous. Watching Song Zimo depart, Dai Jingjing felt as if his silhouette appeared somewhat lonely and sorrowful in her daze. Panic set in. She could not comprehend why she felt this way. In any case, Song Zimo's failure to confess left her deeply enraged. It was difficult to accept. She could not fathom why, after her rebirth, events unfolded differently from before. Why did the once devoted Song Zimo not confess to her during this special evening gathering? Moreover, she had been mentally prepared to receive his confession. Anger, fury, an inability to forgive. Song Zimo, stop right there. Dai Jingjing chased after him outside the hotel, calling out loudly to the departing figure. Dai, the school beauty, is there something you need? Song Zimo turned his head, surprised to see Dai Jingjing pursuing him. In the past, her gaze towards him resembled that of an observer looking at a lapdog or a fly. She seemed to wish to never encounter him again. Tonight, he had refrained from bothering her or acting like a sycophant. So should he not feel pleased? Do you have something you wish to say to me? Dai Jingjing fixed her gaze on Song Zimo, taking a deep breath as she approached. At this moment, her heart brimmed with anger, yet also anxiety, although he was not particularly outstanding, nor the prince charming of her dreams. But perhaps she should grant him another chance. Considering he had saved her in her previous life, this would be his final opportunity. If he failed to cherish it, she would never agree again. No. Song Zimo spoke calmly, just as Dai Jingjing's heart was filled with trepidation, feigning nonchalance while harboring a flicker of hope. Chapter 2. You don't like me, do you? Suddenly, Dai Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Song Zimo. Wasn't he about to confess his feelings to her? Why, when given the opportunity, did he fail to cherish it? Could it be that her hints were too subtle for him to comprehend? Despite being so overt, he still failed to grasp the situation. He seemed utterly devoid of any romantic sensibility. Would she truly find happiness if she accepted his confession? Never mind, I shall take my leave, she declared. Song Zimo cast a fleeting glance at Dai Jingjing before turning away, devoid of any sentimentality. In his past life, he had been nothing more than a sycophant, ultimately left with nothing but ridicule. In this life, he was weary and had come to a realization. He no longer wished to pander to anyone. Who permitted you to leave? You shall not go, she exclaimed, frustration bubbling within her. What was this attitude? In the past, he had shown her warmth and concern daily. And now he was suddenly so indifferent? Did he think he could dictate when to engage with her and when to ignore her? Dai, the school bell. Is there something amiss? Song Zimo raised his gaze to meet Dai Jingjing's furious expression, his demeanor remarkably calm. Didn't you say you liked me and intended to confess? Dai Jingjing had not misremembered. That fateful night in their previous life, Song Zimo had indeed confessed to her, only to be met with her cruel mockery and rejection. In this life, why did he still need her reminders? Such insincerity. I like you and intend to confess? Who said that? Song Zimo looked at Dai Jingjing with astonishment. In his past life, he had indeed mustered all his courage to confess to her tonight. But he had suffered a heartless humiliation in return. Now, having reincarnated, he had witnessed the world's splendor, gained insight into many matters, and no longer wished to endure the same exhaustion. Did you not mention it to Chinyu? I heard it from him. Dai Jingjing nearly let slip her thoughts, but managed to retract her words at the last moment. She felt a surge of annoyance. Her hints had been so blatant, yet he was pretending to be aloof and high-minded. Since you like me, why don't you confess? Be sincere, given your past efforts to pursue me. I might consider granting you a chance. Dai Jingjing felt quite pleased with herself, savoring the taste of condescension. Perhaps she believed that Song Zimo was still the same as he had been before. Alas, he was not. A chuckle escaped Song Zimo's lips, but it bore the semblance of mockery. This infuriated Dai Jingjing. How could her words be amusing? Shouldn't he feel grateful for the second chance she was offering him? What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? She said, taking a deep breath, her irritation palpable. She was dissatisfied with Song Zimo's reaction. She had opened up so candidly, and yet he was playing the part of the unaffected. Come on, confess already, no one is watching. I'm waiting, she urged. growing impatient as Song Zimo remained silent. In the past, I indeed liked you, but that was then. Now I do not, he replied, his smile fading, his tone unembellished and resolute. He had genuinely let go, and it was not mere pretense. With a final glance at Dai Jingjing, he waved nonchalantly and walked away. Song Zimo, Dai Jingjing's expression froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. Anger, bitterness, rejected? No, he had no right to refuse her. If anyone were to refuse, it should have been her. A crack. Perhaps it was Song Zimo's words that struck a blow to Dai Jingjing's proud self-esteem. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, splattering against the ground. Why was the past the past? You scoundrel, just wait. I will make you fall for me, and when you do, I shall cast you aside without remorse. Dai Jingjing's heart ached, unable to swallow her indignation, unable to accept this reality. Song Zimo, are you heading home? May I offer you a ride? Song Zimo, hands in his pockets, relished the summer night breeze while contemplating the city's vibrancy, his heart brimming with reflections. As he strolled forward, a car halted before him. The window rolled down, revealing a girl with a bun hairstyle, fair skin, and a face like a painting. Wang Shuangyi, the school beauty, renowned alongside Dai Jingjing. Hey, the party isn't over yet. What brings you out? Song Zimo paused, surprised to see Wang Shuangyi in the car. It was dull, so I left early. I was actually heading home, but halfway there, I spotted you. Hop in. Wang Shuangyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she urged him to enter. In truth, she had not intended to return home, but had followed him upon seeing him leave. Thank you, Song Zimo smiled, not one to be rude. After all, riding home was far more comfortable than trudging on foot. Wang Shuangyi, taken aback by his warm smile, felt her heart flutter. What was happening? This guy's smile, which had always exuded a bad boy charm, seemed suddenly handsome today. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Upon entering the car, Song Zimo turned to find Wang Shuangyi lost in thought, prompting him to inquire curiously. Are you settled? Let us go. Please tell me your address, and I'll take you home. Wang Shuangyi snapped back to reality, her face burning, and quickly averted her gaze. To mask her embarrassment, she hastily changed the subject. Song Zimo provided his address, and the car began to move forward slowly. Once again, silence enveloped them. Having just been reborn, Song Zimo was lost in his thoughts, contemplating his future plans. Meanwhile, Wang Shuangyi occasionally glanced at him. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt that today, Song Zimo's profile appeared exceptionally handsome. There was an air of melancholy about him that seemed incongruous with the mundane world, exuding an innate allure. Could his changed demeanor be linked to Dai Jingjing's rejection? Wang Shuangyi pondered this, feeling a sense of sadness creeping in. Yet, she quickly shook her head. This guy was enamored with Dai Jingjing. Even if he bared his soul, she doubted he would spare her a glance. What was she thinking? Had he been rejected by Dai Jingjing again? Finally, Wang Shuangyi took a deep breath and broke the silence. At the same time, she slowed the car down, savoring the rare tranquility. She vaguely recalled a time when she too had shared such moments alone with him, until he had revealed that he was in love with Dai Jingjing. Since then, she felt they had never been as close again. Perhaps after tonight's graduation party, they would never have another chance. Why not seize this opportunity to muster some courage? After all, she had not confessed, so what was there to fear? Song Zimo was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Wang Shuangyi's mind. He withdrew his focus and cast a smile in her direction, inquiring, What? You haven't confessed to Dai Jingjing? Wang Shuangyi's face was a portrait of astonishment and disbelief. Almost immediately, she shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, Don't deceive me. I saw you both leave together. She must have rejected you again, and that's why you couldn't bear to go back, right? A rejection is just that. A rejection. It's not the first time. Why not consider me instead? Chapter 3 Sister, I truly am not heartbroken. Sister, why don't you believe my words? I am genuinely unscathed and have not been turned down by her. On the contrary, she was the one who urged me to confess, and yet I refrained. Song Zimo managed a wry smile, dismissing Wang Shuangyi's jest. He merely wished to return home. Who could fathom why Dai Jingjing followed him outside, pursuing him to confess? To this day, the reasons remained a mystery. However, Song Zimo's sudden departure home, in Wang Shuangyi's eyes, appeared as an indication of a failed confession, leaving him quite perplexed. Enough with the boasting. Back in school, you were nothing but a sycophant, and she paid you no heed. Tonight, on the eve of graduation, she seeks you to confess? You must be dreaming, or perhaps the blow was too severe for you to grasp reality. Song Zimo's response left Wang Shuangyi feeling quite disheartened. Nonetheless, she forced a smile and began to mock him. All right then, I shan't explain myself further, for you would not believe me. Seeing her expression, Song Zimo felt a sense of helplessness and grew weary of further explanation. The more he attempted to clarify, the more it seemed to exacerbate her feelings of rejection, leading her to question her own mental state. Are you free tomorrow evening? Wang Shuangyi, having momentarily set aside her concerns about Dai Jingjing, hesitated before asking. What is the matter? Song Zimo turned to her, laced with curiosity. If you're available, I would like to invite you to accompany me to a dance. At this moment, Wang Shuangyi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, a manifestation of her bashfulness. Her heart raced like a fawn, thumping incessantly. Nevertheless, she lifted her gaze, brimming with anticipation towards Song Zimo. When their eyes met, Song Zimo felt a jolt within him. Memories of their past flooded his mind like the tide. Each time he faced rejection from Dai Jingjing, Wang Shuangyi had been there to console and encourage him. It was only upon turning away that he would feel a pang of sorrow. At that time, he had been oblivious, but through a fortuitous encounter later, he had finally grasped Wang Shuangyi's true feelings. In her heart, she had always cherished him. Oh dear, can you perhaps say something? Why do you gaze at me so intently? I must inform you, my standards for a partner are quite elevated. Do not harbor any intentions. Wang Shuangyi, under the weight of his gaze, felt an inexplicable anxiety. Eventually, she found herself unable to maintain eye contact, yet, perhaps due to her pride. Despite her undeniable longing and anticipation, she feigned composure and replied, that is acceptable, but what would be my role? A girlfriend, perhaps? That seems implausible. Given that you just stated your standards are quite high, I surely do not meet the criteria. Song Zimo chuckled, unable to resist teasing her. If even Dai Jingjing has dismissed you, do you think I, Wang Shuangyi, would be akin to picking up scraps? How shameless. In that moment, Wang Shuangyi, filled with indignation, uttered her retort. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, remorse washed over her. Just moments ago, Song Zimo had confessed to Dai Jingjing only to be rejected. Was it not cruel to utter such words now? In an instant, Wang Shuangyi was engulfed in panic. Her gaze fell upon Song Zimo, and she stammered. I didn't mean. In her haste, she found herself at a loss for words. Surely, what she had said must have stung him deeply. Hey, what do you mean she doesn't want me? It's I who looks down on her, all right? Song Zimo exclaimed dramatically. In the past, he might have truly felt heartbroken. However, at this moment, he felt nothing. Are you truly all right? Let me touch your forehead. Perhaps you have a fever. Wang Shuangyi, increasingly worried by Song Zimo's unusual demeanor, instinctively raised her hand to feel his forehead, doubting whether he had somehow lost his senses. How could he be so unaffected after she had said something so hurtful? Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. Weevee arrived. Just drop me off up ahead. Song Zimo brushed her hand away with a chuckle. He then gestured towards the roadside, indicating where she could pull over. All right. Wang Shuangyi felt a twinge of regret at how quickly they had arrived. Had she known, she would have asked the driver to slow down or take a longer route. However, the thought of the dance the following evening rekindled her happiness. Thank you then. Until tomorrow evening. As Song Zimo exited the vehicle, he waved goodbye to Wang Shuangyi, striking a cool pose with his hands in his pockets as he walked away. Wang Shuangyi sat in the car, momentarily lost in thought, only to snap back to reality once Song Zimo vanished from sight. Andy, I'm home. Upon returning, Song Zimo immediately spotted his aunt, Song Qin, busy washing clothes. Once upon a time, he remembered her as a young and beautiful maiden. However, in her efforts to raise him, she had never married. With his parents passing away early, he had grown up while she had gradually aged. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of sadness washed over Song Zimo. Xiaomo, you're back? Just in time to help your aunt. Clattering, Song Qin straightened up, eager for Song Zimo to assist her in hanging the clothes. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her body swayed, and she began to fall. Andy! Andy! Song Zimo's expression shifted, and he rushed over to catch her. In that moment, he realized that she was burning with fever. Memories flooded back. A month from now, his aunt would be hospitalized for surgery due to a tumor. At that time, he would be unable to gather the 200,000 yuan needed for the operation and would helplessly watch her leave him. In that moment of despair, he had cried bitterly, but nothing could be undone. In this life, he absolutely must prevent such a tragedy from occurring again. Never. Auntie, let me take you to the hospital. Song Zimo sniffed, suppressing his tumultuous emotions as he expressed his concern. Cough, cough. No need for that. It's just a common cold. We have medicine at home. A little will suffice. Going to the hospital would be a waste of money. You'll need money for college applications later. Song Qin shook her head in refusal, urging Song Zimo to help her inside to take her medicine. Money. How could he possibly earn 200,000 yuan in just 1 month? That night, as Song Zimo lay in bed, sleep eluded him. In his past life, he vaguely recalled that his first job had been serving plates in a restaurant to earn some pocket money. In this life, he must earn 200,000 within a month to fund his aunt's medical treatment. However, 200,000 is no trifling sum in this era. In such a short span of time, where could he possibly acquire it? After much contemplation, Song Zimo found himself without a viable solution. The following morning, upon awakening, Song Zimo decided to follow the course he had taken in his previous life. He ventured to the roadside billboard to peruse the job advertisements and seek employment. He recalled encountering Dai Jingjing during his job search back then. Song Zimo, you scoundrel, come here, as he indulged in his thoughts. A furious shout echoed from a short distance away. Chapter 4. Dai Jingjing, cease your pursuit of me. Looking up, Song Zimo beheld Dai Jingjing clad in a chiffon blouse and blue and white denim jeans standing nearby. Her long, elegant legs, complemented by sparkling sandals, accentuated her alluring figure exquisitely. At that moment, Dai Jingjing stood with her arms crossed defiantly, glaring at him with an expression of indignation, even raising a finger to beckon him closer. Upon seeing this, Song Zimo furrowed his brow instantly. This wretched girl had been so furious that she lost sleep the previous night. Dai Jingjing was incensed to find Song Zimo searching for work again, just as he had in their past life. The memories of their previous existence made her aware that he would soon come scurrying over like a lapdog, eager to please her. This was precisely why she had chosen to wait for him here so early in the day. She was determined to reclaim the dignity she had lost yesterday. Otherwise, she would be unable to swallow her pride. However, Dai Jingjing was taken aback when Song Zimo ignored her entirely. In fact, instead of approaching her, he turned on his heel and walked toward the other end of the billboard after her words fell silent. You scoundrel! Stop right there! Dai Jingjing's expression darkened immediately, her shoulders trembling with rage. Why was he ignoring her? Had he taken the wrong medicine this morning? She had clear memories of their past life. Although most of those memories had faded, certain moments remained vivid. For instance, in this very instance, according to her recollections, Song Zimo should have been scuttling over to her like a lapdog. Yet, his earlier demeanor clearly indicated he had heard her, but chose to disregard her. Fury, wrath, unforgivable. You scoundrel, why are you deliberately avoiding me? Have I provoked you? Dai Jingjing's proud self-esteem struggled to accept such an outcome. She felt a sense of grievance, as if her dignity had been trampled upon. Thus, she angrily pursued Song Zimo, blocking his path, and questioned him loudly. Dai Jingjing, are you mistaken? I came to this billboard to seek employment. What do you mean by deliberately avoiding you? This is absurd. Song Zimo glanced at Dai Jingjing, speaking in a nonchalant tone. He found her behavior rather peculiar. Were all girls like this? Previously, when he had fawned over her, she had treated him with disdain. Now that he had ceased his flattery, she seemed agitated. After expressing his thoughts, Song Zimo returned his focus to the job search, unbothered by her furious gaze. He soon spotted a job listing on the billboard and prepared to dial the number. But before he could do so, Dai Jingjing snatched the paper from his hands and tore it into shreds. Why are you doing this? Song Zimo furrowed his brow at Dai Jingjing, feeling exasperated. In his past life, he had been the one to fawn over her daily, yet she had paid him no mind. Now, in this life, he had ceased that behavior, and she could not bear it? Women, he thought to himself, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Dai Jingjing, unable to contain herself, adopted a domineering stance. Ever since her rebirth last night, she had been seething with anger, particularly when she had prepared to give Song Zimo a chance at pursuing her, only for him to squander it. She simply could not accept such a blow to her pride. Today, she had come early to await his arrival and even called for him, yet he continued to ignore her, feigning ignorance to her cries. How could this not infuriate Dai Jingjing? That wretched scoundrel! How dare he act this way when I'm so incensed? Shouldn't he be trying to appease me? Am I not deserving of an apology? How can he ignore me like this? Song Zimo, noticing Dai Jingjing's unreasonable demeanor, chose not to indulge her. He turned away and continued his search for other job opportunities. But each time he found a suitable job listing and attempted to dial a number, Dai Jingjing would audaciously snatch the paper and tear it apart once more. Call. I dare you to call. How can you think of finding work when I'm so furious? Nearby, onlookers who had also come to seek employment exchanged glances, intrigued by the scene unfolding before them. The girl who had just been standing there was beside a striking red sports car, clearly the epitome of a wealthy heiress. Meanwhile, Song Zimo's attire was decidedly ordinary. Was the classic trope of a wealthy young lady falling for a poor boy about to play out in reality? Dai Jingjing, what exactly do you want? Song Zimo frowned, gazing at the furious girl blocking his path, and asked, You were pursuing me before. Why have you suddenly stopped? Dai Jingjing took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and countered. This question had been on her mind for quite some time. She could not bear to leave it unaddressed. I told you last night. What has passed is past. I've come to a realization. Feelings cannot be forced. Is it so wrong for me to stop pursuing you? Absolutely not. Dai Jingjing declared firmly. The bystanders nearby widened their eyes in astonishment, whispering among themselves. My goodness, the domineering heiress has fallen for the poor boy. It seems she is not backing down. Since you're looking for a job, my father's company is hiring. I can help you get in, and you can choose any position you like. But I have one condition. Dai Jingjing inhaled deeply, feeling as if she were on the brink of madness due to Song Zimo's behavior. If this had been in the past, she would never have imagined herself uttering such words. Yet now, she was beyond caring, directly addressing Song Zimo with a softer tone. At that moment, Dai Jingjing repeatedly reminded herself that she simply could not swallow her pride. She wanted to win him over, and once he fell in love with her, she would kick him to the curb. Not interested. However, before Dai Jingjing could finish her words, Song Zimo immediately turned and departed. He was utterly unpredictable. At this moment, Song Zimo had come to realize that due to this school bell's disruption, his prospects for securing the job today were dashed. Given the circumstances, it would be best to return home. You scoundrel! Stop right there! I didn't permit you to leave. You cannot walk away. Dai Jingjing's ire was escalating, repeatedly being coldly rebuffed. How could she not be infuriated? She had lowered herself so significantly. What more did this fellow desire? Was he expecting her to debase herself and become his devoted admirer? Dream on. Dai Schoolbell, please, I wish to go home. Could you cease your pursuit of me? Song Zimo was thoroughly exasperated. This scenario was utterly unlike his memories from past life. In his previous existence, Dai Jingjing had been eager for him to maintain his distance. In this life, he no longer wished to pander to her, yet she seemed intent on clinging to him. Chapter 5. Wow, your boyfriend is truly handsome. I might let you go, but only if you agree to work at my father's company and comply with one condition. Dai Jingjing disregarded Song Zimo's words, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him without a blink. At that moment, she had already resolved to make a decision. What condition? Song Zimo did not acquiesce. Instead, he furrowed his brow and countered with a question. What was this schoolbell up to? Was her previous aloof demeanor merely an act? Be my boyfriend. Dai Jingjing took a deep breath, her charming face tinged with a slight blush. Initially, she had intended to say that if he pursued her, she would agree to be his girlfriend. However, recalling how she had been ruthlessly rejected by Song Zimo the previous night for uttering such words, and observing his current demeanor, which suggested he had truly lost interest in her, filled her with apprehension. This was unacceptable. Thus, after some contemplation, she deduced that it would be best to directly propose that Song Zimo be her boyfriend. Of course, this was merely a facade, for in her heart, she could not swallow her pride. Once Song Zimo became her boyfriend and developed feelings for her, she would unceremoniously cast him aside to vent her frustration. Impossible. Yet, what Dai Jingjing had not anticipated was that Song Zimo flatly refused. He didn't even take a moment to consider. Dai Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Song Zimo. Could it be true? She had actively offered for him to be her boyfriend, and he declined? Was he simply pretending to be aloof? Playing hard to get? Step aside. Do not pursue me any further, or I shall report you for harassment. Song Zimo glanced at the bewildered Dai Jingjing and pushed past her, continuing on his way. This left not only Dai Jingjing stunned, but also the onlookers nearby, who were equally astonished. A destitute young man, brimming with pride, rejecting the advances of a wealthy and beautiful girl? Was he truly forsaking luxury for the sake of returning home to collect scraps? Were they filming a movie? Yet there were no cameras in sight. Song Zimo, you scoundrel. Do you truly believe I hold you in such high regard? I am merely unable to swallow my pride. I will not let this go. Watching Song Zimo leave without a backward glance, Dai Jingjing was beside herself with rage, her feet stomping in frustration, tears streaming down her cheeks. Especially with the eyes of the crowd upon her, her proud self-esteem had been severely trampled. One act of superiority, as a daughter of a wealthy family. She had actively offered him the chance to be her boyfriend. Shouldn't he be grateful and thrilled to accept? Scoundrel, cretin, Godi. Hello, may I speak with Ms. Li Yanyan? In an attempt to escape Dai Jingjing's clutches, Song Zimo stumbled upon a recruitment notice for bar staff while on his way home, posted on a telephone pole. Consequently, he noted the phone number and made the call. Who is this? A woman's voice inquired, tinged with curiosity. Hello, my name is Song Zimo. I just saw your advertisement for bar staff. Do you still need anyone? He inquired. We do need staff, but not just anyone. We require individuals with pleasing features. And the age limit is 30. Do you meet these requirements? If so, you can come for an interview tonight. Li Yanyan promptly outlined the criteria. I should meet the criteria, but unfortunately, I may not have time tonight. Would tomorrow work? As Song Zimo was about to agree, he recalled his promise to Wang Shuangyi and immediately revised his response. Tomorrow evening is fine. You can call me directly when you arrive. Li Yinyan readily accepted, engaging in a brief conversation with Song Zimo before ending the call. As evening approached, Wang Shuangi arrived punctually to pick up Song Zimo. Song Zimo, why are you dressed so poorly? You look dreadful. As Song Zimo opened the car door and prepared to enter, he was met with Wang Shuangi's complaints. I apologize. I do not usually interact with such high society, and my financial situation is not affluent. Song Zimo explained, feeling quite embarrassed. This outfit was the best he possessed. However, compared to Wang Shuangi, who looked like a princess in her attire, he felt like a rustic country bumpkin. Perhaps I should just not go. Song Zimo hesitated before suggesting. With such attire, accompanying Wang Shuangi would surely invite ridicule. He personally didn't mind, but for Wang Shuangi, this was unacceptable. Get in the car. There is still time. I'll take you to buy some clothes. Wang Shuangi immediately expressed her discontent. Simultaneously, she regretted her previous remark about Song Zimo's clothing. Wang Shuangi, you ought to realize that Song Zimo's family is not well off. Such comments only serve to hurt his pride. Thankfully, he did not seem offended. Wang Shuangi stole a glance at Song Zimo, secretly relieved. Song Zimo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. On the drive, Wang Shuangi felt increasingly guilty. Last night, she had mocked Song Zimo, suggesting that Dai Jingjing looked down on him. Just moments ago, she had ridiculed his attire. Ultimately, Wang Shuangi could no longer contain her remorse and offered her apologies. It's all right. I'm not so petty. Besides, you spoke the truth. My family is indeed not affluent. Song Zimo replied with a smile, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. At that moment, his resolve to earn money quickly grew ever stronger. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a suit store. With the clerk's guidance, Wang Shuangi purchased a suitable suit for Song Zimo. 2 minutes later, Song Zimo emerged from the changing room. Now clad in the suit, Wang Shuangi had been waiting at the entrance. As the changing room door swung open, she knew Song Zimo had stepped out. Song Zimo, are you ready? Just as she was about to speak, upon seeing him in the suit and tie, she froze. Was this truly Song Zimo? This fellow looked incredibly handsome in a suit. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he exuded an air of elegance, especially with that subtle aura of melancholy that captivated those around him. Clatter. The phone she was holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Yet she remained utterly oblivious, still gazing dreamily at Song Zimo. Hey girl, what are you doing? Your phone has fallen. Song Zimo approached Wang Shuangi and noticed her still in a daze, raising his hand to wave in front of her eyes. Oh, I see now. Wang Shuangi snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she hurried to retrieve her phone. However, even while picking it up, she couldn't help but steal a glance at him. So handsome. Truly, he is exceptionally handsome. Oh my goodness. How could there be such an attractive boy? He is simply the embodiment of a dreamlike idol. But wait, how come I never realized how handsome this guy was before? Could it be that this suit has added 100 points to his charm? Wow. Miss Wang, your boyfriend is truly handsome. At that moment, the nearby salesgirl, who had also been momentarily mesmerized, snapped back to attention. After casting an envious glance at Wang Shuangi, she immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. No, he is just my classmate, not my boyfriend. Wang Shuangi's face turned crimson, and with a hint of bashfulness, she stole another furtive glance at Song Zimo. Although Song Zimo was not her boyfriend, and it seemed he might not even like her, hearing the salesgirl's comments still filled her heart with immense joy. Of course, she couldn't let it show, lest she be ridiculed by Song Zimo. Yes, we're merely classmates. Ouch. Why are you pinching me, Shuangi? I didn't say anything wrong. Song Zimo, seeing the salesgirl's misunderstanding, quickly chimed in. Little did he know, his sentence remained unfinished as Wang Shuangi pinched him fiercely. I like it. I'm willing. I'll pinch. I'll pinch hard, just to silence your mouth. Chapter 6. I want to listen. So you want to explain? Alas, the girls of this age are truly perplexing. Song Zimo grimaced in discomfort, feeling utterly frustrated. It appeared he hadn't said anything wrong. After all, they were indeed classmates. She had initiated the comment. So why was it wrong for him to agree? Put this on. They settled the bill, and since it was getting late, they did not linger. Once back in the car, Wang Shuangi turned to appraise Song Zimo, nodding in satisfaction. She then pulled out a half-mask shaped like a blue wool from her bag and tossed it to Song Zimo. What is this for? Song Zimo's expression froze, filled with confusion and surprise. Tonight's ball is a masquerade. Everyone who receives an invitation must wear a mask, or they want to be allowed entry, Wang Shuangi explained, casting a glance at him. A masquerade? I see. Song Zimo's expression shifted, and without further ado, he donned the half-blue wolf mask. Minutes later, they arrived at the masquerade venue. As Song Zimo entered alongside Wang Shuangi, he discovered a throng of people already gathered inside. The atmosphere was filled with light, buoyant music, and couples adorned with masks, some lounging on sofas sipping red wine, while others danced in the ballroom. Wang Shuangyi excused herself to the restroom. Song Zimo found a corner to sit, feeling somewhat alien in such a setting, especially since this was his first visit. Moreover, perhaps due to having lived a previous life, he now particularly relished tranquility and avoided interactions with others. "Handsome, may I invite you to dance?" Just as Song Zimo sat quietly, contemplating his allure, a graceful figure clad in a cheongsam approached, her silhouette accentuated by high heels. The woman's features remained obscured by a mask resembling a charming cartoon cat. Yet through her sparkling eyes, cascading waves of hair, enticing red lips, and fair complexion, it was evident she was a beauty. Sorry, but I don't know how to dance. Song Zimo looked up at the enchanting woman, feeling slightly awkward. This was no exaggeration. He genuinely lacked dancing skills. If it were singing, he could manage a few songs. "No worries, I can teach you. Come on." Initially, the cheongsam beauty had approached due to Song Zimo's unique aura as he sat alone. However, upon seeing his face, she was momentarily taken aback. What enchanting eyes! They bore youthful innocence, yet hinted at maturity, occasionally revealing a trace of sorrow. What unique man! In an instant, she was captivated by his charm. Although the mask concealed his visage, she instinctively sensed that he was undoubtedly handsome. "Beautiful lady, I truly don't know how." Song Zimo felt overwhelmed, eager to decline. However, the cheongsam beauty did not afford him the opportunity to finish, promptly pulling him to his feet. Seeing this, Song Zimo felt helpless. Glancing back toward the restroom, where Wang Shuangyi had yet to return, he could only acquiesce. "Handsome, don't be so tense. Relax a bit and hold my waist. This is a ball, and everyone here is just here for leisure." The cheongsam beauty reassured him. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she pulled his arm around her slender waist. The softness of her waist was palpable, at least to Song Zimo. In that moment, he noticed that the cheongsam beauty also placed her hand on his waist. "Wang Shuangyi, where are you? Did you fall into the restroom? Why haven't you returned? What kind of place have you brought me to?" As they danced, Song Zimo thought, "I can't be distracted." Just then, the cheongsam beauty leaned close to his ear, whispering sweetly, "Don't get distracted while dancing." The warm breath tickled his ear, causing him to involuntarily shiver. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I stepped on your foot." In his nervousness, Song Zimo lost his rhythm, unintentionally stepping on the cheongsam beauty's foot. Embarrassed, he quickly apologized. "It's fine. It's normal to step on feet when dancing for the first time." The cheongsam beauty endured the slight pain, knowing she had invited him to dance. There was no reason to be upset over a little misstep. "I'm so sorry, I stepped on it again." Little did he know, as soon as she finished speaking, Song Zimo stepped on her foot once more, and this time it hurt even more. Looking at Song Zimo, he had completely lost his composure, anxiously unsure of what to do. He really couldn't dance, having stepped on the cheongsam beauty's feet twice in succession. He was genuinely at a loss. "It's all right. Don't be so." The cheongsam beauty took a deep breath, suppressing her discomfort, and attempted to reassure him. However, before she could finish her sentence, Song Zimo stepped on her foot yet again. At that moment, her voice was abruptly silenced. Did this guy actually not mean to step on her? The cheongsam beauty raised her gaze to see Song Zimo's flustered expression. The more she looked, the more she felt he might be intentionally stepping on her feet. What a scoundrel. "If you don't want to dance, just say so." "Beautiful lady, perhaps I should refrain from dancing, for I truly lack the skill," lamented Song Zimo, feeling the weight of his predicament. He swore that it had been entirely unintentional when he had stepped on the elegant foot of the lady in the qipao. "If we're not to dance, might I first behold your visage?" the qipao beauty suggested, swiftly raising her hand to remove the mask concealing Song Zimo's face. Instinctively, he recoiled, only to find that she had anticipated his reaction and pressed her body against him. As a result, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, with the qipao beauty tumbling atop him. "How dare you? I merely stepped away for a moment. And you? How shameless." At that moment, Wang Shuangyi, who had been in the restroom, returned. Coincidentally, she witnessed the scene of Song Zimo sprawled on the floor, with the qipao beauty atop him. Fury ignited within her. Yet amidst her anger, a twinge of jealousy also stirred. "Miss, it is a misunderstanding. Please, allow me to explain." Song Zimo hastily pushed the qipao beauty away, scrambling to his feet and awkwardly approaching Wang Shuangyi. The qipao beauty, witnessing this, stomped her foot in frustration. "So close. I was mere moments away from unveiling his face. And now he escapes. How infuriating. Does one's appearance hold such significance? I refuse to listen. I shall not hear it," Wang Shuangyi declared, covering her ears in indignation. "What a ridiculous situation. I have done nothing wrong." However, based on his past experiences, Song Zimo knew that when a woman was angry, it was invariably his fault. Will you truly not accept my explanation? He pondered, contemplating his next move as Wang Shuangi glared at him. This insufferable man clearly lacked understanding of a woman's heart. Did he not realize that often, women's words do not reflect their true feelings? With no emotional intelligence. It was no wonder he had been repeatedly rejected by Dai Jingjing. Chapter 7. That was the song you once loved, miss, while you were in the restroom. This cheap-how beauty insisted on dragging me onto the dance floor. I clumsily stepped on her feet a few times, and she became quite upset. When she attempted to remove my mask, I dodged and accidentally fell. It is as simple as that, Song Zimo explained, feeling a headache coming on from the situation. Unforgivable. Wang Shuangi turned her face away, displaying an expression of absolute refusal to forgive. This fool, is he truly that dense, or is this an act? Should I seek an explanation? I'm already upset. I should simply soothe myself. Yet, she stood there like a statue, which only fueled her irritation further. How might I earn your forgiveness? Song Zimo was at a loss. What a predicament. Had I known, I would not have come. Regret is too late now. Did you not sing beautifully? I recall that during our school days, you serenaded Dai Jingjing with heartfelt melodies. If you wish for my forgiveness, you must perform a song at the karaoke stage, Wang Shuangi suggested after a moment of thought. In the past, he had sung passionately to Dai Jingjing, an act that filled Wang Shuangi with envy and a hint of hope. Yet 3 years had swiftly passed, and they were now all graduates, perhaps destined never to meet again. In these final days of parting, Wang Shuangi sought to muster her courage and make an effort. After all, even if it ended in heartbreak, there would be no regrets, would there? Very well, what song do you wish to hear? Song Zimo turned to glance at the karaoke stage, a wry smile gracing his lips as he acquiesced. That depends on your sincerity. Do not inquire further. Wang Shuangi felt a flutter of excitement in her heart upon hearing his agreement, though she maintained an air of composure. She was curious about what song he would choose to sing for her. Surely it would not be the one he had once sung for Dai Jingjing. If it were, she would hardly care for it. Approaching the karaoke stage, Song Zimo recalled a song that had been mentioned in a past encounter. Sir, which song would you like to request? The karaoke attendant inquired, interrupting his reminiscence. I wish to request Gui Was That Year, That Month, That Day, Song Zimo replied, shaking his head. Gui Was That Year, That Month, That Day. Who is Guyu? I cannot find this song, sir. Perhaps you were mistaken? The attendant looked perplexed, having searched in vain for the song and artist. Very well, then grant me the piano, and I shall perform it myself, Song Zimo responded, suddenly realizing that he had indeed been reborn to a time before the song's release. Without further ado, he decided to play and sing it himself. In his past life, he had pursued Dai Jingjing to the fullest extent, employing every means possible, including learning the piano for a time. He believed that once he won her heart, he would no longer be a mere admirer. Alas, he had ultimately remained just that. What is he doing? Why is he sitting at the piano? Can he actually play? I had no idea he possessed such hidden talents. Wang Shuangi watched with eager anticipation. However, as time passed, she found herself perplexed by Song Zimo's intentions. Despite her confusion, an inexplicable excitement bubbled within her. Even the cheap-how beauty, who had previously invited Song Zimo to dance, watched him with increasing interest, perhaps intrigued by his earlier rejection. Ding! The piano began to play, its melodious notes resonating throughout the ballroom. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, turning their gazes towards the stage. Song Zimo bowed his head, eyes closed, fingers dancing over the keys as memories flooded his heart. Moments of laughter, tears, joy, and sorrow, all now carried away by the winds of time. On that day, I locked the door for you. That night, I turned off the lights for you. I remember you once said we would never part, yet we have become strangers. His deep, clear voice delivered a haunting melody that pierced the hearts of all who listened. The audience was left in awe. Even Wang Shuangi covered her mouth in disbelief. What song is this? Why have I never heard it before? Could it be a song written just for me? In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, not knowing if they were of excitement or joy. That year, that month, that day you asked me to wait a little longer. I am sorry, but I can no longer cry for you from dawn till dusk. In 2 lifetimes, one has witnessed the splendor and vicissitudes of the world. At this moment, a faint aura of melancholy enveloped Song Zimo as he closed his eyes and sang with abandon. In an instant, his voice became etched in the minds of all present. Who is this individual? How is it possible for him to produce such enchanting melodies? The beauty in the cheap-how gazed at Song Zimo with unwavering eyes, deeply moved by his performance. At that moment, her heart swelled with indescribable excitement. From a moment she first saw him sitting alone in the corner, to when he lifted his gaze towards her, revealing his subtly sorrowful eyes, and then to his passionate singing at the piano. Everything about him captivated her profoundly. resonating with her spirit and soul. On that year, in that month, on that day, you asked me to wait a little longer. Forgive me. Do not deceive my innocence with lies any further. As the last notes faded and the piano fell silent, the audience was left with hearts that could not find tranquility. Handsome guy, may I have your phone number? The cheap-how beauty was the first to break the silence, striding towards Song Zimo in her high heels. At that moment, she resolved to obtain his contact information. Such an exceptional man. He is handsome, with a voice that enchants. Truly a perfect male deity. But before she could reach him, she was swiftly intercepted by Wang Shuangi, who protectively shielded Song Zimo behind her. What a farce. To give you my number and invite another competitor into the fray? Dream on. One Dai Jingjing is already a handful. Bringing in another would only diminish my chances even further. You cannot presume to know his intentions. The cheap-how beauty retorted, removing her mask to reveal a stunningly beautiful visage. Unlike Wang Shuangi and Dai Jingjing, she appeared to be several years older, exuding a mature and alluring charm that Wang Shuangi could not hope to rival. At this moment, the cheap-how beauty brimmed with confidence in her appearance. She firmly believed that Song Zimo would surely give her his contact information. Chapter 8. I've already lowered my head. What more do you want? Apologies, but I do not use a mobile phone, miss. We should be on our way. Just as the cheap-how beauty thought Song Zimo would willingly divulge his contact details, he surprisingly took Wang Shuangi's hand and left. So, incredulity, embarrassment, and anger. You. Stop right there. In such a setting, you claim you don't use a phone? Are you jesting with fools? The cheap-how beauty rushed towards Song Zimo as he turned to leave. She had envisioned a scenario where he would provide his number, followed by some sweet words. Yet, Song Zimo didn't even cast a glance her way before walking off. How could she possibly accept such a rejection? How thick-skinned can you be? My boyfriend only spoke gently to spare your feelings. Wang Shuangi, while asserting that Song Zimo was her boyfriend, stole a glance at him, feeling a surge of anxiety mixed with shyness. Although the relentless pursuit of Song Zimo by this woman infuriated her, on another note, it also indicated his exceptional nature. Moreover, this incident had undoubtedly brought her relationship with Song Zimo a significant step closer. I refuse to believe it unless he says it himself. The cheap-how beauty disregarded Wang Shuangi's taunts, fixating her gaze on Song Zimo. After all, she was merely asking for a phone number. How could he outright refuse in front of everyone? Despicable. Beautiful lady, it is inappropriate to request contact details upon our first encounter, is it not? Let's not speak of love at first sight. Such sentiments are reserved for the innocence of youth. Perhaps, if fate allows, another time may present itself. Song Zimo smiled calmly, his voice soothing despite the half-mask obscuring his face, evoking an inexplicable resonance within her. He then took Wang Shuangi's hand and bypassed the cheap-how beauty, departing with determination, leaving her in a daze. How infuriating! How dare you reject me? I shall certainly find you again. After a while, the cheap-how beauty returned to her senses, unable to fathom how she, for the first time, had boldly asked a man for his contact information and been turned down. It was beyond her comprehension. You, clarify your stance. On the way back, Wang Shuangi abruptly halted the car, turning to question him with ire. At that moment, she felt a surge of anger, akin to having been duped by Song Zimo. What do you mean? Song Zimo looked taken aback, confusion written across his face. Stop pretending. When did you learn to play the piano? I had no inkling. And that song you just sang, did you secretly compose it? Were you planning to sing it for Dai Jingjing, to confess your feelings once more? Wang Shuangi felt a flicker of irritation. In the past, while in school, she had suppressed any romantic feelings for Song Zimo, and they had not yet emerged. She had merely observed him, like a lovesick puppy, constantly fawning over Dai Jingjing, which left her feeling despondent. Now, having resolved to open her heart and pursue him boldly, she suddenly realized that Dai Jingjing had become an indelible shadow in her mind. That song is your favorite. Isn't it? Song Zimo replied with a smile, shaking his head. Wang Shuangi, initially ready to prepare for an argument, was taken aback by his calm demeanor and the words he spoke, which left her astonished. She pondered repeatedly, unable to recall ever having heard such a beautiful song. Do you believe that youth can be relived? For instance, discovering that one has been reborn after death, returning to the cliched plots of years past. Song Zimo continued to smile at Wang Shuangi, not offering any explanation, merely countering with a question. Do I appear to you as a fool? Wang Shuangi's expression darkened as she shot him an indignant glare. At that moment, she felt a surge of anger. Deny it all you want. Even a little white lie would suffice to placate me. To speak of rebirth and reliving youth, how absurd. Not merely resembling a fool, but indeed. You scoundrel. Calling me a fool, I shall have your head. Just as Wang Shuangi was about to retort, Song Zimo unexpectedly shifted the conversation, leaving her momentarily stunned and furious. In the next instant, she found herself playfully grappling with Song Zimo in the car. At that very moment, a red sports car passed by, and inside sat none other than Dai Jingjing. Since her rebirth last night, her mood had been anything but pleasant, especially today. After once again being met with the cold indifference of Song Zimo, she felt an overwhelming impulse to go mad. Thus, that night, unable to sleep, she took to the road in her car for a drive. At that moment, Dai Jingjing caught sight of a car parked by the roadside. With just a glance, she recognized it as Wang Shuangyi's vehicle, just as her mind was filled with questions about why Wang Shuangyi's car was here. She saw through the dim light of the car windows two figures playfully tussling within. In an instant, her heart trembled violently. Tears, unbidden, streamed down her face. Why? In this new life, was this guy so different from before? She felt unwilling, defiant. You scoundrel, do you think I Dai Jingjing am someone you can pursue or discard at will? Just wait. I will capture you, and then ruthlessly cast you aside, let you experience the bitterness of abandonment. That night, Song Zimo returned home and lay on his bed, once again troubled by how he could earn 200,000 in just a month. The days passed by, one after another. Could the regrets of his past life truly repeat themselves? No, absolutely not. Ding. Just then, Song Zimo's phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he found a friend request from Dai Jingjing. After graduation, she comes seeking to add him as a friend? Let bygones be bygones. The past is but smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Song Zimo chuckled, tossed his phone aside, and resumed pondering his financial endeavors, choosing to disregard it. In the past, he had shamelessly sent her friend requests, none of which she ever accepted. Now that he had given up, it truly seemed unnecessary to care any longer. You scoundrel, I took the initiative to add you. What more do you want? Accept it already. Are you a ghost? Or are you too busy with Wang Shuangyi to notice? Meanwhile, back at home, Dai Jingjing's mind was consumed with visions of Song Zimo and Wang Shuangyi frolicking in the car. Ultimately, she could no longer bear it, setting aside her pride. She picked up her phone and sent a friend request to Song Zimo. Originally, she believed that upon adding him, he would be overjoyed and accept her request immediately. However, she found herself repeating the process time and again, with no response from him on the other end. Chapter 9. Are you deliberately ignoring me? Ding ding, ding ding. Just as Song Zimo was deep in thought, still unable to devise a plan to earn 200,000 in such a short time, his phone rang. Hello, who is this? Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, he answered it casually. On the other end, Dai Jingjing was lost in her own thoughts. Initially, she assumed that Song Zimo had declined her friend request because he hadn't seen it. To her surprise, the call connected almost immediately. He even asked who she was. Had he truly deleted her number? At this thought, a wave of inexplicable anger and grievance washed over her, causing her eyes to redden. I've already taken the initiative to add you as a friend. What more do you want? Dai Jingjing took a deep breath and questioned loudly. Sorry. I was just in the shower and finished. Song Zimo, caught off guard by Dai Jingjing's call, felt a rush of embarrassment. Had he known it was her, he would have feigned ignorance and let it ring. However, now that he answered, hanging up would be rather rude. Dai Jingjing was incensed by Song Zimo's words, laughing in anger. Just saw it? What a coincidence. Spare me your excuses. Can you accept my request now? Dai Jingjing suppressed her fury, though her heart fumed with rage. She still tried to remain composed. Wasn't it an honor for him that she added him as a friend? Countless boys had sought her number in school, yet she had never reached out to anyone. Now, she had to call him to plead for his acceptance? How humiliating. All right then, I'll hang up first, otherwise I'll lose my connection. With that, Song Zimo ended the call. Beep, beep. On the other end, Dai Jingjing felt increasingly frustrated by Song Zimo's aloofness. You scoundrel. Just wait. I'll show you how I handle things later. Moments later, Dai Jingjing received a notification that Song Zimo had accepted her friend request. After adding him, she feigned indifference, waiting for him to message her first. Yet, 10 minutes passed, and not a single message arrived from Song Zimo. I'm off to bed, good night. Finally, Dai Jingjing could no longer contain herself and sent a message in frustration. At that moment, she thought after sending this, Song Zimo would surely realize she was upset and would reach out to comfort her. Oh, good night. However, before Dai Jingjing's thoughts could settle, Song Zimo's response flew back quickly, complete with an exclamation mark. What did that mean? Was he intentionally ignoring her all along? You scoundrel, you infuriate me. In a fit of rage, Dai Jingjing hurled her phone away, her pent-up anger finally erupting. As she raged, tears began to flow. Why had she done wrong? She had already offered him a chance, and even agreed to it once. Yet now, she had extended several opportunities. In fact, during the day, she had even humbly suggested he be her boyfriend. What an honor that was. Yet he had rejected her without a moment's hesitation. After being so vulnerable, what more could he possibly want? After crying for a while, Dai Jingjing anger subsided. When she reached for her phone to pick it up, she discovered that in her fit of rage, she had broken it. It wouldn't even turn on. Her inexplicable fury flared up once more. Fueled by anger, she stormed over to her computer desk, opened her laptop, and went online. Originally, she intended to seek out Song Zimo, but now just seeing his penguin avatar made her furious. Besides, she had already sent him a goodnight message in anger. If she were to approach him again now, wouldn't that be slapping her own face? Feeling restless as she browsed the web, she eventually stumbled upon a video just as she was about to give up and head to bed. Mysterious Man shocks dance party with heartfelt love song. The performance of that year, that month, that day astonished everyone present, evoking tears. Dai Jingjing scoffed at the melodramatic title and burst into laughter. In this day and age, who could still be captivated by such exaggerated antics? Immature, although she thought this, she found herself clicking on the video nonetheless. In an instant, a man adorned with a green wolf mask materialized before her. He sat at a piano, playing and singing with fervor. The aura that enveloped him was one of melancholy and sorrow, as if he had already borne witness to the world's splendor and tribulations. His voice was both melodious and deeply emotive, evoking the sensation that he was not merely singing, but recounting the tales of his past. In that fleeting moment, Dai Jingjing was profoundly shaken. As someone who had experienced rebirth, she felt a deep resonance with the essence emanating from this man. Wait, how could this song possibly exist in the present time? Initially, Dai Jingjing was merely captivated by the man's brooding presence. But moments later, she suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming in astonishment. She even rose abruptly from her chair at the computer desk. It was shock. It was disbelief. Who on earth was this man? Why was he singing a song that belonged to a different era? Could it be that he, like herself, was also a reincarnated soul? No, it was impossible. Her own rebirth was due to the sacrifice of Song Zimo, who had died to save her. Perhaps it was heaven's compassion that granted her a second chance at life. How could this man possibly share her fate? After ruminating for a while, Dai Jingjing could not decipher the key to this mystery. She immediately began searching the web, striving to uncover any information about the masked man. However, after extensive searching, she discovered only that mysterious video posted by an unknown source. There was no other information about this enigmatic figure. Who could this masked man be? Dai Jingjing murmured to herself, replaying the video over and over again. In her daze, she almost mistook him for Song Zimo. No, it could not possibly be that scoundrel. He was unworthy of attending such an upscale gathering. At that moment, Dai Jingjing resolved to find him and inquire about the song. Meanwhile, Song Zimo was restless and unable to sleep, so he picked up his phone to read a novel. As he read, a wild thought sparked in his mind. Write a novel. In his previous life, he vaguely remembered having written for a time, only to abandon it later. In this life, armed with extraordinary experiences, perhaps he could achieve fame in the literary world. The next day, during daylight hours, he rushed to an internet cafe to type away. By evening, he suddenly recalled the bar job he had applied for, hurriedly tidying himself up before heading to the bar. How could it be her? In the bar's office, when Song Zimo caught sight of the beautiful woman seated at the boss's desk, he was instantly flabbergasted. It was the enchanting lady in a cheap how from the previous night's ball who had invited him to dance. Chapter 10. Do I know you? Heavens! This world is rather small. Please, let her not recognize me. Otherwise, I might be in real trouble. Just then, Lian Yan also looked up. Her exquisite features, coupled with her captivating eyes, were filled with surprise and curiosity. For some reason, upon seeing this young man for the first time, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before. However, after pondering for a moment, Li Yin could not recall where. Mr. Li, it can't be, right? This is my first time at this bar. Song Zimo's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he was exceedingly grateful that he had not worn the suit bought for him by Wang Shuangyi. Otherwise, Li Yin would surely recognize him. Recalling how she had expressed curiosity about his appearance at the ball, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Really? Li Yin rose, her high heels clicking against the floor, intensifying Song Zimo's nervousness. She wore a strappy outfit, her hands tucked in her pockets, circling around him. How strange. Why did she feel this way? Yet could not remember where they had met. Mr. Li, am I qualified? If not, I can leave now. Having spoken, Song Zimo attempted to slip away. It was not that he didn't want to stay longer or didn't want the job. It was simply that this formidable beauty was too intimidating for him to handle. If he worked here as a waiter, he would inevitably be recognized by her one day. That would undoubtedly lead to complications. Who said you're not qualified? I think you are quite impressive. Your features are handsome, and your height and proportions are commendable. Work hard, and if you perform well, I will increase your salary. Seeing Song Zimo attempt to leave, Li Yinyan stopped him in his tracks. She scrutinized him closely, growing more pleased with what she saw. He was indeed a charming young man, albeit still retaining a hint of boyishness. Very well then. Song Zimo's lips twitched slightly, feeling quite helpless. Alas, had he known that the captivating lady in the qipao from the previous night was Li Yinyan, he would have never come. But at this point, it was too late to say anything. Why do I get the sense that you seem a bit unhappy? Li Yinyan inquired with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't he be elated upon learning he was hired? Not at all. I just feel I might not adapt well to this job. Song Zimo forced a smile, responding. Everything has an adjustment period, especially when starting a new job. Just do your best. And feel free to ask me any questions. Ah Chong, take him to change into a uniform. Li Yinyan interrupted Song Zimo, beckoning the security guard, Ah Chong, to lead him to change. Bro, nice. You just arrived, and the boss is already taking care of you. If you hit it big one day, remember to lend a hand to your brother. On the way to the changing room, Ah Chong remarked enviously to Song Zimo. He was well aware of Li Yinyan's character and had never seen her treat a new employee with such care. How could that be? I'm just doing a short-term job for a few days. I doubt I'll achieve anything significant. You, on the other hand, should take good care of yourself. Despite his youth, Song Zimo was equipped with memories from his past life, allowing him to handle matters with a maturity beyond his years. Ha ha ha. Mutual care and support. Akyang Lukdaktiri. Perhaps due to Li Yinyan's special treatment of Song Zimo, Ah Chong's tone was unusually friendly, devoid of any arrogance. A few minutes later, Song Zimo emerged in his waiter uniform, ready to serve drinks. Xiao Mo, table 8 needs drinks. You can take them over yourself. Initially, Ah Chong stayed by his side for a while. However, once Song Zimo became familiar with the layout of the tables, Ah Chong allowed him to deliver the drinks on his own. The work of a waiter was straightforward, serving drinks and carrying trays, requiring no special skill, making it accessible to anyone. All right, Chong, Song Zimo replied, balancing a tray as he approached. A moment later, he arrived at table 8. Hello, handsome and beautiful. Here are the drinks you ordered. Dai Xiaowa. As Song Zimo prepared to set down the tray of beverages, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Dai Jingjing. What a surprise. How would she be here? Song Zimo. Are you working as a waiter here? Dai Jingjing, who had been laughing and chatting with her friend, suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief upon spotting him. Song Zimo. A waiter at a bar? She had previously offered to help him secure a position at her father's company, where he could choose any role he desired. Yet, he had turned her down, opting for this job instead. Instantly, Dai Jingjing felt a surge of anger. She perceived her dignity as being severely trampled upon by Song Zimo. What did this mean? Did he look down upon the job she had found for him? Was he so unwilling to accept her assistance that he would rather work in a bar? Was it a refusal to accept her help, or merely an excuse to decline being her boyfriend? Excuse me, I have to attend to my duties. Please enjoy your drinks. Song Zimo said with a smile, turning to leave. Song Zimo, come back. Did you not hear me calling you? Dai Jingjing shouted, her anger boiling over as he showed no inclination to acknowledge her. Despite her calls, Song Zimo continued on his way. Frustrated, Dai Jingjing could no longer hold back and stormed after him. You scoundrel, clarify your intentions right now. In a moment of fury, she seized his arm, confronting him with a fierce glare. Fuming with anger, she could hardly contain her feelings. If Song Zimo had chosen a more respectable job, she might have accepted it. But working as a waiter in a bar filled with dubious characters? With his looks, he could easily fall prey to those unscrupulous women. How could she not be angry? She would not allow any man pursuing her to be tainted by other women. What are you saying, Dai School Bell? I don't quite comprehend your words, Song Zimo replied, utterly bewildered. Was this woman truly in her right mind? During their school days, he had confessed his feelings to her numerous times, only to be met with unrelenting rejection. Now that he had been reborn, why was she still resistant? Was it because he had grown accustomed to pursuing her and was now unwilling to continue? Why are you working in such a place? Why do you refuse my kindness? Is it simply because I suggested you be my boyfriend? Is it really necessary? Dai Jingjing was genuinely infuriated. Keep pretending. Continue your charade. If you make things difficult for me, I will ensure you suffer as well. Chapter 11. Such indifference. I will not accept. Dai School Bell. What kind of job I take has nothing to do with being your boyfriend. It's utterly nonsensical. Song Zimo found himself laughing in exasperation. He had not realized before, but now he saw that this school belle was exceedingly proud. He attempted to step around Dai Jingjing and leave once more. However, before he could take a step, she blocked his path again, glaring at him, her shoulders trembling with indignation, simultaneously furious and aggrieved. She could not fathom how he could utter such hurtful words. If you resign from your job and come to my father's company, I will not go, he interrupted decisively. Are you kidding? Enduring your disdain daily at your family's company? Wasn't your previous humiliation enough? Before Dai Jingjing could finish, Song Zimo firmly rejected her. You. Her eyes turned red with anger, tears brimming in her eyes. She had never been reprimanded by her parents in her life. Yet here, she was brought to tears by this man. This was not the first time he had made her cry. There were also the previous days. I'm currently at work, Dai school bell. Please refrain from disturbing me. Song Zimo said, taking a deep breath, his voice tinged with impatience. Strangely enough, seeing Dai Jingjing in this state stirred a feeling of irritation within him. Isn't that Miss Dai? Xiaomo, what happened? Did you upset Miss Dai? Just as Song Zimo was about to leave again, Dai Jingjing stubbornly refused to yield. When Achong approached from a distance, Achong instantly recognized Dai Jingjing and greeted her with a smile. Then he noticed the tears glistening in her eyes as she glared at Song Zimo. It was clear to him that Song Zimo had provoked her displeasure. Brother Chong, I did not upset her, Song Zimo replied, feeling overwhelmed. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Dai Jingjing interjected angrily. At that moment, the tears that had been pooling in her eyes finally spilled over. This jerk, is he truly so cold-hearted? I'm this upset, this heartbroken. Why won't he come to comfort me? Even a simple apology would suffice. I would forgive him. Yet, he wore an expression of indifference. The more she looked at him, the more aggrieved Dai Jingjing felt, and the more her anger intensified. Xiaomo, come here. Are you so full of yourself? You dare provoke the daughter of the Dai family? Go, hurry and sincerely apologize to her. I assure you, if you manage to get such a highborn lady to glance at you, it will be worth more than 2 months of serving drinks here. Achong observed that Song Zimo had just stepped out of school. He took him aside, admonishing him with the wisdom of experience. Nearby, Dai Jingjing was seething with anger. However, because of the proximity, she overheard Achong's words. Seeing him urge Song Zimo to apologize, her heart lightened just a fraction. You scoundrel, when you do apologize, don't think I will forgive you easily. Do you believe I, Dai Jingjing, can be dismissed with a mere change of expression? You made me cry, and I will not forgive you quickly, unless, Brother Chong, I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize to her? But Song Zimo's nonchalant words shattered Dai Jingjing's little pride once more. You little brat, are you getting cocky? It's only your first day at work, and you dare to oppose me? Do you truly think that just because you have Mr. Lee backing you, you can act with impunity? I may not dare to lay a finger on you, but you should know that Miss Dai is not someone you can provoke. If you truly anger her, even Mr. Lee would likely not offend her on your behalf. Now go apologize. I do not wish to hear any more refusals. Achong was somewhat exasperated. This young man, relying on Mr. Lee's favor, was becoming increasingly reckless. Was being handsome truly such a great achievement? This was outrageous. I apologize for what I said earlier if it upset you. Song Zimo sighed, a wave of headache washing over him. He had come to realize that merely offering an apology would not suffice. Dai Jingjing was unlikely to let the matter rest easily tonight. Indeed, she was a pampered young lady, accustomed to having her way. Coupled with Achong's pressure, Song Zimo reluctantly approached her and uttered a dismissive remark. Such insincerity I cannot accept. Upon seeing Song Zimo bow his head, Dai Jingjing felt a semblance of relief in her heart. However, her proud demeanor compelled her to maintain a cold expression, towering over him. It appeared she was deliberately seeking to vex him. In truth, she did not wish to be bothersome. Rather, his indifference irked her immensely, provoking her ire. If you do not accept my sentiments, then by all means, continue as you wish. In my past life, I was a devoted admirer, indulging her whims. In this life, shall I still play the role of a sycophant? Dream on. Noticing Dai Jingjing's haughty attitude, Song Zimo's expression turned icy once more. After delivering his retort, he did not spare her another glance and turned to leave. Dai Jingjing obstinately blocked his path, but this time, Song Zimo did not relent. Instead, he pushed her aside. In an instant, Dai Jingjing stood frozen in place. Moments later, tears began to flow as she sobbed in profound sorrow. Xiaomo, you little rascal, come back. You've made Miss Dai cry. Have you lost your mind? Achong snapped back to reality, his voice laced with anger. Yet, Song Zimo did not halt his steps. After all, it was just his first night on the job. If need be, he would resign and seek employment elsewhere. Furthermore, working as a waiter here, he would inevitably be recognized by Li Yanyan. Perhaps leaving early was not such a bad idea after all. Jingjing, stop crying. If he does not wish to be your boyfriend, then so be it. You used to dislike him, didn't you? At that moment, Dai Jingjing's friend, Jiang Xiaoru, rushed over. She immediately enveloped Dai Jingjing in a comforting embrace. Xiaoru, but Dai Jingjing looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Jiang Xiaoru. She recalled Song Zimo's mocking tone from earlier, and her feelings of injustice deepened, causing her cries to grow louder. In the past, he had never spoken to her in such a tone. What was happening? A boyfriend? Unwilling? Chong was infuriated. Initially, he had thought Song Zimo was unfamiliar with Dai Jingjing, having just started and unintentionally angered her. However, upon hearing Jiang Xiaoru's words, his eyes widened in shock. Abruptly, Chong turned to look at the departing Song Zimo. Although he was dressed in the ordinary garb of a bar waiter, his silhouette exuded an inexplicable air of melancholy, as if he were out of place in this vibrant world. Could it be that he was a scion of a wealthy family, taking on the role of a waiter merely for the sake of experiencing life? Preparing to return home to inherit a vast fortune? Chapter 12. You bully a young lady, and you think you are justified? Song Zimo, do you not possess any sense of conscience? You treated Jingjing so well at school. She merely rejected you a few times, and you felt the need to wound her heart so deeply? She is over there, heartbroken, drinking alone. You must go and console her. After a while Song Zimo continued to busy himself with serving drinks, Jiang Xiaoru stormed over, seething with anger. In an instant, she snatched the tray from Song Zimo's hands and slammed it onto the floor, exclaiming furiously. Not far away, Chong witnessed this scene and could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. Previously, he had merely suspected that Song Zimo was a wealthy heir. Now, seeing even a young lady of Dai Jingjing's stature clinging to him, his conviction grew stronger. Goodness, this was extraordinary. No wonder he had waved his hand dismissively when told to take care of his friends after achieving success. It turned out he was here to experience life. She cried. What does that have to do with me? She drinks. Why are you looking for me? You said it yourself. She rejected me numerous times back in school. As a grown man, I cannot lose all dignity, and besides, I genuinely do not have feelings for her anymore. Song Zimo looked at Jiang Xiaoru, somewhat at a loss for words. It was one thing for Dai Jingjing to be proud. How could her friend Jiang Xiaoru be so unreasonable as well? The argument had already drawn the attention of several onlookers. A crowd had gathered, astonished at Song Zimo's audacity to refuse to console the young heiress. Impressive. Being handsome truly allows one to act with impunity. Fine, you refuse to go? Today, you must accompany her. Jiang Xiaoru was furious. With that, she pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket and slammed it onto the bar counter, specifically demanding Song Zimo to accompany Dai Jingjing. Nearby, the other waiters watched the spectacle with envy, jealousy, and astonishment. Such an opportunity? Why until they encountered something like this? Xiaomo, my dear, you can't cross paths with anyone, but you mustn't cross paths with money. You may not care for it, but your brothers do. Go on. If you don't, Miss Dai's friends might cause chaos here tonight. If the boss gets angry, we can't bear the consequences. Keep this money. It's not shameful, and we still hope for tips. Chong, after Jiang Xiaoru left, immediately seized the cash on the bar and stuffed it into Song Zimo's pockets, not missing a single bill. Without waiting for Song Zimo to agree, Chong yelled for others to lift him toward booth number 8 to accompany the drinks. Upon hearing this, Song Zimo was at a loss for words. What was happening? He had come to work as a waiter. How had he inexplicably transformed into a drink companion? Jingjing, don't be upset. That scoundrel is here. Moments latte. Song Zimo was forcibly carried to booth number 8 by Chong and the others. Jiang Xiaoru, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She quickly turned to comfort Dai Jingjing. I'm feeling down. Accompany me for a drink. Dai Jingjing, with red-rimmed eyes, glanced at Song Zimo, lifting a glass of liquor and placing it before him. After completing this gesture, she simply stared at him. Memories of the past flickered before her eyes. That night, she had still despised him, yet he had been unfazed, grinning as he shielded her from drinks. Until ultimately, she had succumbed to alcohol poisoning and ended up in the hospital. At that time, she had mocked him for being useless, unable to handle even a little alcohol. Apologies. I do not drink. Glancing at the glass, Song Zimo took a deep breath and shook his head. He then pulled out the cash from his pocket and placed it on the table. The tears that Dai Jingjing had just managed to suppress surged forth once more. You don't drink? Or is it that you simply refuse to drink? If you cannot drink, then what about that night in the past? Dai Jingjing felt a wave of self-mockery wash over her. She distinctly remembered that night when he had consumed copious amounts, even landing in the hospital. However, before she could finish her thoughts, her heart trembled. Suddenly, she lifted her head to look at Song Zimo. It was precisely because he couldn't drink that he had gotten so intoxicated. It was precisely because he couldn't drink that he had ended up hospitalized. However, he resolutely lifted his wine glass, consuming one cup after another. Why? Why has it come to this? Dai Jingjing suddenly realized that her heart felt heavy with distress. Jingjing, you can't drink. Allow me to accompany you. It's merely wine, after all. How much can it take? At that moment, the affluent Xianglong, seated not far from Dai Jingjing, promptly approached and drained the glass in front of Song Zimo in one gulp. Dai Jingjing gazed at Song Zimo, who wore an expression of serene indifference. No, it was not mere tranquility. It bore a hint of coldness. How had she managed to provoke him? Why had he suddenly transformed into a stranger, treating her with such aloofness? Was it merely because she had refused him a few times? In her previous life, she often rejected him, yet remained unperturbed by his disdain. Why was he now exhibiting such anger and disregard? A sense of grievance and discomfort welled within her, even tinged with a hint of unwillingness. Therefore, Dai Jingjing sniffled and lifted her own glass. She wanted to observe Song Zimo's reaction, to see if he would intervene. To see. Alas, Song Zimo's response was destined to disappoint her. He remained seated, his expression still indifferent, not hesitating any longer. Dai Jingjing tilted her head back and drained the glass. More. She would drink until she was inebriated. She might as well indulge herself. After all, he no longer cared. 1 cup, 2 cups. Moments later, Dai Jingjing was already intoxicated, yet her resolve to continue remained unwavering. Jingjing, stop drinking. You're already drunk. Please. Don't. Jiang Xiaoru urged loudly from the side. Song Zimo, is your heart made of stone? You once pursued Jingjing with fervor, even if you no longer harbor feelings. Can't you at least act like a friend? Will you merely watch as she continues to torment herself, seeing that she could not persuade Dai Jingjing? Jiang Xiaoru turned her gaze to Song Zimo, filled with anger and frustration. She could not fathom why Dai Jingjing cared so deeply for this scoundrel. Hadn't she previously loathed him? Perhaps something had shifted since the graduation party last night. She seemed entirely different. It was as if their personalities had switched, and she had become someone entirely new. Previously, Dai Jingjing had detested Song Zimo vehemently, while he had adored her like a loyal dog. Now, however, the situation appeared entirely reversed. Good heavens, what had transpired between them? Yet, Jiang Xiaoru's words did not elicit any reaction from Song Zimo, who remained impassive in his seat. Witnessing this, Dai Jingjing drank even more fervently. It was unclear whether she was genuinely seeking solace in her drink, or merely drinking for Song Zimo's sake. Jingjing, drink slowly. I'm here for you. Xianglong cast a sidelong glance at Song Zimo, a smirk gracing his lips. He then seated himself beside Dai Jingjing, seemingly intent on wrapping an arm around her waist. Observing her demeanor, it appeared she did not reject his advances. Are you done making a scene? Finally, Song Zimo could no longer contain himself. He pushed Xianglong aside and seized Dai Jingjing's hand. No, are you bullying a girl and thinking you're justified? Chapter 13. Didn't I think you would comfort me? Dai Jingjing discovered that Song Zimo still cared for her. However, it seemed he no longer expressed his feelings as openly as before, leaving her emotions in a tumultuous state of happiness and disappointment. She simply gazed at Song Zimo, who frowned back at her. At that moment, his face wore a calm facade, yet his heart was in turmoil, a throbbing headache plaguing him. Why was this school beauty acting in such a manner? In her previous life, hadn't she wished for him to keep his distance? In this life, it seemed she was developing a dependence on him. This was not a favorable sign. Let me take you home. With a sigh, Song Zimo chose not to say more. Attempting to leave, he found himself unable to do so. Observing Dai Jingjing's unreasonable antics, he decided to make certain concessions, albeit only for this evening. I'm not going back. I want to continue drinking, since you no longer like me and refuse to be my girlfriend. Whatever I do has nothing to do with you. I shall persist in my antics. Perhaps Dai Jingjing sensed that Song Zimo genuinely cared for her. Consequently, her proud demeanor resurfaced, compelling her to force Song Zimo to yield and revert to their previous dynamic. But could that truly happen? Song Zimo was no longer the same as before. If that is the case, then continue your antics. Angered, Song Zimo released her hand and turned to leave. Seeing this, Dai Jingjing panicked. Shouldn't he have lowered his tone and coaxed her gently? Why did he turn cold and walk away without a backward glance? Instinctively, she reached out to grasp Song Zimo's sleeve, but he coldly shrugged her off. Leave? He did not look back, even once. Jingjing, why do you care for such a scoundrel? If you want to drink, I'll accompany you. Later, I'll take you home. Xianglong, witnessing Song Zimo's departure, wore an even broader grin. The next moment, he returned to Dai Jingjing's side, ready to seize the opportunity. After all, a girl's heart is most vulnerable at such times. Moreover, having consumed so much alcohol, if he could take advantage of the situation, his status as her boyfriend would be solidified. From then on, he would become the envy of all. Get away. I don't need your concern. Stay away from me. Her earlier drinking had merely been a pretense to provoke Song Zimo. Now that he had left, Dai Jingjing no longer felt the need for such charades. She immediately pushed Xiang Long, wrapping her arms around her knees and bursting into tears. Jingjing, please don't cry. That scoundrel Song Zimo just said he would take you home. If you care for him so much, why not agree? Jiang Xiaoru felt a headache coming on. As Dai Jingjing's close friend, she naturally sympathized with her sorrow. Yet from a neutral standpoint, she felt that Dai Jingjing had gone too far. Moreover, that scoundrel Song Zimo was truly infuriating. Did he not realize how simple a girl's heart could be? As a boy, couldn't he offer a little understanding? I thought he would comfort me, but who knew he would walk away without a glance? Woe is me, Dai Jingjing cried, still believing she had done nothing wrong. Thinking the one at fault was Song Zimo, it truly validated the old adage, a girl can do no wrong. Xiaoru, please go talk to him. I would like him to take me home. After a moment of sobbing, Dai Jingjing reflected and realized she might not be entirely in the right. Feeling dizzy from the alcohol, she decided to take a step back and allow Song Zimo to escort her home. Feel free to speak for yourself. I cannot bring myself to approach him again, Jiang Xiaoru remarked, her frustration palpable. Although she, too, enjoyed the drama, it was never to the extent of her friend. Just moments ago, her attempt to summon Song Zimo for a booth had resulted in an unpleasant encounter. Now, he had been driven away by Dai Jingjing's ire. To seek him out again would only invite ridicule and humiliation. Oh, Dai Jingjing exclaimed, her grievances swelling as she wept louder. Jiang Xiaoru, witnessing the scene, felt her head throb with exasperation. After a lengthy pause, she finally sighed, conceding defeat. Song Zimo, what have you done to provoke Miss Dai? A few minutes later, as Song Zimo took a break to visit the restroom, Li Yinyin, clad in high heels, approached him. When did I ever provoke her? I haven't done anything, he replied, his expression darkening. Clearly, Dai Jingjing had gone to her to air her grievances. Was he to be reprimanded for something he hadn't even done? With a stern expression, Li Yinyin crossed her arms, clearly irked. On your very first night, you've created quite the mess. Your audacity is commendable. Though I may have given you special treatment for your handsome looks, that does not grant you carte blanche. Li Zong, I am unaware of what Dai Jingjing has told you. At this point, no explanation would suffice to convince you of my innocence. Therefore, to clear my name, I shall resign. Farewell. Song Zimo inhaled deeply, fatigue washing over him. He was weary of the chaos that had unfolded on his very first night. Moreover, knowing that Dai Jingjing was aware of his employment, there only hinted at future troubles. After much contemplation, he arrived at a decision. Resign? Did I say anything to warrant that? Why are you, a grown man, so easily offended? Li Yinyin interjected, blocking his path, caught off guard by her sudden obstruction. Song Zimo nearly collided with her, but managed to stop just in time. Your meaning was quite evident, was it not? He replied calmly, looking up at her. In that moment, memories of the previous night's events at the ball flooded his mind, recalling how he had nearly removed his mask in front of her. Would she flip her lid if she knew he was the one who had danced with her and inadvertently stepped on her toes multiple times? I may have hinted at it, but I never voiced it outright. Li Yinyin's expression froze, her annoyance palpable as she glared at him. Was he reading her mind now? She had not yet spoken her mind, yet he could decipher her thoughts. She had intended to admonish him further, but seeing him sulk over the prospect of quitting, she decided to let him off the hook for the time being. Miss Dai is heading home. You should escort her. This is a golden opportunity to connect with a wealthy heiress. Do not squander it. Dai Jingjing cast a knowing glance at Song Zimo, winking suggestively, her intentions unmistakable. Chapter 14. It turns out, she just couldn't swallow her pride. Why me? Song Zimo furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. He had already made concessions by offering to take her home, only to be met with her refusal and scathing remarks calling him meddlesome. Why would he want to take her home now? How was I to know? She specifically requested you to take her home. If you refuse, who else will? Li Yanyan, this guy was putting on a show, wasn't he? Many young men would jump at the chance to drive Dai Jingjing home, yet here he was, unwilling to oblige. I refuse. Song Zimo took a deep breath, reiterating his earlier stance. I offered to take her before, but she turned me down. That was before. You must understand, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as a needle in the ocean. You cannot decipher it. Li Yinyin interrupted, her tone insistent. She urged him to seize the opportunity, emphasizing its potential rewards. Li Zong, can you please? Absolutely not. Ah Chong, gather a few people and carry him over. Li Yinyin was well aware of what Song Zimo intended to say, and before he could finish, she cut him off. Was he now disregarding his boss's orders? Had he grown too bold? All right, boss. Xiaomao, my apologies, but the boss has given orders. Moments later, Chong summoned several burly security men, all eager to enforce the directive. Stop. I'll go. I'll go. Song Zimo's face turned pale, and with a resigned sigh, he ultimately acquiesced. When he reached the booth, he discovered that Dai Jingjing had succumbed to intoxication, sprawled on the sofa. Carry her. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Jiang Xiaoru, spotting him, breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, she had feared he might not show up. However, when she noticed him standing idly, her frustration flared anew. Me? Song Zimo was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. If not me, then who? Jingjing is heavy and inebriated. How am I supposed to carry her? The other guys aren't allowed to touch her. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoru marched over, pushing him toward the sofa. Seeing this, Song Zimo could only stand there in silence. Sighing, he ultimately resigned himself to the task, bending down to scoop up the limp Dai Jingjing. In truth, she wasn't particularly heavy. However, her drunken state rendered her utterly uncooperative, slipping through his grasp. After considerable effort, he finally managed to hoist her into the car. Drenched in sweat, I leave Jingjing in your hands. We are heading back now. Farewell. Just as he placed her in the vehicle, Jiang Xiaoru spoke up. But what infuriated Song Zimo most was that this so-called best friend didn't even wait for him to respond before speeding off. Stunned, he exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you going to ask if I can even drive?" As he watched Jiang Xiaoru drive away, he called out, "Is this what a best friend does? Shouldn't she be protective of Dai Jingjing, keeping an eye on me to prevent any mischief? Why is she fleeing so quickly? As if afraid I might take advantage of her? Can't drive? Then carry her across the street to the hotel. Do I need to teach you everything? Such a waste of an opportunity." From the air, Jiang Xiaoru's mocking voice echoed back at him. At that moment, Song Zimo found himself utterly disheveled in the wind. Truly, what a remarkable best friend. Sighing, he glanced at the inebriated Dai Jingjing, shaking his head in resignation. Although he was not yet proficient at driving in this life, he had learned in his previous existence. Thus, Song Zimo took to the wheel, fastened his seatbelt, and, relying on the memories in his mind, set out to escort Dai Jingjing home. "Hey, you scoundrel, don't you like me? Why'd you stop pursuing me?" Suddenly, from the passenger seat, Dai Jingjing slurred this unexpected remark. "I already mentioned." Song Zimo replied without turning his head. "Just wait. I will definitely win you over. And once you fall for me, I shall ruthlessly cast you aside, making you experience heart-wrenching despair." Before Song Zimo could finish his retort, Dai Jingjing's voice interrupted him again. Upon hearing her words, Song Zimo's expression stiffened. He quickly turned to look at the passenger seat, realizing that she was merely speaking in her sleep, still oblivious to her drunken state. Yet, this nonsense left him fuming, as he thought to himself, "How absurd. This campus beauty, who once despised me, suddenly clings to me as if I were her lifeline. It seems she cannot stand my indifference and seeks revenge. Was it truly necessary?" Ultimately, Song Zimo cast a deep glance at her, shook his head, and continued to focus on driving. "Hey, wake up. We're home." Half an hour later, Song Zimo parked the car in front of her house. He then opened the passenger door, hoping to rouse Dai Jingjing. With a gentle shake, Dai Jingjing let out a soft whimper before slowly opening her eyes. However, her gaze remained bewildered, clearly still under the influence of alcohol. Just then, Song Zimo noticed her alluring lips moving as if she were about to speak. "Dai Jingjing, what do you wish to say?" he inquired, surprised that she had actually awakened. Dai Jingjing remained silent, her eyes still glazed, her lips fluttering as if attempting to articulate something. "What was that? Speak up. I can't hear you." Song Zimo leaned in closer, straining to catch her words. Suddenly, Dai Jingjing's body trembled, her cheeks puffed out, and she tilted her head back, promptly vomiting all over him. "Dai Jingjing, you little rascal." Song Zimo was left dumbfounded. Was this revenge? Fortunately, he had dodged just in time. Otherwise, it would have landed on his face. How utterly revolting. Seeing the mess on himself, he cursed in frustration, feeling utterly helpless as he bent down to clean up the mess with some tissues. What he hadn't anticipated was that after throwing up, Dai Jingjing would fall back into a deep slumber, her arms wrapping around his neck. Chapter 15. Farewell to our youth. Is Jingjing back? Hearing the sound of a car outside, along with the lights, Dai Jingjing's mother, Liu, stepped out of the house. Dai Jingjing was undeniably beautiful, likely inheriting her mother's striking features. Clad in a nightgown, Liu emerged from the house, her silhouette ethereal against the night, akin to a wild lily blooming in the dark. "Hello, Auntie. Dai Jingjing has had too much to drink. I brought her back," Song Zimo hurriedly explained, prying Dai Jingjing's arm away as he turned to face Liu. Observing Liu, who appeared to be in her 30s, Song Zimo felt a wave of nostalgia. How wonderful it must be to possess wealth, with no obligations other than indulging in beauty treatments and fitness regimens. Looking at his own aunt, he vowed to himself, "Rest assured, in this life, I shall earn money, great sums of it, to honor you." With thoughts of his aunt's need for substantial funds for medical treatment in a month looming over him, Song Zimo's resolve to succeed intensified. Has Jingjing really drunk this much? That little rascal, please ensure she gets home safely. Li Yueyu rushed over, her concern palpable as she saw Dai Jingjing in such a state. And upon witnessing the mess on Song Zimo, she scolded him mildly. It's nothing, Annie. Dai Jingjing is safe now. I shall take my leave. Song Zimo shook his head, eager to depart, as he genuinely wished to distance himself from her in this life. Xiao Mo, your clothes are all dirty. Why not come inside to wash up? Li Yueyu recognized Song Zimo, having seen him pursue her daughter relentlessly throughout high school, making it impossible for her not to notice. However, she was perplexed as to why Dai Jingjing had returned home with him. No, it's quite late. I wouldn't want to intrude. Goodbye, Annie, Song Zimo said with a smile, waving his hand as he turned to leave. Xiao Mo, why not drive Jingjing's car back? Li Yueyu called after him, feeling a twinge of guilt as she observed him walking away. Though her daughter had no affection for him, it was late, and he had gone through the trouble of bringing Dai Jingjing home. Auntie, there's no need. I'll take a taxi back, came Song Zimo's polite refusal from a distance. Taxi? Nonsense. Just walk home. Song Zimo declined, determined not to entangle himself with Dai Jingjing in any emotional capacity henceforth. Some memories were best left behind. Sighing, Li Yueyu watched as Song Zimo's figure faded into the night, a blend of elegance and solitude, prompting her to reflect on her own youth. The fleeting moments of infatuation she once experienced. She understood, well, that those who can hurt you are often the ones who genuinely care about you. Yet, matters of the heart cannot be forced. After leaving Dai Jingjing's home, Song Zimo promptly headed to an internet cafe to write, to continue his writing. His lengthy novel had already been published, titled How She Felt Reborn, Yet I Still Confessed. Before putting pen to paper, Song Zimo had pondered what to write. After a long night of contemplation, he decided to chronicle the days of his unrequited affection. It seemed rather fitting to weave his past experiences with his rebirth into a compelling narrative. Have you seen it, brothers? A new book has emerged online. Currently trending, a tale of a lovesick fool who ends up with nothing and is reborn. Indeed, I have. It has only a few thousand words so far, yet it's already dominating all the charts. That lovesick fool, M.O. Bai, is truly pitiful. I feel for him. Exactly. It's fortunate he was reborn. I wonder how he will choose to navigate his new life. In an era before the advent of Android phones, most people spent their leisure time in internet cafes, engaging in reading novels. Using computers was the norm. In the realm of mobile phones, one typically either downloads content onto a storage card or indulges in those premium wireless narratives. Perhaps it is precisely because the influence of smartphones has yet to penetrate this world that platforms such as Douyin, Kuaishou, and WeChat remain absent. The most popular application during that time was QQ. How I reminisce about the nights spent clandestinely visiting internet cafes before graduation, engaging in QQ chats, dancing to rhythmic beats, battling in legendary games, and immersing myself in the enchanting universe of Warcraft. Ah, the nostalgia of our youth. Farewell to our cherished youth. Yet, how is it possible that a mere few tens of thousands of words could elicit such an abundance of reviews? When Song Zimo logged onto a hefty desktop computer and opened the page of his own published novel, he was utterly taken aback. To his astonishment, the novel he had just updated the previous day boasted over 100 reviews. Dear author, what should M.O. Bai choose? Should he pursue Ling Wei like a devoted admirer? Please, brother, do not let M.O. Bai become a mere sycophant. Such a girl is not worth it. Oh, how lovely was that early summer, where love remained unspoken, yet silently nurtured, allowing them to flourish. As Song Zimo perused each comment, he felt not only warmth but also a profound sense of emotion. He had merely unveiled fragments of his past life in an alternative manner, yet it resonated with so many. Uncertain of what lay ahead, he decided to let nature take its course. Responding to a popular comment, Song Zimo acknowledged his devoted readers. Subsequently, he closed the web page, connected his USB drive, and resumed typing on his laptop. In the latter part of his previous life, he frequently utilized computers. Hence, Song Zimo typed with remarkable speed. Coupled with the unexpected acclaim his newly published novel received from numerous fans, he felt a surge of accomplishment alongside his emotional response. Thus, he found himself increasingly motivated to write. As he penned his words, he reached a poignant moment where reality and dreams began to blur. Meanwhile, Dai Jingjing awoke from her drunken slumber at the stroke of 3 in the morning, gazing around her familiar room and upon her well-known bed. An unexpected emptiness enveloped her heart. Was it that scoundrel who brought her back? Sleep eluded her. Her phone lay broken, and she had forgotten to procure a new one during the day. Possessing memories of her past life, she found this slow-paced existence utterly challenging to adapt to. After all, in her former life, with the rapid evolution of technology, it wouldn't be long before she could lie in bed each night, scrolling through Douyin and chatting on WeChat. Rising to the occasion, she pondered that perhaps only by browsing the internet could she fill the void within her heart. How could she have thought that in this rebirth she would still be confessing her feelings? What kind of book was this? Such an unusually lengthy title she had never encountered before. Curiosity piqued. She clicked to explore further. As an avid book lover, Dai Jingjing, now truly reborn, felt a natural intrigue towards such literature. Most significantly, this book had just appeared on the rankings, and being a new release only heightened her curiosity. Wow, this female protagonist, Ling Wei, is so hypocritical. It's simply outrageous. How can she be so heartless when Mo Bai cares for her so deeply? Can't she grant him a single chance? After reading just a few chapters, Dai Jingjing was infuriated by the actions of the school's belle within the narrative. She felt pity for the humble Mo Bai, who so foolishly played the role of a devoted admirer. Chapter 16. Aunt, I will not let you leave. As she continued reading, tears welled in Dai Jingjing's eyes. Mo Bai truly was a fool. Ling Wei was excessively cruel. Even if she did not harbor feelings for him, why inflict such emotional pain? Wiping her eyes with a tissue, she found herself deeply immersed in the story. Initially perplexed by how a mere few tens of thousands of words could dominate the new book rankings, she now comprehended the reason. Was this merely a tale? Or was it a cathartic recounting of one's own experiences? Having been reborn, Dai Jingjing's emotional turmoil resonated more intensely than anyone else's. How infuriating! Just when she reached a crucial point, it ended. This author, Tijou Maihua, was utterly detestable. Could they not update a few more chapters? Dai Jingjing was eager to see how Mo Bai would navigate his rebirth. Her anticipation was palpable. Yet, as she flipped further through the pages, she discovered it was over. Furious, she felt an urge to smash her computer. Update, update, send flowers, send knives. You scoundrel, hurry and release more chapters. I am waiting to see what transpires next. Dai Jingjing, having fumed for quite some time, left a comment. Tijou Maihua, I will send you a gift. Provide me with 10 updates tomorrow. Otherwise, we shall have unfinished business. Money was of no concern to Dai Jingjing. Her family was affluent. But now, she simply yearned to delve deeper into this novel and witness how Mo Bai would choose after his rebirth. To her, that early summer was so naive, so kind-hearted. If only she could, she would wish for Mo Bai to be with that early summer. After all, in his previous life, every time he faced Ling Wei's rejection or cruel mockery, that early summer would come to comfort him as a true friend, offering her shoulder to this foolish boy. Only after he regained his spirits would she smile and depart, though her eyes would betray a hint of sorrow. Did he truly remain oblivious to a girl's feelings? Ling Wei did not love him at all. The one who genuinely cherished him was that early summer. Sitting at her computer desk, Dai Jingjing was lost in thought. Moments later, just as she was about to shut down her computer and return to bed, a new reply appeared beneath her comment. Dai Jingjing's heart raced with excitement. Had the author responded so swiftly? How wonderful! She assumed Tijou Maihua had replied to her message, or was announcing a new chapter update. Filled with anticipation and trepidation, she recalled that the last part she read was precisely when Mo Bai returned to confess on the night of their high school graduation gathering. Who do you think you are? The author is a person, not a machine. Can you expect 10 updates a day? Is sending gifts such a monumental achievement? Dai Jingjing thought, her previous comments now seeming trivial. Opening the review section, she found not the author's reply, but a chorus of fans voicing their grievances. What's wrong with wanting him to update? Is it inappropriate for an author to update at a sluggish pace? Dai Jingjing, typically a proud young lady accustomed to being the center of attention, found herself irked when pursuing a fiction and leaving a comment led to her being criticized. Therefore, she promptly retorted, if you think the updates are slow, you need not read, as if anyone craves your readership. Instantly, her comment ignited a fierce debate. A swarm of fans vehemently condemned Dai Jingjing. To be precise, they were targeting her registered username, Sweet Cute Girl. This group of brainless fans is driving me mad. Scoundrels, if you don't want to read, then don't. Who needs your approval? As Dai Jingjing witnessed the barrage of criticism directed at her, she felt her temper flare. What sort of individuals were these? The updates are sluggish, deliberately tantalizing, and yet one is not even allowed to voice discontent? How foolish! How foolish! Dai Jingjing, in a huff, closed the webpage and resolved to ignore those dim-witted fans. Immediately thereafter, she reclined back on her bed. Yet the image of that enigmatic figure in black and white lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. What transpired? Just a moment ago, the comment section was harmonious. How did it devolve into chaos in the blink of an eye? Meanwhile, Song Zimo had been typing away for a while. Realizing that time was slipping away, he yawned, saved his work, and intended to peruse his creation before heading home to rest. However, upon opening the website, he was taken aback. The originally modest count of just over 100 comments had surged to 300, and that was not all. The previously amicable atmosphere had been replaced by a cacophony of accusations, all directed at a girl known as Sweet Cute Girl. Everyone, please, let us keep the peace. This is my fault. I don't own a computer and can only write at the internet cafe each day, so the updates have been slow. Song Zimo noticed that Sweet Cute Girl had sent him several gifts, and due to the tone of her urging for quicker updates, she was now facing online backlash. How awkward. No computer? Then let us remedy that, dear friends. Let us pool our resources to get the author a computer, so he can update more swiftly. I am in favor of this. While we may not have much money, we can certainly contribute something. Such a splendid book must not be neglected. Song Zimo intended to clarify the reasons behind the slow updates, but before he could finish, a throng of people began to send gifts and contribute to the crowdfunding effort. Seeing this, Song Zimo felt overwhelmed. Was this enthusiasm not a touch excessive? At that moment, he was touched, his heart warmed by the support. After chatting with several fans and expressing his gratitude, he found himself recalling the sweet, cute girl who had been subjected to online criticism. He decided to send her a direct message. My apologies for the slow updates. It is indeed my fault, but I will strive to increase my output daily. After sending the message, he waited for a reply from Sweet Cute Girl, but none came. Eventually, he shook his head, logged off, and returned home. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, after breakfast, Song Zimo prepared to head back to the internet cafe to continue writing. Xiao Montak, come here for a moment, cough cough. His aunt, Song Qin, called out. Aunt, what is it? Hearing her voice, he hurried over. You little rascal. Though you've graduated from high school and can afford to relax a bit, you cannot spend every day at the internet cafe. The exam results should be available in a few days, don't you think? How do you feel about your performance? Will you be able to get into a university? Approaching him, Song Qin looked at Song Zimo with a hint of reproach. Aunt Song Zimo looked at her, wanting to explain that he wasn't at the internet cafe to play games, but to write. Yet the words caught in his throat. He knew she would not believe him. As for university, he should be able to get in. Memories of his past life surged forth. In reality, he had not attended university in his previous life, not due to failure to gain admission, but rather because he had indeed been accepted into a prestigious institution. However, a month later, his aunt fell ill and required $20,000 for surgery. The sudden turn of events was too much for a fresh adult just out of high school to bear. How could he possibly come up with such a sum? Thus, he was forced to watch helplessly as his aunt passed away. In that moment, he was filled with sorrow and rage, ultimately choosing to abandon his university dreams and enter the workforce. Aunt, rest assured, I will work hard to earn money and care for you, never allowing you to leave me. Uncertain if it was the recollection of sorrow that prompted it, Song Zimo felt his eyes welling with tears as he embraced his aunt, whose hair was beginning to gray, his voice trembling yet resolute. Oh dear, you foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting? Why would your aunt leave you? Unaware of Song Zimo's emotional turmoil, Song Qin gently tousled his hair, scolding him playfully. Observing his newfound maturity, her heart swelled with pride. After bidding farewell to his aunt, Song Zimo gritted his teeth and went back to the internet cafe to write. Time flew by, and soon a day had passed. That evening, he returned to the bar, just as he had the day before. Upon arrival, a Chong informed him that Li Yanyan was looking for him. Song Zimo promptly made his way to her office. To his surprise, as he approached the door, he heard the sounds of weeping coming from within. It seemed she was in great distress. Mr. Li, what's wrong? He called out, pushing the door open and stepping inside. At that moment, Li Yanyan's eyes were red, her makeup a disarray from crying. She bore the appearance of a tragic beauty. Song Zimo's first instinct was to assume that she had been dumped by her boyfriend. After all, who could weep so sorrowfully without cause? That damn Mobai. He infuriates me to no end. I just want to kill him. Li Yanyan looked up at Song Zimo, her voice choked with emotion. As she mentioned him Mobai, her teeth seemed to grind together in frustration, yet there was also a hint of pity in her eyes. What? Song Zimo stared at Li Yanyan, utterly bewildered. Montak Bai. Which Mobai? Wait a moment. Isn't that the male lead from the novel I wrote? Could it be mere coincidence? Have you not seen the recent breakout novel online? That insufferable sycophant Mobai is simply unbearable. Li Yanyan wiped her tears with a tissue, glaring at Song Zimo. Why are you angry at me? What did I do? He was at a loss, watching her berate him while tears streamed down her face, feeling utterly bemused. I'm just moved by certain plot points. She retorted fiercely, her frustration palpable. Of course, how could I dare to deny you, Ms. Li? Song Zimo quickly conceded, feeling overwhelmed. Ugh, That author who sells flowers is truly wicked. How could he write something so heart-wrenching that brings tears to one's eyes? Is this based on his own experiences? Or did he write it after being heartbroken? She lamented. It's too short, too short. It's simply not enough to read. If only it were longer. Li Yin shot him a glare, evidently still caught up in the emotional turmoil of the story. Then, she began to ramble on like a madwoman. Song Zimo stood there, feeling exasperated. It's just a novel. Does it warrant such a reaction? Absolutely not. I shall send a blade to that insufferable person who dares to let Mo by associate with that haughty campus belle, Ling Wei. If he persists, I will scour the earth until I find him and exact my vengeance. Moments later, Li Yin abruptly recalled something and promptly sent a message with a knife emoji. Upon seeing this, Song Zimo felt a wave of dread wash over him. Goodness, this Li Yin is quite formidable, isn't she? Thankfully, she remains oblivious to the fact that I am the very one she despises. Otherwise, I could very well find myself in dire straits. How terrifying. Mr. Li, is this really necessary? It's merely a novel, after all. Why take it so seriously? A moment later, Song Zimo cautiously regarded Li Yin and, mustering his courage, remarked, "What's wrong with being serious? If you dare to speak on behalf of that insufferable person again, I shall berate you alongside him." Li Yin shot him a fierce glare, her voice brimming with indignation. Fine, I shan't ally myself with him. I stand firmly with you, Mr. Li. At that, Song Zimo patted his chest in assurance. Why are all these girls so domineering and unreasonable these days? That is more like it. Li Yin appeared satisfied with Song Zimo's response. She then began perusing the comment section, responding to those with which she resonated and hurling insults at those that displeased her. Observing this, Song Zimo thought she resembled a quintessential internet troll. That girl known as Sweet Cute Girl truly exhibited double standards. She was clearly engrossed in the story, yet complained about the author as slow updates. One could easily tell she was a spoiled young lady. Moments later, Li Yin's computer screen halted at a comment by Dai Jingjing from the previous night, and she commenced her tirade. Upon hearing this, Song Zimo was left speechless. He then surreptitiously glanced at her screen, discovering that her username was Peach Bubble. Song Zimo was taken aback to see this fierce beauty had chosen such a whimsical and adorable username. It truly validated the saying, "A woman is forever 18. So, Mr. Li, whom do you believe Mo should ultimately end up with? After a brief hesitation, Song Zimo inquired of Li Yin. You've read that book too? Li Yin turned to him, her expression one of astonishment. Initially, she had just asked him if he had read the book. When he remained silent, she assumed he hadn't. Of course I've read it. How could I not read such a popular book? Song Zimo hurriedly replied. At that moment, he thought to himself, this book is mine. How could I possibly not read it? However, observing Li Yin's fervent enthusiasm, he decided against revealing that he was the very author she had berated multiple times. If she were to find out that he was the one she had been calling out, it wouldn't be a mere online insult, but a real-life confrontation. I hope Mo ends up with Yutong. Li Yin pondered earnestly before speaking. Yutong, the woman he met at the ball? Song Zimo was instantly bewildered. He had assumed she would mention Chu Xia. Instead, her answer was neither Chu Xia nor Ling Wei, but rather the Yutong Mo had encountered for the first time. This was entirely unexpected for Song Zimo. Just as he finished speaking, he received a playful slap. Ouch. Mr. Li, why did you hit me? That hurt. Song Zimo exclaimed, his face a mask of frustration. What do you mean, that woman? Yutong is clearly described in the book as a beautiful young lady. If you keep referring to her as that woman, I shall twist your ear. Li Yin scolded Song Zimo, warning him to refrain from using such terms. She then blushed slightly as she explained her reasoning. Her mind wandered back to the ball 2 nights prior. The masked wolf truly resembled the Mo described in the book. The same scene, the same serendipitous encounter. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, that figure had already etched itself into Li Yin's memory, especially when he took to the stage, playing the piano and singing love songs. He was nothing short of a prince from her dreams. Li Yin believed that even if she were to marry in the future, that visage would forever remain embedded in her heart's deepest recesses. Chapter 18, Boss. I can't handle this social anxiety. Boss, something terrible has happened. Just as Li Yin and Song Zimo were engrossed in a lively discussion about Mo Bai's exploits in the novel, a frantic shout broke through. Moments later, Ah Chong rushed in, his face a portrait of alarm. What is the matter? Why are you in such a tizzy? Has the sky fallen? Li Yin glared at the panicking Ah Chong, irked by the interruption. She had been articulating her heartfelt thoughts when he barged in. Boss, the sky hasn't fallen, but it's close. Our bar's resident singer has been poached by another establishment. Ah Chong, noticing Li Yan's rising fury, shrank back slightly. This boss had quite the fierce temperament. He was genuinely frightened, but given the gravity of the situation, he steeled himself to explain. What? Li Yan exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. The resident singer has left? How infuriating. Once she confirmed that her ears had not deceived her, she began to stomp her feet in frustration. Her brow furrowed, and her expression shifted between anger and despair. Have you called him? What did he say? Boss, I called him ages ago. But he wouldn't pick up. I can't glamonted. Many customers frequented the bar specifically for the resident singer's enchanting voice. His sudden departure to another bar could severely impact their patronage. If this continued unchecked, they might face bankruptcy. Mr. Li, you two continue your conversation. I'll return to work now. Noticing he was of no assistance, and that Li Yan was clearly in a foul mood, Song Zimo decided it was best to make a discreet exit before he became her outlet for frustration. You stop right there. Li Yan inadvertently caught sight of Song Zimo's profile. Her expression shifted to one of surprise, and she blocked his path. Approaching him, she fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes wide with astonishment. The more she looked, the more intrigued she became. Mr. Li, is there something you need? If you have something to say, please just say it. Your intense gaze is making me anxious. Song Zimo felt a chill run down his spine under Li Yan's penetrating gaze, prompting him to speak nervously. At that moment, he was unsure why she was staring so intently at him, but instinct told him this could not bode well. I thought you looked familiar when you arrived last night. Li Yan finally spoke. It seems that she did not respond to Song Zimo's words, but rather was engaged in a monologue. Mr. Li, I don't quite understand the meaning of your words. Upon hearing this, Song Zimo felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that Li Yan had recognized him? Goodness, this certainly was not a favorable situation. The night before, at the ball, she had asked for his contact information, which he had not given. Now, he found himself as one of her subordinates. Would she end up exposing him? You need not understand. Just follow me. Initially, Li Yan had been discussing the matter of a singer quitting with a Chong. At this moment, she turned to Song Zimo with a simple directive before striding towards the door. Song Zimo, taken aback, could only follow suit. A Chong, standing by the door, wore an utterly bewildered expression. What was happening? Had the boss experienced an overwhelming stimulus, leading to her current state of confusion? Otherwise, why would she disregard the issue of the singer's abrupt departure and take Song Zimo away? Take off your clothes. Upon entering the changing room, Li Yan suddenly turned to face Song Zimo. She scrutinized him for a few moments, and, after circling around him twice, promptly announced, What? Mr. Li, what do you intend to do? I am merely here to work as a server. I do not engage in such activities. At that moment, Song Zimo's complexion paled, and he was engulfed in anxiety. Was this not overly direct? People often claimed that girls in bars were bold, passionate, and proactive. Initially, Song Zimo was skeptical of this notion. However, upon witnessing Li Yan's actions, he was thoroughly startled. You imbecile, what are you thinking? I merely asked you to change into this suit. Li Yan's expression stiffened. Upon noticing Song Zimo's anxious demeanor as he clutched his clothing, she immediately realized that he had misunderstood her intent. Consequently, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In a fit of irritation, she kicked him lightly. Change into the suit. You scared me. I thought you meant something else. Mr. Li, please stop pinching, it hurts. Song Zimo exhaled a sigh of relief as he spoke. Subsequently, he began to change his attire, albeit receiving a reprimand from Li Yan for his ungracious remarks. Indeed, you resemble him remarkably. I thought to myself upon seeing you for the first time that you seemed familiar, but I could not place it. It turns out you are quite similar in both physique and demeanor to my idol, the romantic ballad prince, Qing Lang. The resemblance is so striking that it borders on the uncanny. At first, as Song Zimo began to don the suit, Li Yan felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet, once he was fully attired, her excitement erupted into applause. Song Zimo, however, was left speechless. What did she mean by comparing him to her idol, Qing Lang? If he were to reveal that he was, in fact, Qing Lang, would she not be inclined to harm him? Perhaps it was best to let this misunderstanding persist. At least he would no longer have to worry about being recognized by Li Yan. Mr. Li, what's the purpose of having me wear this suit? Song Zimo inquired, puzzled as he recalled Li Yan's disregard for the singer's abrupt departure, instead insisting he change into a suit. Of course, I want you to impersonate Qing Lang. Li Yan replied, shooting him a look of incredulity. What? Song Zimo was utterly flabbergasted, questioning whether he had misheard. Impersonata King Lang? What was this situation? Just moments ago, he had been relieved to think he would no longer have to worry about being recognized, only for her to spring this on him. Do you not understand? Qing Lang is immensely popular online. The romantic ballad he sings has sparked a sensation. Initially, I was vexed about the singer's departure, But then I realized how closely you resemble him in both stature and charisma. If you impersonate him, don a mask, and take the stage to sing, it would be perfect." Li Yinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she unveiled her plan. "Mr. Li, this is simply not feasible. I suffer from social anxiety. Moreover, I cannot sing. If I impersonate Qing Lang and he finds out, you could face legal consequences." Song Zimo frantically waved his hands, shaking his head vehemently. No way would he agree to such a ludicrous idea. Having just escaped one peril, he would not willingly leap into another. Impersonating himself on stage? Surely, Li Yinyan must have concocted this idea in a fit of whimsy. Social anxiety is of no concern. After a few performances, you will become a social butterfly. As for Qing Lang, it would be fortuitous if he were to seek you out. I am currently on the lookout for him, Li Yinyan retorted, her irritation resurfacing. Ever since the ball concluded, Qing Lang had seemingly vanished from the face of the earth, and she felt an overwhelming frustration. This was the one male who had unequivocally declined to share his contact information with her. If she caught him, he would certainly face her wrath. Achoo, Mr. Li, this is still not workable. While I may resemble him, I cannot sing. Song Zimo sneezed, pondering whether someone was speaking ill of him. He hastily reiterated his refusal. At this juncture, he resolved that he must not allow Li Yinyan to discover his true identity as Qing Lang. Otherwise, given her current fervor, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. Not being able to sing is inconsequential. I have a recording. You can lip sync while holding the microphone. With the mask and the dim lighting, no one will ever realize. Li Yinyan insisted, ushering him towards the exit before he could decline. Mr. Li, I truly cannot. Please, do not pinch me. It hurts. Song Zimo was on the verge of tears, utterly unwilling to comply. Yet, before he could finish his protest, Li Yinyan pinched him hard again. The sudden pain made him grimace and cry out in distress. 20 minutes later, Song Zimo found himself on the elevated stage of the dance floor, beginning his performance as the impersonated Qing Lang. Or rather, it could not be called impersonation, for he was, in essence, Qing Lang. Wow, is it the romantic ballad prince, Qing Lang? It certainly seems so. The one who sings that popular love song online. Incredible. Who would have thought the bar would host him tonight? The patrons erupted into screams of excitement upon seeing the elegantly dressed, masked figure of Qing Lang exuding an aura of melancholy. Below the stage, Li Yinyan was equally thrilled to witness such a positive reaction. Her anxiety transformed into exhilaration. It appeared her plan was indeed effective. If only the real Qing Lang could be drawn in. On stage, Song Zimo held a microphone, gazing out at the cheering crowd with a sense of resignation. How had it come to this? He had merely come to serve drinks and earn some pocket money. Yet he found himself inexplicably thrust into the role of a performer. After a moment, he shook off his chaotic thoughts and focused on Li Yinyan and the audience. Let us give it our all. Li Yinyan believed that Song Zimo was feeling anxious and immediately cast him an encouraging glance, exclaiming loudly. In truth, she was equally nervous, fearing that when the recording played, Song Zimo might not synchronize his lip movements. However, as the recording commenced and Song Zimo held the microphone, exuding a natural demeanor while singing passionately, she realized her worries were unfounded. Was this social anxiety? Surely, even a social butterfly wouldn't be this exaggerated. That scoundrel dared to deceive me. I shall see how to deal with you later. Although Song Zimo was lip-syncing, his body language, combined with his lip movements and the expression while holding the microphone, was executed perfectly. In a fleeting moment, Li Yinyan even felt that the figure on stage, Song Zimo, was indeed Qing Lang. Moments later, she shook her head, dismissing the thought as fanciful. If Song Zimo were truly Qing Lang, how could he possibly be working as a waiter in her bar? After all, he wouldn't have been able to attend that grand ball without any status or identity. Meanwhile, Dai Jingjing had just finished dining with her parents when her phone rang. Jingjing, hurry, come to the royal bar. Didn't you want to find that love song prince, Qing Lang? I've seen him. Oh my goodness, he looks so handsome in person, far more than in the videos. He's singing on the bar stage right now. Hurry up. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Xiaoru's excited voice rushed out. What? That guy Qing Lang is at the royal bar? All right, I'm on my way. Dai Jingjing felt exhilarated upon hearing this. That song, that year, that month, that day was undoubtedly timeless. She needed to find Qing Lang to inquire where he learned that song. Therefore, after hanging up, she immediately got into her car and sped towards the bar. Half an hour later, Dai Jingjing arrived at the bar panting. Xiaoru, where's Qing Lang? Upon entering, she spotted Jiang Xiaoru anxiously waiting for her by the entrance. Without hesitation, Dai Jingjing inquired. Jingjing, why did you take so long to get here? Qing Lang sang one song and then left. Jiang Xiaoru replied, visibly frustrated. That love song was just getting good when he finished and dashed off. She was nearly ready to throw her shoes in anger. What? He left. The eagerly awaiting Dai Jingjing was taken aback. She had rushed over immediately after receiving the call, only to find that Qing Lang had already departed. Could it be that he sensed her arrival and deliberately fled? I guess he could only sing that one song. Jiang Xiao grumbled, clearly upset that Qing Lang didn't perform more songs. I'll go ask Li Yanyan. Dai Jingjing was equally infuriated. She had hurried over upon receiving the call, only for Qing Lang to leave without waiting for her. This was utterly infuriating. Regardless, she was determined to find Qing Lang and clarify the matter regarding that love song. Song Zimo, you performed splendidly tonight. Here, as 2,000 yuan. Take it. Back in the office, Li Yanyan was immensely pleased with Song Zimo's performance. As soon as he changed back into his clothes, she handed him 2,000 yuan. To be honest, as she looked at Song Zimo's handsome visage, she couldn't help but fantasize. If only Song Zimo were Qing Lang, how wonderful that would be. However, she quickly shook her head, realizing how naive that thought was. This little rascal was probably fresh out of school. How could he possibly be Qing Lang? President Li Song Zimo stared at the 2,000 yuan in his hand, momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Initially, he had been coerced by Li Yanyan into helping out. However, he never anticipated that she would give him 2,000 yuan after the performance. Although he couldn't be forced to take the stage when the main singer fled, he had exceeded her expectations on stage and elevated the atmosphere of the entire bar. In that case, you should learn a few more songs. In the future, just pretend to be Qing Lang and perform at our bar, and your remuneration will be substantial, Li Yanyan proposed, voicing her intentions to Song Zimo. What? I have to keep pretending? Song Zimo was taken aback. Initially, he thought it was just a temporary gig. Now he was being asked to perform regularly. How could Song Zimo not be bewildered? Chapter 20. It turns out, I got too immersed in the role. What unwilling? Li Yanyan seemed to sense Song Zimo's dilemma and inquired. At that moment, she felt a tinge of irritation. Who wouldn't want such a good opportunity? Yet he appeared reluctant. President Li, it's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just concerned about what will happen if he comes looking for me later. To be frank, from Song Zimo's perspective, he truly did not wish to perform. After being reborn, he preferred tranquility and disliked the chaotic environment of smoke and alcohol. Yet, his aunt needed 200,000 yuan for surgery in a month. Could he really just watch her leave this world because he couldn't afford the medical expenses? However, to alleviate Li Yanyan's concerns, Song Zimo feigned hesitation, saying, you needn't worry. I actually hope he does come looking for me. That gives me a contact number. Li Yanyan recalled the events from the previous night S-ball, gritting her teeth in anger. At that moment, she thought to herself that if Qing Lang were before her, she would definitely give him a good thrashing. Bang! Just then, the office door was flung open. Dai Jingjing and Jiang Xiaoru entered. Upon seeing them, Song Zimo's eyelids twitched. To be honest, seeing Dai Jingjing now made his head ache. The previous night, he had resolved never to entangle himself with this campus belle again. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered her again tonight. Surely she wasn't here to throw another tantrum and cause him trouble? Miss Dai, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Li Yanyan's beautiful eyes fell on Dai Jingjing, inquiring with curiosity. At that moment, she was lost in thought. Judging by the expression on Dai Jingjing's face, she seemed rather displeased. Could it be that after Song Zimo escorted her home last night, he took advantage of her drunken state and did something inappropriate, prompting her to confront him today? Li Yanyan pondered this and immediately shifted her gaze back to Song Zimo, filled with suspicion. This kid had some nerve. Where's Qing Lang? I need to find him. Dai Jingjing shot a fierce glare at Song Zimo, as if it had become a habit to find him displeasing. However, she was not there to cause trouble for Song Zimo, but rather to locate Qing Lang. Qing Lang? The moment Dai Jingjing spoke, both Song Zimo and Li Yanyan's hearts skipped a beat. This campus belle stormed in with an imposing demeanor. Why was she immediately inquiring about Qing Lang's whereabouts? Song Zimo's complexion paled. What was this campus belle up to? He had no recollection of any character named Qing Lang from his past life. How did she approach Li Yanyan with such ferocity? What do you seek from him? Li Yanyan furrowed her delicate brows and cast a glance at Song Zimo. Truly, the real Qing Lang had vanished without a trace. However, there was indeed an impostor present. Yet before that, she needed to ascertain the purpose behind Dai Jingjing's visit to Qing Lang. I am here to inquire about some matters. Where has he gone? You must summon him back, Dai Jingjing replied, her impatience evident. Upon hearing this, Song Zimo's heart raced with anxiety. She quickly shifted her gaze to Li Yanyan, signaling her not to divulge anything. Li Yanyan understood her unspoken message. After all, this was an impostor, and she dared not speak carelessly. She was equally uncertain about the relationship between Dai Jingjing and Qing Lang, but the expression on Dai Jingjing's face hinted at something complex. Qinglang has already departed. After all, he is a celebrity, and the time spent singing is measured in seconds. Once the performance is over, I cannot detain him, Li Yanyan said, her thoughts racing. If Miss Dai truly wishes to meet him, then do come back tomorrow evening at the appointed time. Very well. I shall return tomorrow evening. Dai Jingjing nodded after taking a deep breath. Having uttered her words, she turned on her heel to leave. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she approached Song Zimo and kicked her. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Is she out of her mind? What have I done to provoke her? Song Zimo grimaced in pain after being kicked by the proud campus belle, feeling both bewildered and indignant. At that moment, Song Zimo was filled with frustration. Truly, she was a pampered young lady, willful and unreasonable. As memories of the previous night flooded her mind, when Dai Jingjing, intoxicated, had spoken to her in the car, she felt thankful that she had refrained from professing her feelings. Otherwise, it would have led to nothing but ridicule and humiliation. Xiaoma, prepare yourself well for tomorrow night. Do not give yourself away, Li Yanyan advised immediately after Dai Jingjing departed. Presently, are you not putting me in a difficult position? Song Zimo nearly cried out in despair. What do you mean by putting you in a difficult position? She came looking for Qinglang. What can I do? Besides, you will have to impersonate Qinglang here in the future. You will inevitably face this. Li Yanyan shot an exasperated glance at Song Zimo. At this moment, she too was curious about what business Dai Jingjing had with Qinglang, transitioning to a singing gig. Thus, after Song Zimo finished her performance, Li Yanyan did not ask her to serve drinks, but instead encouraged her to practice well for the song she would sing tomorrow night, warning her not to simply finish recording and run off. If that were to happen, it would surely draw criticism from everyone. Song Zimo halted. Just as Song Zimo stepped out of the bar and was about to head back, an angry voice suddenly called out, Shuangi, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the shout, Song Zimo immediately turned to see Wang Shuangi. An expression of surprise crossed her face. Indeed, it is you. You scoundrel. Why? Tell me why. Wang Shuangi rushed over, and upon getting closer, Song Zimo noticed the redness in her eyes. At that moment, her gaze was filled with disappointment and fury. This unexpected situation left Song Zimo utterly perplexed. It seemed she had not provoked her in any way. Shuangi, what troubles you? I do not quite understand your words. Song Zimo took a deep breath, intending to reach out to wipe her tears. Stay away from me. Do not touch me. However, before Song Zimo's hand could reach her face, Wang Shuangi forcefully pushed her away. With a soft thud, tears began to fall from her red eyes, cascading down her cheeks. The other night at the ball, you told me you were upset because of me, singing to cheer me up, even the car. You said that was my favorite song, sung just for me. Yet, you turn around and sing at Li Yanyan's bar? Have you developed feelings for that woman? Were all those words you spoke to me mere fabrications? At that moment, Wang Shuangi felt deeply wronged, her heart aching. She had believed that after the ball, her relationship with Song Zimo had grown closer. But upon seeing the video of his performance at the bar through a classmates group chat, she suddenly realized how trivial her love felt. It was not that Song Zimo had developed feelings for her. Rather, she had deluded herself for too long, unwilling to awaken from a dream. Shuangi, please allow me to explain. Upon noticing Wang Shuangi's misunderstanding, Song Zimo immediately attempted to grasp her arm to clarify. Are you going to explain to me, or continue to weave lies to deceive me? Wang Shuangi stepped back abruptly, gazing at Song Zimo with disdain, tears streaming down her face. Huh, even now, do you still wish to lie to yourself? Please stop crying. It is not as you think. I merely found a job the day before yesterday, and, coincidentally, my boss is Li Yanyan. After the previous singer left, she asked me to impersonate Qinglang on stage. In truth, she does not know I am Qinglang. Song Zimo moved closer to Wang Shuangi once more, letting out a sigh as he explained. Wang Shuangi attempted to retreat, but Song Zimo firmly grasped her arm. He then began to wipe away her tears. Alas, why must this little girl be so sensitive? So, that woman, Li Yanyan, has you performing here? Wang Shuangi's expression softened slightly. Song Zimo's explanation eased her heart just a bit. At least, it seemed that he was concerned about her. Well, one could say that, Song Zimo replied, nodding after pondering for a moment. Even if you're seeking employment, you should avoid places like nightclubs. If you quit this job, I will help you find another one, all right? Wang Shuangi did not want Song Zimo to continue working there, as the bar was chaotic. Moreover, given Song Zimo's handsome looks and excellent singing voice, she feared he might succumb to temptation and tread a path from which there was no return. Most importantly, she did not wish for the man she liked to work in such an environment. Sister, I cannot agree to that. I cannot afford to lose this job. Song Zimo looked up at Wang Shuangi, taking a deep breath. His aunt was gravely ill and needed 200,000 yuan for treatment in a month. The enormous sum weighed heavily on his mind, robbing him of sleep. Now that Li Yinyan had finally provided him with a well-paying job, he was determined to work until his aunt's health crisis was resolved. With a soft thud, tears continued to fall. Wang Shuangyi, having just stifled her tears, once again let them cascade down like pearls that had slipped from their string. She forcefully wrenched her hand free from Song Zimo's grasp, shaking her head repeatedly. The tears that flowed down her cheeks, some of which were caught by the night breeze, splattered onto Song Zimo's face and lips, salty and warm. Song Zimo yearned to wipe away her tears once more, but she would not allow it. "You are deceiving me. You continue to deceive me." At that moment, an overwhelming sense of grievance welled up within Wang Shuangyi. Why? Why did he insist on deceiving her? Was it merely because she harbored feelings for him, believing in him, that he could perpetually mislead her and wound her heart? "Sister, I'm not deceiving you. I truly need this job." Song Zimo gazed at Wang Shuangyi, contemplating revealing the hefty surgical expenses his aunt required. "I do not wish to hear it. I do not want to hear it." Wang Shuangyi covered her ears with her hands, unwilling to listen to Song Zimo's explanation. "Do you understand, Song Zimo? Those you can hurt, those you can deceive, will always be the ones who care for you, who worry about you." After a moment, Wang Shuangyi sniffled and lifted her gaze to meet Song Zimo's. Her tears continued to flow unabated, her voice now hoarse. "Sister Shuangyi." Song Zimo's lips moved, recalling memories from a past life, a strange emotion stirring within him. "Sometimes I feel so foolish. I am acutely aware of the impossibility, yet still, like a moth drawn to a flame, I recklessly pursue a future devoid of regret." Yet now, he realized that in her heart, there would forever be no place for him, not even a tiny fragment. Even if Dai Jingjing scolded him as a sycophant, he would still grovel at her feet. He clearly sought to indulge himself in such places. He clearly found Li Yinyan beautiful and could not resist her allure. Why then? Did he speak so grandly? Wang Shuangyi felt a profound ache in her heart. It was unbearable. Human emotions can often be like this, when feelings lie dormant deep within. It may seem inconsequential, but once that hidden sentiment is pried open, it becomes uncontrollable. It can scarcely tolerate even the slightest harm. "Say what you will," she muttered, raising her head to look at Wang Shuangyi with a self-deprecating laugh. He once believed that Wang Shuangyi was the one person who understood him best. Yet now, Song Zimo suddenly realized he might have been mistaken. He refrained from offering explanations, not wishing to justify himself. This was akin to a couple. If a girl suspects her boyfriend of infidelity, no matter how the boy explains, it becomes irrelevant, for the girl's heart has already made its judgment. Trust, once shattered, cannot be easily restored. Though he and Wang Shuangyi were not a couple, she had already convinced herself that he was reluctant to part with his job because of Li Yinyan. What purpose would further explanation serve? He turned away and departed. Under the night wind, his silhouette appeared solitary and desolate. Wang Shuangyi watched, making no move to pursue him, nor did she speak, only allowing her tears to flow. Indeed, emotions cannot be forced. The coldest thing is the human heart, the most humble feelings. Initially, Song Zimo had intended to continue typing at the internet cafe. However, due to Wang Shuangyi's misunderstanding, he felt a surge of frustration. He had thought that having been reborn, he had seen through the world's fleeting joys and sorrows. Yet, facing Wang Shuangyi's misconception, his heart remained unsettled. Was it concern? He himself could not tell. Meanwhile, Dai Jingjing returned home, opening her QQ. For reasons unknown, she instinctively checked Song Zimo's QQ, browsing through his space and viewing his footprints, who had seen him and whom he had seen. The autumn air was thick. How could the heavens be so unfeeling? In the rain, an umbrella failed against the starry sky. Suddenly, Dai Jingjing discovered that Song Zimo had updated a status on his space. What did this mean? Why was it so melancholic? Had someone hurt him? Was it herself? But she had already given him a chance. Or could it be that her kicking him at the bar and storming off had upset him? For reasons she could not fathom, upon seeing Song Zimo's update, Dai Jingjing felt a pang of distress. She wanted to reach out to him for clarification, but found herself unable to swallow her pride. After several moments of hesitation, she ultimately set her phone aside. The long night stretched on. Dai Jingjing realized that since her rebirth, she was no longer carefree and joyful as before. It was as if her heart had unknowingly taken on a multitude of burdens, along with that haunting image of a bloodied figure collapsing in her embrace. "Are you asleep?" Finally, Dai Jingjing picked up her newly acquired phone and sent a message through QQ. Chapter 22. Is my sadness due to me? After sending the message, Dai Jingjing sat in silence, waiting. At that moment, she couldn't quite grasp why she felt an inexplicable tension. Yes, it was indeed tension. She could not understand the sensation. It was as if she hoped Song Zimo would respond, yet feared that his reply would not align with her desires. Time passed, second by second. Would he not respond? Had she truly hurt him too deeply? Dai Jingjing waited and waited. After a long while, Song Zimo still had not replied. A sense of grievance enveloped her. She had set aside her pride. She had taken the initiative to reach out. What else could she do? If he chose not to reply, then so be it. She would not be disheartened. Her life remained splendid without him. Perhaps it was her pride playing tricks on her. Ultimately, Dai Jingjing grew irritable, muttering a curse as she shut off her phone and tossed it onto her bedside. Sleep eluded her. Subconsciously, she found herself glancing at her phone. Perhaps she had missed his message, or had accidentally set her phone to silent mode. Ding dong. Just as Dai Jingjing uttered her indifference, her fingers repeatedly illuminating her phone screen. A notification chimed. It was him. That scoundrel had finally replied. Joy surged within her. Why was she so elated? Dai Jingjing herself did not know, nor did she wish to ponder it. Hastily picking up her phone. Is there something you need? His terse words made her nose tingle with emotion. Why was he so cold? Was he still upset with her? No, I just want to ask if you were asleep. Dai Jingjing felt her fingers tremble slightly. Though she was undeniably anxious, even a touch hopeful, her pride compelled her to feign nonchalance. Oh, his indifferent reply caused her tears to spill forth uncontrollably. Dai Jingjing could not comprehend why such simple exchanges had led to her tears flowing freely. Dai Jingjing, what is wrong with you? You were never like this before. You once harbored a strong dislike for him, right? Could it be that it is simply because he saved you in past life? Or perhaps it's that you cannot swallow your pride, wishing to chase him down only to cast him aside with great disdain? What troubles you? Finally, after a moment of staring at her phone, Dai Jingjing realized that Song Zimo had not replied, and she decided to lower her tone. She felt her current demeanor was sufficiently gentle. What? His response remained indifferent, and all she could perceive was a chilling detachment. I just saw your social media post and wanted to inquire. Though her concern was genuine, she feigned nonchalance. Oh, it's nothing, just venting a bit. Song Zimo was in a rather agitated state, and he himself was uncertain as to why. When Dai Jingjing began to ask questions, it stirred the emotions he had just managed to calm. Consequently, Song Zimo replied nonchalantly, not wishing to elaborate further. You weren't like this before. You must be hiding something. Will you tell me or not? Dai Jingjing, somewhat irked, wondered why he was still withholding information despite her inquiries. Pretending nothing was wrong? Is it because of Wang Shuangyi? Is it because of me? 2 messages arrived on his phone almost instantaneously. When Song Zimo saw the messages from Dai Jingjing, his expression faltered. Meanwhile, Dai Jingjing's cheeks warmed as she finally mustered the courage to ask. The result, what she received was this remark, Wang Shuangyi. Dai Jingjing's heart trembled violently. For reasons unknown, her previously bashful anxiety suddenly morphed into discomfort. Song Zimo was distressed because of Wang Shuangyi, not because of her. There were misunderstandings she wished to clear up, yet she wasn't afforded the chance, as he wouldn't listen. You girls, when will you stop being so prideful? Song Zimo sighed, managing a wry smile as he sent back a couple of messages. Previously, he found Wang Shuangyi, the campus belle, quite gentle and charming. Yet, when she threw a tantrum, she seemed equally as tempestuous as Dai Jingjing. Go to hell. Scoundrel, don't you dare compare me to her. Tears streamed down her face. Song Zimo's words did not elicit a response from Dai Jingjing. No comfort, no inquiry. Dai Jingjing saw how much Song Zimo cared for Wang Shuangyi and felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. On the spot, she started to berate Song Zimo. She herself was uncertain why she felt such emotions. Was it jealousy? No, it couldn't be jealousy. She could never harbor feelings for this sycophant. She merely wished to win him over, only to cast him aside, letting him experience the agony of heartbreak. On the other side, witnessing Dai Jingjing's sudden outburst, even directing her ire at him, left Song Zimo bewildered and overwhelmed. The inner workings of a girl's heart can be utterly perplexing. He sent 2 more messages, but Dai Jingjing completely ignored him. In resignation, Song Zimo shook his head, turned off his phone, and went to bed. Meanwhile, Dai Jingjing, unable to sleep due to her fury. Initially, she thought Song Zimo's social media post was about her. Now it seemed she had misread the situation. Bastard. Scoundrel. Infuriating. Reading a novel. Dai Jingjing cursed a few times and, in her exasperation, resumed reading. That scoundrel who writes about wine and flowers replied to me. Although she had sworn to not read the book How Could She Feel Reborn, I would still confess after the argument with the fans last night. Perhaps because of her own rebirth, she couldn't resist clicking on it. Fine. In light of the author's sincere apology, I shall reluctantly accept, with a haughty disposition. Dai Jingjing muttered to herself. Though she claimed she was reluctant, her fingers moved swiftly, and she eagerly opened the newly updated chapter. This Ling Wei is truly prideful. Clearly, She cares deeply about the confession, yet pretends to be aloof, saying she'll begrudgingly grant one opportunity. Such a haughty young lady. How could the reborn MO indulge her after how she treated him in her past life? Not confessing suits her just fine. Let us wait for that early summer. Engrossed in the story, Dai Jingjing found herself ranting as she read. One moment she was wiping away tears, the next she was cursing in anger. Moments later, she felt something amiss. Suddenly, Dai Jingjing recalled something. Confession. Prideful. The banquet after high school graduation? How reminiscent of herself. The only difference was that she had been reborn, while that scoundrel Song Zimo had not. What kind of dreadful novel was this wine and flower writer crafting? How could they portray Ling Wei in such a manner? I should send them a piece of my mind. Anxious. When Dai Jingjing suddenly realized how much the protagonist Ling Wei resembled her, she felt a surge of urgency. Chapter 23. Scoundrel, you must apologize immediately. Wine and flower writer, you scoundrel, what kind of dreadful novel are you writing? Is this how you depict your female lead? You must alter the plot. I'll send you gifts, however many you desire, but with one condition. You must change the storyline. After reading, Dai Jingjing was exceedingly displeased. In fact, she was enraged, although the Ling Wei in the novel was not her. The scenes and stories described by that detestable wine and flower author mirrored her rebirth and her interactions with Song Zimo. No confession. Ling Wei's reluctance to lower herself, forcing Mo Bai to confess. Even though she cared deeply, she still feigned indifference. That scoundrel. Absolutely infuriating. Can they even write a novel anymore? They had better not be caught, or she would surely settle the score. Sweet and innocent girl, who do you think you are? How the great flower seller writes has nothing to do with you. Indeed, just last night you claimed you wouldn't read this novel. How come you're back at it? So flustered. Could it be that you are indeed the pampered young lady resembling Ling Wei from the flower seller's book? After Dai Jingjing submitted her review, she was immediately bombarded with responses. There was no helping it. Her comments were rather unpalatable to the majority of fans. Clearly, Ling Wei treated Mo Bai so poorly in her past life. This time around, why should Mo Bai pursue her? If he doesn't pursue her, of course. The female lead Ling Wei would be upset. That is quite understandable. Why should you, merely a reader, be so anxious? I'm just irritated by the storyline. Why are you all attacking me? I never said it was poorly written. Dai Jingjing felt a mix of anger and grievance. To be honest, she had enjoyed the earlier chapters of the novel. Each time Ling Wei appeared, she felt compelled to voice her frustration. But upon realizing how much Ling Wei mirrored her, she became anxious. She didn't want that scoundrel author to continue writing like this. It's infuriating. You could simply not read it, right? Another reply blocked Dai Jingjing, leaving her at a loss for how to retort. A bunch of brainless fools. Infuriating. Indifferent to the matter. Dai Jingjing resolved to close the webpage with a sense of determination after confirming that there were no more chapters to read. No, I must devise a way to make that scoundrel, Song Zimo, treat me with greater respect. Otherwise, I might as well be the character Ling Wei from the story. As she lay on her bed, Dai Jingjing seethed with indignation. How had the comment section turned into a battlefield overnight? The following day, Song Zimo arrived at the internet cafe as usual to write. Upon opening the comment section, he was instantly taken aback. The entire comment section had erupted into chaos once more overnight. Unsurprisingly, the sweet and adorable girl who had sent the most gifts was once again facing online backlash. After perusing the previous night's reviews, Song Zimo felt quite embarrassed. He had merely penned a narrative based on his genuine experiences. Yet it had evoked such a tremendous response. Swiftly, he began typing to soothe the multitude of fans' emotions and left an apology for the sweet girl. His attention then shifted to the gifts sent by his fans. In just a few days, there were astonishingly over 1,000. Song Zimo found this hard to believe. The fans' comments urged him to hasten his purchase of a computer and to stop frequenting the cafe, suggesting he should write more at home for quicker updates. Touched by their support, he also felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Yesterday, Mr. Li had given him 2,000 yuan. Perhaps he should use that money to buy a modest computer. After contemplating, Song Zimo made a decision. Coming to the internet cafe daily accumulated considerable expenses for internet access. Moreover, his aunt would likely become increasingly displeased seeing him spend entire days there. Rising from his seat, he set out to purchase a computer. At that moment, his spirits soared to unprecedented heights, invigorated by an overwhelming sense of motivation. It was not until he arrived at the computer store that he caught sight of a graceful figure, Wang Shuangyi. Ahead of him, Wang Shuangyi was preparing to exit the store just as Song Zimo was entering. Thus, as their eyes met, both recognized each other simultaneously. Song Zimo fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward, while Wang Shuangyi remained mute, her expression cold. He had never anticipated encountering her at this moment, especially after their unpleasant disagreement the previous night. Clearing his throat, Song Zimo felt it inappropriate for a grown man to dwell on trivialities with a girl. Consequently, he intended to apologize and greet her. However, to his astonishment, Wang Shuangyi turned and walked back into the store before he could finish his sentence. Witnessing her indifference, the words he had prepared caught in his throat. Ultimately, he discerned that Wang Shuangyi had no intention of engaging with him further and refrained from pursuing her. "Excuse me, how much for this computer?" he asked the saleswoman after wandering around and patting his pockets, realizing he could barely afford the cheapest model. Meanwhile, Wang Shuangyi stood nearby, her gaze fixed on him, feeling a mix of indignation and frustration. She had initially intended to leave, but now found herself returning, questioning whether he truly understood her feelings. Did he think that a simple greeting would suffice after she had ignored him? A girl's heart was not so easily comprehended. Did he not recall how he had pursued Dai Jingjing with fervor, undeterred by her harsh words? As these thoughts festered, Wang Shuangyi's anger grew until it erupted. "Sir, this computer is not for sale," she declared, her voice firm yet low. Song Zimo turned to her, meeting her furious gaze. "I'm sorry, but our young lady insists it's not for sale. Perhaps you could check elsewhere?" the saleswoman said awkwardly, casting a glance at Wang Shuangyi. It was then that Song Zimo realized this particular store belonged to Wang Shuangyi's family. "Apologize to me, and I will sell you the computer." Wang Shuangyi took a deep breath, her pride flaring. It seemed she intended to force Song Zimo to yield and apologize. "Previously, I believed you understood me best." Yet Song Zimo regarded her without offering an apology, his brow furrowed. "Are you very angry? Do you have any idea how furious I am?" Wang Shuangyi retorted, her tone assertive. The saleswoman, standing at a distance, dared not intervene, having recognized the connection between them. "If you apologize, I will give you this computer. Or even a better one," she continued, noticing Song Zimo's silence, her irritation mounting. She was convinced that her ultimatum would compel him to acquiesce. "Do you really think you can intimidate me?" she seethed inwardly. Yet surprisingly, Song Zimo did not apologize. Instead, he cast a long, contemplative look at her before turning to leave. It seemed he intended to seek out another computer store. "Going elsewhere is futile. Every store in this mall is linked to my family. Even those that are not have our shares. No one will sell to you unless I give the word." Wang Shuangyi's voice rang out again, halting Song Zimo in his tracks. Raising his head, he met her gaze once more, his expression still troubled and irate. "Are you finally beginning to grasp my capabilities? Your anger is of no consequence unless you apologize and appease me," Wang Shuangyi declared, her pride compelling her to maintain her stance. She believed that if Song Zimo truly desired to purchase a computer, he would relent. After all, the finest computers here cost thousands. She had already made it clear. An apology would earn him a computer for free. Yet before she could finish, Song Zimo chuckled, albeit with an air of disappointment. Why did his smile evoke such unease in her heart? Was he not meant to come forth and apologize, seeking her favor? What was his intention? "In the past, I perceived you as distinct from Dai Jingjing. For your gentle kindness and ability to engage in heartfelt conversations made you an admirable girl. However, I have suddenly come to the realization." Indeed, as Song Zimo's words trailed off, he refrained from elaborating further. After all, this is Wang Shuangyi's family computer store. It would be prudent to spare her some dignity. Casting a deep glance, I felt a surge of disappointment and self-mockery, turning away without a backward glance. "Song Zimo, stop right there," Wang Shuangyi exclaimed, her heart racing inexplicably. Perhaps it was the realization that Song Zimo did not approach her to apologize as she had anticipated. Or maybe it was the sting of his previous words that pierced her heart. In the next moment, she shouted loudly. Yet Song Zimo continued his determined stride towards the exit. "You bastard! Did you not hear me? Stop!" Ultimately, Wang Shuangyi lifted her foot and pursued him, blocking his path. At that moment, her eyes were red, wide open, glaring at Song Zimo with fury. As she continued to stare, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Step aside." Song Zimo ignored her, his heart unmoved. He did not even glance into Wang Shuangyi's eyes. In the next instant, he raised his hand and forcefully pushed her aside. With a thud, perhaps it was the force of Song Zimo's shove, or maybe Wang Shuangyi had simply not anticipated his aggression. In a flash, she fell to the ground. Her stockings tore, and her knees were scraped. "Song Zimo, you scoundrel!" she cried, sobbing uncontrollably. She had not expected him to be so crude, so forceful. Song Zimo's body stiffened momentarily, but he steeled himself, refusing to turn back or linger. He lifted his foot and departed. "Bastard! Bastard!" Wang Shuangyi watched as he left without a backward glance, her heart swelling with indignation. Why was he so heartless? Her knees were wounded. Yet he could not even spare her a glance. Did he truly despise her that much? What wrong had she committed? Was it because of the words she had spoken the previous night? She had merely voiced her concern, not wanting him to perform in bars, to be tainted by the smoke and mirrors of such places, nor to engage in excessive intimacy with other girls. Was it too much to harbor a modicum of selfishness? Why could he not comprehend her intentions? Alas, was it truly her fate to be reborn in this life, only to endure such headaches? After Song Zimo's departure, she couldn't help but sigh. Initially, she had intended to purchase a computer to write, yet now, not only had she failed to acquire one, but her relationship with Wang Shuangyi had also deteriorated further. His mood grew increasingly agitated. After wandering for half the day, Song Zimo ultimately bought a second-hand laptop from a repair shop. Although it was second-hand, in this era where laptops were not yet widespread, it still held considerable value, costing him a substantial sum of $1,800. "Aunt, I'm back," he called out upon entering the house, spotting his aunt, Song Qin, cooking. "Xiao Montak, what is that on your back? A computer?" Song Qin inquired, noticing the laptop bag slung over his shoulder. "Yes, and it's a laptop I just bought. Although it's secondhand, it cost me $1,800, Song Zimo replied, looking at her. At that moment, Song Zimo resolved to confide in Song Qin about his ability to earn money from writing novels, having already made his first fortune. Thus, with this computer, he would write at home instead of frequenting internet cafes every day. "You little rascal, where did you get the money to buy a computer? Have you been up to no good?" His aunt admonished him, her eyes glistening with tears. "How many times have I told you that while your studies may falter, you mustn't stray from the righteous path or engage in illegal activities? Your parents passed away early, and I've worked tirelessly to raise you. Is this how you repay me? I'll beat some sense into you." However, before Song Zimo could explain himself, his aunt, Song Qin, erupted in anger, her eyes reddening. In the next moment, she seized a broom and, while berating him, began to strike him. It seemed she had already concluded that he must be involved in some illegal activities to afford a computer. "Aunt, I really haven't done anything illegal. I got this money from last night at the bar." "What? You went to bar? You ungrateful child. How could you go to such a disreputable place? Do you think I raised you for this?" Before he could complete his sentence, upon hearing that he had been to a bar, Song Qin's fury intensified. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she struck him forcefully with the broom. Song Zimo cried out in pain, dodging and attempting to explain himself. As he evaded, his eyes turned red, and he resolved to endure his aunt's assault. Chapter 25. What attitude is that? Your parents died early, and your aunt worked day and night, saving every penny to raise you. Yet you leave me feeling so disheartened. As she continued to strike him, upon noticing that Song Zimo no longer flinched, she dropped the broom and, amidst her sobs, began to cry. "Aunt, I truly haven't done anything illegal. I went to the bar," but Song Zimo raised his hand, wiping away his tears as he choked out an explanation. However, before he could finish his sentence, Song Qin suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Song Zimo shouted in alarm and rushed to catch her. At that moment, he was struck by a terrifying realization. His aunt's face had turned a ghastly pale. Her breathing labored like that of an elderly person. Memories flooded back to him, and as he beheld his aunt's bloodless lips, his heart trembled with fear. In a flash, he realized what needed to be done. Without hesitation, he scooped up his unconscious aunt, rushing towards the door. To the hospital. Thunder roared ominously, as if the heavens sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, but now dark clouds gathered ominously. In this June, notorious for frequent thunderstorms, the once bright sunshine was abruptly replaced by torrential rain. Thud! As the rain fell, the dust on the ground turned to mud, making the surface exceedingly slippery. Coupled with the fact that Song Zimo's legs had just been bruised by his aunt's strikes, he stumbled and fell to the ground after only a few steps. His aunt, still in his arms, fell heavily to the ground as well. Fortunately, despite the fall, Song Zimo did not relinquish his grip. Otherwise, she might have struck her head on the pavement. Blood streamed from his hand, but he had no time to attend to it. His legs throbbed painfully from his aunt's earlier blows. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to rise, trembling as he sprinted towards the hospital, determined to reach it at all costs. Your aunt has a brain tumor that has reached an advanced stage. Although it is benign, if surgery is not performed promptly, the situation may worsen. The examination results have been released, and the doctor solemnly addressed Song Zimo while holding the report. His words were tinged with sympathy and a hint of resignation, causing Song Zimo's heart to tremble violently. Even his body quaked with dread. Why has it come to this? Wasn't the prognosis supposed to be next month? Why has everything accelerated so drastically? Why is her condition more severe and tumultuous than before? Doctor, rest assured. I will gather the necessary funds to ensure my aunt receives treatment as soon as possible. Please, could you keep this matter confidential and not inform her? Song Zimo stifled his emotions, stifling a sniffle. Even though he had previously experienced this harrowing separation in another life, his heart still felt as if it were being torn apart. Yet, unlike in his past life, he did not collapse into despair, clutching his head and weeping. He understood all too well that tears would not resolve anything. He needed to generate funds. He must gather 200,000 yuan in the shortest time possible. He took the report from the doctor and tucked it away. Young man, I am somewhat aware of your family's circumstances. 200,000 is no small sum. And even with surgery, the chances of success are less than 30%. The doctor glanced at Song Zimo, feeling a pang of compassion. Thus, he offered this advice, approaching the situation from the perspective of a conscientious physician. Ultimately, however, how Song Zimo chose to proceed was entirely his own affair. Even if there is only a 10% chance, I will not allow my aunt to leave me, he declared resolutely, especially emphasizing the word again. With that, he turned and headed back to the hospital room. Upon entering, he found his aunt already awake. Immediately, Song Zimo recounted his experience working at a bar to earn some living expenses. Upon hearing this, his aunt, Song Qin, realized she had misjudged him and promptly broke down in tears. Xiaomo, there is no need for me to stay here in the hospital anymore. Let us go home. Once both aunt and nephew had regained their composure, Song Qin promptly addressed Song Zimo. Aunt Song Zimo gazed at Song Qin, his lips moving, but his heart heavy with anguish. He struggled to hold back the tears. It's all right, truly. Look, Aunt can already get out of bed and walk. Your leg still hurts from earlier, doesn't it? It's all my fault for being impulsive and not listening to your explanation. After getting out of bed, Song Qin still felt a dull ache in her head and even noticed her vision had dimmed. For reasons unknown, her eyesight was not as sharp as it once was. However, she did not want Song Zimo to worry excessively, so she feigned lightheartedness. Additionally, she was determined to return home because their financial situation was already precarious. If Song Zimo were to get into university, it would require a significant amount of money. She could not justify wasting funds on her hospital stay. All right, Aunt, let us go home. Song Zimo replied with a smile, though his tightly clenched fists had already driven his nails deep into his palms. After a busy day, they returned home as night fell. The phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Li Yinyan. The screen displayed numerous missed calls, all from her. Hello, Mr. Li Song Zimo, what on earth are you doing? Do you still want to work here? Do you really think that by impersonating Qinglang for a day, you become him and can act all high and mighty? Get over here immediately. As soon as the call connected, Li Yinyan unleashed a torrent of anger upon him. Clearly, Song Zimo's prolonged silence had infuriated her. Even though he wished to explain, she offered him no opportunity. Staring at the disconnected call and then glancing at his sleeping aunt, Song Zimo was filled with self-mockery. The boss will always be the boss. He was merely her subordinate. Everything revolved around interests. There was no room for sentiment, no chance for explanation. Song Zimo prepared some food and left a note for his aunt before heading out to the bar. Song Zimo, stop right there. Upon arriving at the bar, he encountered Dai Jingjing, who promptly approached him, blocking his path and glaring furiously. Beside her stood her friend, Jiang Xiaoru. What do you want? Today had already been fraught with distressing events, and Song Zimo's mood was particularly foul. Thus, he regarded Dai Jingjing with impatience. What kind of attitude is that? If I'm fine, can't you? Dai Jingjing was incensed, especially at his dismissive demeanor, which mirrored that of Mo Bai from the novel. This resemblance only fueled her ire, rendering her unable to accept it. If nothing's wrong, step aside and don't disturb me at work. Without waiting for Dai Jingjing to finish, Song Zimo shoved her aside and strode into the bar. Dai Jingjing trembled at his actions, her eyes widening in disbelief as she watched him walk away. It was shock. It was incredulity. It was a bitter sting of tears. Chapter 26. This scoundrel. Is he really going to sing? You scoundrel. Why have you only just arrived? I called you multiple times, and you didn't answer. Do you really think you're Qinglang and can act like this? Upon entering the office, before Song Zimo could say a word, Li Yinyan's cold demeanor confronted him with accusations. Mr. Li, Song Zimo looked at Li Yinyan, struggling to find the words to explain. But in that moment, he was at a loss for how to begin. After tonight's singing session, we will settle this. Hurry up and change your clothes. Get on stage. Li Yinyan was in no mood to hear Song Zimo's explanations and impatiently urged him on. Hearing this, he turned to change his clothes and then stepped onto the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Prince of Love Songs, Qinglang, has returned. Among the audience, Dai Jingjing's eyes were red as she fixated on the figure of Qinglang on stage. Why is this guy singing songs meant for the future? Tonight, she must get to the bottom of this and uncover his true identity. Suddenly, memories of Song Zimo flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. That scoundrel! Did he consume explosives today? Was it really necessary to act this way over a few unreturned messages from last night? On the other side of the crowd stood a striking figure, Wang Shuangyi. Yes, it was Wang Shuangyi. She stood among the crowd, her face a mask of self-mockery. A liar. A great deceiver. You clearly stated that the song was meant for me, and it is indeed my favorite. Yet here you are, singing it again on this bar stage for others to hear. It was unbearable, heartbreaking. Subsequently, Wang Shuangyi, without any hesitation, wiped her tears and covered her face as she rushed out the door, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, Song Zimo had already caught sight of Wang Shuangyi's silhouette, observing her departure intently. Yet he still began to sing along with the music, for he found himself with no other choice. On the other side, Li Yinyan noticed Song Zimo's expression, which remained quite fitting, and her anger began to subside somewhat. This guy, despite possessing some talent, was exceedingly arrogant. Just last night, he had the audacity to play the diva, to ignore her calls, and to arrive late. She resolved to scold him thoroughly later, hoping he would learn a lesson. At that moment, the sound system on stage suddenly fell silent. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, who had been fervently engaged. What was happening? Why had the sound abruptly ceased? Was the equipment malfunctioning? How unfortunate it was. They had only been listening for a short while, and now the sound system was failing? What poor quality! A chorus of anger and indignation erupted among the crowd as they began to murmur and curse. Li Yinyan's expression shifted as she sensed the growing unrest. Just when she was still trying to comprehend the situation, a Chong rushed over in a flurry. "A Chong, what's going on?" Li Yinyan asked, noticing his pale face. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, causing a sense of foreboding to rise within her. However, she quickly inquired. "The recording equipment is broken," a Chong whispered, glancing around before leaning closer to her ear. "What?" Li Yinyan exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "How could the recording be broken? If it is, how will Song Zimo continue to impersonate? How long will it take to fix?" She pressed, forcing herself to remain calm as she took a deep breath. "Perhaps." A Chong's face grew increasingly grim as he swallowed hard. "Perhaps what? I demand an answer." Li Yinyan's heart sank, her irritation mounting, her tone now stern. "Boss, I don't know the specifics, but judging by the current situation, it might take at least an hour." A Chong answered nervously, casting a glance at Li Yinyan. "An hour?" Li Yinyan murmured, "Her completion palink considerably." Many had come tonight for the Qinglang performance. She had prepared the script meticulously, and all Song Zimo needed to do was follow it. Now, with the equipment malfunctioning, all plans had been thrown into disarray. At that moment, the audience was already in an uproar, chaos reigning. If this continued, their bar's reputation would surely be tarnished. What to do? It seemed there was no viable solution. "Everyone, please quiet down." Song Zimo's calm voice rang out from the stage, drawing Li Yinyan's attention. Her heart raced with anxiety, uncertain of his intentions. Yet, seeing his composed demeanor inexplicably brought her a sense of reassurance. There was a minor issue with the equipment, but it has now been resolved. "I will sing this song again," he announced. "Additionally, I have prepared several other songs for you all. I hope you'll enjoy them." His gentle voice exuded confidence, as if he were the very Qinglang who inspired cheers and excitement. Indeed, he was Qinglang. What was there to be anxious about when he was merely embodying his own persona? Below the stage, Li Yinyan's expression froze, her eyes wide in disbelief. Was this guy truly going to sing? Could he? What if his voice faltered or the emotions he conveyed were misplaced? Before Li Yinyan could fully process her thoughts, Song Zimo had already turned to nod at the accompanying musicians. The musicians exchanged glances, fully aware that Song Zimo was an imposter. Until now, he had merely pretended to sing with a microphone. Yet, here he was about to sing for real. Instantly, their gazes shifted to Li Yinyan below the stage. Seeing this, she clenched her teeth and nodded in affirmation. The music began. The melody flowed. A song imbued with a subtle melancholy wafted into the ears of the audience. With eyes closed and head tilted back, Song Zimo sang with abandon. However, this performance felt distinctly different from that night at the ball. It was a sorrow that could not be articulated, perhaps infused by the events of the day and the illness of his aunt. The audience erupted in cheers. But as the song continued, silence soon enveloped them. Everyone listened intently, their eyes glistening with tears. Even Li Yinyan appeared incredulous. This guy was truly a singing prodigy. The same song, the same melody, yet imbued with a wholly different essence and sentiment. Dai Jingjing too was taken aback, astonished by Song Zimo's impassioned performance. Qinglang. Was this fellow truly Qinglang? What had he experienced to evoke such profound sorrow in his song? Tonight, She was determined to uncover the truth and unmask him to see his true self. Chapter 27. Could it be that you want to court me? A good song requires no excess. One is enough. After finishing the song, Song Zimo did not continue with the prearranged songs. The atmosphere within the bar had already been completely ignited. As he stepped off the stage, the shouts of Qing Lang filled his ears. Turning around, he saw Dai Jingjing rushing towards him. Faced with a relentless pursuit, Song Zimo felt overwhelmed. At this moment, he resolved that he must not let her discover his identity. Otherwise, his days of peace would be over. Is there something you need? Song Zimo took a deep breath, maintaining a calm demeanor. Why did you sing that song? Dai Jingjing's gaze was fixed on Qing Lang, her eyes wide with curiosity. For some reason, Qing Lang gave her a sense of familiarity, as though she had encountered him somewhere before. Why can't I sing that song? Song Zimo retorted, not providing a direct answer. Because that song, Dai Jingjing started to say, instinctively wanting to express that the song did not belong to this era. But she quickly reconsidered, realizing that such a statement would be met with disbelief. After all, who would believe her if she claimed to have been reborn? Moreover, such a declaration might lead others to think she was unhinged. You only need to tell me where you learned this song, she insisted. Dai Jingjing inhaled deeply before speaking once more. At that moment, after contemplating for quite some time, she finally discerned the source of the familiar sensation emanating from the azure wolf before her. It was because he resembled someone she knew. No comment. Song Zimo was unwilling to explain or elaborate further. After all, this song was not a product of the current era. How could he justify himself? Having spoken, Song Zimo immediately turned to leave. Song Zimo. At that instant, a voice called out from behind him. Upon hearing his name, Song Zimo instinctively turned back. In the next moment, he saw a hand reaching towards his face. Realizing the impending encounter, Song Zimo's expression shifted, and he instinctively tried to evade. Alas, it was too late. The mask upon his face was swiftly removed, revealing his true visage. Dai Jingjing, are you out of your mind? Song Zimo was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his composure, he felt a surge of anger. This campus belle was utterly outrageous. It truly is you. Dai Jingjing glared at him with fury, her delicate shoulders trembling, betraying her tumultuous emotions. Why did you impersonate the azure wolf? As Song Zimo grappled with his thoughts, unsure of how to respond, Dai Jingjing spoke again. Impersonate the azure wolf? Song Zimo's expression froze as he gazed at Dai Jingjing, clearly taken aback by her accusation. Isn't it the case? The flavor of your song is completely different from that of the genuine azure wolf. The moment I arrived here, I felt an uncanny familiarity with you, as if I had encountered you before. After some contemplation, I realized it was you, the very same person. Upon removing the mask, my suspicions were confirmed. You scoundrel! To think you would masquerade as the azure wolf. It is utterly unacceptable and infuriating. I was so excited, believing the real azure wolf had arrived. No wonder when I asked you where you learned this song and why you could sing it, you pretended to be profound and chose not to answer, wanting to leave. You are merely an imposter who learned from the true azure wolf. So what? My impersonation of anyone is of no concern to you. Besides, the real azure wolf has expressed no objections. Song Zimo shrugged nonchalantly, acknowledging his status as a counterfeit. You. Dai Jingjing's brows furrowed in anger at his dismissive tone. You scoundrel. When we arrived at the bar, you were so fierce with me, even pushing me. Shouldn't you apologize? Why did you impersonate the azure wolf? At this moment, Dai Jingjing took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and posed the question again. No comment. A simple response, devoid of any explanation. Subsequently, Song Zimo turned to depart. His mind was preoccupied with worries about his aunt's surgical expenses. He had no inclination to engage in frivolous discussions with Dai Jingjing. Scoundrel, just you wait. One day, I will ensure you come begging to me. Dai Jingjing was truly incensed. In her agitation, she noticed there was nothing else to throw, and she promptly removed one of her shoes, hurling it forcefully at Song Zimo. The shoe struck him squarely, causing him to grimace in pain. He glanced at her without a word and continued on his way. Upon arriving at Li Yinyan's office, the door was promptly closed behind him. Li Yinyan even locked the door from the inside. At that moment, her gaze fixated on Song Zimo, unwavering, which made him feel a surge of anxiety and trepidation. What was Li Yinyan intending? Her expression was rather intimidating. Mr. Song, you scoundrel, you are deceiving me. Just as Song Zimo attempted to speak, Li Yinyan interrupted him. Deceiving you? Song Zimo's expression froze, believing Li Yinyan was referring to the truth of his identity as the azure wolf. Resolutely, he inhaled deeply, deciding to reveal everything, for he truly needed money. In his view, the only way to gather the 20,000 needed for his aunt's surgery before her passing was through Li Yinyan. Ms. Lee, indeed, I have deceived you. I will get you. Your singing is so remarkable, yet you claim to be unable to sing and suffer from social anxiety. Had you informed me sooner that you could sing so well, I wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of recording that audio. You scoundrel. Before Song Zimo could finish his sentence, Li Yin charged at him, striking him in a fit of rage. Song Zimo was taken aback. What was happening? It turned out she had not discovered his true identity, but rather believed he was hiding his singing talent. Ms. Li, I am indeed the Azure Wolf. Once Li Yin paused, he took a deep breath and spoke earnestly, leaving no room for jest. He understood that only by revealing his identity could he negotiate with her. Otherwise, he was merely an employee under her authority. You've been pretending to be the Azure Wolf for 2 days, and you've gotten so lost in your role? The Azure Wolf is my idol, and you, this little brat, dare to say such things? Could it be that you have taken a liking to me because of my looks and are trying to win me over? Li Yin's expression momentarily faltered before she burst into laughter. Clearly, she found his audacious claims amusing. As she spoke, she approached Song Zimo, raising her hand to playfully lift his chin, exuding an alluring, aggressive charm. Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Li Yin was undeniably beautiful, radiating femininity. Yet at that moment, Song Zimo had neither the time nor the desire to appreciate her beauty or engage in playful banter. Ms. Li. Thus, he took a deep breath, preparing to explain once more. You little brat, you've only been here for a few days, yet you become so audacious as to have designs on your boss. To be honest, you are indeed quite handsome, but compared to my idol, you still fall short. Ever since that night, I saw him. With his melancholic gaze and heart-wrenching aura, along with his moving songs, his image has been indelibly etched in my heart, leaving no room for anyone else. Before Song Zimo could finish his words, Li Yin lowered her hand from his chin and spoke softly. Song Zimo froze, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at her. Was it possible this stunning woman had fallen for him at first sight? Surely not. Such infatuation was typically reserved for the tender, naive years of youth, yet she appeared to be several years his senior. Had she lost her senses? Or was she jesting with him? Why are you staring at me? Feeling unwell? If so, you have no chance. She teased, noticing Song Zimo's gaze lingering on her, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Despite her worldly experience and success in running her own bar, she still found herself flustered. Yet in matters of the heart, she remained nothing more than a young girl who had never revealed her innermost feelings to anyone. As for that General Manager Li, one might wonder, are you truly so certain that Qing Lang harbors any affection for you? What if he is already in a relationship? Ouch! Why are you twisting my ear? Song Zimo inhaled deeply, feeling compelled to temper Li Yin's fervor, for her current thoughts were perilously misguided. However, before Song Zimo could finish his sentence, Li Yin, in a fit of anger, stormed towards him, seizing his ear and twisting it with vigor. You scoundrel! Can't you choose your words wisely? If you can't, then do us all a favor and speak less. From now on, utter only sweet words, or by heaven, I shall have your head. Li Yin was thoroughly incensed by Song Zimo's remarks. This so-called crow's mouth, she thought, could it be that he secretly wished for her relationship with Qing Lang to falter? Did he truly believe that if her romance with Qing Lang fell apart, she would have the chance to ascend from employee to boss? Dream on. All right. I shall speak only sweet nothings. I wish you, General Manager Li, every success in capturing your dream man. Song Zimo hastily capitulated, addressing Li Yin with a tone of earnestness. Now that is more like it, Li Yin replied, her expression softening considerably. This was music to her ears. Yet, where on earth had Qing Lang vanished to? He had promised that upon their next encounter, he would share his contact information. She firmly believed that destiny would grant them another meeting. And when that day arrived, even if it meant shattering into a million pieces, she would boldly confess her feelings. General Manager Li, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Song Zimo observed the distracted Li Yin and pondered for a moment before taking a deep breath and speaking up. What is it? Li Yin snapped back to reality, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, filled with curiosity. I wish to request a salary increase. The words were difficult to utter. However, the thought of his aunt's urgent need for $200,000 for medical expenses left him with no other choice. A salary increase? Li Yin's expression froze, her brows knitting together in disbelief. When she saw Song Zimo nod in affirmation, confirming she had not misheard, her demeanor instantly turned cold. Song Zimo, do you truly believe that my bar is a cash cow? Li Yin's heart brimmed with anger. She had never anticipated that this young man, fresh from his studies, would take advantage of her favorable impression to request a raise. Yet here he was, so insatiably greedy, as if it were his due. After all, it had only been a mere 3 days since he joined her establishment. How dare he audaciously demand a salary increase? General Manager, that's not what I meant. It's because Song Zimo noticed Li Yinyan's misunderstanding and was about to explain his aunt's dire situation when he realized that she was genuinely angry, uninterested in his justifications or excuses. Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Song Zimo, let me be clear. I can elevate you, but I can just as easily bring you down. In my bar, if I assign you to the stage as a resident singer, you are a resident singer. If I choose to dismiss you, you are nothing. It is best not to be overly greedy and push your luck, for it will only lead to resentment. I hope such matters do not arise again. Now go. Li Yinyan gave Song Zimo a penetrating look, laying down her boundaries. She was imparting a lesson on the realities of life. In this world, harmony was a rare commodity. If Song Zimo continued in his insatiable ways, he would inevitably face dire consequences. Besides, her establishment was not a bottomless well of fortune. I apologize for upsetting you, General Manager. Farewell, Song Zimo replied, feeling a mix of dejection and bitterness as he glanced at Li Yinyan. He refrained from further explanation, knowing full well that given her current mood, any attempt on his part would likely be dismissed as mere excuses or lies. To put it bluntly, the one requiring $200,000 for surgery was his aunt, who had raised him with unwavering dedication since childhood. It was only natural for him to seek funds for her treatment. Why would Li Yinyan, a mere acquaintance, feel compelled to assist him? What reason did he have to expect her support? Song Zimo left. He returned home. At that moment, Ah-Chiang knocked on the door and entered. Boss. Ah-Chiang noticed Li Yinyan's grim expression and felt a twinge of trepidation. Nevertheless, he cautiously spoke up. What is it? Li Yinyan was feeling agitated, evidently still irked by Song Zimo's earlier comments. She raised her head to look at Ah-Chiang, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Boss, I found this in the changing room just now. Take a look. Ah-Chiang approached cautiously, despite sensing Li Yinyan's anger. He reached into his pocket and produced a crumpled report, extending it towards her. What is this? Li Yinyan's expression shifted to one of confusion. However, she accepted the document and began to unfold it slowly before Ah-Chiang. Suddenly, her body trembled and her eyes widened in shock. Ah-Chiang stood silently, not uttering a word, even when Li Yinyan turned to look at him. Where did you find this? After a long pause, Li Yinyan inhaled deeply, her voice quivering. At that moment, a thought struck her, though she could not yet confirm it. It must have slipped from Xiao Mo's pocket when he was changing. In an instant, Li Yinyan's fingers quivered, causing the report to fall from her grasp and land on the floor. Chapter 29. I seem to have misjudged him. This scoundrel. Why did he not tell me sooner? At this moment, Li Yinyan had completely forgotten how she had interrupted Song Zimo's numerous attempts at explanation, and how she had unleashed a torrent of anger upon him. For reasons unknown, she felt a wave of discomfort and panic wash over her. The next moment, she dashed out the door, to catch up with Song Zimo, to find him, to bring him back. Alas, when Li Yinyan burst through the entrance, she found the outside of the bar bustling with traffic, yet there was no sign of him anywhere. He was gone. He had already left. Her eyes reddened. She could not fathom why she felt such an overwhelming sense of loss. It was as if her heart had been pierced by an unexpected pang. Would he return tomorrow night? Surely he would. When the time came, she would seek him out to apologize, to make amends. Thud. The thought of her previous harsh words made her shudder, realizing how profoundly they must have affected Song Zimo. How could she have spoken to him in such a manner? Even she found it hard to bear. Li Yinyan, why were you so impulsive, unable to wait for Song Zimo to finish speaking? Meanwhile, Song Zimo had returned home. At that moment, despair and helplessness filled his heart. 200,000. Initially, he had a month's grace period. He contemplated that even if he performed at a bar, earning insufficient funds in a month, he could shamelessly ask Li Yinyan for a loan or an advance. However, it appeared that matters were not as smooth as he had envisioned. This evening, when Song Zimo broached the subject with Li Yinyan, he was met with a merciless rejection. In fact, Li Yinyan had already set her boundaries, her disdain for him reaching an extreme. If he were to bring up this matter again, he feared he might jeopardize his singing job altogether. What to do? A deep sigh escaped him, reminiscent of a sorrowful and desperate summer breeze in the dead of night. Just as Song Zimo was about to visit an internet cafe to update his novel for the day, he inadvertently spotted a recruitment notice affixed to the wall outside the cafe. This particular advertisement differed from the usual job postings. It appeared to be a solicitation for a son-in-law. It bore a simple inscription, a phone number, and a title, nothing more. Ultimately, his gaze was drawn to the enticing phrase suggesting that success would yield both a car and a house. Previously, had Song Zimo encountered such an advertisement, he would have merely chuckled, dismissing it as a scam aimed at exploiting people's greed for quick riches. Yet, now, in a state of desperation, he recognized the likelihood of deceit yet still felt a flicker of temptation. "Hello, is this Mrs. Su?" After much hesitation, he finally retrieved his phone and dialed the number. "Yes, who is this?" After a brief pause, a voice filled with curiosity answered. "I just saw your advertisement for a son-in-law at the internet cafe. And I'd like to inquire," he said, despite feeling quite awkward. "Are you applying for the position?" The voice of Mrs. Su shifted from curiosity to surprise. "Yes. Are there any requirements?" Song Zimo responded decisively. He had no interest in the car or house. What he needed was money. Money to cover his aunt's medical expenses in a timely manner. Even if he were looked down upon as a man living off a woman's support, he would not hesitate to sacrifice anything for his Aunt Song Chin's well-being. Mrs. Su stated that the only requirements were to possess good looks, decent character, and a reliable demeanor. "I believe I may be suitable," Song Zimo replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "Young man, are you certain about this? My daughter is rather unappealing and not particularly bright." Mrs. Su's voice returned, seemingly cautioning him about the challenges of this position. "Regardless, I would like to give it a try. When could we arrange a meeting?" He replied straightforwardly, inquiring about the timing. "If you're agreeable, let us meet tomorrow at the Time Cafe at 9 o'clock. Mrs. Su promptly acquiesced. After hanging up, Song Zimo took a deep breath and headed to the internet cafe to update his novel. That night, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Aunt Song Chin. In his previous life, he could only watch helplessly as she departed from his world. In this life, he was determined not to repeat that tragedy, not to let anything happen to her. "Rest assured, Aunt, I will ensure your safety, no matter the cost." The following day, Song Zimo awoke to find a suit Wang Shuangyi had purchased for him still pristine, having only been worn once. He donned it and meticulously adjusted his tie. Looking in the mirror, he smiled, hoping to make a favorable impression. "Were you off to so early, Xiaomo? And where did you acquire that outfit?" As he reached the doorway, Aunt Song Chin's voice reached his ears. After a day of rest, her condition had improved significantly, yet it was evident that her eyesight was faltering. The doctor's word from the previous day echoed in his mind. "The tumor in your aunt's brain is pressing on her retina. If this continues, her eyesight will be lost before the blood vessels burst." With a slight sting in his nose, he replied, "A friend invited me out, and this suit was a gift from a female classmate who took me to a dance after seeing my shabby attire." He smiled brightly, though a forced quality lingered in his eyes. "You shouldn't accept gifts so casually. Be sure to invite her over for dinner to express your gratitude," Aunt Song Chin admonished playfully. "Of course, I'll invite her over, though whether she comes is another matter," Song Zimo replied, recalling the tensions with Wang Shuangyi. "But time is of the essence. Our meeting is at 9, he added, glancing at the clock. With a wave to Aunt Song Chin, he swiftly departed. She watched his receding figure, growing increasingly indistinct until only a silhouette remained. Though she could not quite comprehend the weight of the situation, she sensed that her time might be limited. Upon arriving at the cafe, he located table 6. Seated before him was a mother and daughter duo. The woman, with her curled hair and fashionable appearance, exuded a certain elegance despite her age, while the girl appeared quite overweight, a true reflection of her plumpness. "Hello, Mom. I'm Song Zimo," he said, returning his gaze politely. "Please have a seat." Subiu's eyes fell upon Song Zimo, momentarily captivated by his handsome features. Initially, when he had called the night prior, she had assumed he was merely passable in appearance, not particularly striking. Her interest had been piqued solely by the prospect of car and house. Yet upon seeing him in person, she was struck by his striking looks and an aura that suggested a deep understanding of the world, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Handsome, I like you. I want. At that moment, the plump girl chimed in, seemingly confirming her mother's earlier assertions about her lack of intelligence. With a hamburger in one hand and a milkshake in the other, she gazed at her mother with drool glistening at the corners of her mouth. Subiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. However, after casting a glance at Song Zimo, she still remarked, "Young man, have you truly thought this through? This is my daughter, Xiaoxi." It seemed that Subiu also sensed that her daughter's appearance did not quite measure up to Song Zimo. Around them, patrons at other tables were evidently drawn to the peculiar pairing, turning their heads to observe and whisper amongst themselves. Nevertheless, Song Zimo remained unfazed by the peculiar glances, his expression calm and composed, so tranquil, in fact, that it evoked a sense of discomfort in others. "I have made up my mind. I agree, but I have one condition." Song Zimo spoke, his demeanor exuding an elegant smile, devoid of any awkwardness or reluctance. "What condition?" Subiu's expression shifted to one of surprise, tinged with curiosity. "I wish to marry your daughter as a son-in-law. I do not require a car or a house. I need 200,000, and I need it by the end of this month." Song Zimo inhaled deeply as he articulated his demand, his hands clenched into fists, trembling slightly from the intensity of his emotions. "Aunt, I will gather the money to cure your illness. I promise." The onlookers, initially merely engaged in quiet discussions, erupted into a cacophony of astonished murmurs upon hearing that Song Zimo intended to marry for financial reasons. Their gazes were laced with disdain and incredulity. 200,000? By the end of the month? Subiu, taken aback, was clearly unprepared for such a straightforward request from Song Zimo. Indeed, Song Zimo affirmed with a serious nod, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding whispers and scornful laughter. "Young man, do you comprehend the value of a car and a house? It exceeds tenfold. Unless you are not in a hurry for the end of the month. Aunt, I only need 200,000. If you provide me with that amount, I will acquiesce to any of your requests. As for when the marriage contract is fulfilled and the manner in which I will be integrated into your family, that is for you to decide." Before Subiu could respond, Song Zimo interrupted, his determination clear. Had it not been for his aunt's grave condition, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. "Not in a hurry? Shall I wait until my aunt passes away before I need that money? What use would it be then?" "Very well. Since you have made your decision, why don't you take my daughter out for a while to cultivate your relationship?" Subiu scrutinized Song Zimo deeply, choosing not to utter another word. She then turned her attention to Xiao Shi, who was voraciously devouring a hamburger, and gently wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Xiao Shi, let us go have some fun." Without hesitation, Song Zimo approached Xiao Shi and took her hand. "Let us go have fun. Let's go." Xiao Shi exclaimed, her delight evident as she embraced his arm, inadvertently smearing her hamburger's cream all over Song Zimo's suit. Just as onlookers anticipated his disgust, Song Zimo smiled lightly, unconcerned by the scrutinizing gazes as he led Xiao Shi outside the cafe. However, those watching his retreating figure sensed a hint of melancholy. Subiu said nothing, silently observing all the expressions on Song Zimo's face, pondering the thoughts swirling in her mind. "I want to eat ice cream. I want ice cream." In the park, the weather was rather gloomy due to last night's rain, making it not too hot. As they played, Xiao Shi suddenly called out to Song Zimo. "All right, I will take you to buy ice cream," he replied, exhibiting no impatience despite Subiu's absence, nor any inclination to take advantage of the seemingly simple-minded Xiao Shi. With that, Song Zimo took her hand and led her to the ice cream stand. Along the way, numerous onlookers cast curious glances. "The young man is quite handsome, very dashing. As for that chubby girl, she seems a bit foolish, not quite right in the head. It's hard to believe he would choose her." It certainly corroborated the age-old adage that money can indeed make miracles happen. "I want to eat candied hawthorn," Xiao Shi exclaimed once they finished their ice cream. "All right, I will take you to buy some," Song Zimo replied with a smile, prepared to indulge her request for candied hawthorn. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, and a distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously. The next moment, heavy rain poured down. Such is the nature of June weather. Storms arrive unannounced. "Xiao Shi, how about we wait for the rain to stop before?" Song Zimo began, noticing the downpour, but he was cut off by Xiao Shi, who was entirely unwilling to wait. To her, the desire for treats overshadowed any concerns for the weather. No, I want candied hawthorn right now. You go buy it." She tugged at Song Zimo's arm, playfully insisting. "Very well, wait here for a moment. I will go get it for you. Just stay put and don't wander off. I will return shortly." With a nod, Song Zimo dashed into the heavy rain to buy candied hawthorn, having resolved to embrace his role as a son-in-law. He felt it was time to let go of many concerns. Why should he care about the opinions of others? Xiao Shi stood there, clapping her hands joyfully, blissfully unaware of the world around her. After a while, Song Zimo returned, his clothes torn and muddy, indicating he had either fallen or encountered some misfortune while purchasing the candied hawthorn. Blood trickled from his arm, seeping from his sleeves and flowing through his fingers. Yet, he paid no mind to his injuries as he rushed back to Xiao Shi and revealed the 2 skewers of candied hawthorn wrapped in fabric. "Look, I brought candied hawthorn. How delightful!" Xiao Shi exclaimed, eagerly snatching them up and devouring them. Song Zimo smiled at her happiness, though his grin carried a hint of helplessness and sorrow that did not escape the notice of the ice cream vendor nearby. "Song Zimo." Just then, a voice called from the direction of the mall behind them. He turned, his expression momentarily frozen in shock. "Wang Shuangi. Who is she, dear?" Xiao Shi, blissfully munching on her candied hawthorn, abruptly ceased her eating. She wrapped her arms around Song Zimo's, looking curiously at Wang Shuangi standing at the mall entrance. "Dear?" Wang Shuangi's expression stiffened, disbelief washing over her. At that moment, she even doubted if she had misheard. "Girlfriend? This chubby girl? Song Zimo, is what she said true?" Wang Shuangi inhaled deeply, her voice trembling with incredulity. "Why is this happening? Is this some form of revenge? However, I've already apologized. Moreover, Even in the name of revenge, one should not seek a chubby girl as a girlfriend. At this moment, Wang Shuangyi felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Aggrieved. Stabbed. Yes. CC, this is my high school classmate, named Wang Shuangyi. Song Zimo took a deep breath, his tone calm, and a smile gracing his lips, offering no explanation. For there was no need. He was not someone with whom Wang Shuangyi had any ties. Additionally, he did not desire sympathy from others. In this life, how can one avoid a few regrets? Why? Why? Tell me why. The last flicker of hope in Wang Shuangyi's heart faded into despair. She immediately rushed forward, emotionally charged, to confront Song Zimo. At that moment, tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour from the eaves, incessantly crashing down. Yet she cried out, "Step aside. My mother said she would have him marry me, moving into our family, buying him a car and a house." Before Wang Shuangyi could reach Song Zimo, she was abruptly shoved aside by Xiao Cici. Xiao Cici was indeed a robust girl, her physique solid. As Wang Shuangyi approached her, she appeared delicate and petite. Thus, with a forceful push from Xiao Cici, Wang Shuangyi stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. There she stood, as if struck by lightning. Her gaze, filled with shock and disbelief, was fixed upon Song Zimo. Buying a car and a house? Song Zimo, you would choose to become a son-in-law solely for material possessions, living off someone else's fortune? Wang Shuangyi's eyes widened, unable to fathom that Song Zimo could be such a person. Indeed, life is finite. One can toil endlessly or live freely. It is still but one life. In truth, I am a quintessential materialistic man. The thought of living off someone else resonates with me quite well. Song Zimo glanced at Wang Shuangyi and explained. Those who happened to emerge from the mall upon hearing this immediately began to curse. Bastard! I hate you. I will hate you for a lifetime. I will never forgive you. Wang Shuangyi's tears surged even more fiercely, especially when she noticed that the clothes Song Zimo wore were the very ones she had purchased for him, the suit she had bought before the dance. And he wore it for a chubby girl. Despair, pain, suffocation. In the next moment, Wang Shuangyi cast a melancholic, self-mocking glance at Song Zimo, covered her face with her hands, and dashed into the torrential rain, vanishing from his sight. Song Zimo stood there, making no attempt to pursue her, his expression remaining tranquil. Yet only he knew the ripples that stirred deep within his heart. A vague irritation. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the rain finally ceased. Song Zimo lifted his head and gazed at the now-still rain, then took a deep breath before turning to the carefree Xiao Cici, who occasionally muttered to herself, and said, "Cici, it's getting late. Let me escort you home." "Home? Sure." Xiao Cici eagerly grasped Song Zimo's arm, responding instantly. Subsequently, Song Zimo led her back. Subiyu had left her car for Song Zimo, allowing him to enjoy himself before taking Xiao Cici home. 20 minutes later, Song Zimo arrived at Xiao Cici's residence. A villa, reminiscent of a grand estate, situated in a bustling area, clearly indicating the wealth of Xiao Cici's family. "Mom, we're back. Quickly, open the door. Hurry." Upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Cici immediately raised her plump hand and knocked vigorously on the door. The sound echoed with a resounding thud. Coming. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Subiyu, the same woman he had encountered before. "Oh, Xiaomo, how'd you get so drenched?" Gumin. Subiyu noticed that Song Zimo's clothes and hair were completely soaked. Glancing at her daughter, she was taken aback to see that not a single strand of hair was wet, her expression shifting to one of concern. Immediately, her gaze softened significantly, and she urged Song Zimo to come inside. "Auntie, it's not necessary. Cici has returned. It's getting late, so I should head home as well." Song Zimo shook his head, declining Subiyu's invitation. "Mom, I don't want him to leave. I want him to stay." At that moment, Xiao Cici clung tightly to Song Zimo's arm, refusing to let him go, even sobbing and throwing a tantrum. "Xiaomo, look how much Cici likes you. Don't leave just yet. Why not have lunch with us before you go?" Subiyu, wishing to keep him there, chimed in. Upon hearing her daughter speak, she quickly added her encouragement. "Well, that seems all right." Song Zimo had intended to refuse, but Xiao Cici's persistent grip on him proved unyielding. In fact, by this point, she was wiping her snot and tears on him. Ultimately, Song Zimo had no choice but to acquiesce. "Xiaomo, may I ask you a question?" During lunch, Subiyu fixed her gaze on Song Zimo, scrutinizing him for a long moment before finally speaking. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Subiyu had discerned that this young man was quite exceptional. His appearance, character, and manners were impeccable. Coupled with his unique aura, he was truly remarkable. Yet, she could not fathom why such a distinguished young man would choose to become a son-in-law. "Auntie, please feel free to ask." Song Zimo set down his chopsticks, looking earnestly at Subiyu, adopting an attentive demeanor. Subiyu noted this small detail, her gaze softening further. Why would you want to become my daughter's son-in-law? Is it for monetary gain? Subiu inhaled deeply and, after finishing her question, maintained her gaze on Song Zimo. Even Xiao Cece, who had been eating, slowed her pace and focused her attention on him. Auntie, one should not judge merely by appearances. In truth, I am a rather materialistic person. My parents passed away when I was young, and I was raised solely by my aunt. Throughout my life, I have never lived a day according to my own desires. Thus, I have always envied the lives of the wealthy. You see, becoming a son-in-law comes with everything one could desire. Most people toil their entire lives and may never attain such wealth. Annie, do you secretly look down upon someone like me, who lacks ambition? Song Zimo looked at Subiu, offering a smile. Yet, that smile carried a hint of self-mockery and sorrow. However, he quickly concealed it, as if he truly embraced the persona of a materialistic man. Chapter 32. He is a gentle boy. Auntie, there is no disdain, since you are so open-minded. Let us settle this matter. Later, you can spend some time with Cece, and our families can discuss arranging a marriage. I will provide you with the 200,000 you desire. Subiu gazed deeply at Song Zimo, shaking her head. As someone who had experienced much, she could see that Song Zimo harbored unspoken thoughts. However, since he was unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Really? Thank you so much, Annie. Excitement shone on Song Zimo's face. The surgical fee of 200,000 had finally found a resolution. The weight on Song Zimo's heart lifted significantly. I don't want Xiao Zimo to leave. Mom, I want him to stay with me. After finishing his meal, Song Zimo noticed that it was already past 2 in the afternoon, prompting him to decide to bid farewell and return home, intending to come back the next day. However, he was met with the persistent grip of Xiao Shi, who clung to him, unwilling to let him leave. On the side, Subiu's attempts at persuasion proved futile. Little Amo, look, Shishi doesn't want you to go. Why don't you just stay here tonight? It seemed that Subiu had already come to regard Song Zimo as part of the family, treating him with a tone of negotiation rather than authority. Despite his being a son-in-law by marriage. Annie, let us save that for after the wedding, Song Zimo replied. I'll stay a bit longer. And once she falls asleep, I'll take my leave. He shook his head in refusal. It felt inappropriate to stay at Xiao Shi's home on their first day of acquaintance. Moreover, he knew his aunt would worry if he did not return home for the night. Subiu, seeing Song Zimo's firm stance, chose not to press the matter further. In the afternoon, Song Zimo continued to play with Xiao Shi, even sharing dinner at their house. By 7 or 8 o'clock, perhaps due to the exhaustion of a day filled with fun, Xiao Shi fell asleep, her head resting on Song Zimo's lap. Holding him tightly as if to prevent his departure, he remained there quietly, waiting until she drifted into a deep slumber before carefully rising to his feet. Annie, I'm heading back now. I'll come again tomorrow. Upon reaching the living room, he immediately spotted Subiu, and with a smile, he lowered his voice to bid her farewell, waving his hand. Please drive back. It's quite dark now. Thank you for letting me spend the day with her. Subiu picked up the keys from the coffee table and handed them to Song Zimo. He glanced at the keys, but did not reach out to take them. Is something the matter? Subiu asked, her face filled with confusion. Auntie, I've mentioned before that I only have one condition for my marriage into the family. I just need 200,000. I don't require any cars or houses. My home isn't far from here. I can walk back. Goodbye, Andy. With that, Song Zimo turned and left before Subiu could respond. Oh, what a kind-hearted boy. Subiu sighed as she watched him depart from the window. Mom, did he leave? Just then, a voice called out from behind Subiu, and a girl descended the spiral staircase. Dressed in pajamas, she appeared somewhat languid, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity, untainted by the grime of the world. Resembling an ethereal fairy. Though not very tall, her figure was slender, and her skin was fair, making her look almost identical to Subiu. Yes, he just left. Subiu responded, glancing back. At that moment, the door to Xiao Shi's room swung open, and she rushed out with an excited expression. Miss, congratulations. You found yourself a suitable husband. This Song Zimo is so gentle and kind. He bought me everything I wanted today, even when I deliberately made things difficult for him. Asking him to brave the rain to get me candied hawthorn, he didn't refuse or show any impatience. Yet, the girl before them was not truly Xiao Shi. The real Xiao Shi was the seemingly demure girl standing there. The girl who had just spoken had only pretended to be Xiao Shi to assess the character of the prospective son-in-law. Mom, I really don't want to get married so soon, and I'm not fond of his personality, especially his responses when you questioned him earlier. Although living off someone else's earnings is inherently humble, he could at least say something ambitious. Even if it were a lie, it would be somewhat more palatable. Xiao Shi cast a glance out the window, then turned her gaze back to her mother and the girl, voicing her stance. She had always harbored a strong aversion to the idea of recruiting a son-in-law, yet she was the only heir of the Xiao family. Thus, Xiaoxi felt burdened with the responsibility of ensuring the continuation of the family line. Despite her persistent objections, her mother, Su Biu, continued to arrange for such matchmaking opportunities. However, those who had encountered the girl pretending to be Xiaoxi had quickly retreated in fear. Initially, Xiaoxi thought Song Zimo would also retreat at the sight of the girl, but to her surprise, he had agreed to the arrangement for the sake of 200,000. He didn't give up even when faced with the girl as challenges. Earlier at the cafe, Xiaoxi had been watching from a distance. At first, she had a favorable impression of Song Zimo, even captivated by his handsome appearance. However, during lunch, her mother's test of him had left her feeling inexplicably repulsed by his words. "You stubborn girl, I told you to find yourself a boyfriend. Yet you look down upon this one and that one from the matchmaking process, dismissing them for being unattractive or having poor character. Finally, a handsome, upright, and grounded man comes along, and you claim he lacks ambition and is merely after our wealth. Tell me, if he willingly becomes a son-in-law and accepts living off your family, what else could he possibly want? Stop being so picky. Your father has a heart condition. Don't upset him. This matter is settled. We'll test him again tomorrow, and if there are no issues, you should establish a closer relationship and set a date to marry." Su Biu reprimanded Xiaoxi, making a decisive judgment before she could utter another word. "Miss, I think Song Zimo is quite wonderful. Although you haven't spent much time with him, I believe once you do, you'll be touched and drawn to him." The girl praised him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. To be honest, after spending a day with Song Zimo, the girl couldn't find any faults in him. Yet, why did he seem so sorrowful? It appeared he was hiding something deep within. Meanwhile, in a royal bar, Li Yinyan sat restlessly in her office, repeatedly glancing at her phone. "That guy really got angry last night, and isn't coming, is he?" But at that moment, I truly didn't know. She thought he was asking for a raise due to his inflated ego. Calls went unanswered, and texts received no replies. "What on earth do you want? Do you expect me to personally beg you to return? Dream on." Just as Li Yinyan resolved to fire him if he did not show up that night, a video about recruiting a son-in-law caught her attention on the computer screen. Chapter 33. "Scoundrel, how long do you intend to deceive me? That person looks so much like that Song Zimo." Li Yinyan muttered to herself, clicking to open the video. Instantly, a scene unfolded before her, featuring a girl, a beautiful woman, and a young man seated with his back to her. The video, recorded by an unknown source, was close enough for her to hear their conversation. Li Yinyan turned the volume up to the maximum, listening intently, and after a moment, she finally grasped what was happening. However, at that moment, she still could not discern the visage of the young man from the matchmaking event, for the video was captured from behind him. Thus, unless he chose to turn around, his features remained a mystery. Just then, the young man rose to his feet. He approached the chubby girl, took her hand, and, amidst a sea of mocking gazes, smiled as they walked toward the exit. "Song Zimo, is that wretch truly willing to pay 200,000 for this? Has he lost his mind? To become a live-in son-in-law just to provide for his aunt's medical expenses? Is it truly so simple to partake in the life of a son-in-law? All they desire is for him to carry on the family lineage. Once he fulfills that role, he becomes inconsequential." Li Yinyan muttered to herself, filled with both anger and discomfort. Last night, when he sought her out, he must have intended to ask for a loan. Yet, it seemed she had misinterpreted his intentions. How desperate must he be to make such an extreme decision? Rising, she donned her trench coat and stepped outside, determined to find that scoundrel and offer an apology. Song Zimo halt. As evening fell, upon reaching his doorstep, Song Zimo was suddenly greeted by a shout. Instantly, he turned to see Li Yinyan standing not far away, her fury palpable even from a distance under the flickering yellow streetlight. "Presently, what brings you here?" His expression froze in surprise upon recognizing her. At that moment, he abruptly remembered that he had forgotten to report to the bar for work. "What do you mean, what brings me here? You arrogant fool, have your wings grown strong? After I spoke to you last night, do you truly intend to abandon your job at my bar?" Originally, Li Yinyan had come to apologize to Song Zimo, but somehow, upon seeing him, her anger surged uncontrollably. Without considering the circumstances, she began to scold him. "Presently, it's not as you think." Song Zimo's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could finish his explanation, Li Yinyan interrupted. "Arrogant and overbearing. If it's not as you say, then what is it?" She glared at him, her frustration boiling over at his self-deprecation for monetary gain, deigning to become a mere vessel for reproduction. A live-in son-in-law to a foolish and unattractive girl. This further fueled her indignation, rendering her unable to accept the situation. "Forget it. I shan't explain. It is precisely as you imagine. I no longer wish to work here." Gazing at Li Yinyan's assertive and unreasonable demeanor, Song Zimo swallowed the retort that lingered on his lips. It was not that he wished to avoid an explanation, but rather that she offered him no opportunity to clarify. Perhaps the events of the previous night had irreparably tarnished his image in her eyes. At this juncture, would she even believe him if he attempted to explain? Turning to leave, he heard her call out, "You scoundrel, come back." Observing Song Zimo's intent to depart, her expression hardened, and she reprimanded him. In that instant, she regained her composure, realizing that she had again lost control of her temper. "Li Yanyan, what is wrong with you? Are you here to apologize or to argue?" Her proud nature filled her with regret, yet she could not bring herself to admit it. "I've said I'm done. I'm not your employee, nor are you my boss. What more do you desire?" With a sudden jerk, Song Zimo freed himself from Li Yanyan's grasp, his voice rising in anger. He could no longer endure it. The troubles concerning his aunt, along with the petty matters involving Wang Shuangyi and Dai Jingjing, had already left him in a state of agitation. Now, Li Yanyan had the audacity to confront him. Even the most patient of souls would find their temper flaring. "You." Li Yanyan was momentarily taken aback by Song Zimo's outburst. In the days they had known each other, this was the first time she had witnessed him lose his composure. Even during the previous night at the bar, when Dai Jingjing was drunkenly causing a ruckus, he had remained calm. This scoundrel dared to raise his voice at her. How audacious! Yet, despite her simmering rage, she remained silent, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. "I apologize. I've been feeling quite low these past few days." Song Zimo, noticing her distress, felt a sense of dread wash over him. Recognizing that his obstinacy might provoke tears from the fierce businesswoman, he let out a reluctant sigh. Conceding, after uttering his words, he made to walk away again. "Humph. Do you think that your insincere apology is sufficient for me to forgive you?" Her prideful demeanor compelled Li Yanyan to huff disdainfully, refusing to easily pardon Song Zimo for his earlier outburst. Upon seeing him turn his back, she felt a surge of urgency. "I just saw a video of a cafe online. I recognized that boy. It was you. Why would you demean yourself by becoming that chubby girl's live-in son-in-law?" At that moment, Li Yanyan's voice pierced through to Song Zimo's ears. He had taken several steps away when his body stiffened, and he halted, turning to face Li Yanyan. He found her gaze filled with anger and mockery, as if she were enraged by his choices. "Because I am a materialistic man who values money above my very life. Do not presume that I would balk at becoming a live-in son-in-law for a chubby girl, or even a 50-year-old woman, as long as the compensation is satisfactory," he retorted, providing no explanation and expressing no desire to clarify. "Let others misunderstand. Let them gossip." With that, he attempted to walk away once more. "You scoundrel! At such a time, you still dare to deceive me? Are you trying to drive me mad?" she exclaimed, thrusting a piece of paper toward him. "Look at this. This is the report that Aqiang found at your changing area. It's for your aunt's surgery expenses." Before Song Zimo could even lift his foot, Li Yanyan had brandished the examination report. Chapter 34. Li Yanyan, do not push your luck. Suddenly, Song Zimo's body trembled, and he spun around, rushing back. When he attempted to snatch the document from Li Yanyan's grasp, she deftly evaded him. Witnessing this, his expression darkened. "Give it back. Hand it over." In his anger, he pressed her against the advertisement board behind her. He had not even realized when the report had gone missing, nor could he fathom that Li Yanyan had retrieved it. Now, his countenance was clouded with concern. His aunt's predicament was a perpetual source of anguish for Song Zimo. He harbored no desire to confide in anyone regarding this matter, nor did he wish for anyone's sympathy. For oftentimes, when one speaks of their troubles, others merely mock, accusing them of indulging in melodrama. Especially after his difficult conversation with Li Yanyan last night, the words she uttered weighed heavily on his heart. Song Zimo bore no resentment towards her. He only lamented his own inadequacy. "I shall not yield. What can you do about it? Bite me?" Li Yanyan felt an unease in the presence of Song Zimo's current demeanor. Her wrist, gripped tightly by him, throbbed with pain. Yet, she seemed to summon her stubbornness, unwilling to relinquish her hold on him. When Song Zimo cast a glance in her direction, she met his gaze with fierce defiance. "You." Song Zimo, at a loss for words in his anger towards Li Yanyan, finally relented. "Forget it. Take it if you must. I no longer want it." Observing Li Yanyan's incomprehensible behavior, he inhaled deeply and released her. However, just as he prepared to rise and depart, she seized his collar. "You think you can demand and dismiss as you please? In your rudeness towards me, do you intend to walk away unscathed? I suspect your aunt knows nothing of this. Should I inform her right now?" Li Yanyan glared at Song Zimo, her wrist reddened from his grip, yet he offered no apology. "Li Yanyan, do not push your luck." Song Zimo's brows knitted tightly, his fury reigniting. Initially addressing her formally, he now resorted to her given name. "I am indeed pushing my luck. What will you do about it?" Li Yanyan could not tolerate Song Zimo's tendency to internalize his feelings, bearing everything alone. Thus, she provocatively challenged him. Xiao Mo, is it you returning? My aunt's eyesight has deteriorated significantly of late, particularly at night. She struggles to see distant objects. Within the house, upon hearing the commotion outside, Song Qin emerged. She approached the door and called out, "Aunt, it's me, I've returned." Upon seeing his aunt, Song Zimo's expression shifted to one of panic. The previously sulking Li Yin, who had intended to give Song Zimo a hard time, quickly released him and concealed the examination report in her pocket. "Aunt, hello. I am Xiao Mo's friend. He did not go to work tonight, so I came to check on him." Li Yin proactively approached, greeting Song Qin. Song Zimo furrowed his brow in suspicion, pondering Li Yin's true intentions. "Li, didn't you mention having matters to attend to? It is quite late. Perhaps you should head back." Song Zimo sought to expedite her departure, keenly aware that she knew of his aunt's illness and feared she might inadvertently divulge something. "You little rascal, how can you send Miss Li away when she has come to check on you at this hour? Why not invite her in for a seat?" Song Qin chastised him sharply. "Aunt, it is not that I do not wish to invite her, but she is quite busy and reluctant." Song Zimo's anxiety escalated. It seemed his aunt was intent on inviting Li Yin into their home. This was a scenario Song Zimo wished to avoid at all costs. He deemed Li Yin a potential threat until his aunt recovered. "Aunt, I am not busy. I would be delighted to visit. I intended to come in, but Xiao Mo insisted on pushing me away." Li Yin interjected before Song Zimo could speak again. As she spoke, she shot a challenging glance at him. "You little brat, have you lost your senses? A young lady comes to your home to visit, and you refuse her entry, even trying to chase her away? How have I raised you to conduct yourself?" Song Qin, evidently believing Li Yin's words, rushed inside to fetch a broom, pursuing Song Zimo with ferocity. "Aunt, please. Let me explain. It hurts. Please stop. I realize my mistake." Song Zimo's head spun with confusion. He wished to clarify, but his aunt offered him no opportunity. The scene devolved into chaos, and eventually, Song Zimo ceased his attempts at explanation, realizing that any defense would only be perceived as a mere excuse. That wretched Li Yin was utterly despicable. Witnessing Song Zimo receive a thorough reprimanding amused Li Yin somewhat. "Huh, this is for your earlier outbursts. This is for the pain you inflicted on me." Once inside, Li Yin took a seat as Song Zimo was relegated to fetching tea and water for her service. His aunt sat nearby, watchful and ready to reprimand him for any misstep. Song Zimo was seething with indignation, yet felt utterly powerless. "Miss Li, you have conversed with my aunt for an entire hour. It is quite late now. Would you not consider departing for the evening?" Finally, Song Zimo could no longer endure the interminable conversation. How long would this continue? Most importantly, he still had no clarity on Li Yin's true motives. "You little rascal, are you feeling particularly rebellious today?" Song Qin shot him a glare, clearly agitated. "Aunt, I am not." Song Zimo froze, hastily attempting to explain. "Aunt, Xiao Mo is correct. The hour is indeed late. I should take my leave and visit another day." Li Yin stood, preparing to bid farewell to Song Qin. Song Qin escorted her to the door, and Song Zimo followed suit. As he observed Li Yin preparing to depart, he felt no inclination to engage with her, intending instead to return with his aunt. "Xiao Mo, will you not see me off? After all, I came to visit you at such a late hour. This is rather discourteous." At that moment, Li Yin's voice rang out, calling to him. Suddenly hearing her call, Song Zimo paused. "You little rascal, your aunt is aging and cannot see well. Why would you not accompany her? Go and see the young lady off." With that, Aunt Song Qin picked up a stick from beside the door, ready to strike. "All right, I will see her off. Just stop hitting me." Song Zimo was left exasperated. What on earth was Li Yin up to tonight? It seemed he had done nothing to provoke her. Was she out of her mind? Chapter 35. Why does my heart ache inexplicably? Deservedly so. Song Zimo caught up with Li Yin, yet before he could utter a word, she mocked him. He regarded her in silence, feigning indifference. Soon, they arrived at the vehicle Li Yin had parked by the roadside. However, beneath the night breeze, she showed no intent of leaving. Observing her contemplative demeanor, Song Zimo hesitated to speak, swallowing his words back. Thus, he accompanied Li Yin in silence as they continued walking. Eventually, they reached the bustling street where cars passed by. Li Yin came to a halt, and Song Zimo followed suit. "I apologize for what transpired last night." At last, Li Yin was the first to speak, turning her head to glance at Song Zimo, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of remorse. Although her personality was somewhat haughty and stubborn, she was not devoid of reason. She recognized that her actions from the previous night were indeed misguided and impulsive. "What is done is done. I have long since forgotten it." Song Zimo shook his head, his gaze fixed on the bustling road ahead, his eyes glimmering yet devoid of vibrancy. Witnessing this, A pang of discomfort pierced Li Yinyan's heart. At such a tender age, bearing such immense pressure and responsibility. How utterly desolate and helpless it must feel to lack even a single confidant. Had it not been for Chang's accidental discovery of that medical report, she might have misinterpreted the video and Song Zimo's words as well. Yet, Song Zimo offered no defense, no attempts to vindicate himself, as if he had long ceased to care about others' opinions. Was this the maturity expected of a boy freshly emerged from the campus? Li Zong, Xiao Montak. Just as Li Yinyan inhaled deeply, seemingly on the verge of speaking, Song Zimo simultaneously began to voice his thoughts. Li Yinyan froze momentarily at his words. She turned to observe Song Zimo, who was likewise gazing at her. His expression was remarkably calm, a serenity that was almost painful, evoking a sense of sorrow. Even now, he refrained from shedding tears or causing a scene. It was as if all his emotions were destined to remain buried deep within. Please, you go ahead. Li Yinyan did not comprehend what Song Zimo intended to say, yet she smiled gently, encouraging him to speak first. Regarding my aunt's illness, I hope you can keep it confidential until after the surgery. I beg you. Song Zimo looked at Li Yinyan, lowering his head for the first time. That obstinate boy, humbled for the sake of his aunt, his earnest gaze tinged with a hint of pleading. This sight stirred something within Li Yinyan, causing her throat to tighten. She nearly shed tears. What are you saying? I, Li Yinyan, am not one to gossip. If I intended to speak, I would have done so earlier. Without needing to hide this report, Li Yinyan lifted her head, rubbing her eyes. The wind is quite strong tonight, making it difficult to keep my eyes open. Here, your aunt's report. She hastily explained, not waiting for Song Zimo's response before returning the misplaced document to him. Thank you. Song Zimo stepped back and bowed to her. Hey, can you not do that? It makes me feel like a villain. The tears that Li Yinyan had just managed to hold back threatened to spill over once more. Immediately, she shifted the topic, glaring at Song Zimo and scolding him. It's getting late. You should head back. Song Zimo smiled as he replied, all right. After finishing his words, he turned to walk back. I can cover your aunt's surgery expenses. You need not become a son-in-law to that chubby girl. At that moment, Li Yinyan turned around, gazing at Song Zimo's retreating figure as she spoke suddenly. Song Zimo, who was lifting his foot to head back, trembled slightly. The next moment, he abruptly turned around, looking at Li Yinyan with disbelief. Li Zong, what did you just say? At this moment, Song Zimo felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. His voice trembled as he questioned, doubting whether he had misheard her. Thus, he inquired again. I said, I can help cover your aunt's surgery expenses. I know your reason for becoming a son-in-law to someone else is your aunt. Don't force yourself into something you don't want. I believe that over time, things will improve. Stay strong. Li Yinyan approached Song Zimo, comforting him like an older sister, guiding him gently. Li Zong, thank you. Song Zimo's voice quivered even more intensely. Thank me? Is verbal gratitude all you have? A bit of action would show some sincerity. Observing Song Zimo's expression, Li Yinyan felt a strong emotional pull. Yet, she maintained her composure, speaking calmly. However, before she could finish her sentence, Song Zimo could no longer contain his emotions. In the next instant, he abruptly embraced Li Yinyan, expressing his gratitude loudly. You fool. If you're grateful, then express it without going mad. Why are you holding me so tightly? You're hurting me. Let go. In that instant, Li Yinyan's body stiffened in shock. As she regained her senses, she immediately scolded Song Zimo. Amid her reprimands, she noticed his body trembling, his voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Li Yinyan felt her own body tremble, her scolding words abruptly halting. When she looked up, she found Song Zimo in tears. For reasons unknown, her heart ached, and she fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly opened her arms, resting her head on Song Zimo's shoulder, her eyes growing moist. Cried out, let all your pent-up emotions flow. It will feel better that way. Though Li Yinyan had not experienced the events of Song Zimo's life, she could distinctly sense the emotions swirling within him. After suppressing his feelings for so long, they finally found an outlet. With a sigh of relief, Li Yinyan felt a measure of comfort. All right. Considering how heartbroken you are, I shall lend you my broad shoulders to lean on. At that moment, a red sports car halted a short distance away on the roadside. Inside was Dai Jingjing, who peered through the windshield, observing Song Zimo and Li Yinyan. A wave of inexplicable pain surged within her heart. Dai Jingjing, what is wrong with you? Why do you feel this way? Is it merely because, in a past life, he risked everything to save you at the last moment? Weren't you indifferent and cold towards him before? With a heavy heart, she started the engine, pressed the accelerator, and drove away. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string, her heart feeling as if it had been cut by a blade. Chapter 36, Mom. I genuinely looked down on him, The next day, Song Zimo rose early, just as he had the day before. However, his mood this morning was vastly different. Breaking off the engagement, if not driven to desperation, who would choose to become a son-in-law? Li Yinyan had promised him last night to lend money for her aunt's treatment. This vow lifted a weight off Song Zimo's heart. Onward to the Xiao residence. Ding dong, ding dong. Song Zimo arrived at the door and rang the bell. Creak. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the plump girl, Xiao Shi, resembling a small mountain. Husband, have you arrived? I am so delighted. Xiao, she clapped her hands, bubbling with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, she seized Song Zimo's arm before he could utter a word and pulled him inside. Xiaomo, you arrived so early. Just in time. Annie has prepared breakfast. Let's eat together, and afterward, you can take Cece out to play. Subiyu was quite surprised by Song Zimo's early visit and immediately ushered him toward the dining table with great enthusiasm. Auntie, it's unnecessary. I've already had breakfast. Song Zimo replied with a smile, graciously declining the offer. At that moment, a faint unease flickered across his face, and he hesitated slightly. After all, he had only agreed the day before to marry into the Xiao family as a son-in-law, and now he was here to call off the engagement. It was undeniably awkward. However, his initial agreement was not born out of genuine affection for the plump girl, but rather out of desperation to cover his aunt's medical expenses. He felt he had no other choice. Come on. My mom is calling you. Just eat a little, the girl insisted, stubbornly dragging Song Zimo to sit at the dining table. As he sat there, his head bowed over the breakfast prepared by Subiyu, his mind was elsewhere. He was so preoccupied that he didn't even hear Subiyu calling his name several times. Your mom is calling you. The girl nudged him with her elbow when she noticed he was lost in thought. Oh, I apologize. I was daydreaming. Annie, what were you saying? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Coming back to reality, Song Zimo awkwardly apologized. At that moment, he resolved to set aside his hesitation and express the purpose of his visit this morning. Xiaomo, you seem burdened by something. Have you encountered any troubles? Subiyu inquired, observing his demeanor. Annie, I actually came here today to call off the engagement, he said, taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth as he finally voiced his decision. What? Why? Both the girl and Subiyu gasped in disbelief, staring at Song Zimo in shock. The girl was particularly agitated. Just yesterday, Song Zimo had performed impeccably. If he could pass her test today, then tomorrow, Xiao Shi would reveal her true self to him. Xiao Shi was a stunning beauty, and winning her affection would indeed be a remarkable triumph. Yet, at this critical moment, he chose to give up. Why? Was it because of her deliberate challenges yesterday that he could not withstand? If that were the case, she could ease up today. Darling, please don't. I like you. The girl clung to Song Zimo's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Montak, is it because Annie offered you less than 200,000? If that's the case, I can provide more. Su Biyu's expression shifted, anxiety palpable in her voice. Her daughter, Xiao Shi, was upstairs listening. If Song Zimo failed this test today, all their efforts from yesterday would be in vain. Yesterday, at the cafe, he remained unperturbed despite the curious glances and pointed fingers from the crowd. He faced it all with an admirable calmness that was almost heart-wrenching. Yet now, why was he suddenly retracting his commitment? Had something transpired overnight? Annie, it's not that. Yesterday, I applied impulsively because I was feeling low. I thought it over all night, calmed down, and realized the truth. I apologize, Annie. Stepping back, Song Zimo first cast a glance at the girl, then turned to Subiyu, bowing deeply with a face full of regret. Xiaomo, I can see that you are a kind and exceptional young man. Please reconsider. I truly wish for you to be with Xiao Shi. She is my only daughter. Although you would be marrying into our family, to outsiders, it may seem like you are merely living off her, but in my heart, I would treat you as one of my own. Once you are truly a part of our family, I would gladly transfer half of our family's assets to you, allowing you to manage them as you wish. Any children born would take your surname first, and if a second child follows, they could bear the Xiao family name. How's that sound? Subiyu hurried over, grasping Song Zimo's arm with urgency. Subiyu was genuinely anxious. Though their interaction had been brief, she had developed a fondness for this young man, gentle and kind. It seemed a rare fate that brought them together, and thus, she earnestly desired for Song Zimo to become her son-in-law. Annie, really, it's not necessary. I'm not as remarkable as you think. Sore. Song Zimo withdrew his hand, feeling quite touched, but still refusing her offer. Woo, no, I don't want this. The girl had begun to cry, protesting vehemently against his decision. Xiaomo, I sincerely hope you reconsider. My daughter, Xiao Shi, isn't as lacking as you might believe. Subiyu, seeing Song Zimo unmoved, did not give up and continued to persuade him. At that moment, Subiyu thought that if he was unwilling to accept half of the Xiao family's assets, it must be because of her daughter's appearance. This foolish boy seemed to lack patience. Frustrated, Subiu resolved to facilitate Song Zimo's passing of the test and solidify this marriage proposal. However, just then, Xiaoxi descended the stairs. Plump girl, Mom. Stop trying to persuade him. He doesn't like me, and I don't like him either. As her voice echoed, a figure gracefully descended the circular staircase, reminiscent of a fairy princess from a dream. Her movements were elegant, and her aura was extraordinary. Yet, her stunning face bore an expression of clear disdain. Xiaoxi was angry. Indeed, men were so materialistic and pragmatic. After all the effort, Song Zimo had performed well just yesterday, yet here he was, unable to maintain his composure just one day later. If he truly entered their home, wouldn't he expect to be treated like a lord? Was that even feasible? Xiaoxi, fully aware of her mother's intentions, decided to intervene directly and thwart Song Zimo's hopes. After all, she held a deep-seated contempt for someone like him, who presumed to live off others as a son-in-law. Who are you? Upon hearing her voice, Song Zimo looked up, initially puzzled about who was speaking. But when he beheld the ethereal Xiaoxi descending like a sprite, he gasped in astonishment. Chapter 37. It's her, the girl who had leukemia. How could it be her? Why was it her? Was this truly a remarkable twist of fate that brought them together so swiftly in this new life? At that moment, the color drained from Song Zimo's face as memories from his past life surged forth like a torrent. The girl he had met in the hospital, the one who loved to play the harmonica, the one who battled leukemia, the one he was powerless to save, arriving just a moment too late. Do you know me? As Xiaoxi approached, her lively eyes landed on Song Zimo, her delicate brows knitting slightly in confusion. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated such a reaction from him upon their meeting. Regret should not be entertained, nor should one waver in their decisions. Why then, does one bear the weight of profound remorse, accompanied by a glimmer of sorrowful eyes? Is it a facade deliberately crafted for self-deception? A plea for one's own sympathy? Indeed, it must be so. Xiaomo, do you know my daughter? At that moment, Subiu had intended to confess to Song Zimo. However, just then, her daughter, Xiaoxi, descended the stairs. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Subiu felt a surge of urgency and frustration, yet found herself powerless. In that instant, upon hearing Song Zimo's slightly astonished tone, it seemed he recognized her daughter, Xiaoxi. Instantly, a flicker of astonishment ignited within her, rekindling a glimmer of hope. Auntie, no, I do not know her. Song Zimo inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. His expression was serene, yet a tempest raged within his heart. According to the timeline etched in his memory, in no more than 2 months, Xiaoxi would be diagnosed with leukemia, gravely necessitating a bone marrow transplant. Tragically, her parents' marrow would not be a match. Ultimately, it would lead them to him. At that time, Subiu, the beautiful matron, would have aged 20 years overnight. Her hair turned white. Thus, Song Zimo had failed to recognize her upon their first encounter yesterday. Curiously enough, this stranger's marrow remarkably matched Xiaoxi's. Yet, by the time they found him, her condition had already begun to deteriorate rapidly. When Song Zimo first laid eyes on her, her once lustrous black hair had been completely shorn. He could merely recognize her former self through photographs. In the end, Song Zimo did donate his marrow. Yet alas, it was ultimately too late. She succumbed to her illness. Mom, according to our previous agreement, he has failed the test and is unfit to be my fiancé. Xiaoxi cast a glance at Song Zimo, delivering her words without mercy. Miss, Xiaomo is a gentle and kind-hearted boy. He is truly a good person. Please grant him another chance. At this moment, the chubby girl ceased her pretenses. Spotting Xiaoxi, she immediately proclaimed Song Zimo's sentence and hurriedly advocated for him. Impossible. I have already expressed my disdain for such a boy. My lack of affection guarantees that he will not be given another chance. Xiaoxi reiterated, her stance unwavering. Seeing her own beauty, was she merely feigning innocence to elicit sympathy from her mother? Did she truly wish to retract her previous sentiments? Surely not. Xiaoxi had no fondness for such duplicitous boys who presented one facade while concealing another. No, I refuse to accept this. You wretched girl. Your father and I have pampered you since childhood. Now, with your father's heart condition and his stent, do you wish for me to watch the Xiao family perish without an heir before you're content? Subiu abruptly lifted her head, glaring fiercely at Xiaoxi. As her scolding escalated, tears welled in Subiu's eyes. Xiaomo, I implore you, consider this. My daughter Xiao, she is not unattractive. You two could be a match made in heaven. The chubby girl was merely a test for you. Come into the Xiao family as our son-in-law. After her tirade, Subiu wiped her tears with her sleeve. In the next moment, she grasped Song Zimo's arm once more, pleading earnestly. "Auntie, I." Song Zimo gazed at the expectant Su Biyu, momentarily at a loss for resolution. He recalled the fate that awaited Xiao Shi after her failed transplant. Her father, overcome with sorrow, would also pass away. Ultimately, Su Biyu would choose to follow suit in her grief. The once thriving Xiao family, a trio, would meet a lamentable end. Among them, the one most deeply affected, the one who bore the brunt of this emotional upheaval, was none other than Song Zimo. For during Xiao Shi's final days, he had remained by her side. She had said that if there were a next life, she would ensure they met again. "Song Zimo, you wouldn't be reconsidering simply because of my looks, would you?" As Song Zimo fell into silence, lost in memories, Xiao Shi's voice broke through. "Xiao Shi, silence yourself. Are you intent on driving me to my death? If you manage to scare Xiao Mo away today, I swear I will throw myself against this door." Su Biyu noticed a flicker of softening in Song Zimo's demeanor and felt a rush of nervous excitement. However, before he could speak, Xiao Shi's icy, mocking tone pierced the air. In that moment, Su Biyu's anger surged. This wretched girl, by speaking thus, was she not compelling Xiao Mo to leave? "Momyo." Xiao Shi was furious, her eyes ablaze. Did it matter to her whether she was her mother's daughter or if Song Zimo was her brother? Xiao Shi watched her mother incessantly defend Song Zimo, even chastising herself for the sake of this outsider, as if to threaten her with death. Xiao Shi's disdain for Song Zimo deepened. A man devoid of capability, who could only feign sympathy to elicit pity. What purpose would he serve as a son-in-law? Would they raise a pig instead? Even a pig would be more advantageous. "Auntie, how about I first try to be a normal friend with her and see how it goes?" Ultimately, Song Zimo inhaled deeply and spoke. He had not directly rejected the notion. The memories from his past life weighed heavily on his spirit. The fate of this girl and her parents was indeed tragic. Song Zimo was at a loss as to why he had encountered her before her time. Yet, given the rapid onset of his aunt's illness, it was likely that Xiao Shi's condition was not far behind. A sense of profound unease enveloped him. Indeed, he is a hypocritical boy. Not far away, Xiao Shi remained oblivious to Song Zimo's thoughts. Had he possessed the fortitude to refuse outright, she might have regarded him with a measure of respect. Yet, in this moment, he had wavered. This revelation only deepened her contempt. "Do you believe that by doing so, I will relent? That I will accept you as the son-in-law of the Xiao family? That I will serve you this life of ease? Dream on. Very well, then. You shall spend time together. Once feelings deepen, we can discuss marriage," Su Biyu exclaimed with delight. Overjoyed, she was ecstatic. Though Song Zimo had not agreed outright, he had also not rejected the proposition. This indicated that her daughter's beauty still held some allure for him. Such matters of the heart do not flourish instantaneously. With time, they would cultivate. Perhaps one day, after a few drinks, an unexpected surprise might arise. Chapter 38. The melody begins. The past lingers, inescapable. "Auntie, has Xiao Shi felt any discomfort in her health recently?" Initially, Xiao Shi had no desire to go. However, with Su Biyu's outburst, she had no choice but to begrudgingly prepare to accompany Song Zimo. After she and the chubby girl ascended the stairs, Song Zimo hesitated before inquiring. At that moment, he sought to ascertain the state of Xiao Shi's health. In his previous life, her condition had deteriorated alarmingly fast. By the time they found him, she was already on the brink of collapse. Thus, it led to the ensuing tragedy. In this life, they remarkably encountered each other ahead of time. It could be deemed as a fateful connection, perhaps destined by the heavens. Song Zimo would not allow such tragedies to unfold again. After all, in their past lives, they were considered friends. Although their time together was brief, it felt as though they had known each other for centuries. As for Shi's health, no worries at all. Little Mo, rest assured, when the time comes for her to conceive and bear children, it will be a trivial matter. She could have 10 or 8 without any issue. Su Biyu's expression momentarily froze. It was then she comprehended Song Zimo's implication. Subsequently, she began to pat her chest and assure Song Zimo. Auntie, that is not what I meant." Song Zimo's expression stiffened. Her face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed her words, too delicately phrased, had led to a misunderstanding. I understand. You need not worry about that. If you two go out, and perhaps after a few drinks, something unexpected happens, it would be perfectly fine." Upon seeing this, Su Biyu exchanged a knowing smile with Song Zimo. After all, she was an experienced woman. How could she not understand the youthful whims? "Auntie, Song Zimo's face grew increasingly awkward as she attempted to clarify. Yet, upon reflection, she deemed it best to let it be. At that moment, seeing Su Biyu's expression, she knew further explanation would only worsen the situation. "You scoundrel, don't think that by winning my mom over, you'll have a chance with me. I warn you, I have no interest in boys like you. If you wish to remain just an ordinary friend, then I might consider it. Cast out by her mother. Xiaoxi was seething with anger. What kind of mother was this? Reluctantly pushing her out when she didn't want to go. In this sweltering heat. Why on earth would they go out instead of staying home, enjoying the air conditioning? On the way, Xiaoxi glanced at Song Zimo, who was driving beside her, and furrowed her brows in warning. I know. I have no intention of pursuing you, nor do I like you. Song Zimo turned to glance at Xiaoxi, smiling nonchalantly. You. Xiaoxi felt a pang of irritation at Song Zimo's demeanor. What did that mean? Was he being cryptic? Or did he simply look down upon her? Regardless of the reason, it only served to anger her further. By the way, how have you been feeling lately? Remembering the question Song Zimo had asked her mother earlier, which had gone unanswered, she couldn't help but inquire. How am I feeling? What do you mean? Are you questioning my fertility? Xiaoxi's expression froze as she stared at Song Zimo in confusion. Suddenly, realization struck her. Her brows furrowed in anger as she glared at him. This scoundrel. Does he doubt my ability to conceive? How shameless and vile. My health is perfectly fine. Just moments ago, while changing clothes upstairs at home, she had seen her mother whispering to him, seemingly discussing matters of childbearing. Now it all made sense. This was outrageous. No. How could you think that? I was merely inquiring if you felt unwell recently. Song Zimo felt overwhelmed. If her mother could make such connections, this daughter was even more straightforward. Truly, they were a mother-daughter duo. Stop. You're a filthy pervert. Xiaoxi interrupted angrily, her temper boiling over. Seeing her reaction, Song Zimo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He rubbed his nose and refrained from asking further. Where are you taking me? At that moment, Xiaoxi noticed that Song Zimo was driving forward. Her curiosity piqued. An inexplicable sense of tension gripped her heart. Could this guy be using a trip out as a pretext to plot something nefarious against her? Oh dear, what should she do? As a girl, how could she possibly escape his strength? Should she call the police now? Perhaps it's best to wait and see. What if she misunderstood? I'm not taking you anywhere inappropriate. I'm bringing you to a fun place. Song Zimo intended to tell Xiao he was leading her to the hillside they cherished in their past life. However, upon consideration, he feared she would think him mad and thus changed his words. Just then, they passed by a musical instrument store, and Song Zimo immediately stopped the car. What are you going to do? Xiaoxi felt a surge of curiosity and anxiety at his mysterious demeanor. Wait for me a moment. I'm buying an instrument. Song Zimo smiled and exited the car. Xiaoxi observed him, uncertain if it was her imagination, but she sensed that Song Zimo's gaze held a myriad of unspoken sentiments. You like the harmonica too? Moments later, Song Zimo returned from the store, a harmonica in hand. Xiaoxi was taken aback with surprise. The harmonica was her favorite instrument. How could he possibly like it too? Could it be that her mother had informed him, and he was merely pretending to win her favor? It had to be that way. Not bad. Song Zimo chuckled as he restarted the car, moving forward. Just a show. If you truly enjoy it, then play it for me later. Xiaoxi scoffed, expressing her skepticism. She had initially thought Song Zimo would surely reveal his true self, stammering and hesitating in refusal. Yet unexpectedly, he replied, Sure, we've arrived. Let's get out. With that, Song Zimo picked up the harmonica and hopped out of the car, running towards the small hill in front of the hospital. Why have you brought me here? Xiaoxi wondered if Song Zimo had lost his mind, but despite her thoughts, she followed him. It was the same place, the same feeling. As Song Zimo turned to glance back at Xiaoxi approaching, it seemed as if the shadow of the little bald boy from their past life overlapped with the present. Mo, could you play the Irish whistle for me? Apologies. I cannot play the harmonica. Then allow me to play for you. Long ago, a boy used this harmonica to serenade me. At that time, I couldn't play, but later I learned, yet he never returned. Accompanied by the gentle strains of the harmonica, the music enveloped the hill, carried by the wind. The two leaned against each other, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Later, Song Zimo learned to play the harmonica, yet that little bald boy was no longer present. What a bore. Upon reaching the small hill, Xiaoxi stretched lazily. What do you plan to play? She immediately asked, her gaze fixed on Song Zimo. However, before she could finish her sentence, the music began to play, and past memories swirled like smoke, impossible to dispel. The notes of the Irish whistle soared, its light melody resonating across the hill, lingering in the air, refusing to fade away. Chapter 39. Why does she say I resemble that boy? Why do you play this piece? After a while, as the last notes fell, Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. The harmonica was her favorite instrument, and among its songs, the Irish whistle was her utmost favorite. Yet Song Zimo could play it too. Moreover, she could discern that Song Zimo played with great dedication and remarkable skill, far from the clumsy attempts of a novice. Long ago, a girl once expressed her fondness for this very melody, yet at that time, I lacked the ability to play it. After she departed, I devoted myself to mastering it. But ultimately, she never had the chance to hear it. Song Zimo set down the harmonica, his gaze settling on Xiao Shi, as he smiled and remarked, "She left? Where did she go? Why didn't she listen?" Xiao Shi's expression was one of confusion, and she continued, but her words faltered. Suddenly, her eyes widened, frozen in disbelief as she gazed at Song Zimo. Could it be that the girl had? Xiao Shi could not bring herself to finish her sentence. Yes, she passed away, which is why she never got to hear me play the song she adored. Song Zimo nodded, his smile tinged with a hint of sadness. But it's all right, I believe she can hear it now. He then shook his head, his eyes returning to Xiao Shi, sparkling with light and hope. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Shi's heart quivered, her nose tinged with a hint of acidity. "You scoundrel, did my mother tell you I like this song and the harmonica? Are you intentionally trying to evoke emotions?" She retorted, "Let me make it clear, I am not easily swayed. Someone like you has no chance." Xiao Shi turned her head away, not understanding why her heart was so greatly stirred. "What are you thinking, little girl? I have no interest in someone like you." Song Zimo replied, instinctively reaching out to ruffle her hair with a smile. However, at that moment, as his hand descended, his body suddenly jolted, as if struck by lightning. He stood there stunned. "Imo, could you play Irish Nightingale for me? Long ago, a boy gifted me this harmonica and played it for me. Montak, I'm truly glad to have met you in the final moments of my life. Could you touch my head, just as that boy once did?" Memories surged forth. On that very day, in the same location, but at a different time, Xiao Shi had spoken those very words to herself, reverberating like thunder in her ears. Why? Did she need to reference that boy from the past? Why? Did she mention that long-ago boy? And this harmonica? Song Zimo suddenly lowered his gaze to the instrument in his hand. In the sunlight, its brilliance dazzled him, making it hard to open his eyes. It was identical. Truly identical. How could this be? "You scoundrel, if you dare touch my head, I'll have your head. What is wrong with you?" Xiao Shi exclaimed, infuriated by Song Zimo's unexpected gesture. She had never been touched like that by the opposite sex in her life. She was ready to confront him. Yet, before she could act, she found Song Zimo standing there, utterly dazed, the harmonica slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Abruptly, Song Zimo lifted his head, staring ahead at Xiao Shi. Hadn't he just told her about the girl from long ago who cherished this melody? Suddenly, he felt something drift through his mind. Elusive yet profound. Almost immediately, an indescribable pain surged through him. Song Zimo cried out in agony, clutching his head and crouching down. "Hey, scoundrel, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Xiao Shi, startled by sudden reaction, rushed to ask, her voice laced with concern. However, Song Zimo paid her no heed, only continuing to wail in anguish, his hands gripping his head. After what felt like an eternity, the searing pain began to subside. Song Zimo lay on the grass, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. "Hey, are you all right?" Xiao Shi approached him, alarmed by his ashen complexion. "Em fine." Song Zimo glanced at her, his eyes complex, shaking his head. "Let's head back. When I have time, I'll take you out again. Also, if you can, I recommend you get a full medical checkup." After resting for a while, as the throbbing in his head lessened, Song Zimo rose from the ground. As they walked back, he paused momentarily to caution Xiao Shi, "Get a full medical checkup?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi's expression froze, misinterpreting his words. Her face darkened immediately. "Scoundrel, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect I'm infertile? That's outrageous." Xiao Shi fumed, hurling insults at Song Zimo. However, when she noticed the pallor on his face, the words she was about to unleash were swallowed back. Yet, her resentment towards his insinuations lingered. She then picked up the harmonica that had fallen to the ground and followed him. Why is this happening? Why do my words to Xiao Shi today mirror those from my past life? Could it be that she was also a reincarnated soul? If so, who was that boy she mentioned? Why did I never see him again? And that look she gave me. After escorting Xiao Shi home, Song Zimo walked back, his head bowed, muttering to himself. His mind was in chaos, unable to grasp many things. Yet, an intuition told him he was inching closer to the truth. "Mother, you've gone too far. Why did you reveal to that scoundrel Song Zimo what I like about the harmonica and which songs I adore?" Once home, Xiao Shi confronted her mother, Su Bu, with palpable anger. In her mind, it was undoubtedly her mother who had secretly divulged her affection for the harmonica to that rogue, Song Zimo. As for how he could play that song so beautifully, Xiao Shi was convinced he must have already known how to play it. She dismissed the notion of a girl liking a boy's music only to vanish later as mere nonsense. "You little brat. When did I tell Xiao Mo about your fondness for the harmonica? I haven't said a word. If you don't believe me, ask Fatty. I also had no idea Xiao Mo could play the harmonica. Why did he play it for you today? Subiu et galim, supit, as she scolded. Her gaze fell on the harmonica in Xiaoxi's hand, leading her to question in astonishment. What? He bought this for you? This beautiful harmonica? What do you mean he bought it for me? I found it. He isn't kind enough to gift me a harmonica. Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly explained. Yet, her tone betrayed a hint of guilt. Initially, she had intended to return the harmonica to Song Zimo after he left, but for reasons unknown, she had decided to keep it. Chapter 40. If that's the case, then as you wish. What is happening? In the evening, Song Zimo arrived at the bar. However, what left him bewildered was the eerie emptiness at the bar's entrance. Not a soul in sight. Even the door was sealed with a notice. As Song Zimo reached this point, an ominous premonition surged within him. Hastily, he retrieved his phone and dialed Li Yin, inquiring about the situation. The phone rang on, but no one answered. The sense of unease within him intensified. Hello, Xiao Montak. Finally, just as Song Zimo was beginning to lose hope that Li Yin would pick up, the call connected. Li, what has transpired? Why is the bar completely deserted? There are even seals on the door. Without allowing her to finish, Song Zimo interrupted, his voice laced with urgency. The bar opened tonight. But an incident occurred. Some prohibited items were discovered. I suspect it might be the handiwork of competitors, given how our bar's business has been booming. I am currently cooperating with the investigation. By the way, about the 200,000 I promised to borrow from you. I'm afraid it will be delayed for a few days, as all my accounts have been temporarily frozen. I am so sorry, Xiao Montak. Li Yin's voice was steady at first, but the latter part struck Song Zimo like a bolt from the blue. Accounts frozen? Delayed for a few days? He wasn't anxious for himself, but his aunt's illness weighed heavily on his mind, filling him with a sense of urgency and frustration. It's fine, Li, regarding the money. I'll find a way. You should focus on the matters concerning the bar. He took a deep breath, attempting to keep his tone calm, and replied with a smile. After ending the call, Song Zimo crouched at the entrance of the bar, his hands gripping his hair, engulfed in despair. Was he destined to watch his aunt slip away from him once more in this lifetime? No, there must be a way. There has to be a way. Rising to his feet, he rolled up his sleeves and wiped his reddened eyes. He would not give up. He could not give up. Arriving at his doorstep, Song Zimo tried to maintain a composed expression, not wanting his aunt to perceive his anguish. Suddenly, before he could call out, a crashing sound echoed from the yard. In the next moment, he saw his aunt sprawled on the ground, searching for a bowl that had fallen. She fumbled around, the bowl lying so close that she could touch it with just an outstretched arm. Yet, her hands repeatedly missed their mark. His aunt's eyes appeared almost blind. Upon witnessing this, tears streamed down Song Zimo's face as he rushed over. Aunt, how did you fall? Let me help you up. He hurried to her side, lifting her from the ground. Xiao Mo, why are you back? Didn't you just leave a moment ago? His aunt seemed perplexed, unaware of what was happening. As night fell, her vision had seemingly vanished, rendering her unable to see anything. She had injured her face, yet seemed she did not even notice. Even as Song Zimo stood before her, she looked up in his direction, but she did not recognize him through her tears. And it's all right. Let us go take a look. Song Zimo sniffled, striving to keep his voice steady. The words of the doctor echoed in his mind once more. Your aunt's brain tumor has begun to press on her optic nerve. Without timely surgery, she will lose her sight. What should he do? Why? Even with the memories of his past life, did he find it harder to raise the funds for his aunt's treatment? He helped her to bed, concocted a flimsy excuse for returning home early that night, and retreated to his own room. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, ruminating on ways to acquire the necessary funds. Time was running out. If he could not secure the money soon, then his aunt would. The thought deepened his anguish. A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, upon rising, Song Zimo resolved to seek out Xiaoxi, even if it cost him his pride. He needed to gather that 200,000. Just as he was about to head to Xiaoxi's home, he heard a voice calling out to him. Turning around, he saw Dai Jingjing beckoning him. Dressed in a pair of strapless denim overalls and sporting a high ponytail, she leaned against her car, hands in her pockets. Gazing at him, Song Zimo frowned slightly as he approached her. What is it? Upon getting closer, he noticed her eyes were red, fixated intently on him. He was unsure of her intentions, but still asked, Is everything all right? I can help you with the 20,000 for your aunt's surgery, Dai Jingjing stated, locking her gaze on him. In her past life, she had witnessed Song Zimo's aunt succumb to a brain tumor, all because he could not gather the necessary funds for her surgery. Back then, she had been a carefree, proud young lady, indifferent to his plight. Yet this time, she had decided to extend her help. After seeing the cafe's footage yesterday, she had intended to find him, but upon witnessing him in an embrace with Li Yin, she had turned back. Was it Li Yin who told you? Song Zimo's expression froze, his eyes widening in shock as a wave of agitation washed over him. To him, it was clear that Dai Jingjing's approach, coupled with her immediate mention of his aunt's dire need for surgery, could only mean that Li Yanyan had informed her. Li Yanyan, Dai Jingjing's expression faltered, taken aback by his accusation. Isn't it? She is the only one aware of my aunt's critical condition. Song Zimo fixed his gaze on her, countering her implication. Yes, she told me. So, will you accept my help? Dai Jingjing refrained from elaborating, not wishing for Song Zimo to uncover her rebirth. Thus, she simply acknowledged that it was indeed Li Yanyan who had informed her. Thank you, Song Zimo said after a moment of silence, his gratitude evident. But before you thank me, know that my assistance comes with a condition. Dai Jingjing smiled, having anticipated his response. After all, in the past, his despair over the money had been palpable. In this life, she was willing to help him, and there was no way she would retract her offer. What is the condition? Song Zimo asked without hesitation. Be my boyfriend, Dai Jingjing declared, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yet, she forced herself to appear nonchalant, her gaze unwavering on Song Zimo. At that moment, she felt a surge of nervousness. After all, he had rejected her several times before. She was genuinely afraid of being turned down once again. All right, I agree. Song Zimo was momentarily taken aback before smiling in response, though his smile bore a hint of self-mockery and bitterness. He recalled the day Dai Jingjing had been intoxicated, and during the car ride home, she had confessed her intentions. Song Zimo, you scoundrel, I don't actually like you. I just want to win you over, and once you fall for me, I'll heartlessly cast you aside, making you experience the agony of heartbreak. Given the circumstances, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Chapter 41. The person I am today is no longer the same as he was back then. Why do I sense that you are discontented with me as your boyfriend? Song Zimo acquiesced. Dai Jingjing felt a wave of relief wash over her. The burden that had weighed heavily on her heart finally lifted. However, upon witnessing the expression on Song Zimo's face, an inexplicable irritation surged within her. Back in high school, he had been like a loyal puppy, eagerly seeking her affection every day. Now, after she had graciously decided to be his girlfriend, shouldn't he be overjoyed? No, not that 200,000. Song Zimo shook his head and managed a strained smile. He then broached the matter at hand. The vivid memory of his aunt's fall the previous night flashed before him. He understood that time was of the essence. His aunt Songqin's surgery needed to occur without delay or rush. Isn't your aunt's surgery scheduled for next month? All right, I will prepare the money for you afterward. Before that, shouldn't you spend a day with me? Dai Jingjing's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. According to her recollection, Aunt Songqin's surgery was indeed set for the following month. It was only late June now. Nevertheless, she held her tongue and agreed to prepare the funds for Song Zimo, on the condition that he would first accompany her for a day of fun. Very well. Where shall we go? Song Zimo nodded, refraining from elaboration. Where we go depends on your sincerity. You're my boyfriend now, and you should at least have an idea of where to take me. Shouldn't you? If not, what is the point of this relationship? Back in school, weren't you always trying to win my heart? Dai Jingjing regarded Song Zimo, her intent unmistakable. Hearing her words, Song Zimo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Let us visit the amusement park. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to meet Dai Jingjing's and spoke. It is true that I sought to please you during our school days. However, the person I am now is no longer that same individual. Song Zimo turned to glance at the person beside him, his mind involuntarily drifting back to a past life, to the moment a heavy truck barreled towards her. He had thrown himself in front of her. In the end, he lay there, bloodied, consciousness fading. She rushed forward, embracing him tightly, weeping. Heart-wrenching. Tears mingled with the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. No, they were her tears. Do as you wish. Dai Jingjing met Song Zimo's gaze, feigning indifference. Yet her heart felt an unsettling stir. Upon arriving at the amusement park and disembarking the vehicle, Song Zimo shoved his hands into his pockets and walked ahead. Dai Jingjing walked alongside him. Song Zimo vaguely recalled having visited this place in a past life, but the person beside him was not her. Instead, I have acrophobia. I do not wish to ride the Ferris wheel. I'm sorry, Imo. I didn't know you were afraid of heights. Let us choose something else to enjoy. A simple exchange revealed the tenderness and thoughtfulness of the girl from his previous life. I am your girlfriend. Why aren't you even holding my hand? A voice, tinged with shyness and irritation, broke the silence. Still, it retained that same proud and domineering quality. Coming back to reality, Song Zimo turned to look at Dai Jingjing. She was gazing back at him, pouting her lips and appearing quite vexed. Nearby, couples strolled past, entwined in affectionate embraces, clearly in the throes of young love. Apologies, I'm still adjusting to this new role. After a moment of hesitation, Song Zimo raised his hand and took hers. Nervousness made his palms sweat. He noticed that Dai Jingjing appeared even more anxious than her outward demeanor suggested. This is more like it. Perhaps in an effort to mask her own nervousness and shyness, Dai Jingjing reluctantly accepted his gesture. Then she declared, "I want to ride the Ferris wheel. They say each cabin is filled with happiness, and when people look up at the Ferris wheel, they are gazing upon bliss. The height of happiness is mirrored in the height of the Ferris wheel. You must accompany me." Dai Jingjing pointed toward the Ferris wheel, which was gradually coming to a stop, and turned to Song Zimo. But Song Zimo looked up at the towering structure, his complexion paling slightly. Acrophobia was an innate fear. It seemed Dai Jingjing was aware of this. Once, back at school, she had mocked a boy for being afraid of heights. "No boots. I want to ride the Ferris wheel. Don't you want me to be happy? Or do you not like me at all?" Dai Jingjing was assertive. She turned away, clearly irritated. Why was it so difficult for him to grant her this small request? Was the ticket too expensive? After all, she was his girlfriend. Hesitating over riding a Ferris wheel seemed overly stingy. Would being with such a man lead to happiness in the future? Never mind. She would eventually break up with him. Why dwell on it? Very well, let us ride the Ferris wheel. Song Zimo smiled and agreed. His heart still trembled with fear, but did he truly have a choice? Approaching the Ferris wheel, they purchased tickets and boarded. As the machinery whirred to life, the Ferris wheel began to turn. Fear, anxiety, cold sweat. The sensation was indescribable. Song Zimo shut his eyes, unwilling to look outside. Beside him, Dai Jingjing cheered excitedly, occasionally calling out his name. "Song Zimo, look over there. Song Zimo, this is so thrilling. Once we're done, we should go again. Song Zimo, why are you so quiet?" As she called out, Dai Jingjing noticed the silence and quickly turned to see him with his eyes tightly shut, cold sweat beading on his forehead, gripping the safety bar with all his might. Her voice faltered abruptly. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes brimmed with tears. "Dai Jingjing, what were you thinking? He has a fear of heights. Why would you force him to accompany you on the Ferris wheel?" Finally, the Ferris wheel came to a halt. Once Song Zimo disembarked, he could no longer hold it together and began to vomit. His already pale face grew even more ashen. "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry. I forgot you were afraid of heights." Dai Jingjing hesitated before offering him a tissue, concern etched on her face. She felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. "Me fine." Song Zimo shook his head, resting for a moment until he felt slightly better. "You should rest. I'll get you a bottle of water." After saying this, Dai Jingjing went off to buy water. Song Zimo sat there, watching her retreating figure, his expression somewhat dazed. Moments latte. He noticed a nearby vendor selling strawberries and recalled that Dai Jingjing adored them. He got up to purchase a box, thinking that as her boyfriend, he should not appear too stingy. "Where did you run off to? I told you to wait here for me. Why did I return to find you absent? I noticed your discomfort and kindly went to buy you some water, yet you still had the energy to run around." Song Zimo, having purchased strawberries, returned with the bag in hand. However, before he could offer her the strawberries, Dai Jingjing's temper flared like that of a spoiled young lady. In the next moment, the strawberries in Song Zimo's grasp were knocked to the ground without a glance from her. The box of strawberries spilled everywhere. Chapter 42. This fellow isn't so intolerable after all. Song Zimo fell silent, maintaining his hand in midair. The explanation that had almost escaped his lips was swallowed back down. Dai Jingjing's voice abruptly halted as well, lowering her gaze to the scattered strawberries on the ground. Her delicate frame trembled. Subsequently, she observed Song Zimo crouching down, quietly gathering the fallen strawberries. "I'm sorry, I thought." Her voice trembled with panic and discomfort, tinged with a cry. She was unaware that Song Zimo had gone out to buy strawberries for her. Upon her return, discovering his absence, she recalled how distressed he had been just moments ago. The thought of him running about while she was away ignited a spark of irritation within her. No, it was not irritation, it was concern. Yet, Dai Jingjing's proud and haughty nature made it difficult for her to express such feelings. Thus, she lashed out in anger. "It's nothing." Song Zimo glanced up at her with a smile. However, the moment Dai Jingjing met his gaze, her nose tinged with the salt of tears. Rising to her feet, she looked at the tear-streaked Dai Jingjing, hesitated for a moment, and approached to wipe her tears. The two stood there for a long while, enveloped in silence. "There's a haunted house over there. Shall we go play?" After a moment, Dai Jingjing's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice softened considerably. "Sure," Song Zimo replied, hesitating as he refrained from offering her the sullied strawberries. But Dai Jingjing snatched them up regardless. "At least you have a conscience, knowing I love strawberries," she said with a feigned nonchalance, though her heart was genuinely elated. There's a ghost. How terrifying." Though she was truly frightened, She insisted on entering the haunted house. She was both cowardly and playful. Inside the haunted house, each time she encountered something frightening, Dai Jingjing would scream loudly, instinctively throwing herself into Song Zimo's embrace, clinging tightly to him. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them had significantly diminished. As evening fell, the two drove back to the very spot where they had first met that morning. After exchanging farewells, Song Zimo turned to head home, while Dai Jingjing got in her car to return as well. Previously, she had found Song Zimo utterly irksome, akin to a bothersome fly buzzing around her incessantly. Yet after a day spent together, she suddenly realized that this fellow wasn't so disagreeable after all. Dingling, dingling. The phone rang, and upon picking it up, she saw it was her good friend Jiang Xiaoru. Jingjing, how was your day with that guy Song Zimo? I saw you two at the amusement park, holding hands. The playful teasing from Jiang Xiaoru echoed through the line. Oh dear, how did you manage to follow us? It was fine, just a bit dull and brainless. Lacking any romantic flair. If I were to really be with him, I certainly wouldn't find happiness, Dai Jingjing replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, pretending to be nonchalant. Wow, after just one day, you're already thinking that far ahead? Weren't you just saying you were only playing with him to vent your frustrations? Jiang Xiaoru's exaggerated laughter came through. Absolutely not. I said I would definitely toss him aside when the time comes, but before that, I need him to like me first. Tomorrow, I'll test where I stand in his heart. Dai Jingjing's expression became slightly uneasy. Although she spoke confidently, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in her heart. However, faced with her best friend's teasing, her pride prevented her from admitting her true feelings. After hanging up, Dai Jingjing found herself mulling over Jiang Xiaoru's words. Had she truly developed feelings for that unromantic fellow? Impossible. She was merely unwilling to admit defeat. She would certainly cast him aside in due time. That night, upon returning home, Song Zimo opened the notebook he had purchased days earlier and began to write a novel. Due to his aunt's situation, he hadn't been able to write for several days. Nevertheless, after a long wait, his mood had finally improved significantly. He planned to accumulate some drafts. Bye. How should you plan your future life? At this moment, Song Zimo was also filled with confusion. He had been reborn, returning to a familiar, yet altered reality. The character Bye from his story seemed to have infused his soul, leaving him feeling lost and uncertain. In the dead of night, nearing dawn, the only companions of Song Zimo were his computer and the character Bye from his book. It felt as though they had become two souls destined to empathize with one another. Are you there? Just as Song Zimo was about to close his notebook and retire for the night, a message arrived on his phone. Opening it, he saw it was from Wang Shuangyi. On the other end, Wang Shuangyi held her phone, eagerly awaiting a response. It was late. He must have fallen asleep by now. Perhaps even if he was awake, he might not wish to reply to her messages, given how she had treated him before. Not yet, how about you? His reply was devoid of the previous coldness, imbued with a touch of warmth. In that instant, tears began to flow from Wang Shuangyi's eyes, though she could not comprehend why. Was it happiness or sorrow? Sorry. I apologize for my earlier harsh words. Almost simultaneously, two messages were sent to each other's phones. Upon reading Song Zimo's message, Wang Shuangyi's tears surged even more. Song Zimo felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, a deep discomfort. Can you tell me what happened? Wang Shuangyi's fingers trembled slightly as she sent another message. Observing this, Song Zimo fell silent. Even though Wang Shuangyi had not asked directly, he understood the essence of her inquiry. Is it not permissible? Or have I ceased to be the girl you most wish to confide in? After a long pause, Wang Shuangyi, sensing that Song Zimo had not replied, inquired again. However, this message carried far more disappointment and sorrow than her earlier anticipation. My aunt has a brain tumor. I need 200,000 for her surgery. Finally, Song Zimo took a deep breath and spoke. Your aunt has a brain tumor and requires 200,000 for surgery? On the other end, Wang Shuangyi, who had been filled with disappointment, abruptly jolted upright, her eyes wide with shock. In that moment, her mind raced back to the scene from a few days prior when she had confronted Song Zimo at the bar. In the midst of a tumultuous situation, he found himself entangled in the affairs of a rather corpulent young woman, becoming her live-in son-in-law. Everything became painfully clear to him. The bar, the young woman, everything was a mere facade. A retort escaped his lips, and Wang Shuangyi felt as though her heart was being cleaved in two, engulfed by an overwhelming sorrow. Indeed, it was all for the sake of accumulating money. What choice did I have? If it weren't for being driven to the edge, who would willingly embrace such a fate? A hollow laugh escaped her, a laugh tinged with resignation and melancholy. In life, how can one escape a few burdensome matters? A few lingering regrets? You scoundrel, why didn't you confide in me? Why didn't you tell me? Tears streamed down Wang Shuangyi's face, her emotions in a whirlwind. Each droplet fell onto her phone screen like a heavy raindrop. Chapter 43. I have accepted my fate. I have surrendered. I do not seek pity from others. I yearn to gather the 200,000 for the surgery through my own efforts. Yet, I ultimately realized that I was merely the object of ridicule, the foolish jester. I have submitted. I have resigned myself to whatever fate befalls me, even if it leads to utter ruin. I refuse to let my aunt slip away from me. Her calm words, spoken in a tranquil tone, only served to intensify Wang Shuangyi's tears, her pain deepening. I will give you the money. Please do not degrade yourself further. I will provide you with 200,000. The message from Jiang Xiaoru struck a chord in Song Zimo's heart. Yet he replied, thank you, but it is no longer necessary. Dai Jingjing has come to assist me this morning. His heart was fraught with agitation. He could not fathom why. In any case, discomfort enveloped him. Dai Jingjing, she has offered you 20,000? Wang Shuangyi's body trembled, an ominous premonition surging within her. Once upon a time, Song Zimo was merely a sycophant to Dai Jingjing, who held no affection for him. She had treated him like a dog, summoning him at her whim. And now, she suddenly offers him 20,000? Indeed, the condition was that I must become her boyfriend. Taking a deep breath, Song Zimo responded. The phone slipped from Wang Shuangyi's grasp, crashing to the ground. In a panic, she retrieved it and asked, did you agree? Knowing full well the answer, she still sought to hear him say it, yearning for closure. His nonchalant reply felt like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Wang Shuangyi's heart. She discarded her phone and, clutching her blanket, wept bitterly. Why? Why does it have to be like this? On the night of the graduation party, she had resolved to muster her courage and make one last effort to pursue him. Even if it meant facing failure and enduring pain, she vowed to leave no regrets. Yet, at the moment the outcome was revealed, she found herself weeping uncontrollably. She suddenly realized she could not accept it at all. Was it truly as expressed in that novel? How could she feel reborn and still confess? Loving someone is painful, sorrowful, and humbling. The deeper the love, the greater the anguish upon parting. Cough. A sudden cough echoed from outside. Song Zimo set his phone down and hurried to his aunt's room. She was asleep, her forehead burning, her complexion ghastly. A fever. Aunt, aunt. He called out twice, but there was no sign of awakening. Anxiously, he prepared medication for her. His aunt's condition had worsened. In a state of desperation, he longed to call Dai Jingjing, inquiring when she might lend him the money. Yes, lend. Although she had offered to help him, Song Zimo was not a greedy man. He would treat the money as a loan. Once his aunt's surgery was completed, he would find a way to earn and repay her. Ultimately, he put down his phone, realizing it was late and she must be asleep. Calling her now might provoke her ire. He would wait until morning, just a few hours more. In the early morning, his aunt's condition had improved slightly, yet her complexion remained alarming. He arrived at the designated park and found Dai Jingjing. Jingjing, when can I receive the 200,000? Approaching her, Song Zimo bypassed any pleasantries. His aunt's life hung in the balance, leaving him no patience or mood for niceties. What is the rush? We just spent one day together, and your first words this morning are about money? Dai Jingjing's previously smiling face turned cold at his words, her annoyance evident. Your aunt's illness doesn't require treatment until next month. Have you already become dismissive after just one day? Truly a scoundrel. Drawing upon memories from her past life, she evaluated Song Zimo, her irritation intensifying. My apologies for being hasty, but could you provide a specific timeline? Song Zimo inhaled deeply, expressing his regret. After all, Dai Jingjing owed him nothing. Her willingness to assist was already a significant gesture. He truly should not pressure her. But, just a few days, though I need to see how you perform, whether you can keep me entertained. Dai Jingjing cast a sidelong glance at Song Zimo, withholding a definitive answer. It was as if she had him at her mercy. Only if he found ways to amuse her would she consider lending him the money. Hearing this, Song Zimo furrowed his brow slightly, feeling anxious. What? Are you displeased? Dai Jingjing noticed his expression, her irritation flaring. What attitude? Did you only agree to be my boyfriend for the money? If that's the case, it's truly outrageous. This thought incensed her further. No, Imareri. Song Zimo shook his head, attempting to explain. Hey there, beautiful. Why not join us for some fun? At that moment, a group of young men, sporting bleached hair and piercings, approached, exuding a rough demeanor. Their lewd gazes landed indiscriminately upon Dai Jingjing. Get lost, you filthy scoundrels. Dai Jingjing's expression changed, instinctively moving closer to Song Zimo, seeking his protection. Oh, shy are we? I like beautiful women. Let us have some fun together. Don't worry. My friends are all good people. He shoved Song Zimo aside, beginning to make inappropriate advances. Song Zimo, save me. Get away from me, you disgusting perverts. Dai Jingjing cried out in alarm, seeking his help. Get lost. Song Zimo rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Dai Jingjing. His face darkened. Hey kid, feeling brave? What is wrong with wanting to have fun with your girlfriend? If you know what's good for you, get lost, or you'll regret it. The leading thug seized Song Zimo's collar, issuing a grim warning. Others also raised their hands, their 10 fingers snapping ominously. The demeanor was such that it seemed as if they were ready to strike at Song Zimo, a threat that would have left even his parents unrecognizable. In the background, Dai Jingjing fixed her unwavering gaze upon Song Zimo, eager to discern his reaction, to see what choice he would make, whether to flee or to defend himself. This scoundrel, if he truly dared to turn his back and run bang. Song Zimo ceased his words, raising his fist and crashing it into the face of the punk, affirming his choice with decisive action. Ouch! How dare you smash my nose? Brothers, let us get him! With a cry of anguish, the punk clutched his face and erupted in furious roars. The next moment, the other thugs surged forward, raining blows upon Song Zimo. Yet, even when thrown to the ground, he did not retreat an inch. Behind him, Dai Jingjing's eyes widened, her heart trembling for the first time. As she watched, tears streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Song Zimo was bloodied and battered, yet he remained unyielding, protecting her, guarding her. Chapter 44. It turns out, my protection was just a joke. Stop. Please stop. After a brief moment, Dai Jingjing finally regained her senses. She charged forward, forcefully pushing aside the thug who was kicking Song Zimo in the head. Damn it. I'll spare you this time, but brothers, let us go. The punk cast a glance at the prostrate Song Zimo, then turned his gaze to Dai Jingjing, giving her a lingering look before leaving with his crew. Song Zimo, how are you? Are you all right? Dai Jingjing anxiously observed him, her voice tinged with a sob. At that moment, regret washed over her. She wished she hadn't come. I'm fine, what about you? Are you hurt? Song Zimo shook his head, wiped the blood from his lips, and struggled to rise from the ground. Even in his disheveled and injured state, his first concern was still for Dai Jingjing. I'm fine, Dai Jingjing shook her head vehemently, tears cascading down her cheeks. As long as you're not hurt. As long as you're not hurt upon hearing this. Song Zimo let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, the next moment, he could no longer support himself. His body swayed, and he collapsed into Dai Jingjing's arms, unconscious. Song Zimo! Song Zimo! Dai Jingjing was taken aback. After a moment, she regained her composure and called out loudly to him. However, there was no response. In that instant, for reasons unknown, her emotions seemed to revert to a past life, where he lay bloodied in her embrace. Time passed, and slowly, Song Zimo regained consciousness. His head throbbed, and his body ached, feeling as though it were falling apart. He opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar room. Moments later, he realized he was in a hospital. After lying there for a while, feeling slightly better, he attempted to sit up. However, he quickly discovered that even the slightest movement sent agonizing pain through his wounds. Dai miss, we have done as you instructed. Here is the promised payment for the brothers. This part is extra. Ensure that today's events are completely forgotten. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to turn against you. Rest assured, Miss Dai, this matter will remain buried. If such a favorable opportunity arises again, we will surely come to you. We may not excel in other areas, but we are skilled in fighting. The door to the hospital room was not fully closed, allowing Song Zimo to clearly hear the conversation outside. The words payment? Fighting? His expression stiffened. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Indeed, to her, I am merely a jester. That night, when I escorted Dai Jingjing home, her drunken words echoed in his mind once more. I just want to win you over, then cast you aside, so you can experience the heart-wrenching pain. In an instant, Song Zimo chuckled, a self-deprecating laugh. It turned out that the events in the park that morning were all orchestrated by Dai Jingjing. How foolish he had been to risk everything to protect her, fearing for her safety. Creak. The door opened, and the group of thugs exited. Song Zimo. You're awake. When did you wake up? Dai Jingjing entered the room, her head snapping up in surprise upon seeing him conscious. Panic filled her heart, for she had just spoken with those thugs in the corridor outside. What if Song Zimo had overheard? Is this a hospital? How did I end up here? Song Zimo looked up at Dai Jingjing, his expression one of perplexity. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, seemingly unaware of the prior conversation. Awakened? You scare me. Yes, this is a hospital. You fainted, and I brought you here. Upon hearing his explanation, Dai Jingjing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Song Zimo, did you hear anything just now? Dai Jingjing then sat beside him. Song Zimo lay silently, and his quietness stirred unease within her, a sense of guilt and inexplicable anxiety. Finally, she tentatively inquired, "What?" Song Zimo lifted his gaze to meet hers. His expression calm and composed, yet an undercurrent of sorrow and self-mockery flickered in his eyes. "Are you afraid I might discover something? Or perhaps you feel guilty? Afraid of tarnishing the perfect image I hold of you?" No, it's nothing." Dai Jingjing shook her head, offering no explanation. Seeing his reaction, Dai Jingjing finally exhaled in relief. It seemed he truly hadn't heard anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted this way. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If only he hadn't heard. Dai Jingjing, you must never put me to such tests again, for if he discovers the truth one day, Jingjing, let us go back. Song Zimo took a deep breath, struggling to rise from the hospital bed. It hurt. His head spun. During the altercation in the park while protecting Dai Jingjing, he had taken multiple kicks to the head. It was possible he had a concussion. However, at that moment, he was more concerned about his aunt. Back. Dai Jingjing's head snapped up, astonished and disbelieving as she gazed at Song Zimo. "Yes, I'm fine now. Besides, staying in a hospital is costly, and it's unnecessary." Song Zimo carefully put on his shoes, and as he stood up, he nearly lost his balance. Dai Jingjing, witnessing this, hurriedly supported him. "Song Zimo, are you worried about the medical expenses?" "It's all right, I can help you." Her eyes were slightly red. She was not foolish. She understood perfectly well what Song Zimo was contemplating. No need for that. We're not married. We're merely in a romantic relationship. Besides, isn't it typically the male who covers the expenses in a relationship? I cannot let you bear such a burden. Song Zimo chuckled softly and replied. Upon hearing this, Dai Jingjing felt a lump in her throat and tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Song Zimo instinctively raised his hand to wipe her tears away. However, the moment he did, her sobs intensified. She then threw herself into his embrace, weeping softly, filled with deep regret for her past actions towards him. Yet, was it too late to feel remorse? Song Zimo, on the other hand, appeared tender as he comforted her. But was his tenderness genuine? Once he falls in love with me, I shall cast him aside. I want him to feel the same pain. She thought to herself, come now. This day shall not keep you waiting for long. Chapter 45. If you leave, what meaning is there left in my life? Here, this is 200,000. I have it ready. In truth, she had prepared this long ago, originally intending to give it to him at noon, but unforeseen circumstances arose. Back in the car, Dai Jingjing handed him the money, her eyes still red, her voice tinged with guilt. The way she addressed him shifted from his full name, Song Zimo, to simply Zimo. Thank you. Song Zimo was momentarily taken aback, expressing his gratitude with palpable excitement. To think she had already set aside this money, intending to give it to him today. His earlier impatience had indeed provoked her. Rest assured, once my aunt's surgery is over, I will repay you. Just as Dai Jingjing was about to speak, Song Zimo added this remark. In an instant, Dai Jingjing stiffened, then abruptly turned to face him. As she gazed at him, tears began to fall once more. Jingjing, what is wrong? Song Zimo asked, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. In a flurry, he rushed to wipe her tears and inquired further. You jerk! Dai Jingjing flung open the car door and dashed out, crying even harder. Immediately, Song Zimo followed her, grasping her arm. Jingjing, what on earth is the matter? I don't believe I said anything out of line. Even at this moment, Song Zimo was still unaware of what he had said wrong. All he had mentioned was that after his aunt's surgery, he would strive to earn money to repay her. To repay her? Could it be that she was upset over that? Suddenly, Song Zimo glanced down at Dai Jingjing. Zimo, what do you take me for? I said I was helping you. I am your girlfriend. Why would you even mention repayment? Do you see me as an outsider? She exclaimed, clutching his waist tightly. Her voice choked with emotion. She felt hurt, angry, and a whirlwind of indescribable feelings surged within her. No, I'm sorry. I won't say such things again. Song Zimo took a deep breath and embraced Dai Jingjing, standing there together. Beneath the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated and intertwined, lingering in that embrace for what felt like an eternity before parting. Thank you for your assistance. My aunt's condition is quite severe. Her surgery is likely to take place tomorrow, and I may not be able to accompany you for a while. The car came to a halt near Song Zimo's home, and as he stepped out, he turned to Dai Jingjing and said, Is your aunt's condition really that serious? Surgery tomorrow? Dai Jingjing was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way. According to my memory, her condition was supposed to deteriorate next month. Wait a moment. He had inquired about the money yesterday. Clearly anxious, but at that time, she had brushed it off. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Actually, when I fainted and went to the hospital, her condition had already worsened to the late stages. Had I had the money then, the surgery could have been performed sooner. In just a few days, her eyesight has nearly deteriorated to the point of blindness. That is why I was so anxious to ask you about the money. I apologize for being so forward this morning. Well, I'm heading back now. Please drive safely on your way home. Goodbye. Song Zimo, after saying this with a smile, waved at Dai Jingjing and turned to leave. Dai Jingjing sat there, feeling as if struck by lightning. Why did this happen? Why? Song Zimo's aunt's condition had worsened ahead of schedule. Calculating the timeline, it was nearly a month early. Previously, she thought Song Zimo was overly anxious. Now, it dawned on her that she had been mistaken. No wonder he had been so eager to become a live-in son-in-law. No wonder he sought out Li Yin. It turned out he was at his wit's end, with no other options left. After what felt like an eternity, Dai Jingjing finally turned her gaze away and drove off. "Aunt, I'm back." With the 200,000 for the surgery, Song Zimo felt a slight lift in his spirits. Thus, as soon as he arrived home, he called out eagerly. However, his aunt, who would normally respond, was unusually silent today. Song Zimo's expression shifted abruptly as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. "Aunt," he called out again and rushed into the house. But it was empty, devoid of anyone. At this hour, where could his aunt be? The door wasn't locked. Where could she have gone? Moreover, it was growing dark outside, and her health had not been good. At this moment, Song Zimo was filled with worry. Just then, he accidentally noticed a piece of paper pressed under a bowl on the table. He rushed over and picked it up to read. "Little M.O., I can only raise you to this point. I can feel that my time is drawing near. Though I am reluctant to leave you, I cannot bear to be a burden. From now on, you must rely on yourself. I am leaving. You must live well and not be sad, for that would pain me as well." With a soft thud, tears began to fall. These simple words encapsulated all of Aunt Song Chin's love for Song Zimo. To raise him, she sacrificed her youth. To nurture him, she forsook her own love. To alleviate his burdens, she ultimately chose to depart in the twilight of her life. "Aunt, where are you? Where are you? I cannot bear your departure. In my past life, I lost you. How can I allow you to leave in this one? If you were to leave me, what meaning would my existence hold? Oh, heavens, return my aunt to me." Tears streamed down my face, my voice hoarse and desperate. In the next moment, Song Zimo burst forth from his home, frantically searching. Bang! He stumbled and fell, yet rose again, continuing his search. He combed every inch around the house, but still found no trace of his aunt. Despair gripped his heart, an ever-deepening sorrow. Why, after I had finally gathered the money, did she choose to depart in this manner? No, I must find her. I will find her. Calm down. Where could she have gone? Where could she possibly be? In her previous life, where did she like to go? Now, night has fallen, and her eyesight has deteriorated. Even if she walked, she surely wouldn't have gone far. Therefore, she must be nearby. Perhaps she has heard my cries and is deliberately avoiding me, not allowing me to find her. "Aunt, where are you? I have money now. I can pay for your treatment. Please come back soon." As Song Zimo ran ahead, he shouted, but there was no response. Chapter 46. In this life, I vow never to let you go again. "Aunt, where are you? Where could you be?" Thud. He tripped and fell, having run too hastily. He landed several meters away, a gruesome gash marring his face. Yet, Song Zimo paid it no mind, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks, engulfed in desolation. Why? When I have finally gathered the money, must you still leave me? In my previous life, I could only watch helplessly as you succumbed to illness, my heart aching with unbearable sorrow. In this life, I swear I will not repeat the same tragedy. I swear I will not let you leave. Yet in the end, you still departed. Without you, what meaning does my existence hold? Rising to my feet, I wiped my tears with my sleeve. It was salt water. It was blood. A bitter mixture. "Aunt, since you have chosen to leave, since you have chosen apart from me, if I cannot save you, then let me accompany you in your departure." Despondency, sorrow, despair. I turned back, hearing whispers of someone contemplating a leap from the bridge nearby. Where? Just across the road. How tragic. Before Song Zimo could take another few steps, a crowd passed by, discussing the matter, contemplating a leap, the bridge. Suddenly, Song Zimo lifted his head, a thought igniting in his mind. "Aunt, it must be her." In an instant, he turned and ran wildly towards the bridge mentioned by the passers-by. Near his home, there was only one bridge, and that bridge was just a stone-ass throw away, a place his aunt often frequented. "Aunt." Upon arriving at the bridge, Song Zimo immediately spotted a slightly hunched figure sitting on the edge of the railing. Under the dim yellow streetlight, he recognized her at once. It was his aunt, Song Chin. Without hesitation, he cried out. Tears that had just stopped flowing now surged forth once more. "Little Mo, why are you here? You must go back home." The figure on the bridge trembled, her voice quivering. "Aunt, why do you wish to leave me? I cannot bear this. I will not let you go." Song Zimo choked on his words, his vision consumed by the presence of the aunt who had raised him. He took a step onto the bridge. "But don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will jump." Song Qin's eyesight had failed her, nearly to the point of blindness. Yet, her ears remained attuned. It was precisely because of this that she sensed Song Zimo's voice drawing nearer. Realizing he was approaching, she threatened him. Song Zimo halted in his tracks. The onlookers in the distance pointed and whispered, "Little Mo, Anne is truly at the end of her rope. I can feel it. I do not wish to burden you. Although I depart in this manner, my heart aches with sorrow." Song Qin struggled to suppress her emotions, speaking to Song Zimo. She hoped he would understand, not resent her, nor feel sadness. Yet ultimately, she could not finish her sentence, overcome by tears. "Aunt, I cannot let you leave. I lost you in my previous life, and in this life, I will ensure that tragedy does not repeat. Come back with me. I have money now. I have enough for your treatment. You will surely recover. You must recover. Just like before, you once said you were waiting for me to enter a good university, to have a girlfriend, to marry, and have children." His voice trembled, his legs quaking. In this moment, Song Zimo, reborn, felt a tempest of emotions for the first time. He was afraid. He was truly afraid that before he finished speaking, she would leap from the bridge. "Little Mo, it's not that I don't want to wait. It's that I cannot wait any longer. Please don't push me." Song Qin's heart shattered. Tears cascading like a fountain. Her choice to leave had required immense determination. Yet, Song Zimo's words pierced her heart like a sharp blade, causing unbearable pain, making it difficult to hold onto the resolve to end her life. She did not want to prolong this any further, nor did she wish to hesitate. For she feared if she delayed, she would truly lack the courage to jump. Yet, she was even more reluctant to become a burden or a responsibility to Song Zimo. Song Zimo fell silent. He no longer spoke. Or perhaps, he simply did not know how to persuade his aunt to abandon her thoughts of ending her life. "Fine, aunt. If you wish to take your life, I will accompany you." Song Zimo took a deep breath, his tone soft yet resolute. In the next moment, he stepped forward, striding towards his aunt, Song Qin. "Don't come any closer. Don't." Song Zimo's words cut deeply into Song Qin, resonating in the depths of her heart. Song Zimo had been raised by her hands. Therefore, she understood her nephew better than anyone else. At times, his stubbornness rivaled that of a mule. Once he set his mind on something, he would pursue it relentlessly. Just like now, she feared that if she leaped, he would follow suit. "Aunt, when I was young, my parents passed away early, and it was you who protected me as I grew. Now that I am an adult, it is my turn to protect you. If I cannot guard you, what meaning does my existence hold? If you desire to end your life, wishing to forsake living, then I will accompany you." As he approached, Song Zimo did not embrace her or pull her back, for he wanted to utterly dispel her thoughts of ending her life. If he could not convince her to abandon such thoughts, then what would it matter if he pulled her back? There would always be a first time, and a second time would surely follow. At this moment, he had made his decision, resolved in his thoughts. If, indeed, my aunt were to plunge down, then he would certainly not survive alone. Xiao Montak, Viding. Crushed. Compromised. In an instant, Song Qin crouched on the ground, weeping. Ultimately, her heart was unwilling to take the gamble, nor did she dare to. "Aunt, we shall return home, and I will take you to see a doctor immediately. Rest assured, you will surely recover. You must." Song Zimo embraced his weeping aunt, offering comfort, tears streaming down his face, his heart heavy with sorrow. The long night stretched on, passing in silence. Dawn illuminated the earth. Song Zimo's eyes were bloodshot, having not slept a wink, anxiously awaiting the arrival of morning. As all the necessary procedures were completed, and his aunt lay upon the operating table, wheeled into the surgical room, Song Zimo's heart hung in the balance. "Aunt, you must pull through. You absolutely must." Sitting on the bench outside the operating room, Song Zimo forced himself to calm down, awaiting the outcome. He dared not let his thoughts wander. The memories of the past flooded his mind like a rushing stream. A dutiful son would face calamities, while the cruel-hearted would prosper. Misfortune seeks out the wretched, and calamity prefers the unfortunate. Heaven, please open your eyes and spare my suffering aunt. Chapter 47. It seems she, too, has been reborn. The surgery was lengthy, excruciatingly slow, from morning until noon, then from noon until evening. 8 hours passed. The operating room remained eerily silent. At this moment, Song Zimo's heart, once ablaze with excitement, gradually quieted, leaving only worry and despair. For Song Zimo, every minute and second felt like an eternity. The moments spent with his aunt replayed in his mind like a film. Those days, though humble, were filled with joy. Bit by bit, drip by drip. Ultimately, they lingered on the overpass from last night. Ding ding, ding ding. Just as Song Zimo's eyes grew heavy and his hands trembled uncontrollably, his phone rang. He glanced at it to see a call from Li Yinyan. President Li. He answered as the call connected. "Xiao Mo, where are you? I've arrived at your doorstep, but no one is here." Li Yinyan's voice echoed through the phone. Presently, I am at the hospital. At the hospital? Li Yinyan stiffened, a sudden realization striking her. At this moment, she could also hear the suppression and sorrow in Song Zimo's voice. Song Zimo forced himself to suppress his emotions. Which hospital? I will come right away. Without asking further questions or daring to pry, Li Yinyan immediately inquired for the hospital's address and hurried over. Song Zimo relayed the hospital address to her. 20 minutes later, the operating room remained eerily still. The sky gradually darkened. Thud thud, thud thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hospital corridor. Looking up, he saw Li Yinyan approaching. Xiao Montak, Anti. Upon reaching the operating room, Li Yinyan's gaze fell upon Song Zimo, and she spoke hastily. She is in surgery. She has been inside since morning, and there has been no word yet. As she spoke, Song Zimo's eyes reddened, yet he fought to hold back his emotions, refusing to cry. However, his eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. It will be all right. It will be all right. Annie is so kind and gentle. Surely, she will be blessed and safely get through the surgery. At that moment, Li Yinyan was at a loss for how to comfort him. Presently, I am so scared. I'm truly terrified. Initially, he had been alone, guarding vigilantly. Song Zimo had nowhere to vent his emotions and did not dare to unleash them. Yet, the simple presence of Li Yinyan and her words of comfort caused him to falter. In the next moment, he crouched down, grasping his hair, and began to weep. It will be all right. It will be all right. Li Yinyan, witnessing the despair and helplessness in Song Zimo, felt her own eyes grow moist. Having also lost loved ones, she understood the depth of sorrow and despair he was experiencing at this moment. Thus, she gently embraced Song Zimo, offering solace. Song Zimo clung tightly to her, as if she had become the sole confidant he could pour his heart out to. Time passed, although he could not tell how long. Eventually, Song Zimo's emotions settled somewhat, his eyes swollen from crying. Xiaomo, I am sorry, I could not assist you. Li Yanyan, once Song Zimo's emotions had stabilized somewhat, immediately expressed her guilt and regret. Initially, she had promised to lend him money. However, she never anticipated that such events would unfold at this critical juncture. Up until now, she had not even clarified the situation at the bar. Although she was innocent and had been wronged, no illegal actions had taken place. The investigation process still needed to proceed. Back and forth. It would likely take at least 10 days to a month before any results could be expected. Presently, what are you saying? I ought to thank you for this matter. Song Zimo lifted his hand to wipe away his tears, expressing his gratitude. Thank me? For what? Li Yinyan's expression froze. Her face filled with surprise and confusion as she looked at Song Zimo. For a moment, she struggled to comprehend the meaning behind his words. It seemed she had done nothing to help. Even the news of Song Zimo's aunt's surgery only reached her through a recent phone call. Thank you for informing Jingjing about this. She provided the funds for my aunt's treatment. Otherwise, how could her surgery have proceeded so swiftly? I hope she will be safe. Song Zimo looked up at Li Yinyan and replied. Little did he know. As soon as Song Zimo finished speaking, a look of astonishment and disbelief crossed Li Yinyan's face. Jingjing? Miss Dai? I told Miss Dai about your financial troubles. Who told you? Li Yinyan stared wide-eyed at Song Zimo, countering with a question. At that moment, Li Yinyan began to reflect carefully. Aside from the night the bar remained unsealed, she had had no contact with Dai Jingjing. In the following days, she had been preoccupied with the bar situation and had not seen Dai Jingjing at all. Moreover, her acquaintance with Dai Jingjing was merely superficial. They were not close. She would not have gone out of her way to discuss Song Zimo's borrowing issue with her. Wasn't it you who mentioned it? Song Zimo was taken aback, filled with surprise and confusion. The morning before yesterday, she came to me and said she was willing to lend money for my aunt's treatment. When I asked her, she said you had informed her. Song Zimo briefly recounted what had transpired that early morning. I have not seen Miss Dai in recent days. I have not told her about your aunt's situation. I believe she must have said that to prevent you from being too touched. Li Yinyan pondered for a moment, shaking her head as she spoke to Song Zimo. What? Not you? How could it be? If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Aside from you. It seems no one else knows about my aunt's illness. In that instant, Song Zimo exclaimed in astonishment. Thoughts raced through his mind. After a brief moment, his complexion suddenly changed, and he rose from the bench. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Song Zimo, were you going to confess your feelings to me? You scoundrel, come here. I am willing to cover the 200,000 yuan for your aunt's surgery. Isn't your aunt's operation scheduled for next month? Since his rebirth that fateful night and his subsequent interactions with Dai Jingjing, her words had surged into Song Zimo's mind like a cinematic reel. At the time, he had not given them much thought. Yet, reflecting on it now, he felt an unsettling disquiet. It was as if she had known all along. Even that day when he sought employment, She seemed less like a casual passerby and more like someone waiting specifically for his arrival. Coupled with her evident stiffness and flustered response when he inquired about his aunt's surgery fees, everything felt so abnormal, so irrational. Could it be that Dai Jingjing, the campus belle, had also experienced a rebirth like him? Chapter 48, she had cut her long, lustrous black hair. Xiaoma, the operating room door has opened. Your aunt has come out. Before Song Zimo could gather his thoughts, the red light above the operating room finally turned green. In that instant, his body trembled, and without further contemplation, he abruptly lifted his head. Aunt, Aunt. His emotions were tense and exhilarated as he hurried over. Your aunt's surgery went relatively smoothly, but she has not yet completely crossed the critical phase. She will need to be monitored in the intensive care unit for 12 hours. Only after she passes this danger period can we consider it a complete success. The surgeon removed his mask, revealing a weary yet benevolent smile. He felt a deep empathy for this child. Thus, when he had brought the aunt to seek his help that early morning, even kneeling to plead for her life, the doctor had felt tremendous pressure. He feared that if he were to fail, it would plunge this kind and filial boy into despair. Fortunately, the surgery had succeeded. Thank you, thank you, thank you, doctor, he cried, his voice choked with emotion. Stepping back, he bowed deeply. The doctor smiled and waved his hand as he departed. Watching his aunt, still unconscious from the anesthesia, the weight in Song Zimo's heart gradually lifted. The intensive care unit was under the vigilant care of hospital nurses, and family members were not permitted to enter. That night, despite being utterly exhausted, Song Zimo found himself unable to sleep. His mind was consumed by the words that Li Yanyan had spoken upon her arrival. Had his aunt's illness not been conveyed to Dai Jingjing by her? If so, how did she know? Then there were her previous utterances. Could it be that she too had experienced a rebirth? In the past, Song Zimo would have dismissed such notions as absurd. However, was he not a living testament to such phenomena? So, why couldn't Dai Jingjing also have undergone a rebirth? He resolved to inquire with her and uncover the truth. Unable to sleep, Song Zimo took out his computer and began typing. With his aunt's surgery finally concluded, the regrets of her passing in his previous life were at last mended. Hence, the burden in his heart was completely lifted. The following morning, his aunt awakened. As Song Zimo beheld her coming to, he could no longer suppress the emotions that welled up within him and broke down in tears. The days leading up to this moment had accumulated so much heaviness, so much repression. Yet, he had concealed it all, unwilling to express it to anyone. Now that his aunt was finally safe, the joy and exhilaration that surged from the depths of his soul were beyond articulation. At noon, Dai Jingjing came to visit. She approached the bedside, her demeanor tender as a young girl. Grasping his aunt's hand, her gaze somewhat complex as she engaged in conversation and attempted to lift her spirits. When she mentioned being Song Zimo's girlfriend, her cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. His aunt observed this with delight, her heart filled with sweetness. It seemed that everything was indeed as Song Zimo had described the previous night. It was all getting better. Meanwhile, Song Zimo noted the expressions on Dai Jingjing's face. Unconsciously, memories of her previous drunken confessions flooded his mind, and a self-deprecating smile crept upon his lips. Xiaoma, what is wrong? ISNT, your aunt's surgery a success? Why do you appear less than elated? As they exited the hospital room, Song Zimo escorted Dai Jingjing out. She turned to face him, noticing his silence, and asked with concern. They had reached the hospital entrance. Song Zimo gazed intently at her. Dai Jingjing returned his gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease swell within her. It was an unfounded sensation, as if she were anxious about something, or perhaps worried about something. Last night, Mr. Li came. Song Zimo inhaled deeply, speaking in a measured tone. His clenched fists were slick with perspiration. Mr. Li? Li Yanyan. The sudden jolt of realization sent a pang through Dai Jingjing's heart, amplifying her unease. Yet, she remained unflustered and feigned surprise, asking, did she tell you about your aunt's illness? Song Zimo nodded, responding. His gaze remained fixed on Dai Jingjing, unwavering. Xiaoma, what do you mean by that? Dai Jingjing's brow knitted slightly, appearing both angry and aggrieved. At that moment, she found herself wavering, hesitating. It seemed she wanted to reveal to Song Zimo that she had also experienced a rebirth. However, fear held her back. Ultimately, she resolved to conceal this truth for now, waiting until she was mentally prepared to disclose it to him. Can you tell me how you came to know about this? Her hands trembled slightly, yet Song Zimo's expression remained calm. So calm it was almost heart-wrenching. I heard it from the doctor at the hospital. Dai Jingjing's thoughts raced, and she took a deep breath before speaking. The doctor? Song Zimo's expression froze, taken aback by her response. Was she not supposed to have experienced a rebirth? How could it be the doctor? Yes, a few days ago. I came here for a checkup and happened to see you leaving with your aunt. I asked the doctor about it and later learned about your aunt's serious illness. As she spoke, Dai Jingjing grasped Song Zimo's hand, looking intently at him. Do you not believe me? Moreover, what would I gain by deceiving you? She felt a wave of anxiety as she spoke, not knowing why her heart felt a pang of indescribable grievance. As she looked at him, tears began to well up in her eyes. The image of her past self, amidst a pool of blood, overlapped with the person before her. She could not fathom why she felt so distressed, so terrified. I believe you. I was merely inquiring. Song Zimo inhaled deeply, lifting his hand to embrace her, refraining from asking further questions. Yet, within him lingered a sense of self-mockery. Is it truly so? At that moment, a graceful figure approached from outside the hospital. Short hair, clad in a white casual outfit and sneakers. She appeared clean and sharp. Since Song Zimo was facing the entrance, he immediately recognized her. Initially, he did not recognize her. As Song Zimo took a closer look, he instantly recognized Wang Shuangyi. She had cut her hair. Her once cascading black locks were now gone. It was this change that momentarily obscured her identity from him. In her hands, Wang Shuangyi held some nutritional supplements. As soon as Song Zimo spotted her, she also caught sight of him. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, and a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Yet, she quickly masked it. Song Zimo released Dai Jingjing, and Wang Shuangyi approached, adorned with a faint smile, seemingly cheerful. Was she truly happy? It seemed more an act to conceal her sadness from that boy. Zimo, is Annie feeling better? I came to visit her. As she drew closer, Wang Shuangyi greeted Dai Jingjing warmly, her beautiful gaze shifting to Song Zimo. Much better, thank you. Song Zimo responded, his demeanor somewhat awkward. Perhaps he felt a twinge of emotion or agitation stirring within. Zimo, I must take my leave now. I will return tomorrow to check on your aunt. Dai Jingjing cast a lingering glance at Wang Shuangyi. Memories from a past life flooded her mind, leaving a deep impression of the campus belle. Despite their limited interaction and not being close friends, she was aware of Wang Shuangyi's affections for Song Zimo. With a heavy heart, she departed. Uncertain of the reason, Dai Jingjing felt a pang of discomfort. Was it jealousy? Or perhaps a fear of losing Song Zimo to her? That seemed unlikely. After all, Song Zimo was already her boyfriend. In the past life, despite her disdain for him, her harsh words and ruthless rejections ultimately led to... You cut your hair. After Dai Jingjing left, Song Zimo's gaze fell upon Wang Shuangyi, more specifically, her chic short hair. Memories surged like a tide. Zimo, do you know? Once, I had feelings for a boy, but back then, I was too timid to confess, too afraid to let him know. It wasn't until long after graduation that I suddenly understood everything. Yet by then, everything had changed. Later, I cut my hair deciding to forget him, but after cutting it, I realized I couldn't forget. Zimo, I like you. I truly like you. Shall we try to be together? Why? Why are you so heartless? Choosing to shatter yourself for someone who doesn't love you, instead of looking back at the girl who adores you? Those are the words Wang Shuangyi had spoken on that fateful night after their long separation at graduation. Filled with despair, she collapsed into his arms, weeping for what felt like an eternity, until exhaustion extinguished her spirit. This time, she had truly given up hope. As Song Zimo gazed at the short-haired Wang Shuangyi, he felt a momentary haze of confusion. Was it discomfort he felt? Or perhaps the complex emotions he could not quite comprehend? Zimo, what's wrong? Wang Shuangyi inquired, but he remained silent. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and at once, she noticed him staring at her, unblinking. In his eyes, there was light mingled with sorrow. In that instant, Wang Shuangyi's heart trembled, her nose tinged with a hint of moisture. Yet, she maintained a facade of nonchalance. It's nothing. I just wasn't accustomed to seeing your short hair. Song Zimo shook his head and offered a smile, though it was strained. He then turned and led Wang Shuangyi towards the hospital room. In contrast to Dai Jingjing's sudden tenderness, Wang Shuangyi appeared more attentive and considerate. This was evident in their dialogue. One asked, "How is your aunt doing?" while the other inquired, "Is Annie feeling better?" Zimo, in a few days, the college entrance exam results will be released. Which university do you plan to attend? After a while, Aunt Song Qin fell into a deep slumber. Wang Shuangyi hesitated briefly before turning to Song Zimo and spoke. University? Song Zimo's body stiffened, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. In his previous life, he had not attended university. It wasn't due to poor grades. In fact, his scores were sufficient to gain admission to a prestigious institution. However, following his aunt's passing, he had dropped out to face the world alone. In this life, it seemed he could choose anew. Yet suddenly, he found himself uncertain about how to navigate his life choices. What's wrong? Don't want to share or... Wang Shuangyi waited. After a moment, seeing Song Zimo silent, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, accompanied by a hint of self-mockery. Although she had resolved to let go, having cut her hair, she couldn't fathom why her heart still harbored a sliver of hope. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that I'm unsure. If I were to go to university, I might choose a local one in High. That way, I could be closer to Annie and visit her more frequently during holidays or weekends. What about you? Song Zimo shook his head, noticing Wang Shuangyi's misunderstanding, and offered an explanation. As for me, I haven't figured it out yet. When the results are out and it's time to fill in the applications, could you let me know? Wang Shuangyi took a deep breath, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she summoned her courage. Although they might not end up together, and Song Zimo was already Dai Jingjing's boyfriend, she still wished to silently accompany this boy through 4 more years of university life. All right, once the scores are released and I've made up my mind, I will let you know. Song Zimo smiled, agreeing readily. Time slipped by, and soon half a month had passed, with the exam results now available. However, one needed to check them independently. After Annie's surgery, her recovery was far better than anticipated. Consequently, Song Zimo brought her home to recuperate. Initially, he intended for her to stay in the hospital a few more days, but his aunt insisted against it. After all, the cost of a hospital room was exorbitant. Zimo, have you checked your exam scores now that they're out? After lunch, as Song Zimo emerged from the courtyard, Dai Jingjing arrived. Dai Jingjing stepped out of the car and immediately addressed Song Zimo. No, what about you? Song Zimo glanced at Dai Jingjing and shook his head. In truth, he already knew his score without needing to check. However, a thought struck him, and he looked at Dai Jingjing. I haven't tea either. How about we head to an internet cafe now to check? Dai Jingjing shook her head and replied, sure. As they walked, Song Zimo pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Jingjing, how many points do you think you'll score in this exam? How many points? Dai Jingjing's expression froze as she turned to look at Song Zimo. Well, take a guess. Song Zimo's gaze remained fixed on her. If she had truly been reborn, she would not forget such a significant event in her life. About 610, I suppose. Dai Jingjing did not ponder too deeply. She reflected on her previous life scores and spoke up. 610 points. Is that really so high? Song Zimo's body trembled, and an expression of astonishment appeared on his face. Is that high? Your score should be higher than mine. Upon witnessing Song Zimo's astonishment, Dai Jingjing instinctively prepared to respond. However, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she sensed the inappropriateness of her reply and hastily retracted it. Hearing this, Song Zimo fell into silence. If previously there was only a 30% certainty that Dai Jingjing, the school beauty, had been reborn, now Song Zimo felt a 70% assurance. Why? Why had he been reborn, and Dai Jingjing alongside him? Could it be the decree of fate? Chapter 50. Youth is fraught with sorrow and tears. Montak, what is the matter? Dai Jingjing, noticing Song Zimo's silence, could not help but inquire. It's nothing, I'm just a bit nervous, uncertain of my score, he replied, shaking his head and fabricating a lie. Shortly thereafter, their vehicle halted in front of an internet cafe, where they entered to check their scores. The results were in, just as in her previous life, and, as Dai Jingjing had predicted. Mo, you did so well. Which university do you wish to attend? I want to go to the same one as you. As they emerged from the cafe, Dai Jingjing turned to glance at Song Zimo and spoke. At that moment, memories of Song Zimo dropping out in her past life involuntarily surfaced in her mind, stirring a twinge of heartache. She then took the initiative to grasp Song Zimo's hand. Not rushing to get into the car, but rather walking down the street together. It was as if she had already regarded Song Zimo as her boyfriend, and he had assumed a certain status in her heart. Whether she desired to make Song Zimo fall in love with her quickly, only to then ruthlessly cast him aside, or harbor other emotions, remained uncertain. I should attend a modest local university, not want to be too far from my aunt. I tend to be nostalgic. Song Zimo remarked slowly, casting a glance at Dai Jingjing. His words bore a meaning that Dai Jingjing could not comprehend. Creak. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached a crossroads. Accompanied by the sound of a car, tires screeching against the pavement, a man riding an old bicycle was suddenly knocked to the ground. Blood stained the pavement, and cries of anguish filled the air. The scene erupted into chaos. The woman in the back seat of the car scrambled out, crawling toward the man, weeping inconsolably. As Song Zimo prepared to assist, Dai Jingjing gripped his arm tightly. Jingjing, what's wrong? He turned to look at her. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed her face had turned pale, frozen in shock. At that moment, she clung to Song Zimo with a vice-like grip. Memories from her past life surged into her mind in an instant. It was at this very intersection, at that exact spot, the feeling of déjà vu washed over her. In that moment, Song Zimo had been struck by a speeding truck while trying to save her, leaving him bloodied and broken. She had rushed over, much like the woman on the ground, cradling the convulsing Song Zimo in her arms, weeping and wailing. In that instant, her heart was finally stirred. Was it regret? Or was it the overwhelming feeling of gratitude? Or perhaps a sense of guilt for being so heartless, denying Song Zimo a chance? Why? Why in this life? Had they once again arrived at this crossroads, faced with a scene almost identical to her past? Though it was not Song Zimo this time, fear gripped her heart. She held onto him tightly, unwilling to let go, terrified that if she released him, he would vanish, just like that bloodied man who lay on the ground. Jingjing, what is wrong? Why do you look so pale? Song Zimo asked, observing her as if struck by lightning, shaking her shoulder gently. After being shaken, Dai Jingjing finally came to her senses. In that fleeting moment, her gaze locked on Song Zimo, her eyes reddening with tears. Especially upon hearing the desperate cries of the woman nearby, her heart ached with sorrow. In an instant, she embraced Song Zimo tightly. Montak, I am so sorry. I will never let you leave again. I will never allow such a thing to happen. She wept bitterly, unable to contain her emotions as she clutched him. Song Zimo stood there, enveloped in her embrace, feeling her delicate frame tremble with sorrow. Meanwhile, he was left in a daze, struck by the profound implications of her words. Why did she echo the same sentiments she had expressed about her aunt? I will never let you leave. I will never let such a thing happen again. Suddenly, Song Zimo turned to glance back at the crossroads. The sunlight was blinding, and the cries felt hauntingly familiar. Yet at that moment his consciousness began to fade. Only the scorching tears falling upon his face remained, mingling with the blood that trickled from his lips, sliding down his cheeks, and dripping to the ground. She truly had been reborn, just like him. Was it joy, happiness, or was it despair and terror? Why had they both been reborn? It was no wonder that at the banquet, when he had not confessed and left, she had chased after him, demanding he declare his feelings. It was no wonder she had waited for him by the recruitment billboard. It was no wonder she had said, "You were never like this before." In the past, he had not been so cold. The whims of fate. Ultimately, their destinies seemed to be intertwined once again. Yet, the words Dai Jingjing had spoken in drunken sorrow remained etched in Song Zimo's heart, impossible to erase. She wanted him to experience that heart-wrenching pain. Was she referring to the time she had wept in his arms as he lay dying? It's all right, he reassured, attempting to dismiss her erratic speech. Look, I'm still alive and well. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside his swirling thoughts, pretending to be oblivious to everything. The past should remain in the past. In the future, once she cast him aside, he could live the life he desired, free from entanglements. From now on, let's never come here again. Not for a lifetime. Dai Jingjing lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. She grasped Song Zimo's hand, whether in fear, pleading, or panic was uncertain. She believed that as long as they never returned to this place, the tragedies of her past life would not repeat. But was it truly so? It seemed that some things had changed, yet others remained the same. All right, if you say we want tea, come. Then we want tea, Song Zimo replied with a smile, gently wiping away Dai Jingjing's tears and leading her back. As she turned to leave, she couldn't help but glance back at the man being lifted into the ambulance. In her heart, an inexplicable fear lingered, accompanied by a sense of panic. She hastened her steps to catch up with Song Zimo, grasping his hand tightly, unwilling to let go. On their way back, Dai Jingjing's eyes were red-rimmed, and she remained silent. Meanwhile, Song Zimo feigned nonchalance as he drove. Yet tumultuous waves churned within him. If he had been unaware of Dai Jingjing's rebirth, it would have been one thing. Now that he knew this campus belle had also been reborn, he felt a throbbing headache. He even pondered what would happen if she discovered his own rebirth. Should he confide in her about his own second chance at life? This was a love story without conclusion. We have all been reborn, so may we each find peace. Youth may harbor sorrow, and tears may flow. In the past life, they parted with smiles. In this life, they reunited with tearful eyes. Chapter 51, Ink. In the next life, I wish for you to take me to see the sea. Upon returning home, when Song Zimo shared his college entrance examination scores with his aunt, Song Chin, she was overwhelmed with joy, bursting into tears of excitement. As he observed her elation, a smile spread across his face. Yet tears began to cascade down his cheeks. In his previous life, he had not attended university due to his aunt's passing, which perhaps remained a regret. In this life, perhaps it was indeed time to pursue a university education and experience a different existence. The night passed in silence. As noon approached the following day, Song Zimo's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Biyu, Xiaoxi's mother. Hello, Annie, what brings you to call me at this hour? He inquired as he answered the call. Xiao Mo, could you come to Annie's house? A brief silence ensued before Su Biyu's voice emerged, slightly hoarse, seemingly suppressing an undercurrent of sorrow. At this moment, Song Zimo's expression froze, and a thought struck him. Could it be about Xiaoxi? All right, Annie, I will come right over. He refrained from asking further questions, feeling an unsettling dread as he made his way to Xiao Shi's home. 20 minutes later, he arrived at Xiao Shi's residence. Before he even entered, he spotted Su Biyu waiting for him on the lawn. "Annie, what has happened?" he asked, his heart heavy with speculation, yet aware that he needed clarity. "Yesterday, Xiao Shi suddenly fainted and has been running a high fever that won't subside. This is her medical report from this morning," Su Biyu said, attempting to maintain a brave facade. However, as she produced the report from her pocket, she could no longer hold back her tears, succumbing to anguish and despair. Taking a deep breath, Song Zimo accepted the report and began to read. Leukemia, also known as blood cancer. Although the condition was not yet critical, it was still devastating. Why must such a kind and gentle soul endure this fate? He lamented silently. "Annie, how could such a benevolent person be subjected to such cruelty by fate? Auntie has one request." Su Biyu, wiping her tears, gazed at Song Zimo with a choked voice. "What is it, Annie?" "Please, speak freely," he replied, determined not to refuse her. Regardless of the request, he would acquiesce. In his past life, he and Xiao Shi had encountered each other through a unique twist of fate. Yet, Auntie Su Biyu had already grayed with worry, her face etched with exhaustion and profound sorrow. The final scene of love's tragic sacrifice was vivid in his memory. In this life, he had met Xiao Shi early on. He could not bear to witness the same tragic fate unfold again. The doctor mentioned that Xiao Shi's leukemia is difficult to treat, and the condition is progressing rapidly. She is unaware of this, and I dare not tell her. I can see that she enjoys being with you and does not reject you. Over the past few days, she has been playing the harmonica you gifted her, practicing Irish whistle. In the evenings, she often sits with the harmonica, lost in thought. And he hopes you can spend more time with her during her remaining days. All right? Su Biyu did not seek any promises. She merely wished for Song Zimo to accompany Xiao Shi. She had not dared to tell even Xiao Shi's father, who had recently undergone heart surgery and suffered from heart disease, fearing the heavy blow might be too much for him to bear. But how long could this truth remain concealed? "All right, I will come often to keep her company, Annie. Please do not be so pessimistic. I believe everything will turn out well. Perhaps a bone marrow transplant could cure her, right?" Song Zimo assured her with a nod, comforting her with gentle words. As he observed Su Biyu's tearful distress, his heart resonated deeply. Just half a month ago, he had scrambled for funds to treat his aunt, only to watch her depart alone, leaving him enveloped in despair and sorrow. Now, Su Biyu was experiencing a similar sense of hopelessness. Yet as a mother, perhaps her sorrow ran even deeper. After all, Xiao Shi was a piece of her heart. Alas, Auntie and Uncle S bone marrow doesn't team match with Xiao Shi S. It is exceedingly difficult to find a stranger in this vast world whose marrow is compatible with hers. Nevertheless, Auntie will continue to seek. Annie hopes that before she departs, a miracle will occur and a match will be found. But before that, Xiao Mo, I hope you can. Su Biyu's voice trailed off as she broke down in tears. "Auntie, both you and Xiao Shi are such kind souls. Fate will not be unkind. I believe a miracle will surely manifest." Song Zimo reassured her once more. With hearts steeled, they turned to return home. "Xiao Shi, Xiao Mo has come to play with you." Upon entering, Su Biyu immediately looked up toward the stairs. Crash! Thud! At the sound of her voice, a commotion arose from upstairs, followed by hurried footsteps. The next moment, Song Zimo looked up to see Xiao Shi emerging from her room, clad in her nightgown. "Why did you suddenly remember to come play with me today?" she asked, feigning calmness, though her heart brimmed with joy. Yet, her hasty rush out, barefooted, betrayed her true feelings. "I was worried you might be bored alone at home. Quickly, go change your clothes. Today, I'll take you somewhere fun." Song Zimo smiled, his tone light and cheerful. But in his heart, he questioned whether that was truly the case. What fun place? It can't be that little hill again, can it? That would be so dull, just sitting there like a fool. "All right, fine. Since you came specifically to find me, I shall begrudgingly agree. You have my reluctant acquiescence." He reminisced about the first time they had gone out, when Su Biyu had pushed her out with a stick, and Xiao Shi had grumbled and complained all the way, giving him nothing but disdainful looks and sarcastic warnings. As Song Zimo guided her to the small hill in front of the hospital and played that harmonica tune, sunlight bathed the scene, and his silhouette seemed to have etched itself indelibly into her heart. In the stillness of the long nights, she would often reminisce about that boy playing the harmonica, as well as his strikingly handsome profile. Indeed, he was quite a decent fellow. However, as for herself, "Today, where are you taking me?" she asked, stepping out dressed in a sky-blue dress that appeared both pure and adorable, with a hint of playfulness. In the car, Xiao Shi turned to look at Song Zimo, her eyes glimmering with anticipation and curiosity. "Where do you wish to go?" she inquired with a smile. Thoughts raced. Memories flowed like water. "If there's a next life, I hope you can take me to see the sea." "The sea? I can take you there right now. he replied, but alas, time was not on their side. Chapter 52. Was it she who owed him, or he who betrayed her? Hey, you rascal. Weren't you the one who invited me out for fun? I am merely showing you kindness by accompanying you. Yet you still question where we are headed? Xiaoxi retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. How insincere. It was apparent he was a boy who lacked genuine feelings. Let's go to the seaside, shall we? Feel the sea breeze, gaze at the ocean, and walk on the beach. It should be quite romantic, Song Zimo suggested with a smile. Romantic, you say? You don't mean to flirt with me, do you? I told you before, we are merely friends. Xiaoxi shot him a glare, though she was unsure why her voice faltered as she spoke. I never claimed we weren't just friends, he replied. Ouch, why are you pinching me? He added. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoxi had already given him a sharp pinch, causing him to grimace in pain. I like it. I enjoy it. Go ahead and bite me, she exclaimed, her eyes flashing with annoyance. Observing this, Song Zimo shook his head, pondering how girls seem to share an innate tendency for irrationality. Why did you bring the harmonica? He asked, noticing the instrument she held, one he had purchased days prior. The tune you played last time was quite beautiful. I can't seem to capture that feeling when I play. Would you play it for me again? I won't learn, she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet attempting to appear nonchalant. All right, he replied readily, without hesitation. As the car moved forward, they arrived at the seaside. Stepping out, they beheld the vast ocean ahead, with seagulls occasionally soaring by. Not far away, a few benches dotted the sand, occupied by young couples, some sitting, others lying, seemingly enveloped in the bliss of newfound love. On the beach, boys and girls held hands, treading on the soft sand. Hey, you brought me to the beach to play. Yet here you are, lost in thought. Let us go. She slipped off her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, each toe adorned with nail polish, adding to her allure. As Song Zimo glanced down, he instinctively shrank his foot. Annoyed, she pinched him again and dashed off into the distance. In the sunlight, she resembled a blue fairy, stunningly beautiful, capturing the attention of nearby couples. Then came a series of yelps from Song Zimo, who chuckled and followed at a leisurely pace. Xiaoxi, however, darted back and forth, sometimes spinning in circles, occasionally picking up seashells. Hey, em tired. Carry me, she suddenly declared, having walked quite a distance. With a hint of arrogance and defiance, her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze remained fixed on him. Is it heavy? If it's too much, I might not be able to carry you, he joked, seemingly acquiescing as he squatted down. You scoundrel, how dare you call me fat? Don't you know girls despise such words? You'll regret it, she retorted, rushing over to mask her embarrassment. Without hesitation, she leaped onto his back, feeling an overwhelming joy while maintaining her facade of pride. Well, you're not too heavy, he mused as he stood up, carrying her back at a slow pace. Xiaoxi hesitated before wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her head against his back. As she leaned there, her eyes began to redden. Upon reaching the spot where they had discarded their shoes, they noticed that the couples on the benches had already departed. Song Zimo set her down, catching his breath. Carrying her such a distance had indeed been tiring. Come, let us sit and rest for a bit. You can play the harmonica for me, she said, grasping his hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. They settled onto a bench, and Xiaoxi produced the harmonica, handing it to Song Zimo. He accepted it, glancing at her as she looked on with eager anticipation. The melody began to flow, reminiscent of that day, evoking a bittersweet sentiment that was hard to articulate. As she listened, Xiaoxi rested her head on Song Zimo's shoulder, tears streaming down her face unbeknownst to her. Hey, little girl, why are you crying? Are you perhaps moved? He asked, turning to look at her. Under the sunlight, tears glistened on her cheeks. He set the harmonica down and inquired with concern. What's wrong? As she spoke, her tears flowed even more profusely. Xiaoxi, what's the matter? He asked, his expression shifting to one of earnest concern. I have blood cancer. The revelation struck Song Zimo like a thunderbolt, his body trembling as he looked at her in disbelief. Who told you such nonsense? He demanded, taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within him. My mother thought she could hide it from me, but as her daughter, I've grown up watching her age, she choked out, her expression revealing all. Later, I asked the doctor. She didn't want to tell me, nor did I want her to know I had found out. Xiaoxi's voice wavered, sending a wave of anguish through Song Zimo, rendering him speechless. Initially, he believed Su Biu was merely a protective mother, not wanting her daughter to be crushed by despair. Yet, he realized that Xiaoxi was suffering too. It will be all right. I promise you will get better. I swear it, he assured her, embracing her trembling form with conviction. Those two individuals whose bone marrow matched. Fate has woven their destinies together in such a delicate manner. Was it that she owed him from a past life? Or did he betray her? Alas, regardless, Xiaoxi is merely a girl on the cusp of adulthood. In the past, she was still the darling of her parents' eyes. She would often nestle in their embrace, indulging in playful whims. When angered, they would console her, and when sorrowful, they would offer their solace. Yet now, she suddenly perceives that the world seems poised to cast her aside. The profound despair and loneliness that emanate from the depths of her soul compel she to unleash her pent-up emotions, leaving her in tears. Song Zimo holds her close, offering her comfort. At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment and disbelief emanates nearby. Looking up, Dai Jingjing, entwined with her motherly Yuru's arm, approaches from a distance. Upon seeing Song Zimo embracing Shi, her body shudders, freezing in place. Chapter 53. Are you comfortable with her getting into another boy's car? Jingjing Song Zimo begins, uncertain of how to explain. In his arms, Shi remains tear-streaked. Then, she notices that Song Zimo seems to recognize the mother-daughter pair in the distance, wiping her tears and distancing herself from his embrace. You scoundrel, she mutters, shaking her head and stepping back. Tears fall uncontrollably. Ultimately, Dai Jingjing casts a deep glance at Song Zimo before abruptly turning and running away. Her tears, swept away by the sea breeze, cascade down her cheeks, plunging into the ocean on the sandy shore. Jingjing, Liu Ru, witnessing her daughter's departure, glances at her with a sigh before chasing after her. Ah, youth. It is replete with bitterness, spiciness, sourness, and sweetness. Perhaps it is only through experiencing such emotions that one truly understands youth, matures, and when reminiscing in old age, can smile wistfully at the memories. Song Zimo rises, intending to follow, but a glance at the tear-swollen eyes of she leads him to ultimately halt. Is that girl your girlfriend? Why don't you chase after her? She inquires, looking at Song Zimo unbeknownst to her. A twinge of disappointment and unhappiness stirs within her heart. Song Zimo exhales deeply in response. A brief silence ensues, with neither speaking. Yet, in her heart, she feels like nothing more than a mere jester. Her guardianship is worthless, her protection merely a farce. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Song Zimo chuckles bitterly. Enough of this, it's getting late. Let us head back. He raises his head, casting a glance at the increasingly distant figure. Why does his heart still flutter with emotion? She does not continue speaking, but merely acknowledges him. Hesitating, she takes Song Zimo's hand once more, turning to retrace their steps. In the distance, Dai Jingjing runs, though her pace is slow. She waits, yearning for that boy to pursue her and envelop her in his arms. Even if she resists, scolding or striking him, she desires him to hold her tightly, refusing to let go. However, she is mistaken. He does not come after her, nor does he even glance her way. The only one who catches up is her mother. Heartbroken, sad, self-mocking, or perhaps harboring a hint of unwillingness. Thank you for keeping me company today. Upon returning home, Shi invites Song Zimo inside. He shakes his head in refusal. As they part, Shi gazes at Song Zimo, expressing her gratitude. It's nothing. I'll come to see you often. Auntie, I'm off now. Goodbye. Song Zimo smiles, his gaze drifting to Su Baiyu standing behind Shi. He raises his hand to wave goodbye and departs. Later that evening, Song Zimo arrives home. After much contemplation, he ultimately decides to head out again, this time towards Dai Jingjing's residence. The events of the day, indeed, weighed heavily upon him. However, Shi is battling leukemia. In that moment of despair, he felt utterly helpless, unable to summon the resolve to abandon her. Moreover, it seems that their fates have already intertwined in a previous life. Though they are not lovers, their bond transcends mere friendship. Arriving at Dai Jingjing's doorstep, just as he is about to knock, the door swings open. Dai Jingjing steps out, and upon seeing Song Zimo standing before her, her body trembles in disbelief. Jingjing, I'm here. Song Zimo inhales deeply, attempting to speak. I don't want to hear any explanations. Move aside, I'm going out. Her proud demeanor, coupled with her anger, leads her to dismiss any words from Song Zimo, perceiving them as lies. She forcefully pushes past him, ascending the steps ahead. At this moment, Song Zimo notices that Dai Jingjing seems to have made an effort to dress up, preparing to leave. Yet, it is late, and the night has fallen. Where could she possibly be going? Virum. At that moment, the roar of a sports car echoes nearby. In the next instant, Song Zimo sees a vehicle speeding towards him. The door swings open, revealing the affluent scion, Xiang Long, who steps out in a stylish white suit, having meticulously styled his hair, appearing quite dashing. After exiting the car, he casts a playful glance at Song Zimo. Jingjing, get in. He speaks succinctly, gentlemanly opening the passenger door, awaiting her entry. Dai Jingjing hesitates briefly before striding over in her crystal sandals, never once looking back. It is only when she is settled into the car that, as Xiang Long prepares to drive away, she feigns nonchalance and glances out the window. A sudden wave of regret and discomfort washes over her. Song Zimo stands there, watching. In that moment, he feels akin to a jester upon a stage. He remains silent, refraining from pleading, devoid of anger or sorrow. Quietly, he turns and walks away. Homeward bound, what does not belong to you will ultimately never be yours. Those who are not meant for you will merely brush past you. Song Zimo, you are such a fool. Do you have a wooden head? If you care for Jingjing so much, why not be a little more assertive and pull her back into your embrace? Having taken only a few steps, another vehicle halts before Song Zimo, appearing somewhat flustered. The window rolls down, revealing Jiang Xiaoru, Dai Jingjing's best friend, glaring at him with indignation. Get in the car now. Jiang Xiaoru insists, her fury palpable. Where to? Song Zimo inquires, slightly furrowing his brow, unsure of her intentions. To pursue Jingjing. Of course. Are you not worried if she drives off with Xiang Long? Hurry and get in the car. Jiang Xiaoru snaps back, her impatience evident. Upon hearing her words, Song Zimo falls silent. Is there truly a necessity to chase after Dai Jingjing? Perhaps are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Are you unaware of the character of Xiang Long? He has long set his sights on Jingjing. Do you believe that all boys are as timid as you? Hesitant to take action even when accompanying a girl who is inebriated? If you do not go tonight, once Jingjing finds herself intoxicated and is taken away by Xiang Long. Brace yourself for tears. Jiang Xiaoru, seeing Song Zimo standing there in a daze, is incensed. Perhaps Jiang Xiaoru's words struck a chord with Song Zimo. Ultimately, Song Zimo chose to get in the car. Why are you helping me? In the vehicle, Song Zimo turned to Jiang Xiaoru, who was driving, and inquired, Though I find you insufferable. I despise that playboy Xiang Long even more. Let's not even mention that night at the bar. If it were Xiang Long escorting Jingjing home, he would certainly not have returned her safely. Should I commend your integrity or criticize your cowardice? Do you not realize that pursuing a girl requires a thicker skin? Oh wait, weren't you rather bold before? How is it that upon graduating, you have suddenly become so timid? Chapter 54. His poor tolerance for alcohol has nothing to do with me. This is not a sign of diminished boldness, but rather a mark of maturity. Song Zimo glanced at Jiang Xiaoru, feeling slightly embarrassed. Suddenly, he found that this once sharp-tongued girl was not so intolerable after all. Xiaoru, why did you bring this guy along? Upon arriving at the hotel suite, when Jiang Xiaoru dragged Song Zimo inside, Xiang Long, seated not far away, frowned. Dai Jingjing also lifted her head to glance at Song Zimo, who had just entered, feeling a sudden discomfort as she sat beside Xiang Long. Until now, she had not felt it, but seeing Song Zimo walk in, an unease washed over her. Song Zimo is Jingjing's boyfriend. In this gathering, if he does not attend, who will drink with her? You? Jiang Xiaoru felt no interest in Xiang Long. That night at the bar, when Xiang Long was incessantly persuading Dai Jingjing to drink while she was heartbroken, it irked her immensely. Therefore, she made it clear that Song Zimo was Dai Jingjing's boyfriend, allowing him to attend the gathering with ease. Jingjing, it's quite normal for couples to have disagreements. How could you sulk and abandon Song Zimo, running off with someone else? Jiang Xiaoru reprimanded Dai Jingjing. Then she surveyed the table and added, Song Zimo, you sit there. Jingjing, why are you over there? Come sit here quickly. If you sit next to Xiang Long, people might mistakenly think he is your boyfriend. As she spoke, without waiting for Dai Jingjing's consent, she forcibly pulled her up and pushed her into the seat beside Song Zimo. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Long's already dark expression grew even more ominous. That vile woman is ruining his plans. At that moment, Xiang Long was seething but had no recourse in front of everyone. He coldly cast a glance at Song Zimo before shifting his gaze back to Dai Jingjing. Licking his lips, tonight, this campus belle was as good as his. Song Zimo sat there in silence. Dai Jingjing feigned nonchalance as she glanced at him. Earlier, when she got into Xiang Long's car, she felt a pang of regret and discomfort. However, her pride prevented her from getting out. Besides, Song Zimo had not attempted to stop or retain her, had he? Now, seeing that Jiang Xiaoru had brought Song Zimo over, and he was even sitting beside her, she felt inexplicably reassured. Yet, recalling the events of the day, her anger surged again. That scoundrel, he was clearly her boyfriend. Though she intended to break up with him later, he was undeniably her boyfriend at present, and yet he was embracing another girl? How could she forgive such an affront? Come on, Jingjing, congratulations on your new relationship. Let me toast to you. Xiang Long raised his glass, offering a toast to Dai Jingjing. Seeing this, Dai Jingjing looked up at him. Xiang Long's smile was bright, but to Dai Jingjing, it seemed disingenuous. What's the matter? You were the one who called me to pick you up. Now that you have a boyfriend, you want to even drink a toast? Xiang Long noticed Dai Jingjing refraining from raising her glass and feigned displeasure. Or perhaps it was not feigned. He was genuinely displeased. Had Song Zimo not shown up tonight, he and Dai Jingjing would have been the stars of this gathering. Now, with Song Zimo's presence, his plans had been somewhat disrupted. But it was not a significant issue. All right, then let us drink. Dai Jingjing took a deep breath and raised her glass to drink. Allow me to drink for you. It's not proper for a lady to indulge in alcohol, he interrupted, taking the glass from her and downing it in one gulp. Dai Jingjing abruptly turned to stare at Song Zimo. He had drunk on her behalf. His words from that night at the bar echoed in her ears. I don't drink. He may claim he doesn't drink, yet he still did. He still had his own convictions. But the incident at the beach earlier that day, that scoundrel, did he truly believe that downing a drink would earn her forgiveness? Dream on. What remarkable drinking prowess. How enviable. The former sycophant has transformed into Jingjing's boyfriend. From this day forth, no one will mock you as a sycophant. Rather, everyone will envy you for winning over the campus belle. Come, let us drink. Xiang Long's gaze fell upon Song Zimo, a radiant smile gracing his features. He promptly raised his glass to toast Song Zimo. After the second drink, Song Zimo's complexion began to redden. He truly had a poor tolerance for alcohol. But come, let us have another drink. Xiang Long offered a third drink. Moreover, with a subtle nod, the other boys at the table eagerly raised their glasses, taking turns to toast. It was a relentless barrage. Not to mention that Song Zimo was not accustomed to drinking. Even if he were a heavyweight, he could not withstand such an onslaught. Jiang Xiaoru observed anxiously from her seat. She could easily discern Xiang Long's intentions. If Song Zimo became inebriated, it would present Xiang Long with another opportunity to pursue Dai Jingjing. Jingjing, Song Zimo has already drunk so much. You must stop him. Finally, Jiang Xiaoru could no longer hold her tongue and spoke to Dai Jingjing. Dai Jingjing turned to glance at Song Zimo, her heart a mix of emotions. But the moment she recalled how Song Zimo had embraced that girl at the beach, her anger flared once again. He could not handle this little bit of alcohol. How utterly useless. Dai Jingjing's voice feigned impatience. Her proud self-esteem prevented her from showing her true feelings. Or perhaps, Song Zimo is, after all, her boyfriend. With so many classmates around, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Song Zimo, slightly intoxicated, paused momentarily upon hearing Dai Jingjing's words. Turning to face her, she looked back at him, her expression devoid of any sentiment, merely silent as she downed another glass. Eventually, her stomach churned, and she could drink no more. Rising, she dashed towards the exit, unaware of where the restroom was. However, he didn't know where the main door was. He ran outside the hotel, and there, amidst the flower bed by the entrance, he began to vomit. After a prolonged bout, he felt some relief in his stomach. Subsequently, Song Zimo did not immediately rise, choosing instead to sit on the stone steps at the entrance to catch his breath. Could he truly not handle such a small amount of alcohol? Jingjing, your boyfriend is rather disappointing. Moments later, as Song Zimo prepared to return, the group from the private room emerged. As soon as they did, Xiang Long began to mock him with sarcastic jabs. His inability to hold his liquor is of no concern to me. What an embarrassment. Dai Jingjing's complexion shifted slightly, for Song Zimo's current state appeared rather disheveled. After all, he is her boyfriend, and it made her feel increasingly humiliated. Come on, let us go sing karaoke at KTV, Xiang Long said, glancing at Song Zimo with disdain, moving to wrap his arm around Dai Jingjing's waist. Yet, before he could succeed, Dai Jingjing deftly sidestepped him. You all go ahead, I'm not joining. She stood, casting a lingering gaze at Dai Jingjing before departing. Chapter 55. Let him go, as if anyone cares. Song Zimo, you. Dai Jingjing was infuriated to see Song Zimo abandon her so easily. Did he truly not care for her at all? Was he not afraid of her being taken advantage of by Xiang Long at KTV? Or perhaps he simply did not care? Song Zimo did not look back. His steps unsteady, dizzy, his head throbbed. All he wished for was to return home and sleep soundly. Nothing else mattered, nor did he wish to inquire. It was no longer his concern, was it? Jingjing, let us go. Forget about him, Xiang Long urged again, approaching Dai Jingjing. Her expression fluctuated. Watching Song Zimo grow increasingly distant, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Yet, spurred on by her friends, she reluctantly lifted her feet and walked towards Xiang Long's car parked by the roadside. Upon entering the vehicle, she abruptly dashed out again. You jerk, stop right there. You're in no condition to be wandering off. Let me take you home. He stumbled. Song Zimo fell to the roadside, and Dai Jingjing's heart twisted painfully. In the next moment, she set aside her pride, disregarding Xiang Long's attempts to stop her, and rushed over. Song Zimo opened his eyes and glanced at her. Seeing her so close, he smiled. I'm sorry for embarrassing you. The next instant, Song Zimo closed his eyes, thoroughly intoxicated. A single tear fell. Everything Song Zimo had done, even drinking so much for her sake, hadn't moved her to tears. Yet, those final words truly pierced her heart. "Jerk," she spat, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, attempting to hail a taxi. Just then, Jiang Shu drove by. The two girls worked together to lift Song Zimo into the car. "You can have a car. Last time he drove you home. Now it's your turn to return the favor, haha." Jiang Shu chuckled, seemingly in good spirits. She then waved goodbye to Dai Jingjing and hailed a taxi to return home. Dai Jingjing's cheeks flushed crimson, wanting to explain, but found herself at a loss for words. "Hey, if you leave, how am I going to get him out of the car? He's so heavy." Dai Jingjing called after her. "That's your problem now. If it's too difficult, just check into a hotel and call for help from the staff." However, she mused, would the staff think anything untoward upon seeing a girl bring a drunken boy to check in? Laughter echoed as the taxi grew distant, eventually disappearing from sight. Dai Jingjing's face turned even redder. Finally, she cursed Jiang Xiaoru under her breath before driving back. Not far away, Xiang Long sat in his sports car, his expression dark and furious. With a loud thud, he slammed his fist onto the steering wheel, venting his pent-up anger. "Where am I? My head hurts." In the middle of the night, Song Zimo regained consciousness, yet his head still pounded painfully. Opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, on an unfamiliar bed. Moreover, the blanket bore a faint trace of a girl's fragrance. Where could this be? Of course, it was his home. "You're awake? Have some water." A voice, belonging to Dai Jingjing, floated over from the desk where she sat browsing the internet. His bed was commandeered by Song Zimo. Since she did not wish to sleep on the couch in the living room, she had settled at the desk. Noticing Song Zimo had awoken, she immediately spoke with irritation. As Song Zimo gradually regained his senses, the pain remained severe, but he was no longer as dazed as before. He sat up in bed, taking the cup of tea from Dai Jingjing's hands, sipping the warm water while surveying the surroundings. At that moment, Song Zimo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He had, after getting drunk, ended up at Dai Jingjing's home. The campus belle, Dai Jingjing, had brought him back. In the past, he would never have dared to even imagine such a scenario. Subsequently, Song Zimo's gaze fell upon the bedspread covering him. If he was not mistaken, this must be Dai Jingjing's room. "Thank you." Song Zimo rose from the bed, expressing his gratitude. "Is one thank you enough? I haven't forgiven you for earlier. You got drunk and vomited all over my sheets. How outrageous." Dai Jingjing shot a look at Song Zimo, feigning disdain as she scolded him. Then, she focused her gaze on him, hoping to gauge his reaction. Shouldn't he be making an effort to appease her? Sorry. Upon hearing this, Song Zimo froze, glancing at the soiled sheets with a face full of remorse. "I'll buy you new ones later," Song Zimo said, a complex feeling welling up within him. Upon hearing this, Dai Jingjing trembled slightly. Suddenly, she lifted her head to look at Song Zimo. For some reason, his words stirred a mix of discomfort and anger within her. What did he mean by "I'll buy you new ones"? Did she truly care about a mere bedsheet? Was that what she wanted to hear? Didn't he see that she was upset? Why wasn't he attempting to comfort her? It was already past 2 in the morning. I should head home now. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive. Song Zimo dared not desecrate the opportunity to stay here until dawn. Moreover, if he lay here, where would Dai Jingjing sleep? Although they were in a romantic relationship, in her heart, she had merely treated him as a jester to amuse herself. After a moment's hesitation, Song Zimo lifted the soiled sheets from the bed and departed, once again offering his apologies before exiting. "Xiaomo, it's so late. Why are you leaving? Why not just stay here for the night?" The noise in the room had evidently roused Dai Jingjing's mother, Liu Ru. Upon seeing Song Zimo preparing to leave, she immediately urged him to stay. "Auntie, it's really unnecessary. I've already troubled you enough." He smiled politely, declining Liu Ru's invitation. "Jingjing, you little brat. Last time, when you were drunk, Xiao Imo brought you home in the middle of the night. Now that he is drunk, what is wrong with him staying here for a night?" She chastised, calling for her daughter to come out and bring him inside. Seeing that she could not persuade Song Zimo, Liu Ru raised her voice towards the room. "If he wants to leave, let him go. As if anyone owes him anything. As if we cherish his staying here." Dai Jingjing's voice came through, laced with palpable anger. "How dare you? You think you could just leave?" With a crash, she slammed the door, locking it behind her. She collapsed on her bed, tears streaming down her face. Soon, she rose abruptly, flinging the door open and rushing outside, only to find that the figure she sought had already departed. Chapter 56. Auntie, Xiaomo is bullying me. The following day, Song Zimo's life resumed its tranquil pace. During the day, he used a second-hand laptop he had purchased to begin crafting his novel. Bit by bit, he He had already penned over 100,000 words. Within the narrative, Bai seemed to have discovered a sense of purpose and direction in his rebirth. Initially, he wished to forget the past, to leave it all behind. Yet, the reappearance of Ling Wei and her noticeably altered demeanor stirred something deep within him. Despite having been reborn, despite having resolved to forget the past, why did their fates continue to intertwine? Was it an inability to let go, or was it something he could not forsake? He was uncertain. There were no answers. In the evening, Li Yinyan came to visit her aunt. Li Zong, how are things at the bar? As Li Yinyan emerged from the room, Song Zimo immediately inquired. Time had flown by, and now it was early July. Although his aunt's condition had improved, recovery was still a distant goal. The family's finances had already been strained, and with his aunt's illness, things had only worsened. Thus, Song Zimo felt an urgent need to earn money and shoulder the burden of the household. It's almost there, but due to the bar being closed for over 10 days and the influence of malicious rumors, Li Yinyan sighed, casting a glance at Song Zimo, her heart heavy with concern. After all, she had invested countless efforts and sweat into the bar. Initially, she believed that having Song Zimo masquerade as the Prince of Love Song's Qinglang would elevate the bar's reputation. However, she had not anticipated that such high visibility would draw envy and malice from competitors, leading to unforeseen sabotage. As a result, the bar's business had plummeted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Well, Song Zimo glanced at Li Yinyan, hesitating. He had intended to ask whether he could return to work there, but seeing her expression, the words died on his lips. Xiaomo, do you have plans for tonight? If not, would you accompany me out? Li Yinyan suddenly looked up at him, her voice uncertain. Where to? Song Zimo's expression froze in confusion. I have a social engagement tonight, and I would like you to accompany me. As she spoke, Li Yinyan's cheeks flushed slightly, betraying her nervousness. A social engagement? Are you dragging me along to help you fend off drinks? That's out of the question. Last night, I helped the campus beauty fend off drinks and nearly lost my life. My tolerance is abysmal. Looking at Li Yinyan's demeanor, Song Zimo protested vehemently. Truth be told, he had not wished to drink the previous night. However, Xianglong had clearly harbored ulterior motives towards Dai Jingjing, and regardless of the circumstances, she was still his nominal girlfriend. It was unrealistic to expect her to drink alone while he abstained. Thus, he had reluctantly participated. Now, even after a night, his head ached dully. Are you going or not? Li Yinyan, esa irritati un flaret. You could help another girl drink last night, but not help me tonight? Besides, when I was feeling down, you leaned on my shoulder to cry. Li Zong, please spare me. I really don't want to go. Song Zimo was on the verge of tears. He had suspected that Li Yinyan had come to visit her aunt for an ulterior motive, and now it was becoming clear she intended to drag him out to stave off drinks. If he refused to go, then I'll tell Annie that Xiao Mo is bullying me. Li Yinyan immediately called out towards the room. What? That heartless little rascal is bullying you? I'll have his skin. Upon hearing the commotion, Aunt Song Qin emerged from the room, brandishing a stick, her expression furious. After a lengthy recovery period, Aunt Song Qin had made significant progress post-surgery and could now walk freely, though she still could not engage in heavy work due to incomplete healing. Li Zong, you're too despicable. Auntie, I haven't bullied Li Zong. I swear I didn't. Song Zimo protested vehemently, but Li Yinyan wore an expression of innocence, secretly amused. Oh really? You think I can't handle you, you little brat? Moments later, Song Zimo found himself the target of Aunt Song Qin's ire. Li Zong, where are we going? What kind of social event is this? You must clarify this with me. After receiving a thorough scolding from his aunt, Song Zimo reluctantly followed Li Yinyan out. On the way, he cast a resentful glance at her, like a scorned spouse, and asked, "What's this about?" I have a meeting with Qinglang's manager to discuss some collaboration opportunities. Since it's my first meeting, I was a bit nervous. So I asked you to come along, Li Yinyan explained, her cheeks heating with embarrassment. What? Upon hearing Li Yinyan's words, Song Zimo's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped. If he had not been in the car, he might have leaped out of his seat. He stared at Li Yinyan, astonished and incredulous. Qinglang? His manager? Am I not Qinglang? When had he acquired a manager? How could he be so oblivious? From Li Yinyan's demeanor, it seemed she was not jesting. Why shout so loudly? It startled me. Li Yinyan abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Song Zimo, expressing her displeasure. Are you certain, General Manager Li, that the agent is from Qinglang? Could he possibly be a fraud? I must tell you, these days, con artists are rampant, swindling both wealth and affection. With your beauty, you must have had a sharp mind in the past. What has happened to you today? Song Zimo paid no heed to Li Yinyan's glare. His entire focus was on her recent utterance. At that moment, he had regained his composure. That so-called Qinglang agent, he was undoubtedly a charlatan. After all, he was Qinglang himself, with his finances so strained. How could he afford an agent? You scoundrel, what do you mean by that? Why do I sense you are trying to muddy the waters, as if you don't want me with my dream man? Li Yin was infuriated by Song Zimo's words. Qinglang, the idol who had appeared at the ball that night. Although their interaction was fleeting, and she didn't even know his appearance well. Perhaps it was the profound impact of his piano performance that had etched his figure into her heart unknowingly. Days had passed, yet that image had not faded. Instead, it had only grown clearer. Despite feeling somewhat childish and incredulous, Li Yin realized that she had genuinely fallen deeply for him. Chapter 57. General Manager, your stockings are torn. Why should that concern me? General Manager, I didn't mean it that way. Seeing Li Yin glaring at him in a furious manner made Song Zimo feel overwhelmed. What was wrong with her? Could it be that she had truly developed feelings for him? But their interaction had been so brief at the ball. Counting the dance, it was hardly even 20 minutes. How could she possibly? My heavens, that's not what I meant. What else could I mean? I have already told you. I'm not interested in a young lad like you. My heart belongs only to one idol, and that is Qinglang. As she spoke, a faint blush crept across her delicate features. At that moment, having heard Song Zimo's repeated unflattering remarks, she began to feel that this little rascal was attempting to woo her. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced, can they? Although he appeared quite decent, he was simply not her type. General Manager, please don't flatter yourself. How could I possibly be attracted to a woman like you? Ouch. General Manager, why are you pinching me? That hurts. Song Zimo found Li Yin's self-adoration rather exasperating. Thus, he attempted to deliver a jibe, but before he could finish, he was met with a painful pinch, causing him to grimace in agony. Who are you calling a woman? I'm a girl. I don't even have a boyfriend. How can I be considered a woman? Li Yin was quite irate. It seemed she had warned him before at the bar not to keep calling her woman at such a young age. Was he really so forgetful? General Manager, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop pinching me. You are a lovely young lady, an unbeatable beauty. Song Zimo relented, for her pinches truly hurt, leaving marks. If you dare forget again, I shall twist your flesh off. With a huff and a warning, she felt somewhat satisfied with her last remark. By the way, General Manager, what if that Qinglang has a girlfriend? Would that not make it unrequited love? As the car continued its journey, Song Zimo's thoughts became somewhat disordered, and he had a foreboding sense of unease. It seemed that the day he had attended the ball with Wang Shuangyi, he had unwittingly stumbled into a significant predicament. Now, he observed Li Yin, almost entranced, intent on seeking out Qinglang. Even her belief in the charlatan's sweet words left him feeling overwhelmed. If this continued, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Moreover, most importantly, Song Zimo had yet to devise a plan to address her feelings. Should he be honest? If he were to be truthful, would she believe him? Or, if she did believe him, what would happen if she discovered the great disparity between her dream prince and him? You ill-fated crow, could you not say something pleasant? Li Yin turned her head, glaring at Song Zimo, furious as she uttered a retort. Yet, unbeknownst to her, perhaps his words had struck a nerve. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. In truth, she too was at a loss for how to proceed. She had pondered this very question, yet her emotions were simply beyond her control. Sometimes, matters of the heart are just that delicate. Though their interaction had been fleeting, and they were strangers, the spark of infatuation had ignited at first sight. Song Zimo gazed at Li Yin, opening his mouth to speak, but he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He feared that if he uttered another word, tears might spill from her eyes. At last, Song Zimo and Li Yin exited the car, raising their eyes to behold the resplendent hotel ahead, and they walked towards it. Xiaomo, I'm feeling a bit anxious. As they approached the entrance of the hotel, Li Yin suddenly grasped Song Zimo's arm, whispering softly, I can tell. Song Zimo turned to glance at Li Yin beside him, feeling somewhat helpless. Suddenly, as they made their way to the designated private room, Li Yin's black stockings snagged on the button of Song Zimo's clothing. In that instant, the stockings that had so alluringly accentuated her legs had become torn. Song Zimo halted, taken aback. Beside him, a flustered Li Yin stood, equally stunned. Her black stockings snagged on his button. At that moment, her already enticing legs, now revealed with a hint of pale skin, were even more alluring. General Manager, you cannot blame me for this. You were the one who held onto my arm so tightly. I did nothing. After a moment, Song Zimo regained his composure. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hurried to explain. He swore he had truly done nothing. It was Li Yin who had clung to his arm in her nervousness. This truly could not be blamed on him. You scoundrel, how am I to wear stockings now that you've ruined them? Li Yin, ignoring Song Zimo's explanation, was infuriated and humiliated, unleashing her wrath. In the heat of the moment, she grabbed Song Zimo by the ear and twisted it vigorously. Ouch, that hurts, General Manager. Let go. Why are you being so unreasonable? This was clearly your fault. Why are you blaming me? Song Zimo grimaced in pain, feeling increasingly aggrieved. How could these girls be so unreasonable? Wang Shuangyi was like this, Dai Jingjing was like this, and now Li Yin, who was supposed to be his boss, was equally domineering and unreasonable. It's all your fault. I need to go to the restroom. With my stockings in this state, I can't wear them anymore. With another pinch directed at Song Zimo, Li Yin stormed off towards the restroom, determined to remove the damaged stockings. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Zimo, with a face full of dejection and grievance, followed suit and waited outside. What kind of person is this? After a while, Li Yin emerged. The alluring black stockings that adorned her beautiful legs had vanished. Before Song Zimo's eyes lay her smooth, fair legs, reminiscent of tender lotus roots. He stole a glance or two, only to realize how dazzling they were. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Li Yin noticed Song Zimo's gaze, her cheeks flushed, instinctively bringing her legs together. In the past, she had occasionally gone bare-legged without stockings, but today, inexplicably, she felt utterly uncomfortable, especially under Song Zimo's scrutinizing gaze, which irked her greatly. Stop looking, Mr. Li, if it bothers you so much. Shall I fetch you a pair of stockings to change into? Bare legs are indeed appealing, yet they can also overwhelm the senses. Song Zimo feared that if he were to help her fend off drunken advances later, he might lose control under the influence of alcohol. Time was of the essence. The agent from Qinglang was already in the private room, and had just called to ask if he had arrived. Li Yin shook her head at Song Zimo, pulling him along as they headed towards the reserved room. At that moment, Song Zimo was filled with indignation and anger. Who was this little rascal daring to impersonate his agent and deceive Li Yin? Tonight, he was determined to uncover the truth and teach him a lesson. Chapter 58. The gluttonous scoundrel who cheats for money and lust. Upon entering the private room, Song Zimo immediately spotted a middle-aged man with a pig-like face and a rotund physique seated there. It was Huang Hao. As a Yin strode in, her alluring high heels clicking, his eyes lit up. Subsequently, his gaze roamed over her graceful figure, ultimately lingering on her two fair and enticing legs. A flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Hello, Mr. Huang. I am Li Yin, the owner of the Royal Bar. She approached, extending her hand to greet him. At that moment, she felt quite nervous. She wished to inquire about Qinglang, but feared it might come off as too abrupt. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Huang Hao, masking his greed, greeted her with a warm and radiant smile. He grasped Li Yin's delicate hand, refusing to let go, and guided her to a chair beside him. Despite her attempts to withdraw her hand several times, she found it futile. At this juncture, Song Zimo approached from a distance. Mr. Li, you should sit over here. I'll have a few drinks with Brother Hao later. As he spoke, he reclaimed Li Yin's hand, casting a deep glare at the rotund Huang Hao. Men understand men best. Although it was Song Zimo's first time meeting Huang Hao, he was certain that this fellow was no good. Just moments ago, Huang Hao's lecherous and greedy gaze upon Li Yin had already revealed everything. At that moment, Song Zimo felt a surge of relief that Li Yin had invited him to accompany her. Otherwise, had she come alone, she would have truly been in danger tonight. Mr. Li, and this is Huang Hao, noticing Song Zimo squeezing him like a fly and pulling away Li Yin's hand, was visibly displeased. Xiao Mo is a friend of mine, worried that it wouldn't be convenient for me to return alone after dinner. So he came along, Li Yin explained, glancing at Song Zimo. Oh, Mr. Li, you initiated this meeting to discuss collaboration, and having someone else in between might not be appropriate, don't you think? I question your sincerity. Huang Hao was quick to express his discontent upon seeing Song Zimo seated between them. At the same time, Li Yin's expression subtly shifted. She then took a deep breath and said to Song Zimo, Xiao Mo, let us switch seats. Upon hearing this, Song Zimo slightly furrowed his brows, but said nothing as he exchanged positions with Li Yin. Brother Hao, I'm not sure about Qinglang. During the banquet, Li Yin immediately inquired about Qinglang. The reason she had come to this meeting was twofold. First, she was searching for Qinglang everywhere. Second, business at the bar was sluggish, and she hoped Qinglang could help draw in some customers. While Song Zimo, the imposter, performed decently, he still paled in comparison to the real Qinglang. Let's not dwell on that. Let us drink, Huang Hao exclaimed, filling Li Yin's glass with wine. Even his pudgy hand, resembling a pig's trotter's, reached toward Li Yin's shoulder. Brother Hao, Ms. has caught a cold these past few days. I'll accompany you for a few drinks. Observing this, Song Zimo promptly pushed Huang Hao's hand away and raised his glass. This gluttonous scoundrel truly had the audacity. Not only was he impersonating his agent, but he was also shamelessly attempting to swindle Li Yin for money and lust. Did he think he could get away with it? You think you can just drink with me? Who do you think you are? to be worthy of joining Brother Hao for a drink. Infuriated by Song Zimo's repeated interruptions, Huang Hao began to mock him without restraint. Brother Hao, one must not speak so. As a friend of Ms. Li, if she is unwell, how can I not help her by drinking a few cups? Song Zimo replied with a smile, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Meanwhile, Li Yinyan watched him, astonished. This guy, was he truly fresh out of campus? Aside from his somewhat youthful appearance, he seemed more mature and composed than herself in his speech and actions. Just then, Huang Hao slammed his glass down heavily on the table. Ms. Li, if there is no sincerity in this discussion, then we need not continue with the collaboration. Farewell. Huang Hao's face darkened, and he was no longer inclined to pay attention to Song Zimo. He stood up, feigning to leave. Brother Hao, don't be angry. Xiao Mo has just graduated and doesn't he understand? Please don't take it to heart. I'll drink a few cups with you, Li Yinyan, in a flurry. Hurriedly intervened to apologize. Very well. But during the drinking, I don't wish to hear any unwelcome words. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Huang Hao, not genuinely intending to leave, huffed dismissively and pretended to relent, sitting back down. Ms. Li, Song Zimo glanced at Li Yinyan, slightly furrowing his brows. Wanted to say something. Yet, Li Yinyan waved her hand, signaling him to remain silent. Seeing this, Song Zimo couldn't help but sigh. Brother Hao, where's Qinglang now? I wish to meet him. As the drinks flowed, Li Yinyan's charming face flushed, already showing signs of inebriation. She felt the time was ripe and directly inquired Huang Hao, my boss, Qinglang? This matter is quite a secret in the industry. I'd like to discuss it privately with you, Ms. Li. Huang Hao's gaze fell upon Li Yinyan, brimming with greed. Her enticing, delicate red lips and exquisite features, perhaps due to the wine, appeared even more alluring, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. Coupled with her impressive figure, her bare legs beneath the fitted dress were a feast for the senses. Everything stimulated Huang Hao's every nerve. Xiao Mo, go fetch a bottle of wine. Li Yinyan's expression froze for a moment, a hint of excitement flickering across her face. Mr. Li, perhaps the Qinglang doesn't even recognize him and lacks any agent. You've had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you home. Song Zimo intended to inform Li Yinyan that this rotund individual is a fraud. However, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal his identity as Qinglang? It seemed that Li Yinyan would not believe him. After all, he had mentioned it to her before, and she had outright dismissed it, questioning if he was attempting to woo her, mocking his lack of interest in younger individuals. Therefore, Song Zimo could only sigh, deciding to take her home first before addressing the matter. As for this portly man, despite knowing he was merely putting on a show, he found himself unable to deal with him at that moment. What does this mean? Mr. Li, what is the intention of your friend? Is he questioning my identity? If that is the case, is there any point in continuing the banquet tonight? Huang Hao's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately masked his unease with anger. Brother Hao, please don't be upset. Xiao Mo, hurry and fetch the drinks. I need to speak with Brother Hao privately. Li Yinyan's expression darkened, and she swiftly admonished Song Zimo with a frown, urging him to leave. Ultimately, Song Zimo was pushed out by Li Yinyan to fetch the drinks. He pondered how to deal with this pretentious, insufferable fat man. Brother Hao, must you act this way? Were you not going to discuss Qinglang with me? Why are you getting physical? Brother Hao, please cease. If you continue, I shall call for assistance. Chapter 59. Foolish woman, continue your charade. Upon returning with a bottle of wine, just as Song Zimo approached the door of the private room, he immediately heard Li Yinyan's panicked exclamation from within, accompanied by Huang Hao's lewd laughter. Song Zimo's countenance darkened, and he forcefully kicked open the door, rushing inside. Damn it, you overgrown fool, release Mr. Li. Upon entering the room, Song Zimo beheld Huang Hao groping Li Yinyan, his hands already reaching for her form-fitting skirt. In an instant, Song Zimo's fury ignited. He had tolerated this pretentious, ill-intentioned man for long enough. Now, witnessing his brazen actions towards Li Yinyan, Song Zimo charged forward with the wine bottle raised. Bang! He struck it forcefully against Huang Hao's head. In that moment, the bottle shattered, blood gushing forth. You little bastard, you dare strike me with a bottle. Huang Hao's shriek echoed, brimming with rage and frustration. I merely stepped away to fetch a drink, and you dare lay hands on Mr. Li? If I don't strike you, who should I strike? Song Zimo seized an empty bottle from the table and swung it again at Huang Hao's head. Xiao Mo, stop it, please. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, Huang Hao could hardly withstand Song Zimo's initial assault. Within moments, he collapsed to the floor, bloodied and howling in agony. At that moment, Li Yinyan regained her composure and hurriedly pulled the enraged Song Zimo away. Li Yinyan, you are truly remarkable. I was initially considering introducing you to my boss, Qing Lang, tonight, but now you've allowed this little bastard to assault me. Huang Hao rose from the ground, blood trickling from his head. His eyes turned crimson, glaring at Song Zimo with a murderous intent. This little bastard not only sabotaged his plans, but also dared to strike him. He wished to rend him limb from limb. Brother Hao, I apologize on behalf of Xiao Mo. Li Yin exclaimed, her emotions surging as she realized Huang Hao had intended to introduce her Qing Lang. Mr. Li, can't you see? He's deceiving you. I am Qing Lang. I have no agent. If I had one, how could I be unaware? He merely sees your beauty and wishes to swindle you of your wealth and charm. Song Zimo grasped Li Yin's arm, gritting his teeth and confessing. At this moment, he understood that if he did not reveal the truth, Li Yin would only sink deeper into this quagmire. Enough, Song Zimo. Just because I allowed you to masquerade as Qing Lang for a couple of days, do you truly believe yourself to be Qing Lang? I have already informed you that I am not interested in younger individuals. My heart only belongs to Qing Lang. Do not attempt to woo me in this manner. I shall not be swayed. Li Yanyan ingtagistet, head anger flittering. This fellow was relentless. When he initially applied at her bar, she had merely found him handsome and intriguing, granting him a modicum of favor. How could he perceive that she harbored feelings for him? Moreover, she had already made her stance clear, hadn't she? It was utterly baffling. Mr. Li, Song Zimo gazed at this foolish woman, his irritation boiling over. Did she truly believe he fancied her? He had yet to sort out his feelings with Dai Jingjing and Wang Shuangyi, let alone with Xiao Shi. Where would he find the time to entangle himself in this mess? Were it not for considering her a friend, he would hardly care about this matter at all. Why had it now escalated to the point where it seemed he was the one clinging to her? Brother Hao, might you take me to meet Qing Lang? Subsequently, Li Yin disregarded Song Zimo, seemingly entranced as she turned to Huang Hao, anxiety and anticipation etched on her face. Of course, I can take you, but that little bastard cannot come along. I find him utterly irritating. Huang Hao, initially fearing the ruse would collapse, was surprised when the alluring and sultry Li Yin proactively approached him. He puffed out his chest, resuming his facade. Upon hearing this, Li Yin's expression stiffened, revealing her hesitation. Did that mean he would not accompany them? If so, their discussions would be moot. With that, Huang Hao's face darkened, and he stormed out in anger. Brother Hao, very well, I promise not to let Xiao and Mo accompany us. Li Yin, flustered, chased to the door, conceding. Though she harbored concerns that Huang Hao might harbor ulterior motives, she desperately wished to see Qing Lang, even if just for a fleeting moment. Beautiful lady, our paths have crossed. Is it truly suitable to request contact information at our first meeting? Not to mention the notion of love at first sight. That is reserved for the tender age of blossoming romance. Perhaps another time, if fate permits, I shall share my contact details then. That day at the ball, Qing Lang, donning a mask, had denied her request for contact information. His words, filled with charm and mirth, echoed vividly in her mind. You foolish woman, you cannot go. Return with me. Song Zimo rushed to the entrance, grabbing Li Yin's wrist in anger, livid. Had this woman lost her senses? Was she bewitched? Why? Knowing full well it was a trap, did she recklessly leap forward? Did she not comprehend that such a plunge could lead to her utter destruction? You scoundrel, release me. You are no one to me. What right do you have to dictate my actions? I have already stated that I do not like you, nor will I ever. My heart belongs only to Qing Lang. You cannot obstruct me. Take the key, drive yourself home. Li Yin's fuignita. Feeling as though Song Zimo is nothing more than a stumbling block on her path to love. She has already expressed herself so clearly. How can this man remain so shameless? Is it merely because she lent him her shoulder to lean on twice during his moments of sorrow that he believes she has developed feelings for him? What a delusion. Ultimately, Li Yin thrust the car keys into Song Zimo's hand, shaking off his grip, and climbed into Huang Hao's vehicle. Huang Hao turned the car around, casting a provocative glance at Song Zimo, his expression filled with amusement. Song Zimo stood there, watching the two depart, his heart brimming with frustration and helplessness. How could this happen? How could Li Yin be so deeply ensnared? Does she not realize that Huang Hao is deceiving her? No, she must sense it. Yet it seems she clings to a final glimmer of hope. Foolish woman, I truly wish to disregard you and let you experience the harsh realities of the world. In a fit of anger, Song Zimo cursed under his breath and drove off in pursuit. Chapter 60. He after all caught up. Oh yeah, weren't you supposed to take me to meet Qing Lang? Why are we at the home inn? 20 minutes later, Huang Hao drove Li Yin to the entrance of the home inn. Upon exiting the car, Li Yin glanced at the hotel ahead, her expression shifting slightly. At that moment, an inexplicable tension gripped her heart. Mr. Li, why are you so anxious? It's late at night. If the boss isn't resting at the hotel, where else could he be? Huang Hao looked at Li Yanyan, his smile radiant. Yet, for some reason, that smile filled her with unease. However, following his words seemed reasonable. Come on, let's go. I shall take you to meet the boss of Qinglang right now. Without waiting for Li Yanyan to respond, Huang Hao stepped closer, attempting to drape his arm around her shoulder as they walked towards the hotel. However, before he could touch her, she deftly evaded him. Oh yeah, I can walk by myself. Li Yanyan hesitated, raised her gaze towards the hotel, gritted her teeth, and entered. At that moment, she resolved that if things took a turn for the worse, she would flee at the first opportunity. Nonetheless, deep down, she still hoped that Qinglang was indeed inside. Creak. Upon reaching the hotel, Huang Hao opened the door to the room. Li Yanyan looked ahead, finding the suite entirely empty, with no sign of Qinglang. Her expression changed instantly, and she immediately sought to retreat. Yet, before she could exit, Huang Hao blocked her way. How go, what do you intend to do? Where's Qinglang? Didn't you say you were bringing me to find him? Li Yanyan took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. However, her heart raced with anxiety and trepidation as she warily regarded Huang Hao. Mr. Li, there's no need to be so tense. I just called the boss. And he's in the shower. He'll be here shortly. Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea while you wait. Huang Hao closed the door, flashing a bright smile as he gestured for her to sit. He then poured her a cup of tea, indicating she should take a moment to relax. Li Yanyan's gaze fell upon Huang Hao, her heart still fluttering with unease. Yet, she perceived that his expression revealed no hint of anything amiss. At this juncture, she thought to herself that it was merely a matter of sitting down to enjoy a cup of tea. Surely, nothing untoward would occur. As Li Yanyan settled onto the sofa, she lifted the cup of tea and took a few sips. Crash! A few minutes later, just as Li Yanyan began to grow impatient and was about to inquire, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over her. The next moment, her entire body slumped onto the sofa, rendered powerless. How go, what did you put in the tea? Why do I feel so weak and dizzy? Li Yanyan's complexion drained of color, panic setting in. Even a fool would recognize that Huang Hao had undoubtedly drugged her tea. Hee. Feeling dizzy and weak is just as it should be. Tonight, you will inevitably become Huang Hao's woman. Huang Hao licked his lips, revealing a grotesque smirk, dropping any pretense. You scoundrel, you've been deceiving me all along. Li Yanyan's eyes widened in fury as she glared at Huang Hao. The last flicker of hope within her shattered. At this moment, her heart was not only filled with anger, but also with a profound sense of regret. Why hadn't she heeded Song Zimo's advice? Why couldn't she have remained calm? Yet, it seemed far too late for regrets now. How foolish of you. Who can you blame? Look, your little partner dragged you along before, and you refused to leave, insisting on climbing into my car. What could I do? Upruka Li Yanyan, lifting her chin with a finger, unabashedly displaying his intense desire. This woman, the more he looked at her, the more alluring she became, igniting a fervor within him. She was truly a captivating temptress, yet she was so naive. He had deceived countless women, but none were as gullible and easily manipulated as her. If you dare to touch me today, I swear I will haunt you even in death, and I will report you to the authorities. Li Yanyan trembled with fear, but her body betrayed her, providing not an ounce of strength, and her head continued to spin, leaving her with nothing but despair. Hey, report me? Excellent. I have a camera right here, ready to document everything. Should I find myself in trouble, all your photos and videos will be uploaded online. Let us see how you'll face the world afterward. Huang Hao leered at Li Yanyan, his confidence apparent, as though he were unaccustomed to defeat. You, despicable, shameless. Tears streamed down her cheeks, the desperation within her transforming into fury. It's over. She knew her life was effectively ruined. How could this happen? Why did it come to this? Foolish woman, this wretched fat man is deceiving you. Come with me. I will take you home. Earlier, as she exited the hotel, Song Zimo's furious reprimands echoed in her mind once more. Yet, at that moment, her thoughts were consumed by Qinglang, and she could not hear any of Song Zimo's warnings. Xiao Montak, I am sorry, she cried, tears streaming down her face, filled with despair and sorrow. But what use was it? Cease your struggles. You will be my plaything from now on. Huang Hao chuckled, observing Li Yanyan's face twisted in anguish, aware that her mental state was on the brink of collapse. Thus, he felt no urgency. Instead, he sought to further humiliate and provoke her, aiming to shatter her will to fight entirely. No, I would rather die than endure the humiliation from a beast like you. With a sudden surge of defiance, Li Yanyan lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of heartbreak and fury as she glared at Huang Hao. You shall not have your way. Seeing her resolve, Huang Hao's expression turned cold. He ceased to waste words on her, lunging forward with the intent to assault Li Yanyan. Oh, no! Li Yanyan cried out in despair, closing her eyes in resignation. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open. A figure, breathless, stood at the door. "You little bastard." Suddenly, the two individuals in the room turned their heads. Huang Hao's face twisted into a grimace upon catching sight of Song Zimo, brimming with unbridled fury. "Xiao Mok." Meanwhile, Li Yinyan's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her face as she was rendered speechless. At that moment, her heart quivered painfully. Was it discomfort? Was it hope? Or perhaps guilt? She had driven him away, using harsh words to declare he was nothing to her, insisting he mind his own affairs. Yet, he had pursued her nonetheless. Chapter 61. When will the next time you mention be? Beast, let go of Mr. Li. Song Zimo did not respond to Li Yinyan, nor did he have the time to do so. Fortunately, help arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the next instant, Song Zimo's expression darkened, filled with outrage, as he rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. "You little bastard, how dare you?" Huang Hao's complexion abruptly changed, his voice rising in a furious threat. Bang! The response to him was not words from Song Zimo, but rather a fist. Earlier, in the hotel suite, Huang Hao had been struck by Song Zimo, leaving him bloodied and injured. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, his mind was fogged, rendering him incapable of matching Song Zimo's wrath. You little bastard." A cry of agony erupted from Huang Hao, his rage echoing. Yet, what he received in return was a series of heavy punches from Song Zimo. Clang! Song Zimo seized a bottle from the table and brought it crashing down upon his head, not relenting until Huang Hao lay motionless on the ground. "Mr. Li, are you all right?" Song Zimo rushed to the side of the sofa, enveloping the disheveled, tear-streaked Li Yinyan in his arms, his face etched with concern. The world is sometimes so intricately delicate. Just days prior, Song Zimo had been engulfed in despair and helplessness due to issues surrounding his aunt's surgery fees. Ultimately, he had bowed to fate, succumbing to despair. Yet, during his bleakest moments, it was Li Yinyan who quietly comforted and encouraged him. At that time, his repressed emotions erupted, and he wept like a lost child. Even after a full day had passed since his aunt entered the operating room, it was Li Yinyan who stayed by his side, offering solace, like a caring older sister. Now, it was his turn to lend his shoulder and embrace to this despairing soul. "Xiao Mok." Li Yinyan shook her head vigorously, unable to articulate her sorrow. She yearned to speak, yet her throat felt constricted, leaving her speechless and unwilling to utter a word. In that moment, she buried her head in Song Zimo's embrace, crying with profound heartache. "You little bastard, time and again you ruined my plans. I will end you today." Just as Song Zimo was comforting the frightened Li Yinyan, a feral shout, squeezed through gritted teeth, suddenly pierced the air from behind. Startled, Song Zimo's heart raced, and he turned to see Huang Hao, brandishing a spring knife, lunging at him with a ferocious expression. Swish! With Li Yinyan positioned behind him, Song Zimo found himself unable to evade. Instinctively, he raised his arm. In the next moment, the sharp blade pierced through his flesh. "Xiao Mok! Xiao Mok!" At that instant, Li Yanyan regained her senses. Upon witnessing the blood gushing from Song Zimo's arm, she screamed in panic. "Damn it! How dare you ambush me? Have you lost your mind?" Gritting his teeth against the pain, Song Zimo kicked the unsteady Huang Hao away and seized a nearby chair, charging at him. Bang! Bang! Again and again, until Huang Hao lay motionless on the ground. Song Zimo finally ceased his assault. At that moment, his entire arm was drenched in crimson blood, which trickled through his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Drip! Drip! Xiao Mok! Behind him, Li Yinyan, perhaps petrified by the scene before her, cried uncontrollably, her body too weak to move. "Mr. Li, it's all right now. Truly, everything is fine." Despite enduring the pain, Song Zimo, neglecting even to tend to his bleeding wound, rushed back to embrace her, offering comfort. "Xiao Mok." Li Yinyan watched everything Song Zimo had done, and her tears flowed even more profusely. After what felt like an eternity, the police arrived and apprehended Huang Hao, the fraudster. According to the wanted information, Huang Hao was a habitual offender, having previously deceived many women for both money and affection, with some even losing their lives at his hands. Upon hearing about Huang Hao's criminal history, Li Yinyan felt a wave of dread wash over her, her legs trembling. Earlier, she had been drugged by Huang Hao, collapsing on the sofa, and he had even threatened her with photographs and videos. In that moment, she felt her life was irrevocably over. But at the last moment, Song Zimo had appeared. Risking his own safety and sustaining injury, he had saved her. Such overwhelming emotion. At that moment, what else could she feel but gratitude, intertwined with deep regret and guilt? "Xiao Mok, I'm so sorry." After receiving medical treatment and completing her statement, the next steps were left to the police. On their way back, Li Yanyan turned to look at Song Zimo. Her eyes reddened, her heart heavy with remorse. Mr. Li, it's all in the past now. And please, do not mention this to my aunt. I wouldn't want her to worry. Song Zimo shook his head, smiling gently. Yet, perhaps due to his earlier injury and the significant blood loss, he appeared somewhat pale. Fortunately, Huang Hao had been intoxicated, and his thrust had missed its intended target, resulting in a less severe injury than it could have been. Otherwise, it would likely not have been as simple as a quick hospital visit. Yes, I promise not to tell Annie about these past few days. You should focus on recuperating at home. I will ensure your wages at the bar continue, as usual. Li Yanyan replied, looking up at Song Zimo, fully aware of his circumstances at home. Though her own bar was perilously unstable and struggling to operate, she was still in a significantly better position than Song Zimo. Moreover, he had sustained his injury while saving her. No need, it's just a minor wound. I can return to work tomorrow night. I'll don a mask of Qinglang, sing a few songs, and boost the atmosphere. Song Zimo shook his head, refusing. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Li Yanyan. He had already told her twice that he was the one who captivated her thoughts. The same person she had pulled to dance with at the ball, the one she had declined to exchange contact information with. Yet, she remained skeptical, believing he only sought to win her over, claiming she didn't tea like children and that feelings cannot be forced. Ultimately, Song Zimo realized she had deemed him an imposter. It's futile. The sudden rise of Qinglang is not something you can achieve simply by donning a mask and pretending to be him, singing a few songs. His meteoric rise to fame and the ensuing whirlwind of romantic ballads can be attributed, firstly, to his piercingly powerful voice and his soul-stirring method of singing that resonates deeply with the heart. Secondly, the songs he performs are fresh compositions that we have never encountered before. Li Yanyan lifted her gaze to meet Song Zimo's, shaking her head, her expression laden with melancholy. At that moment, her emotions were tumultuous and painful. Perhaps next time, if fate allows, I shall share my contact information with you. Her gentle refusal, however, struck a chord with Li Yanyan. But when might that next time be? Mr. Li, in fact, I am acquainted with Qinglang. Taking a deep breath, Song Zimo looked at Li Yanyan, resolved to weave a lie. Chapter 62. My goodness, you want me to impersonate Qinglang? What, you know Qinglang? Initially, Li Yanyan walked alongside Song Zimo, but suddenly halted upon hearing his words, turning to face him with astonishment, disbelief, and incredulity. Do you believe me? Song Zimo nodded earnestly, stating, since you do not believe I am Qinglang, let us approach this from a different angle. I can hardly believe you, you scoundrel. Are you attempting to deceive me again? Let me tell you, do not presume that saving me once will touch my heart to the point of devotion. Such dreams are futile. Regaining her composure, Li Yanyan kicked Song Zimo, her expression stern, convinced that this rascal still harbored intentions towards her. How could that be possible? My dear, it is rather inappropriate to request contact information upon our first meeting, is it not? Not to mention that love at first sight is a notion reserved for the youthful and inexperienced. Perhaps next time, if fate permits, I shall provide my contact information then. Seeing that Li Yanyan remained skeptical, Song Zimo reflected on his words from that fateful dance, promptly reiterating them. What? How could you? Li Yanyan's expression froze in a blend of delicate fury, her eyes widening in shock as she gazed at Song Zimo. Was it excitement? So, do you now believe I am acquainted with Qinglang? All of this information was shared with me by Qinglang himself, and we are indeed friends. Song Zimo smiled, satisfied with Li Yanyan's reaction. You absolute scoundrel. You truly are a despicable wretch. You clearly know Qinglang, know who he is, know where he is. Why did you not tell me? Why? In a fit of emotion, Li Yanyan began to scold him vehemently. Immediately, she charged at Song Zimo, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Ouch. That hurts, Mr. Li, you've hit my injury. It's quite painful. Song Zimo yelped, his voice akin to a pig being slaughtered, as Li Yanyan's tirade continued until she broke down in tears, collapsing into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. At this moment, her heart was a tumult of fury and frustration. Song Zimo was indeed insufferable. How could he know Qinglang's whereabouts, and yet keep it from her? No wonder he had mentioned that the chubby Huang Hao was a mere impostor pretending to be Qinglang's manager. It turned out he was a friend of Qinglang. You scoundrel. Truly a despicable bounder. You deserve every bit of pain for not revealing your acquaintance with Qinglang, leaving me to flounder about like a headless fly, seeking him. After a while, Li Yanyan's emotions stabilized somewhat, and she scolded Song Zimo anew. At this juncture, she was genuinely furious. She felt as though Song Zimo had been toying with her all along, reveling in her plight. Mr. Li, I cannot be blamed for this. You never inquired whether I knew him. Song Zimo feigned innocence, a statement that ignited another wave of fury within Li Yanyan. How could he be so insufferable? It was clearly intentional. Tomorrow night, can you truly bring Qinglang here? I mean the genuine Qinglang, not you, the imposter. Li Yanyan took a deep breath and asked Song Zimo earnestly, her eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety. She feared this might all be an illusion. Mr. Li, do you truly believe I am someone who looks down upon you? If I were to sing, I could rival the famed ballad prince, Qinglang. Ouch, ouch. Please do not pinch. I will certainly bring him to your bar tomorrow night. Song Zimo teased Li Yanyan, but before he could finish his sentence, he found himself on the receiving end of a reprimand. After agreeing on a time, Song Zimo bid farewell to Li Yanyan and returned home. Hey, Montak, what made you think to call me? The college entrance examination scores have been released. What did you score? What do you plan to attend university? The next day, upon rising, Song Zimo immediately grabbed his phone and called his former high school comrade, Qinyu. As soon as the call connected, Qinyu bombarded him with questions like a machine gun. These matters are of little consequence. Where are you now? I need your assistance with something. Song Zimo did not answer Qinyu's queries, but urged him to gather his things and arrange a meeting place. That night, he intended to bring Qinglang to the bar to meet Li Yanyan. He could not handle this endeavor alone. After all, Qinglang was one person, and he was another. If he were to wear a mask and suit, Li Yanyan would undoubtedly suspect him of impersonation, given his prior transgressions. Thus, Song Zimo pondered and devised a rather dubious plan. He would have Qinyu impersonate Qinglang while he accompanied him to the bar. Once inside, Li Yanyan would believe Qinglang had arrived and that it was not an impersonation. Then, he would find an opportunity to swap out Qinyu, the imposter. Are you out of your mind, Mo? Have you been rejected by the goddess Dai too many times, and your head has suffered serious trauma? How could you suggest I pretend to be the prince of romantic ballads, Qinglang? When they met, and Song Zimo shared his audacious idea, Qinyu's eyes widened in shock. Utterly bewildered, at that moment, Qinyu looked at Song Zimo, astonished, thinking that his friend must have been deeply affected by some recent trauma, rendering him somewhat unhinged. Get lost. I am dead serious. You are about my height. Just wear a suit and a mask. When we arrive there, do not say much. And Li Yanyan should not recognize you. Later, we can find an opportunity to switch clothes, and it will be just fine. Song Zimo snapped at Qinyu, explaining his plan. But you cannot change clothes. You are not the real Qinglang. What good would it do to change if you are not even recognizable? Qinyu was confused. One moment he would dress as Qinglang, and the next Song Zimo would do so. This back and forth seemed pointless. You need not concern yourself with that. Just do as I say. Tonight, I shall guarantee you a grand surprise. Song Zimo replied mysteriously to Qinyu, refraining from revealing that he himself was Qinglang. After all, he suspected that Qinyu would not believe him, fearing that he had lost his sanity after being rejected by Dai Jingjing. If that were the case, why not prove it through action? Mo, I think it's best to let this go. I'm quite nervous. I've never done anything like this before. As dusk approached, Song Zimo instructed Qinyu to don a suit, fasten a tie, and don a mask. To be fair, he did bear a slight resemblance to himself. However, the essence he exuded lacked the depth that came from having lived a full life. There remained a significant disparity. Nonetheless, there was no recourse, and they would have to make do with this arrangement, hoping that no mishaps would occur. Chapter 63. Mo, could it be that you're truly the Blue Wolf? What is there to be nervous about? We are brothers. You must assist me with this task. There is no room for negotiation. Song Zimo disregarded Qinyu's apprehension and retorted sharply. At this moment, he found it perplexing. After all, it was merely a matter of impersonating the Blue Wolf. Adorned in a mask and suit, akin to a runway show, what was there to fear? Half an hour later, the duo arrived at the entrance of the royal bar. No sooner had they exited the vehicle than Li Yanyan rushed towards them like a gust of wind. Goodness, this enchanting lady, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What does she intend to do? Terrified. Qin, he was already feeling jittery, and the sight of Li Yanyan running towards him with such excitement only intensified his anxiety. Fortunately, he was masked. Otherwise, his true identity would surely be revealed. Do not be afraid. Follow my lead. If we succeed tonight, I shall treat you to a lavish meal. Song Zimo whispered encouragingly to Qinyu, steeling himself as he approached Li Yanyan. Ms. Li, what do you think? I haven't deceived you, have I? Song Zimo greeted her with a smile as he observed her exuberant approach. Blue Wolf, it's been a while, Li Yanyan replied, her voice slightly trembling. Her gaze fixated solely on the Blue Wolf. No, on the imposter Qinyu. She seemed oblivious to Song Zimo's words. Her eyes flickering with an emotion difficult to decipher. Was it excitement or something else? At that moment, Qinyu felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety. He was momentarily at a loss for words. A warm embrace, perhaps? No, that was out of the question. Song Zimo had repeatedly instructed him to maintain an air of aloofness, speak little, and the fewer words, the better. Thus, when greeted by Li Yanyan, Qin Yu merely inhaled deeply and responded coolly. Ms. Li, the blue wolf needs to visit the restroom. You may converse later. Song Zimo, sensing the atmosphere growing tense, quickly interjected. He subtly gestured to Qin Yu, who promptly caught on and, feigning nonchalance, declared, "Excuse me," as he made his way toward the bar's restroom. Damn it, Zimo, you throw me under the bus. How could I possibly handle such an alluring lady? I was nearly scared out of my wits. The expression on her face had me fearing she might rush over and embrace me. It was utterly terrifying. If this continues, seek someone else for these antics. Inside the restroom, as they changed clothes, Qin Yu lamented loudly, still shaken by the earlier encounter. You did splendidly. I thought you would be exposed. Yet you managed to pull it off, Song Zimo remarked, in high spirits, relieved that they had passed the first hurdle. He was eager to see how things would unfold next. If they could navigate this evening successfully, future endeavors would certainly be far more manageable. Once attired in the suit, with the tie fastened and the mask in place, the aura he projected transformed into one of melancholy and clarity. Zimo, this disguise is even more impressive than mine. Had I not known you were also an imposter, I would have believed you were the true romantic ballad prince, the Blue Wolf. Just as Qin Yu prepared to inquire about Song Zimo's intentions, he was taken aback by the sight of a transformed Song Zimo, who appeared as a completely different person. Who told you I was an imposter? Song Zimo smiled faintly, his expression enigmatic. He then turned and strode purposefully toward the exit. What? Qin Yu stood there, momentarily stunned. What did Zimo mean by that? Not an imposter? How could that be possible? Suddenly, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was astonishing. Meanwhile, Song Zimo had exited the restroom and spotted Li Yin waiting a short distance away. Without hesitation, he approached her. Upon nearing her, the two exchanged glances, silence enveloping them. Song Zimo stood slightly taller than Li Yin, compelling her to look up at him. At that moment, he noticed tears shimmering in her eyes. Long time no see. She finally spoke, her voice low and tinged with a hint of melancholy. Song Zimo had never anticipated that by merely attending a ball with Wang Shuangyi, he would leave an indelible mark on a girl's heart. Now, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to navigate this emotional landscape. Feeling a headache coming on. You promised me that when we met again, you would share your contact information. Li Yin inhaled deeply, struggling to hold back her tears. Her voice quivering. Was it a sense of grievance? Or joy? Or perhaps something entirely different? Let us wait until after tonight's performance, Song Zimo nodded, not refusing her request, albeit feeling somewhat bewildered. Oh no, he had only intended for Qin Yu to impersonate the Blue Wolf and gain entry. Completely forgetting about the previous ball, where she had asked for his contact information. He only had one number. Moreover, as an employee of a Yin S-bar, she also possessed his number. If he revealed it to her, wouldn't she instantly deduce his identity? What to do? It seemed he couldn't think of a better solution at the moment. Perhaps delaying would work. She might forget by then. All right, Li Yin smiled, but as she did, tears began to spill down her cheeks. Before Song Zimo could respond, she suddenly threw herself into his arms, weeping silently. Song Zimo stiffened, feeling a surge of confusion. As he sensed her body trembling, his heart ached. Yet, as she had previously stated, emotions cannot be forced, can they? Where's that guy? Wasn't he supposed to accompany you to the restroom? Why isn't he emerged yet? After a while, Li Yin had calmed considerably. Then, noticing that Song Zimo had seemingly vanished into the restroom for an extended period, she voiced her discontent. He claimed he had a stomachache and needed more time. It's getting late. We should head to the stage. Song Zimo's heart raced at her words. He quickly replied, very well. But that guy is something else. Knowing you, yet keeping it a secret from me. I'll be sure to have a word with him later. Li Yin nudda. Leading Song Zimo toward the dance floor, where the arrival of the romantic ballad prince, the Blue Wolf, had stirred excitement. Especially after Li Yin had deliberately promoted the event earlier in the day. Tonight, the bar was teeming with patrons, an absolute throng. After a brief period of preparation, Song Zimo ascended the stage, microphone in hand. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the audience below, his expression melancholic and serene, devoid of any discernible nervousness. An air of subtle sorrow enveloped him. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Qin Yu emerged, making his way to the edge of the dance floor. As he beheld Song Zimo standing on stage, a tumult of disbelief surged within him. Could it be? Could Zimo truly be the legendary Qin Lang? This was utterly astonishing. Chapter 64. Qin Lang, are you also a reborn soul? Without further ado, and after exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries, the piano resonated, and the song commenced. It was once again the haunting melody of Gu Yu's that year, that month, that day. On that day, I locked the door for you. On that night, I turned off the lights for you. Do you remember the promise that we would never part? Yet here we stand as strangers. The same essence, the same poignant sorrow. His deep, resonant voice pierced the hearts of all present, leaving them awestruck. It tugged at their heartstrings, evoking tears. What experiences must one endure to sing such a heart-rending love song? No one knew, nor did anyone comprehend. The audience, initially cheering and singing along with Song Zimo, gradually fell silent, their eyes misting over. At first, they were unaware of the emotions woven into the song. Upon a second listen, they became enmeshed within its sentiments. The longing expressed within the melody lingered, yet the dreamer of yesteryear was nowhere to be found. At this moment, Li Yin felt her eyes welling with tears, her delicate shoulders trembling. She wept, not entirely understanding why, but the ache in her heart was undeniable. For whom was this song sung? For the girl he longed for in his heart? Qing Lang, another song, another song. As the music faded, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before a voice broke through the stillness, calling out loudly. Soon, others joined in, echoing their agreement. Since you all enjoy it, I shall sing another piece, The Day We Parted. People often say that the coldest thing is the human heart, and the most humble feeling is love. Let's use this song to commemorate our lost youth and the girl who once held our hearts. Song Zimo smiled and nodded in assent. The melody began anew, his fingers dancing over the piano keys as he poured himself into the performance once more. Let the past be enveloped by the night, and bury the memories deep within dreams. I once vowed to forget, to cease recalling the past, yet tears have flowed time and again. The audience initially anticipated that Qing Lang would revisit his old hits, yet to their surprise, he unveiled a new song, a heart-wrenching ballad never before heard. Outside the dance floor, Qing Yu's eyes widened, trembling with excitement. Zimo, he truly is Qing Lang? My heavens, this cannot be a mere dream. If he is indeed Qing Lang, why the charade? At that moment, Qing Yu struggled to comprehend, with little time to ponder. On stage, Song Zimo sang with fervor, elevating the atmosphere of the bar to an exhilarating crescendo. On the day we parted, I mustered the courage to say goodbye. A simple apology concealed my tear-stained eyes. That year I parted, snow still fell outside. You walked away, heartlessly, without a backward glance. As he sang, Song Zimo noticed a graceful figure emerging from the crowd. Dai Jingjing. The instant he spotted her, his heart jolted. Why had this campus beauty come seeking him again? At that moment, Song Zimo felt a wave of frustration. Dai Jingjing had also been reborn. On that fateful day, when Li Yin had compelled him to sing for the first time, she had approached him, questioning why he sang songs that belonged to an era not his own. At the time, he had given it little thought, but now he understood the reason. The songs he performed were from the future. She, too, had been reborn, seeking clarity from him. He could not allow her to recognize him, nor could he let her discern who he truly was. Otherwise, she would swiftly realize that he, like her, had also experienced rebirth. Such a revelation would undoubtedly render their interaction awkward due to the memories of their past lives. Once the performance concluded, he descended from the stage. Dai Jingjing did not immediately approach, but stood silently, observing him. Song Zimo cast a glance her way before turning to leave with Li Yin. King Long, may I remove your mask and behold your true self? In the office, Li Yin's enchanting eyes were fixed intently upon Song Zimo, a blend of anxiety and anticipation evident in her demeanor. Absolutely not. Song Zimo regarded Li Yin, his thoughts racing, ultimately shaking his head in refusal. Why do one see my face? Do you not gaze upon it daily? Moreover, even if I were to remove the mask, would you still believe I am Qing Lang? What if, upon seeing my true self, you were to fall for me? Why? Li Yin's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Sometimes, a girl's emotional threshold is remarkably low, especially concerning the things she holds dear. A simple statement could evoke such profound sadness within her. For I have sworn that only the one who holds my heart may unmask me. Taking a deep breath, Song Zimo gazed at Li Yin, gritting his teeth and resolved to dissuade her from her fanciful thoughts. The one who resides in your heart, is it? I understand. Li Yin's tears spilled over. Unable to contain her anguish, it was evident to her that he did not reciprocate her feelings. This was unrequited love, a mere figment of her own desires. Yet, her heart ached, leaving her breathless. I am sorry. Witnessing Li Yin's distress, Song Zimo felt a pang of sympathy, his heart heavy with compassion. However, he knew he could not afford to be soft-hearted, for the implications of such tenderness could lead to a multitude of complications in the future. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The atmosphere in the room grew stifling and oppressive. Song Zimo glanced at Li Yin, contemplating whether to offer her comfort. Ultimately, he steeled himself, and refrained from approaching. He feared that if he did, he would succumb to tenderness. Were you not the one who promised to give me your contact information upon our next meeting? Are you planning to go back on your word? As Song Zimo prepared to open the door and exit, Li Yinyan's voice, laced with tears, reached his ears. Here it is. Song Zimo's expression stiffened, a wave of frustration washing over him. He had assumed Li Yinyan had forgotten about that matter. To his surprise, she had not. At that moment, Song Zimo's thoughts raced as he reluctantly decided to give her Qin Yu's phone number. Qin Yu, dear friend, you are not being very loyal. King Lung, could you wait a moment? As he exited the bar, Song Zimo was about to slip away in search of Qin Yu to swap back his clothes when a voice called out to him. Without needing to look back, he recognized it was Dai Jingjing, the campus beauty, approaching him. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Song Zimo turned around to face Dai Jingjing, the campus belle, his emotions swirling within him. As Dai Jingjing approached, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Song Zimo, caught in the intensity of her stare, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Could it be that she recognized him? If that were indeed the case, what would lie ahead for the two of them? The songs you performed, if my memory serves me right, should be from 10 years hence. Are you also a reborn soul? At last, Dai Jingjing spoke, her voice trembling as she inquired about Qin Lang. Could it be that she was not the only one who had returned? Might Song Zimo's abrupt change in demeanor also indicate his own rebirth? Chapter 65. She was once the white moonlight of my heart. Indeed, I am a reborn soul. Song Zimo inhaled deeply, gazing at Dai Jingjing, his heart tumultuous. He had confessed. At that moment, donning a mask and with the songs he had sung, he found little room for denial. Yet, he still could not discern her intentions. May I have the pleasure of your friendship? Dai Jingjing smiled, a smile that inexplicably stirred something within him. She continued to gaze at the masked Qin Lang before asking, perhaps due to their shared experience of rebirth. Although they were complete strangers, merely meeting for the first time, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in her heart. Friends? Song Zimo hesitated momentarily, instinctively responding, is that not permissible? A flicker of disappointment clouded Dai Jingjing's eyes. On stage, Qin Lang's melancholic songs resonated deeply within her. Although she was unaware of Qin Lang's past, she could sense from his voice that he was a person with a story. Likewise, she too carried her own narrative. All she sought was someone with whom to share her innermost tales. Certainly, Song Zimo replied with a smile, accepting her proposal. Perhaps forming a friendship in this manner was indeed a pleasant prospect. The songs you sang on stage were so sorrowful. Would you care to share your past with me? Instead of departing, Song Zimo strolled along the road, with Dai Jingjing leisurely accompanying him. They walked side by side, embraced by the evening breeze, resembling longtime friends engaged in conversation. Once upon a time, he too had fantasized about holding hands with the one he cherished, strolling through the bustling streets of the city, reminiscing about the past. Yet, fate had played its tricks. Through countless trials and tribulations, they found themselves reunited under such circumstances. A girl, perhaps. A white moonlight in my heart. And you seem to carry your own burdens. Song Zimo shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Let the bygone years fade away with the winds of memory. White moonlight, you say? Dai Jingjing turned to look at Song Zimo, her heart stirred. A girl, an unattainable desire? You love her, yet she does not reciprocate? No wonder those songs resonated with such sorrow, piercing through the soul. Suddenly, Dai Jingjing felt that Qinglang's plight mirrored Song Zimo's. In a past life, Song Zimo had persistently pursued her, constantly finding ways to bring her joy and surprise her. Yet, in the end, she had never granted him a chance and had grown weary of his affections, taking his efforts for granted. Gradually, it became a habit for her, until the day of the accident. The person who had sacrificed everything to push her away, bloodied and battered, departed from her life. It was then that she realized, was it merely a habit, or had she lost something profound? She had come to a startling realization, but it seemed too late. What's wrong? Song Zimo turned to see Dai Jingjing had stopped, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, prompting him to inquire. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head, stifling her tears. Do you think that because I'm missed in my past life, we could be together in this one? Suddenly, she turned to Qin Lang, her voice trembling and hoarse. In this lifetime, Song Zimo felt a jolt of surprise, quickly regaining his composure. In my past life, I initially despised him, but I later realized I had grown accustomed to his presence. I'm uncertain if it was love, but in this new life, I intended to offer him a chance to try and connect. Yet, I suddenly recognized that even if I forced him to be my boyfriend, his heart seemed to stray from me. Do you think I hurt him too deeply in my past life? Now he feels weary and no longer wishes to pursue me as he did before. Dai Jingjing, for reasons unknown, found herself pouring out her heart to someone she had just met that very evening. Perhaps, I feel that relationships should unfold naturally. After all, feelings cannot be forced. Can they? Just like me, I have come to terms with my past, white moonlight. Perhaps she was truly just a fleeting memory. Thus, in this rebirth, I have chosen not to dwell on her further. Her words trailed off, leaving unspoken thoughts hanging in the air, yet the sentiment was unmistakably clear. Dai Jingjing. Upon hearing this, sensed the depth of Qinglang's pain. For reasons she couldn't fathom, her heart trembled at the thought. She felt a twinge of fear, realizing that she had begun to care for him. Especially when she witnessed him with another girl, it truly pained her heart. It's getting late. Let's catch up another time, Song Zimo remarked, noting that they had lingered long enough. He suspected if he delayed any longer, Li Yin might unleash her wrath upon him. Thus, he bid farewell to Dai Jingjing. Thank you for accompanying me for so long. May I have your contact information? Dai Jingjing smiled, eagerly requesting his contact details. Not possible. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future, he declined, knowing he had no contact details to provide. While Li Yin could easily share Qin Yu's information to appease her, how could he give his own to Dai Jingjing? Or perhaps Qin Yu's? Being in the same class, it would be too easy to expose the ruse. Thus, Song Zimo waved goodbye before Dai Jingjing could finish her sentence. Dai Jingjing stood there, momentarily stunned, watching as Song Zimo walked away until he vanished from her sight. Wow, Zimo, you truly are the prince of love songs. Qingling? How did I never notice your brilliance back in school? After parting with Dai Jingjing, Song Zimo hurried to the agreed meeting point with Qin Yu, ready to exchange clothing once more. At this moment, Qin Yu gazed at Song Zimo with a face full of admiration and excitement. Even now, he felt dazed, as if in a dream. His good brother was actually the recently celebrated prince of love songs. Qingling, how could this possibly be real? I have so many remarkable qualities. You mustn't let this slip to anyone else. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Song Zimo cast a glance at Qin Yu, offering a warning. By the way, I've given your contact information to Li Yin. If she reaches out to you later, just dingling, dingling. Before Song Zimo could finish his sentence, Qin Yu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was instantly dumbfounded. It was Li Yin calling. Chapter 66, Bastard. Are you hoping for me to fail with Qinglang? Damn it. Zimo, you scoundrel, you've set me up. Qin Yu's expression shifted, glaring at Song Zimo in a fit of rage. Why'd he give his contact information to that ice queen, Li Yin? Why not his own? Good brothers should share fortune and face trials together. She insisted on getting my contact info, and as her employee, she already has it. I've told her several times that I am Qinglang, but she simply doesn't believe me. Song Zimo hurriedly tried to calm Qin Yu's rising fury, offering an explanation. Dingling, dingling. The phone rang on, urging Qin Yu to answer. Seeing this, Song Zimo quickly urged Qin Yu, saying, Good brother, please help me out for now. Just keep her calm, and I promise to find a way. You owe me a lavish meal. No, 2 meals. Qin Yu was speechless, observing Song Zimo's helpless expression, and finally mustered the courage to answer the call. Qinglang, are you home yet? The moment the call connected, Li Yin's soft voice greeted him. Qin Yu held the phone with a look of desperation, glancing at Song Zimo. How could he, a fresh graduate, handle such a commanding woman? Play it cool, tease her a bit, then find an excuse to be busy and ignore her. Though Song Zimo had no experience in such matters, he leveraged his memories from a past life to concoct a dubious suggestion. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nearly collapsed. Was Zimo forcing himself to flirt? Qin Yu, was an upright gentleman. However, since he was Song Zimo's good friend, and seeing his earnest plea, he decided to lend a hand. Thus, Qin Yu followed Song Zimo's advice, responding in a nonchalant manner, with mere hums and ohs, adopting an air of aloofness. Meanwhile, Song Zimo gave him a thumbs up, showering him with praise. In an instant, Qin Yu found himself swept away by Song Zimo's grandiose fantasies, his head spinning, unable to suppress his laughter. Good brother, I leave Li Yin's own to you. I must take my leave, or else she might skin me alive if she can't find me. Song Zimo whispered to Qin Yu before making his exit. Minutes later, Song Zimo hurriedly returned to the bar, panting. Xiaomo, where have you been? Li Yinzong is searching high and low for you, and is quite upset. As soon as he entered, a Chong rushed up to him, inquiring. My brother Qinglang just left. I was chatting with him outside for a bit. Song Zimo's expression stiffened as he fabricated an excuse. Juggling 2 roles was exhausting. Li Yinzong, you were looking for me? Upon arriving at the office, Song Zimo knocked on the door and entered. Immediately, Li Yin put down her phone and glared at him with furious eyes. You bastard, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. I couldn't even find you when Qinglang was leaving. You better confess where you went. Li Yanyan erupted inanja. As she spoke, she stormed over, seizing Song Zimo by the collar and pinning him against the door, determined to get a clear answer from him today. Li Yanzong, please don't do this. I'm frightened. Song Zimo's complexion paled, and anxiety gripped his heart. Less nonsense. Answer my questions. The arrival of Qing Lang had indeed delighted Li Yanyan. Yet, the words he spoke before leaving left her feeling quite uneasy. She had initially planned to seek out Song Zimo to assist in matchmaking, only to find him mysteriously absent when Qing Lang departed in broad daylight. How could she not be furious? My aunt just called. There were some family matters, so I had to step out. Song Zimo's thoughts raced as he concocted an excuse to deflect her anger. Your aunt called? You should have at least let me know if you had to leave. Li Yanyan replied, Herr Tonisoftening. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Instantly, Li Yanyan forgave Song Zimo. She then returned to her chair, clutching her phone and resuming her texting. As she chatted, Song Zimo noticed Li Yanyan began to smile to herself. Li Yanzong, are you all right? Is it possible that Qing Lang rejected your confession, causing you this much distress? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Song Zimo expressed concern. You're talking nonsense. Who told you he rejected me? Li Yanyan's anger flared, and she grabbed a book from the table, hurling it at Song Zimo. This bastard could not utter a kind word to save his life. Was he intent on driving her to despair? Isn't it so? I thought. Song Zimo mumbled softly, realizing that perhaps he had been too subtle in his previous remarks. Next time, he would be more direct, extinguishing any lingering hopes she might have. Li Yanzong, why are you grinning like that? Who are you chatting with? Qing Lang. Song Zimo could not help but inquire as he saw her rapidly responding to messages. Yes, I just asked Qing Lang for his QQ, and he told me he doesn't have a girlfriend. I'm so happy. I always thought he was taken. He also mentioned that he wears a mask and appears so cold because he was once hurt by a girl and doesn't want to be hurt again. Li Yanyan explained, her heart brimming with excitement. At that moment, she looked at Song Zimo, her eyes sparkling with hope. Initially, Li Yanyan had felt defeated, but Qing Lang's words suddenly ignited a flicker of hope within her. Damn! From a distance, Song Zimo widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly stunned. What on earth was Qin Yu doing? Was he helping him or digging his grave? Hadn't he already told him to play it cool and act aloof? Why was he spilling all the beans? Just when he thought he had extinguished the flames of Li Yanyan's heart, Qin Yu had now driven a fuel truck straight into the fire. That Li Yanzong, I suspect Qing Lang might be drunk and chatting nonsense. As far as I know, he has a girlfriend. Song Zimo took a deep breath, cautiously addressing Li Yanyan. Clang. However, before he could finish his words, Li Yanyan had already removed her high heels and hurled them in his direction. Get out. Immediately. From now on, I do not wish to hear any disparaging remarks about my idol. Otherwise, I will not let this rest. Li Yanyan was furious. How dare Song Zimo wish for her relationship with Qing Lang to fail? Did he truly believe that if she and Qing Lang were to part ways, he would have a chance? Dream on. Chapter 67. Having already gone this far, what is there left to argue about? Qin Yu, for heaven's sake, what nonsense have you been spouting to Li Yanyan? Did I not tell you before to refrain from discussing matters of the heart and to maintain an air of aloofness? After being kicked out of the bar by Li Yanyan, Song Zimo immediately took out his phone and called Qin Yu. As soon as the call connected, he began to vent his frustrations. What the hell? Is this guy trying to ruin me? Calm down, calm down. We were just chatting, and things got a bit heated. Besides, I didn't say anything incorrect. You fawn over Goddess Dai every day, and she pays you no mind. Look at this mature woman, how devoted she is to you. Why not consider her? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is like a treasure. Moreover, she owns a bar, is successful, and is beautiful. If you were to bring her home, you would be a bar owner yourself. Next time I come a party and drink, I could even get a discount from you. At that moment, Qin Yu awkwardly began to apologize to Song Zimo. As he continued, however, his words took a turn, urging Song Zimo to abandon his pursuit of the school beauty Dai and instead pursue the alluring Li Yanyan. Qin Yu, you scoundrel! Are you truly my brother? Are you helping me or making matters worse? And who told you I'm constantly fawning over Dai Jingjing? She doesn't even acknowledge me. I am already her boyfriend. Did I say anything about it? Song Zimo chuckled in frustration. This guy was so unreliable. What? You, the devoted admirer, are now actually Dai's boyfriend? Since when? I had no idea. Is that for real? Qin Yu exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. Previously, during their high school years, Song Zimo had pined after Dai Jingjing for 3 years, and he had not even managed to touch her shoes. Now, having just graduated, he claimed to have succeeded? How is that believable? What do you mean you've already won her over? Can you even speak? It was she who forced me to be her boyfriend. Huh. Though the night has fallen, it is not yet time for sleep, so stop dreaming. Before Song Zimo could finish his sentence, Qin Yu's laughter interrupted him. Initially, he was surprised to hear that Song Zimo had become Dai Jingjing's boyfriend. But now, as he listened to Song Zimo's increasingly outrageous claims, he immediately felt he was boasting. The idea that Dai, the goddess, had coerced him into being her boyfriend was simply too fantastical. Such imagination. He should consider writing novels. Don't believe me? I'll send a few pictures to your QQ. See for yourself. I can't be bothered to explain. Noticing that Chinyu remained skeptical, Song Zimo chose not to elaborate further. He hung up the phone, opened QQ, and sent a few photos taken at the amusement park that day to Chinyu. Wow. Are you trying to pass off some photoshopped images? This is absurd. The once devoted admirer has now transformed into Dai's boyfriend. Chinyu, who had initially scoffed, was now utterly astonished and sent a message back. Just to clarify, she coerced me into being her boyfriend. It was not my choice, so keep that under wraps. Chinyu, you scoundrel. Why did you share those photos in the group chat? Retract it. Quickly. Song Zimo replied. However, just as he sent the message, someone in the class group tagged him. When he opened it, he was utterly flabbergasted. Chinyu, that gossipmonger, had forwarded the photos he had sent directly to the group. In an instant, the class chat exploded. Oh my, Song Zimo has become Dai Jingjing's boyfriend? This is unbelievable. Wasn't she coldly rejecting him just a few times before? Had he employed some despicable method, or done something unspeakable to coerce Dai Jingjing into being his girlfriend? The boys in the group expressed their anger and frustration, and the label of scumbag was quickly affixed to Song Zimo. Seeing this unfold, Song Zimo felt overwhelmed. Chinyu, too, looked embarrassed. He had not anticipated such a significant reaction from the class group. Thankfully, he had not mentioned Song Zimo's connection with Qinglang, or it would have been chaos. Meanwhile, Dai Jingjing returned home in a rather sour mood. Her mind replayed the words Qinglang had said earlier. Suddenly, she felt a pang of fear that Song Zimo might, like Qinglang, choose to silently walk away after being heartbroken. Just then, her QQ notifications began to flood in. Upon checking, she discovered a multitude of messages from her class group, many of which tagged her. Initially confused, she opened the group chat to review the conversation. Moments later, she comprehended what had transpired. That scoundrel, what was he thinking, posting those photos in the group and even getting Chinyu to spread the word? As if he were afraid others didn't know he was her boyfriend? Truly ridiculous. At that moment, her face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. Yet deep down, she felt an inexplicable sweetness. It seemed he still cared for her and held affection for her. Perhaps she had overthought things. Everyone stopped speculating and gossiping. It was not Zimo who forced me. He did not do anything inappropriate. I willingly became his girlfriend. As she observed her male classmates enviously accusing and disparaging Song Zimo, Dai Jingjing could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to clarify on his behalf. Wow! The group, already buzzing with excitement, erupted into even more astonished exclamations. Although Chinyu had posted several intimate photos of Song Zimo and Dai Jingjing, many remained skeptical. After all, the parties involved, Song Zimo and Dai Jingjing, had not spoken up. Now, witnessing Dai Jingjing publicly acknowledge their relationship and defend Song Zimo left everyone in shock. Oh Chinyu, you scoundrel. You are more of a hindrance than a help. How unfortunate to have a brother like you. Song Zimo felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Had he known, he would have refrained from discussing so much with this guy. Yet, it seemed that it was too late to say anything now. Zimo, why on earth did you send those photos to Chinyu and allow him to post in the group? Such a significant matter. And you didn't even mention it to me just then. Dai Jingjing sent a message, her tone tinged with questioning and even included an exasperated emoji. Jingjing, I swear it wasn't my idea. That guy took it upon himself to post them. Do you believe me? Song Zimo was at his wit's end. Believe you? Not a chance. You've already sent them, and I can't just pretend it didn't happen. Stop making excuses. Chapter 68. Perhaps tomorrow will indeed bring a miracle. Observing Dai Jingjing's response, which seemed almost playful, Song Zimo initially intended to elaborate further. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. The more one explains, the more convoluted the situation becomes. Moreover, hadn't Dai Jingjing already expressed that once she fell for him, she would cast him aside? Perhaps this misunderstanding could hasten the conclusion of their relationship. He chuckled softly. Yet, why did he suddenly feel an inexplicable sense of agitation? Upon returning home, Song Zimo transferred the words he had typed in his notebook to a storage card, and then set off for the internet cafe. Lacking internet access at home, he had to visit the cafe to update his chapters. Upon arriving, he logged onto a computer, entered the website, and opened the novel's page. The book's popularity was soaring, and the comments were proliferating. Almost everyone was inquiring about the forthcoming developments in the plot. Who would Mo by ultimately choose, Ling Wei or Chu Xia? Song Zimo refrained from responding, as he himself had no answers. Is the author online? Just as he finished updating the latest chapter and was about to close the web page and head home, a notification flashed on the screen. Upon checking, he discovered a private message from a girl with the username Little Bear Cheese. Little Bear Cheese? The name startled him momentarily. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened QQ, and found Wang Shuangyi's contact. Little Bear Cheese. Now it all made sense. The username was indeed familiar. Even the profile picture was identical. What is up? He replied after a brief pause. Although Song Zimo recognized her, she was unaware of his identity. Curiosity piqued. He wished to know her reason for reaching out. May I ask how you plan to develop the plot in the later chapters? Will Mo end up with Ling Wei or Chu Xia? On the other end, Wang Shuangyi sat at her computer desk, initially thinking that her private message to the esteemed author would go unanswered. To her surprise, she received a reply shortly after sending it. This thrilled her immensely, leading her to take a deep breath as her fingers danced across the keyboard, posing a question that echoed the sentiments of many readers. I really don't know. After a moment of silence, Song Zimo pondered deeply. Although he had been reborn and possessed some awareness of future events, he remained utterly lost regarding matters of the heart. Perhaps it was the remnants of his past life's memories or the deep wounds still fresh from that existence. In this new life, he dared not indulge in emotions, continuously evading the topic. He feared that if he were to make a choice, he would once again find himself battered and broken, teetering on the edge of despair. Mo Bai's emotional struggles mirrored his own. Both were equally inept in navigating relationships, unwilling to harm anyone yet reluctant to draw too close. Ultimately, it seemed that in their hesitation, they had inadvertently wounded many. It truly echoed Wang Shuangyi's words from that day when she cried to him. The ones you can hurt are only those who genuinely care about you. Will you allow Mo Bai to be with Chu Xia in the end? Wang Shuangyi's eyes glistened as she typed, feeling her fingers tremble over the keys. Nonetheless, she summoned her courage to inquire of Song Zimo. Why should Mo Bai be with Chu Xia? He asked, a look of surprise crossing his face. Because I've realized that the Chu Xia in the book resembles me so closely. In reality, I may never leave a mark on that boy's heart, never become the girl he adores. Yet in the story, I yearn for them to be together and achieve a perfect ending. Author, do you know? I just saw him post a photo with a girl he likes in our class group. Even though I vowed to forget the past after cutting my hair, seeing those pictures still pierce my heart. Author, I implore you to let them be together in the end. Even if the journey is fraught with challenges and heartbreak. As long as they can be together, that is all that matters. Tomorrow is my birthday, and this is my greatest wish. Can you fulfill my fantasy? Wang Shuangyi sent several messages in quick succession, tears streaming like pearls from a broken string onto her keyboard. She realized her hands trembled fiercely as she typed. All right, I promise you. Happy birthday for tomorrow. Perhaps the boy you like will celebrate your birthday with you. Song Zimo replied after a moment of silence. Wang Shuangyi's reminder jolted him into realizing he had almost forgotten her birthday. During their high school years, no matter his reluctance, she would always insist he spend the day with her. Ah, those tender years of first love. In the blink of an eye, they had become an indelible part of his youthful memories. Thank you, but he won't come. He has never remembered my birthday, she lamented. Was she crying from joy or sorrow, or had her heartstrings merely been tugged? Perhaps. Nevertheless, he still wished her a happy birthday. With a faint smile, Song Zimo felt a lump in his throat. After exchanging goodnights with Wang Shuangyi, he stood to leave. The following morning, Song Zimo awoke early to bake a cake and then set off for Wang Shuangyi's home. Gu Xiao is impressive. A cake of this height must cost a fortune. Cost a fortune? That's nothing. Gu Xiao's gift for Shuangyi, the school beauty, is even more extravagant. Today, Shuangyi is bound to be overwhelmed with gratitude for Gu Xiao. As he stepped into Wang Shuangyi's courtyard, he was immediately met with a chorus of flattery. Looking up, he spotted a group of young men and women gathered near a small villa, the centerpiece being an enormous cake that towered over them. At the forefront stood a young man in a white suit, his hair parted down the middle, exuding confidence. Gu Fei, the son of real estate magnate Gu Guoxiang, and Wang Shuangyi's most ardent admirer. Yet, sometimes the world operates in curious ways. For instance, in his previous life, he had pursued Dai Jingjing like a lovesick fool, only to find she did not reciprocate his feelings. Similarly, Wang Shuangyi seemed indifferent, even somewhat averse to this wealthy suitor. Isn't that the love-struck Song Zimo? Here, to celebrate Shuangyi's birthday? What do you have there? Bringing your own food? At that moment, Gu Fei caught sight of him, perhaps due to Yang Fan's close relationship with Wang Shuangyi. He feigned surprise and mocked him openly. Song Zimo's expression stiffened at the remark. He glanced down at the modest 8-inch cake in his hands, then back at the colossal one Gu Fei had brought, feeling utterly embarrassed. Initially, he had only learned from Wang Shuangyi that today was her birthday. This morning, upon waking, I decided to bake a cake, carrying it along without giving it much thought. Little did I know that upon my arrival, I would discover that Gu Fei had presented an enormous cake. This truly created an awkward situation. Gu Xiao, the once devoted admirer of Song Zimo, has become a thing of the past. Last night, it was revealed in the class group chat that the goddess Dai had been won over by him and had become his girlfriend. Nearby, an informed little brother immediately whispered to Gu Fei, "What? The campus beauty Dai has been captured by him? No way. That's impressive. I must step up my game today." As a fellow admirer, why was he more successful than I? At this moment, Gu Fei, hearing his subordinate's words, was infuriated. "Gu Xiao, do you really need to try harder? Just look at that gigantic cake. No girl, not even the frigid ice queen, could resist your enthusiasm, and wouldn't he want to embrace you?" The sycophants around him began to shower him with flattery. "Ha ha, is that so? I think so too." Indeed, Gu Fei was buoyed by their compliments. His spirits lifted as he beamed broadly. "Mo, do you still remember my birthday?" Just as Song Zimo appeared somewhat embarrassed, glancing at the cake in his hands and pondering discarding it, an incredulous voice interrupted. Looking up, he saw Wang Shuangyi descending the stairs, dressed like Snow White. At that moment, her eyes widened with excitement and joy, and they glistened with tears. It turned out he had not forgotten his birthday after all. He had come to celebrate it with her. A miracle had occurred, just as he had discussed with the flower seller the night before. Perhaps miracles could indeed happen. "I'm sorry for coming so hastily without preparing anything special for you." As Song Zimo watched Wang Shuangyi rushing towards him, he felt quite awkward. His modest little cake paled in comparison to Gu Fei's towering confection. "It's all right. I adore this little cake. Whatever you give me, I will cherish." Wang Shuangyi quickly snatched the small cake from Song Zimo's hands, shaking her head joyfully. From a distance, Gu Fei's expression stiffened with irritation. What did this mean? He had gifted an enormous cake, yet Wang Shuangyi didn't even glance at it. She preferred that small cake. Could she not show a bit of respect for his feelings? "Sister Shuangyi, my cake is grander and more exquisite." Gu Fei's annoyance grew, and he was reluctant to accept defeat. He approached Wang Shuangyi and remarked, "Your cake is so large, it's perfect for sharing with everyone here. Zimo's cake is too small for just the two of us to enjoy without sharing." Wang Shuangyi only had eyes for Song Zimo and paid no heed to Gu Fei's advances. She held the cake gifted by Song Zimo in one hand and grasped his hand with the other, her face radiating happiness as they made their way into the hall. The onlookers exchanged glances, utterly astonished. Who had just claimed that Gu Fei's grand cake would surely win Wang Shuangyi over? They would step forward and ensure he faced consequences. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside the courtyard. Soon, several burly men appeared, carrying a brand new piano into the yard. It had arrived. Initially, Gu Fei's face was filled with anger and discontent. However, upon seeing the birthday gift he had prepared had finally arrived, his mood shifted to one of excitement. "Sister Shuangyi, I know how much you adore the piano. This is a special gift for you, and I've even learned a piano piece to present to you." As Gu Fei spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Song Zimo. "Country bumpkin, can you afford such an expensive piano? I had a piece customized just for you, Shuangyi. Can you do that?" Filled with confidence, Gu Fei believed that once he performed that piano piece, Wang Shuangyi would surely be moved to tears. Coupled with such a marvelous gift, his success in winning over the campus beauty was all but guaranteed. Just thinking about it filled him with exhilaration. "A piano?" Wang Shuangyi appeared slightly taken aback, filled with surprise. She had not anticipated such a lavish gift from Gu Fei. "Do you like it?" Gu Fei keenly observed the changes in her expression, feeling increasingly smug. "Well then, Mo, don't you also play piano? Since today is my birthday, why not play a piece for me?" Had this been in the past, Wang Shuangyi would never have made such a request. However, ever since that dance, she had realized that Song Zimo was quite the hidden talent. His singing was exceptional, and his piano skills were impressive as well. Today, on her birthday, he remembered her and came to celebrate. Wang Shuangyi was genuinely overjoyed. Thus, she hoped that on this special day, Song Zimo would play a piece for her. In reality, perhaps they could never be together. Yet in the stories, characters like Mo Bai and Chu Xia endured trials and tribulations to find their way to one another, didn't they? For the next 4 years of university, she wished to accompany this boy in the final stretch of their journey together. "Ahem, Sister Shuangyi, please don't tell me you can't play. Do you believe I'll expose your secret right now?" Seeing Song Zimo's reluctance, Wang Shuangyi pinched him, threatening him. This rascal didn't he want to play for her? It was, after all, her birthday. Could he not show a bit of compassion? "Oh dear, can this dog like Song Zimo really play the piano? Perfect. Let's have a little competition today. Whoever loses must keep their distance from Wang Shuangyi." Gu Fei was perplexed about how to make Song Zimo look foolish, but unexpectedly, Song Zimo delivered himself right into his hands. "Gu Fei, how can you speak like that? If you continue with such harsh words, I might get angry." Wang Shuangyi glared at Gu Fei, issuing a warning. Fine. I won't say anything, Zimo. What do you say? Are you brave enough to accept the challenge? Gu Fei first addressed Wang Shuangyi, and then turned his gaze provocatively towards Song Zimo. Perhaps it's best to decline. I only have a superficial understanding of the piano, and surely can't play as well as you. Song Zimo humbly downplayed his skills, unwilling to engage in a bet with Gu Fei. Ha ha ha, that's the truth. Since you admit defeat, hurry up and get away from the campus beauty. Stop clinging to her like a stubborn dog. Who said Zimo has conceded? He accepted. Before Gu Fei could finish his sentence, an irritated Wang Shuangyi promptly agreed on Song Zimo's behalf. Sister Shuangyi, Song Zimo widened his eyes in disbelief, turning to look at Wang Shuangyi, bewildered. What was this campus beauty up to? Did she need to escalate matters at a perfectly good birthday party? What do you mean? Today is my birthday. Can't you let me enjoy happily? Wang Shuangyi glared at Song Zimo, frustrated. Did he want to take this opportunity to distance himself from her? Once again, it seems that becoming Dai Jingjing's boyfriend has severed all ties between them, leaving even their friendship in ruins. Wang Shuangyi felt a pang of grievance and discomfort, her eyes gradually reddening. All right, I promise you. I admit my fault, is that enough? As Song Zimo observed the imminent tears in Wang Shuangyi's eyes, he recalled her words from the previous night and found himself softening. Country bumpkin, don't go back on your word. Whoever loses must leave Shuangyi, the school bell. Gu Fei, witnessing Wang Shuangyi's almost coquettish demeanor, felt an intensifying anger swell within him. Damn it, this Song Zimo is truly a scoundrel. He managed to win over the school belle Dai Jingjing, yet he still aims to pursue my dream goddess, Wang Shuangyi. Does he wish to straddle two boats? This is utterly outrageous. Without further ado, Gu Fei dismissed all trivialities, dragged a chair over, and seated himself at the recently placed piano, pulling out the sheet music to begin playing. To his credit, Gu Fei's piano performance was rather commendable, perfectly capturing the ambience of the birthday gathering. The boys and girls attending the party were momentarily taken aback by his talent. After a while, as the music ceased, Gu Fei rose with an expression of deep emotion, gazing affectionately at Wang Shuangyi. Seizing the moment, he launched into his declaration of love. Shuangyi, this piece is composed especially for you. I hope you cherish it. The melody mirrors my feelings, and I wish for you to be my girlfriend. Applause erupted from a distance, where Gu Fei's sycophants clapped enthusiastically to enhance the atmosphere. Girls, after all, are easily moved, especially during such romantic moments. Declarations of love are bound to resonate. Together, accept it. A group of onlookers even produced firecrackers, creating a raucous cheer. While the atmosphere was charged, it seemed that Wang Shuangyi was entirely unaffected. Had it been Song Zimo making such a declaration, she would have accepted without hesitation. But for Gu Fei, the notorious playboy, she thought otherwise. He had changed girlfriends more times than she could count during their school days. Everyone be quiet. Today is my birthday party. What you all doing? If anyone disrupts the rhythm again, you're out. Wang Shuangyi's face darkened as she shouted, instantly silencing the crowd. Eyes widened. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the situation, ultimately settling their gazes on Gu Fei. After all, he was the one footing the bill. This matter needed to be handled with care. Yet, the unfolding drama appeared misaligned. Not only was Wang Shuangyi unmoved, but she was also furious. Shuangyi, I truly like you, love you. Gu Fei stammered, his expression shifting to one of unease. Damn it, how could she catch me with that girl from the neighboring class coming out of the hotel? Is this what you call love? Wang Shuangyi, though unwilling to expose Gu Fei's despicable side, felt disgusted by his actions. To profess love while turning around to be with another girl the very same night. Was this truly love? If this was the definition of affection, she would rather remain single for life. Shuangyi, you're misunderstanding me. Gu Fei's complexion faltered, revealing his inner turmoil. Damn it, how could she witness that? Did she follow me? Deep down, Wang Shuangyi understood the truth and chose not to elaborate, sparing him some dignity. Song Zimo, weren't you just betting with me? If you lose, you must leave Shuangyi, the school belle. In the midst of this failed confession, Gu Fei felt an immense rage boil within him, feeling humiliated and frustrated. Ultimately, he directed his fury at Song Zimo, believing that by forcing him out, Wang Shuangyi would eventually be his. I believe we should forget about the bet. Song Zimo observed Gu Fei, then turned his gaze to Wang Shuangyi, feeling quite helpless. If he performed well, it would only serve to embarrass Gu Fei. After all, Gu Fei was a wealthy heir. He didn't wish to humiliate him in front of so many friends. But if he went easy on him, would Wang Shuangyi be pleased? No, I want to agree. As soon as Song Zimo finished speaking, two opposing voices rang out. One was from Gu Fei, the other from Wang Shuangyi. At that moment, both turned their attention towards him, especially Wang Shuangyi, who was visibly enraged. What? Are you scared, you country bumpkin? If you are, just admit defeat. If you're scared, why are you clinging to Shuangyi like a mangy dog? Gu Fei assumed Song Zimo was intimidated, speaking harshly and leaving no room for dignity. Even Wang Shuangyi could no longer tolerate it. Zimo, you idiot, can't you see? Your forbearance only encourages some people to take advantage. It will not earn you any gratitude. Do you really wish to leave my side in this manner? Can we not even remain friends? If that's the case, you may leave right now, and I promise not to make things difficult for you. I'm serious this time. Her voice was calm, so calm that it betrayed no anger, which only served to agitate Song Zimo further. He raised his head to meet Wang Shuangyi's gaze, and they exchanged silence. Country bumpkin, with your kind of caliber, you dare to covet Shuangyi's beauty? It's laughable. Gu Fei, assuming Song Zimo had backed down, grew increasingly arrogant and derisive. Finally, Song Zimo sighed, turning to the piano, where he took a seat and began to play once more. The same melody from years to come filled the air, light and ethereal, weaving a poignant tale that stirred the hearts of all who listened. Some say I am trapped by a city, but I know that it is not the city that confines me, but the person within it. I understand that no matter where I escape, I will remain ensnared. The memory of their farewell echoed in his mind as Wang Shuangyi embraced him, her words resonating once more. Chapter 71. Pa, do you really think you can compare to my idol? Gu Fei, remember what you said before. Don't bother me like a pesky fly again. As the music concluded, Wang Shuangyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It seemed that since that day at the graduation party, Song Zimo had undergone a profound transformation, one that extended beyond mere personality. Then, she inhaled deeply, raising her gaze to meet Gu Fei's darkening expression, and boldly declared, Shuangyi you. Gu Fei's already unsightly countenance grew even more grim at her words. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze upon Song Zimo, his eyes filled with a predatory intensity. So what if you play the piano better than I do, Song Zimo? A pauper remains a pauper. If I take 3 days off work, my father will promptly deposit money into my account. But if you were to refrain from working for 3 days, you'd find yourself begging on the streets. He could neither bear to accept nor fathom the reality that this country bumpkin, Song Zimo, was superior to him in any way. Although it was Gu Fei who instigated the confrontation, he shifted the entire blame onto Song Zimo. In his eyes, this unsophisticated rural boy had no business being here today. Had Song Zimo not shown up, Wang Shuangyi would undoubtedly have been moved by sincerity and would have embraced him. As Gu Fei pondered this, his anger intensified, and he unleashed a barrage of sharp, scornful insults at Song Zimo. Gu Fei, enough. Get lost. Get out of here immediately. You are not welcome in my home. Wang Shuangyi could no longer tolerate the scene. She loathed individuals like Gu Fei, who, lacking in talent themselves, were envious of others' excellence. It particularly infuriated her to witness Gu Fei publicly humiliating and ridiculing Song Zimo in front of their peers. This was an affront to her sensibilities, igniting her fury. Soli, Montak. After Gu Fei left, Wang Shuangyi turned her gaze to Song Zimo, filled with remorse and guilt. She had not anticipated that her capricious insistence on having him play the piano would escalate the situation to this extent. It's fine. I'm not so fragile as to be upset by a few mocking words, he replied with a smile, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Although Song Zimo did not take Gu Fei's insults to heart, they did serve as a wake-up call, prompting him to devise a plan to earn more money. Montak, have you filled out your university application? Which school do you intend to apply to? Wang Shuangyi, relieved to see that Song Zimo was not angry, hesitated before shyly inquiring about his university plans. Not yet, but I've decided to apply to Yinhai University. In truth, given Song Zimo's high score on the college entrance examination, he could easily gain admission to a more prestigious university. However, he did not wish to stray too far from his aunt or the city that had nurtured him. Perhaps his yearning for home had intensified due to his rebirth. Yinhai University? Then I'll apply there as well. This way, we could be together during our 4 years of university. She attempted to sound casual, yet there was an unmistakable hint of sorrow in her voice. Song Zimo smiled at Wang Shuangyi, feigning ignorance of her underlying intentions, for he could not promise her anything. The two continued their conversation, sharing cake as they cherished the last birthday of their high school years. Reflecting on their 3 years of high school, time seemed to have flown by. The faces remained the same, yet the innocence of their youth appeared to be fading. It is only through experiencing life's trials that one matures. After bidding farewell to Wang Shuangyi, Song Zimo, as usual, went to work at the bar that evening. Xiao Montak, whereas Qinglang, why didn't he come with you? Upon arriving at the bar, Song Zimo was intercepted by Li Yinyin, who kept glancing behind him, searching in vain for the familiar figure she longed to see, feeling an involuntary pang of disappointment. Mr. Li, Qinglang has other commitments tonight and can't make it. Besides, he has not a permanent fixture here. He can't come every day, Song Zimo explained, his expression stiffening as his mind raced. How can you say that? Just because he is not a regular here, doesn't mean he can't come to enjoy himself. Li Yinyin chided, playfully kicking him. If he is not here, who will sing tonight? Who else in this bar possesses his captivating stage presence? You must understand that the bar's renewed popularity is largely due to Qinglang's presence. If he doesn't show up after just one day, it could lead to discontent among the patrons. I can sing too. I think I sing quite well. Not any worse than Qinglang. Hey, Mr. Li, why are you kicking me? Song Zimo eagerly volunteered. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Li Yinyin's playful ire. You think you're worthy to compete with my idol? Don't flatter yourself. You wouldn't even be able to hold his shoes. Li Yinyin derided him without reservation, while Song Zimo sang commendably and was indeed friends with Qinglang. In Li Yinyin's eyes, there was simply no comparison. Mr. Li, can you refrain from underestimating me? Why wouldn't I be worthy to hold your idol's shoes? I can sing the same songs he does. I might even sing them better. Song Zimo protested, only to be met with another playful pinch from Li Yinyin. Hey, that hurts. Can't we discuss this rationally? Can you really sing the songs he performs? Li Yinyin regarded him skeptically. Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll sing one on stage shortly, and I guarantee it will be identical. Song Zimo declared confidently. After all, they were his own songs. How could they not sound the same? Very well, I'll let you impersonate my idol for a moment. But I must warn you, if you mess up, don't blame me for being harsh. Li Yinyin relented, realizing that with Qinglang absent, she had no choice but to rely on Song Zimo, albeit with some trepidation regarding his ability to command the atmosphere on stage. However, the moment Song Zimo donned a suit and the Qinglang mask stepping onto the stage, she felt her worries dissipate. This fellow was indeed remarkable. Off stage, he appeared like a youthful, somewhat naive young man, yet once on stage, his demeanor transformed into one of brooding melancholy. Taking the microphone, he opened his voice and sang passionately. The crowd erupted in cheers. The songs remained the same, and the essence was unchanged. In a fleeting moment, Li Yinyin felt as though the figure of the imposter Song Zimo before her overlapped with her idol, Qinglang. Yet, moments later, she vigorously shook her head. Li Yinyin, what are you thinking? Qinglang is Qinglang, and Xiao Mo is Xiao Mo. They both performed last night. How could they possibly be the same person? Stop overthinking it. Mr. Li, how was my performance? Did I do well? After stepping off the stage and entering Li Yinyin's office, Song Zimo immediately began to boast about his performance. Not bad. You captured a hint of my idol's essence in your singing, but your emotional expression was lacking, she replied, feigning reluctance to diminish his pride. Really? Your evaluation seems rather biased. Song Zimo was left speechless, protesting his case. It's not favoritism. My idol is Qinglang, not you. Why on earth would I favor you? Li Yinyin shot an exasperated glance at Song Zimo, her tone laced with irritation. Without delay, she retrieved a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant wine glasses from the floral stand. Come now, today I'm in a splendid mood, you little rascal. Accompany your sister for a couple of drinks. Before Song Zimo could protest, she filled the glasses to the brim with wine. Reluctantly, under Li Yinyin's insistence, Song Zimo found himself drinking alongside her. Initially, they merely savored the exquisite red wine, but soon after, Li Yinyin returned with a bottle of white liquor. But as even Li, I can't hold my liquor. Are you a crab? Must you resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? It hurts. Song Zimo attempted to refuse, yet Li Yinyin, brimming with enthusiasm, was unwilling to relent. Not drinking? If you don't, I'll squeeze the life out of you. With no choice, Song Zimo acquiesced, sighing in resignation. This boss was truly difficult to please. As the evening wore on, after several rounds, Song Zimo's head began to spin. Glancing at Li Yinyin, he noticed her eyes were glazed over, well into her cups. Qinglang, I like you, I truly love you. Just as Song Zimo contemplated urging her to stop drinking, she suddenly leaned in closer, whispering sweet nothings while wrapping her arms around his neck. He was momentarily taken aback, mesmerized by her alluring presence so near, her enticing lips drawing him in. The alcohol heightened his senses, and he felt an unexplainable rush of emotion. However, he swiftly suppressed those feelings. Presently, no, you've mistaken me. I am Song Zimo, not Qinglang, not Qinglang. Not long ago, Song Zimo had wished for Li Yinyin to see him as Qinglang. Yet now, confronted with her fervent demeanor, he felt intimidated, fearful even, and hesitated to admit that he was indeed Qinglang. Qinglang, I genuinely like you, I truly do. Do you know? From the moment I saw you at the ball that night, I fell deeply in love with you, unable to extricate myself. I sometimes ponder the impossibility of our situation. Yet I cannot seem to control myself. She was thoroughly intoxicated, lost in her own world. Regardless of what Song Zimo said, Li Yin was oblivious. Engrossed in her confessions, clinging to him tightly, nestling against him. When he attempted to push her away, she immediately leaned in, her luscious lips poised to meet his. President Li, please don't be reckless. If you continue with this behavior, I will have to scream. As he saw Li Yin about to claim his first kiss, he hurriedly raised his hand to gently press down on her head. This bold woman was going too far. Was it permissible to act so recklessly just because she was drunk? Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. What is happening? You two continue. I saw nothing. Nothing at all. Ah Chang burst through the door, having heard the commotion, initially expecting some sort of trouble. Upon entering, he was utterly stunned, his mind racing with confusion. Wow, has President Li been conquered so swiftly? Does this mean I should start calling you boss? Ah Chang exclaimed, but Song Zimo quickly interjected. It's not what you think. President Li is just drunk. She's merely being silly. Noticing Ah Chang's peculiar gaze, he felt compelled to clarify. I know, you two carry on. Ah Chang nodded vigorously, then dashed back outside, closing the door with a thud, leaving Song Zimo in a state of bewilderment. What do you mean by I know? He knew nothing. Staring at the woman in his arms, he felt overwhelmed. After a lengthy struggle, he finally managed to detach her from himself. Thankfully, as a gentleman, he maintained his composure, though her brazen actions were undeniably excessive. The night passed in silence. The next day, Song Zimo spent the entire day at home, diligently typing away. By evening, after finishing an update at the internet cafe, he intended to head to the bar for work. July had arrived, and with the new semester only a month away, he was determined to earn enough for his tuition. Earning money was the priority. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xiao Shi. Mo, do you have a moment? As soon as he answered, her voice came through, filled with anticipation. Yes. What's up? Song Zimo replied, recalling how Xiao Shi's mother, Su Biyu, had previously urged him to spend more time with her daughter. However, due to recent events, he hadn't been able to accompany her as much as he would have liked. Now, receiving her call, he sensed there was something she wished to discuss. I suddenly feel like going out for some skewered meat, but I don't want to go alone. Can you join me? Her voice was infused with hope. Once a carefree girl, Xiao Shi's joy had been overshadowed by the grim reality of her leukemia diagnosis. Although she feigned normalcy in front of her parents, deep down, she was grappling with profound sadness and loneliness. Her parents, Su Biyu and Xiao Nantian, shared her despair, desperately searching for a compatible bone marrow donor, yet to no avail. All right, where shall we meet? At home? I'll come to you. He agreed without hesitation, and soon, Song Zimo set off to join Xiao Shi for their meal. Mo, let us eat by the roadside, she suggested, reminiscent of their high school days spent enjoying food together. They parked the car and walked side by side, soon reaching a nearby barbecue stand. Sound good. Turning to glance at Xiao Shi, he noted her complexion had paled even more since their last meeting, her spirit visibly diminished. Feeling a pang of concern, Song Zimo contemplated how her condition had worsened. As they settled down at the barbecue stand, he resolved to donate bone marrow to her. Little girl, please recover swiftly. Mo, let us have some drinks. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiao Shi returned with several bottles of beer. Your health is fragile. It's best not to drink. We can celebrate once you're better, he protested, firmly blocking her glass. I'm already like this. Do you really think I'll get better? I'm not a child. This illness is incurable. If you want to drink with me, I'll just drink alone. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, a silent acknowledgement of her pain. There are no tears, no outbursts. Yet, Xiao Shi comprehended her condition better than anyone else. With death looming near, why not embrace a carefree attitude? Eat what she desires, drink what she wishes. Why dwell on such matters? Despite Song Zimo's attempts to persuade her otherwise, Xiao Shi lifted her glass and began to drink. Sigh, I'll join you for a drink. But you must be sensible, don't overindulge. Trust me, you will recover, you'll be fine. Observing her resolve, Song Zimo sighed and raised his glass to accompany Xiao Shi. You are quite peculiar. Even though I'm older, you treat me like a child, Xiao Shi remarked. Noticing how Song Zimo was coaxing her, as if she were a young one. In response, Song Zimo chuckled lightly. Indeed, in this lifetime he was younger, yet he carried the weight of memories from a past life, having witnessed the myriad joys and sorrows of existence, rendering him far more mature than his peers. Song Zimo, at that moment, a voice called out from a distance. Glancing up, Song Zimo's expression stiffened slightly. Dai Jingjing, Jiang Xiaoru. Goodness, what a small world this is. Just days ago, he had encountered Dai Jingjing at the beach, and now, while trying to cheer up Xiao Shi with some skewers at a roadside barbecue stall, he unexpectedly ran into them again. Are you two out for a late-night snack as well? Song Zimo's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, Dai Jingjing was still his girlfriend, and here he was, sharing skewers with another girl. A wave of guilt washed over him. We're just Dai Jingjing inhaled deeply, eager to explain that they were merely passing through. Yes, Jingjing and I are just here for a late-night snack. Since we've met, let us all enjoy together. Without waiting for Dai Jingjing to finish, Jiang Xiaoru interjected, pulling Dai Jingjing to sit beside Song Zimo. Now, Song Zimo found himself sandwiched between two women, Xiaoxi on his left and Dai Jingjing on his right, with Jiang Xiaoru directly across from him. The atmosphere at the table instantly shifted to one of palpable tension and discomfort. Who are they? Xiaoxi inquired, casting a glance at Dai Jingjing and Jiang Xiaoru before her gaze settled on Song Zimo. I am his girlfriend. And you? Dai Jingjing, perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy or setting aside her pride, responded after Xiaoxi spoke. Me? You should ask Mo himself, Xiao. She dismissed Dai Jingjing's blatant provocation and innocently redirected the question to Song Zimo. In that moment, all eyes turned to him, and he felt the weight of their scrutiny intensify. Cough, cough. She's my friend. Song Zimo coughed awkwardly, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Montak, you've barely finished the drink you poured for me. Xiaoxi smiled, lifting her glass to propose another toast. With a sense of resignation, Song Zimo raised his glass in response. What a predicament. Sigh. Mo, I also want a drink. Keep me company. Having barely swallowed her first drink, Dai Jingjing also lifted her glass, leaving Song Zimo at a loss for words. Were they intent on getting him drunk? Casting a glance at Dai Jingjing, then turning to Xiaoxi, he sensed the tension brewing between the two women. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoru watched with a smirk, reveling in the unfolding drama. What a scoundrel. Sneaking out with another girl behind his girlfriend's back? Caught red-handed. Serves him right. Scoundrel. Drink, drink, drink. Although Song Zimo initially intended to refuse, he realized that he had already been drinking with Xiaoxi. Given that Dai Jingjing was his current girlfriend, refusing would be unthinkable. Thus, he sighed and reluctantly acquiesced. Nearby, other men at different tables, drinking and grilling skewers, occasionally cast glances in their direction. They pondered for quite some time, unable to comprehend why they were left sitting together, drinking beer, while Song Zimo, a seemingly immature fellow, could enjoy the company of two women so amicably. Where was the morality? The boundaries? In a society where men outnumbered women, how could he squander such resources without a pang of conscience? Suddenly, Xiaoxi's glass slipped from her hand, crashing to the ground, and her delicate form swayed as she leaned towards Song. My head hurts. Her voice carried a hint of drunkenness and distress. Dai Jingjing and Jiang Xiaoru exchanged startled glances. Was she pretending to be drunk to elicit sympathy from Song Zimo, hoping he would take her home? Such an old trick. Only fools would fall for it. Mo, I have a headache too. I'm drunk. Take me home. Dai Jingjing, having cast aside her pride, swayed toward Song Zimo as well, directly requesting him to escort her home. Humph. Pretending to be drunk? Who can't do that? After all, Song Zimo is still my boyfriend. If anyone should be taken home, it should be me. Nearby, a group of onlookers set down their bottles. Captivated by the unfolding spectacle, envious yet eager to see how Song Zimo would navigate this situation, Song Zimo found himself utterly speechless. It was clear that Dai Jingjing was feigning intoxication. Just moments ago, she was perfectly fine. How could she suddenly be falling over? As for Xiaoxi, her alcohol tolerance should not have been so low. Just as he began to suspect that Xiaoxi was also pretending, he noticed her body trembling. Quickly, he leaned down to observe her closely. Under the flickering glow of the street lamp, her complexion appeared pale, devoid of any color. Her eyes were tightly shut as she murmured about her headache, clearly in distress. In an instant, Song Zimo's heart raced as he pushed aside the feigning Dai Jingjing. Shishi, what's wrong? I'm taking you to the hospital, right now. As he cradled Xiaoxi in his arms, preparing to rush her to the hospital, Dai Jingjing intervened, no longer pretending to be inebriated. You scoundrel, you can't leave. Am I your girlfriend, or is she? You're taking her home instead of me? Why are you treating me this way? Dai Jingjing's voice trembled with anger and hurt. It was incomprehensible that he would abandon her to assist another girl. Jingjing, please. You must listen to me. She is in grave danger. Song Zimo was filled with urgency, desperate to explain. His aunt had also suffered a sudden illness, one that had come on nearly a month earlier. If they were to consider the timeline, Xiaoxi's condition could very well listen. I refuse to listen. She can pretend to be drunk, but why can't I? Before Song Zimo could finish his words, Dai Jingjing interrupted him with an angry voice. At this moment, she glared at him, tears shimmering in her eyes. Tonight, I insist that you take me home. I am your girlfriend, and she is just her. What right does she have to ask you to take her home? Jingjing, please listen to me. Cece's situation is truly dire. How about this? I will take her to the hospital first. Once we arrive, I'll call her parents, and then I will take you home. Be good, don't be willful. Song Zimo was genuinely anxious. He could clearly feel the increasing tremors in Xiao Cece's body as he held her. Even her skin was beginning to cool. This symptom was undoubtedly not due to intoxication, nor was it feigned. Willful? Why do you consider everything I do as being willful? I am your girlfriend, and she is just pretending to be drunk to elicit your sympathy, which you so readily comply with. But when it comes to me, you refuse. Do you even care for me at all? Last time, when you were at the beach with her, I forgave you and believed your words. This time, I merely asked you to take me home. Where have I gone wrong? Why is it that whatever I do, you perceive as nonsense or willfulness? I will not agree. You must take me home tonight. Song Zimo's words ignited the fury within Dai Jingjing completely. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him, questioning him loudly. Obstinate and unwilling to compromise or relent. Tonight, she would not allow Song Zimo to take this pitiful girl home. Otherwise, she would get lost. Song Zimo was enraged, truly furious. He tried to explain, but she would not listen. He had stated that he would take Xiao Cici to the hospital and then take her home, but she refused. In his previous life, he had arrived too late and was unable to save that girl, watching helplessly as she passed away. In this life, having encountered her early, how could he stand idly by and witness such a tragedy unfold? In the next moment, Song Zimo refused to indulge Dai Jingjing's spoiled behavior and unreasonable demands. With a cold expression, he pushed her aside and hurriedly carried the unconscious Xiao Cici away. What? Bastard, why? Why must you treat me this way? Dai Jingjing raised her head in disbelief, watching Song Zimo carry Xiao Cici away. Initially, she had been reduced to tears. In the past, during their school days, he had never raised his voice at her, not even once. Yet now, he had the audacity to yell at her for another girl and told her to get lost. How could Dai Jingjing not feel anger and resentment? What a scumbag. After all I've done for you, you treat me like this? Go to hell. Beside her, Jiang Xiaoru was also infuriated. She picked up a beer bottle and hurled it at Song Zimo. Bang! Ultimately, the beer bottle struck Song Zimo's arm, aggravating his injury. In that instant, the sleeve of his shirt turned crimson. Xiao Cici, whom he held, nearly slipped from his grip, but he reacted swiftly, enduring the pain, and held on tightly. Without looking back, he hastily left. Jiang Xiaoru trembled with rage, cursing a few times before she began to comfort Dai Jingjing. Cici, I'm about to die. You shouldn't treat your girlfriend this way. In the car, Xiao Cici struggled to open her eyes, weakly speaking. Don't say such ominous things. You will recover. You will definitely be fine. Song Zimo turned to glance at her and accelerated toward the hospital. Upon arriving, Song Zimo immediately carried her into the emergency room. After her condition stabilized somewhat, he took out his phone and called Su Biyu. Auntie, Cece's condition has worsened. She is now in the hospital. As soon as the call connected, before Su Biyu could speak, Song Zimo took a deep breath and began. Crash. On the other end of the line, the sound of a glass shattering on the floor echoed. Xiaomo, which hospital are you at? I'm coming with her father. We will rush over immediately. Su Biyu's voice trembled. As she spoke, she began to cry, unable to contain her emotions. Auntie, please don't panic. Although Cece's condition has worsened somewhat, she is stable for now. I'm here watching over her. Please take your time on the way. Song Zimo understood Su Biyu's feelings and hurriedly reassured her. After hanging up, he entered the ward, gazing at Xiao Cici on the bed, his expression complex. Montak, don't be sad. Even if it's in my final moments, having you as a good friend is not a regret, even if I were to die. Xiao Cici turned her head, her beautiful eyes landing on Song Zimo, appearing frail. Yet, the words she spoke, though attempting to sound lighthearted, still pierced Song Zimo's heart with discomfort. Knowing me earlier? We already knew each other in our past lives. Stop saying foolish things. I told you you'll be fine. You will definitely recover. Reaching the bedside, Song Zimo raised his hand and gently rubbed Xiao Cici's head, smiling as he spoke. Rustle, rustle. 20 minutes later, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ward. Soon after, Song Zimo saw Xiao Cici's mother, Su Biyu, and her father, Xiao Nantian, burst in. As they arrived in the ward, they rushed to Xiao Cici's side, their eyes red and filled with tears. Mom, Dad, please don't cry. If you cry, my heart will ache too. Seeing her parents' sorrowful faces, Xiao Cici felt an unbearable heaviness in her heart. As she spoke, she too began to sob. Standing nearby, Song Zimo watched for a moment before quietly stepping outside. Dr. Wang, I want to donate bone marrow. Finding Xiao Cici's attending physician, Dr. Wang Shengming, Song Zimo took a deep breath and spoke directly without any preamble. Donate bone marrow? Young man, for whom are you donating it? Dr. Wang's expression froze. Surprise etched across his face as he looked at Song Zimo. Xiao Cece. Isn't she the one searching for a matching bone marrow donor? My bone marrow matches hers. I am willing to donate it to her. Chapter 75. For you, I will fold 1,001 paper cranes. Are you joking? Bone marrow matching is best done with direct blood relatives. We have already tested Miss Zhao's bone marrow. Her parents do not match. And the person who can match has yet to be found. How do you know your bone marrow matches hers? Dr. Wang looked at Song Zimo, somewhat astonished by his words. He even felt that Song Zimo was making light of the situation. Bone marrow matching is not that simple. Among thousands of people, finding one who matches is already exceedingly rare. How could it be so fortunate that you and Xiao Cece know each other and your bone marrow coincidentally matches? I know you may not believe me now, but you can extract my bone marrow right away and test it against Xiao Cece's. The results will speak for themselves. Song Zimo shook his head, offering no further explanation. Can the events of a previous life be clearly elucidated? If he were to offer a serious explanation, it is likely that Wang Xingming would consider him to be deranged. Given this, perhaps it is best to proceed with a matching test. Observing Song Zimo's determination, Wang Xingming refrained from further persuasion, though he internally dismissed the notion, feeling that the likelihood of a match between Song Zimo and Xiao Shi was virtually non-existent. After bidding farewell to Su Biyu, Song Zimo returned home. As he passed by Craft's store, he paused momentarily, entered, and purchased a book filled with vibrant colored paper. Origami cranes. In his previous life, before Xiao Shi passed away, he had folded 1,001 paper cranes for her. It is often said that each paper crane embodies a fragment of blessing, a whisper of hope. 1,001 cranes, therefore, bear the weight of that wish-giver's heartfelt blessings and aspirations for the recipient. Little one, may you recover soon. The following day, Song Zimo dedicated his time to folding paper cranes. 1,001 cranes, an immense number indeed. It would take a considerable amount of time to complete. The result of the bone marrow matching, at the earliest, would take 3 to 4 days. Thus, during this interval, apart from accompanying Xiao Shi, he devoted every spare moment to the creation of colorful origami cranes. You scoundrel, stop right there. Time swiftly passed, and soon 3 days had elapsed. On the 4th day, Song Zimo arose and made his way to the hospital to visit Xiao Shi. Just as he departed from home, a cacophony of angry shouts reached his ears. Looking up, he immediately spotted Jiang Xiaoru, fuming, standing not far away. What is the matter? Song Zimo inquired, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he approached her. What do you think the matter is? That night, why did you take that girl named Xiao Shi home, neglecting Jingjing? Do you have any idea how heartbroken she was? Who is your girlfriend, Xiao Shi or Jingjing? If you do not care for her, you might as well break up. But must you be so callous and hurt her feelings? Back in school, you pursued her like a love-struck fool, and now that you have won her over, you no longer cherish her? How despicable. I was even worried that night, concerned Jingjing might be drunk and taken away by that scoundrel Xiang Long. I now realize that you are a bigger cad than Xiang Long, utterly repulsive. She unleashed her tirade, hurling insults and mockery without restraint. Throughout her diatribe, Song Zimo remained silent, standing there quietly, listening and observing her. One must admit, Jiang Xiaoru's words were exceptionally cutting. Are you finished? After a prolonged silence. Once Jiang Xiaoru had concluded her outburst, Song Zimo calmly retorted. Not done yet? If you're weary from berating, perhaps take a moment to rest before continuing. Jiang Xiaoru had already vented some of her anger, but upon seeing Song Zimo's nonchalant demeanor, her ire flared anew. How infuriating. Xiao Shi has leukemia, she blurted out. That night she collapsed. It was not an act of drunkenness, but rather a worsening of her condition. I tried to explain to Jingjing, but she wouldn't listen. I even stated that I would first take Xiao Shi to the hospital before escorting her home, yet she refused to agree. In such a situation, what choice would you have? Would you simply stand by as Xiao Shi suffered and fell? Taking a deep breath, Song Zimo began to narrate his side of the story. What? That girl has leukemia? Jiang Xiaoru had been fuming with anger, yet upon hearing Song Zimo's explanation, she gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Only when Song Zimo nodded earnestly did she realize he was not jesting. In that case, Jingjing did overreact, but you cannot be harsh with her, telling her to leave. That would only cause further hurt. Jiang Xiaoru found herself forgiving Song Zimo, acknowledging that she and Jingjing had misjudged him. However, as Jingjing's closest friend, she felt compelled to defend her despite the misunderstanding. At that moment, when Xiao Shi's life was hanging by a thread, Jingjing was being unreasonable, refusing to hear explanations and obstructing my departure. What else could I do but chastise her? Song Zimo sighed, feeling a sense of exasperation. It seems that sometimes one cannot apply reason to a girl's logic. You try to explain, but she won't listen. It feels as though you are in the wrong, no matter what she does. If you don't argue your case, she perceives it as a sign of indifference or betrayal. Well, if it makes sense, then I will attempt to explain things to Jingjing later, but you must also apologize to her and comfort her. Jiang Xiaoru tilted her head in contemplation, feeling that perhaps Song Zimo had a point. Ultimately, she chose to forgive him. Thank you. Song Zimo smiled, finding Jiang Xiaoru to be more reasonable than the haughty and spoiled Jingjing. Previously, he had perceived her as rather sharp-tongued and brash. Now, he suddenly found her rather endearing. Mr. Song, the results of the bone marrow matching have arrived. It's a miracle. Your marrow is indeed a perfect match for Miss Xiao Shi, with an almost flawless compatibility. If the transplant proceeds, there's a tremendous likelihood she could be completely cured of her leukemia. I must share this wonderful news with Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao. Upon arriving at the hospital, Song Zimo immediately inquired about the bone marrow matching results. Wang Shengming, Xiao Shi's attending physician, grasped Song Zimo's shoulder. His expression a mix of excitement and disbelief. At that moment, astonishment radiated from his eyes, and he appeared somewhat dazed, having practiced medicine for over 20 years. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Dr. Wang, there's no need to disclose this news to her parents just yet. Song Zimo interjected with a smile, preventing Wang Shengming from rushing off to share the good news with Xiao Shi's family. Not tell them? This is a matter of life and death. Furthermore, you are friends with Miss Xiao. Why would you wish to keep them in the dark? Wang Shengming's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard.